R. N. Haman related in the name of our master Samuel, an individual or even two men are allowed to enclose as much space as would permit of the planting of 2 sahs of grain therein, but 3 men, who are regarded as a caravan, may have all the space necessary. How is this? The first part of this teaching is in accordance with our Jose bar Jehuda, and the last according to the sages. Yeah, Abahu is also of the same opinion. R. Jiddel in the name of Rabbite said, there are instances when 3 men must not occupy space so large that 5 sahs of grain can be planted therein, and again, there are instances when they may occupy space in which even 7 sahs of grain may be planted. Is it possible that Rabbite should have said this? Queried the sages, and Jiddel answered, I swear by the law of Moses and by the prophets, and by the hagiographa, that Rabbite said this. Said Ashi, what difficulty is there in this? Let us suppose, that the 3 men needed a space of 6 sahs capacity, and enclosed one so large, that 7 sahs could be accommodated. Hence they may use the entire p. 37 space. But supposing, that they needed only a space large enough to accommodate but 5 sahs of grain, and enclosed one large enough for 7, and they must not use even the space large enough for 5 sahs. Did not the same Boraitha teach us, however, that a space large enough for the planting of 2 sahs must not be vacant, and thereby meant to state, that each man should be allowed a space large enough for 2 sahs, and then if a space for 2 sahs is vacant the entire space must not be used, hence, when there are 3 men, they should not be allowed the use of a space large enough for the planting of 8 sahs, but one accommodating only 7 should be allowed them? Nay, the Boraitha meant to state, that the space allowed to the men should be only as much as they need for the accommodation of all their belongings. But the sages hold that constructing it according to either one of the 2 principles is sufficient. Is this not a repetition of what the first Tana stated in opposition to our Jose's bar Jehuda dictum? There is a difference of opinion concerning an individual between the first and second sages as regards an inhabited place. According to the first sages who maintain that the regulations apply not only to a caravan but to all individuals in general, this refers to individuals who are on the road, but when in inhabited places the regulations do not apply to them, while the second sages who oppose our Jose bar Jehuda hold, that it makes absolutely no difference, be it caravan or an individual, in an inhabited place or in the desert. Mishnah, 4 privileges have been granted to warriors in camp. They may bring wood from any place, they need not wash their hands before meals, they may eat of damai, and they are exempt from the obligation of making an Arab. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if an ordinary war one is in progress, it is permitted for the warriors to appropriate dry wood without respecting the rights of ownership. Jehuda ben Timma said, they may also encamp wherever they choose. p. 38. And wherever one is killed there may he also be buried, although the ground does not belong to him. They are permitted to appropriate dry wood. This has also been ordained even by Joshua. Joshua ordained, that wood may be cut and appropriated by the warriors, but later even cut and dry wood was allowed to be taken. Where one is killed, there may he also be buried. Is this not self-evident? The killed were strangers and had no one to secure a burying ground for them. The law also states, that whenever a man dies without leaving sufficient means for the acquirement of a place of burial, he may be interred in the place where he dies. This case refers to warriors who even left sufficient means to secure a burying ground. They need not wash their hands before meals. Said Abai, this refers only to washing the hands before meals, but after meals it is even then necessary, because Arhaya bar Ashi said, why did the sages ordain the washing of hands after meals? Because among the salt used at the table there may be salt of Sodom, and when a hand which had touched salt of Sodom comes in contact with the eyes it blinds them. There is only 1 grain of salt of Sodom in a whole cur of ordinary salt, said Abai. Said Aha the son of Rabba to Ashi, how is the law, concerning one who had measured salt? And he answered, so much the more must he wash his hands. They may eat of damai. As we have learned in another Mishnah, Beth Hillel said, that a poor man and a warrior may partake of damai. They are exempt from the obligation of making an Arab. The disciples of Arjana said, they are exempt from the obligation of making an Arab as far as courts and entries are concerned, but not where the limit of the distance of 2000 ells is concerned, because Arhaya taught, one who is guilty of transgressing the law of Tkum should be punished with stripes as for any other biblical negative commandment. Jonathan opposed this. Can a man be punished with stripes for a negative commandment which commences with the word al? 1. This was again opposed by R. P. 39. Aha bar Jacob, according to thy theory then the man who transgresses the commandment in, turn not unto them that have familiar spirits and unto wizards, should also not be punished with stripes. Jonathan puts his question in the following sense: the violation of a commandment which involves the death penalty when committed intentionally cannot be punished with stripes at all, and the violation of the Sabbath is certainly a capital offense. Answered Ashi, it is written, let no man go out of his place on the seventh day, but it does not state, that a man should not carry things on that day. Chapter 2. Regulations concerning the use of a well and a garden on the Sabbath. Mishnah, enclosures must be made around wells. They must be made of 4 boards, placed at an angle at the corners of the well, so that the 4 boards appear like 8. Such is the dictum of Jehuda, but Meir saith, 8 boards must be used which will appear as 12, namely, 4 boards placed at an angle at the corners which appear as 8, and 4 boards placed between the corner boards. The height of the boards must be 10 spans, the width 6 spans, and the thickness whatever it may be. The space between the 2 corner boards on the same side must not be wider than to permit of the passing through of 2 teams of cattle, each team of 3 animals abreast. Such is the decree of Meir. Jehuda, however, maintains, that each team may be of 4 animals abreast, meaning of cattle yoked together in a team, but not walking unyoked, so that one enters as the other passes out. It is permitted to bring the enclosure quite close to the well, providing, that the head and greater part of the body of the animal be within the enclosure while it drinks. It may also be placed at some distance from the well, providing that more boards be used. Jehuda said, the maximum distance from the well at which the enclosure may be placed is a space large enough for the planting of 2 sa of grain, but the sages said to him, this size is only applicable to a garden or a wood shed, but as regards a cattle pen, a fold, a bleaching ground, or a courtyard, even though it be large enough to permit of the planting of 5 kur of grain therein, or even of 10 kur, it is lawful. It is also permitted to place the enclosure at any convenient distance from the well, provided more boards be used. Gemara, shall we assume, that our Mishnah is not according to Hananiah, as we have learned in a Boraitha, viz., boards may be put up at a well and ropes for a fence of a caravan, but Hananiah said, that ropes for a well are permitted but not boards. Nay, we may say, that our Mishnah agrees with Hananiah, but a well containing rainwater is one thing and one containing spring water is another. Our Mishnah treats of spring water and Hananiah refers to rainwater. To make an enclosure around a well of rainwater is permitted only during the time of the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. Jehuda said, the maximum distance, etc. We have learned in a Mishnah, Jehuda also said, all bad dates are not suspected of being damai, with the exception of the fruit known as double fruit. Sedula, the tree bearing this fruit bears twice a year. Jeremiah ben Elazar said, Adam the first had a dual face, as it is written, behind and before hast thou hedged me in, and thou placest upon me thy hand. It is written, and the Lord God formed the rib which he had taken from the man into a woman. Rabbite and Samuel both comment upon this. One declares, that the Lord simply divided Adam, who had a dual head, while the other holds, that Adam had a tail and the Lord made the woman out of that tail. So according to the one the passage behind and before, etc., is correct, but, according to the other, how should it be explained? It may be explained as Arami said, by behind is meant that last of all was man created, and by before, that before all others did he receive his punishment. The first part of this explanation is correct because man was created last of all on the eve of Sabbath, but the second part is not true, for was not the serpent cursed before Eve, and Eve before Adam? The punishment refers to the flood, concerning which it is written, and it swept off every living substance which was upon the face of the ground, both man and cattle, etc., and man is mentioned before all else. Further, it is written, that the Lord brought Eve to Adam, i.e., that the Lord was sponsor. P 42. To them. Whence we learn, that a man, be he ever so great, should not refuse to be sponsor to a lesser man. R. Meir said, Adam the first was very pious, for when he saw, that on his account the human race was made mortal, he fasted 130 years, separated himself from woman, and wore leaves of a fig tree on his body for the same length of time. R. Jeremiah ben Elazar said, if a man is to be praised to his face, only a small part of the praise due him should be given him, but his entire share may be bestowed upon him in his absence, as it is written, for thee I have seen righteous before me in this generation, and, Noah was a just, perfect man in his generations. Thus we see that to his face the Lord merely called Noah righteous, whereas in his absence the verse called him a just, perfect man. The same said again, a house, where the words of the law are also heard at night, shall never more be destroyed, as it is written, but man saith not, where is God my Maker, who bestoweth joyful songs even in the night, and the verse is explained thus, if man would have sung joyful songs even in the night, he would not have been compelled to ask, where is God my Maker? The same said again, since the destruction of the temple it is sufficient for man to use only 2 letters in place of the 4 forming the name of the Lord, as it is written, let everything that hath breath praise Yah. Hallelujah. He said again, when Babylon was cursed, it was a curse to the neighbors also, but when Samaria was cursed, the neighbors rejoiced. Speaking of Babylon, it is written, I will also make it a possession for the hedgehog and pools of water, and speaking of Samaria, it is written, therefore will I change Samaria into stone heaps on the field, into vineyard plantations. He said again, come and see how the custom of the Holy One, blessed be he, differs from that of mortal man. When a man is about to be executed, a gag is placed in his mouth in order that he may not curse the king, but if a man transgresses against the Lord, the man is silenced, as it is written, for thee praise is waiting, O God, in Zion. Not only is the man who transgresses against the Lord silent, but he also praises him, and the punishment given man for. P 43. The transgression is regarded by him as a sacrifice unto the Lord, as it is written, and unto thee shall vows be paid. This is similar to the saying of our Jehoshua ben Levi as follows, it is written, passing through the valley of weeping, they will change it into a spring, also the early rain covereth it with blessings. Passing refers to the man who has trespassed against the will of the Holy One, blessed be he. The valley refers to hell which is made deeper, weeping signifies that they are weeping and shedding tears equal to the spring of Shidon, and the early rain covereth it with blessings denotes that the trespassers themselves bless the Lord, saying, Creator of the universe, thou hast judged rightly, finding the righteous just and the wicked full of iniquity, that thou hast ordained hell for the wicked and paradise for the righteous. Is this statement not contradictory to the saying of Resh Lakish to the effect that the fires of hell cannot gain access to the bodies of the sinners in Israel, which is derived from the a fortiori conclusion that inasmuch as the gold which was only of the thickness of 1 golden dinar covering the Ark of the Covenant, was not touched by the perpetual light, although but 1 commandment was being fulfilled, so much more will the sinner in Israel who has fulfilled as many commandments as a pomegranate has seeds escape the fires of hell. Nay, even Resh Lakish admits that the sinners descend into hell, but our father Abraham, seeing that they are circumcised, rescues them. R. Jeremiah ben Elazar said again, hell has 3 gates, one in the desert, one in the sea, and one in Jerusalem. In the desert, as it is written, and they went down, they, and all they that appertain to them, alive into the pit. In the sea, as it is written, out of the depth of the grave have I cried, and thou hast heard my voice. And one in Jerusalem, as it is written, who hath a fire in Zion, and a furnace in Jerusalem. And the disciples of our Ishmael taught, that by a p. 44. Fire in Zion is meant Gehenna, and by the furnace in Jerusalem is meant the gate of Gehenna. R. Jehoshua, ben Levi said, that hell has 7 names, viz., Sheol, Abaddon, Bar-Shacheth, Borshan, Tidhavun, Zalmuvath, and Eretz Hadhachthath. 1. Where is the gate of paradise? Said Resh Lakish, if the gate of paradise is in the land of Israel it is in the city of Bethshan. If it is in Araby it is in the city of Beth-Garam, and if it is between the rivers it is in Damascanun. In Babylon, Abai would praise the fruit growing on the other side of the Euphrates and Rabha would praise the fruit of the city of Harpania. Cattle yoked together in a team, but not walking unyoked. Why does the Mishnah say yoked together but not unyoked? It is self-evident, that if they must be yoked they cannot be unyoked. We might assume, that if it said only yoked together we might think that apparently yoked would be sufficient, so it is repeated in order to make it more emphatic. So that one enters as the other passes out. That means, that one team can enter while another passes out. This was taught in a Boraitha. The rabbis taught, how much must the larger part of a cow be reckoned? 2 ells. What is the breadth of a cow? 1 2/3 of an ell. Thus 6 cows abreast will measure about 10 ells. So said our Meir, but our Jehuda said, about 13 or 14 ells. Why does our Meir say about 10 ells? It is exactly 10 ells? Because he must teach later about 13 ells, so he also approximates it in this case, and says about 10 ells. Now, why does our Jehuda say about 13 ells? According to his opinion it should be more. Because he wishes to say about 14 he generalizes it and says about 13 or 14. How can he say about 14? It is less than 14? Said our Papa, he means to say more than 13 and less than 14. Our Papa said, for a well that measures not more than 8. p. 45. Ells in circumference, all agree, that no centerboards are necessary. For a well of 12 ells in circumference, all agree that they are necessary. Where they differ is concerning a well that is between 8 and 12 ells in circumference. According to our Meir centerboards are necessary, and according to our Jehuda they are not. What would our Papa inform us? We have learned this in our Mishnah, for our Jehuda says 2 teams of 4 animals each and our Meir 2 teams of 3 each, so the difference is the size of 2 animals but not the size of 1. Our Papa did not know of the Boraitha stating the size of a cow, so he came to teach us the measure. Abai asked Rabbah, what is the law if a man make the enclosures wider, must, according to our Meir, centerboards be put up nevertheless or not? And Rabbah answered, this was taught us in the Mishnah, providing that more boards be used. Can we not assume that centerboards are necessary? Rejoined Abai, nay. It may mean that the corner boards should be increased in length. It seems to us that the opinion of the latter is the intention of the Mishnah. This decides the argument. Abai asked Rabbah again, what is the law according to our Jehuda if the space between the corner boards on the same side exceeded 13 1/3 ells? What should a man do then? Should he increase the length of the corner boards or put up center boards? Answered Rabbah, this was taught us in a Boraitha as follows, what is meant by they are near each other? If they are only apart a space as large as the greater part of a cow, what would be called they are far away from each other? If the space between them is so large that a kur or even 2 kurs of grain can be planted therein. Our Jehuda, however, said, that only a space large enough to permit of the planting of 2 sahs of grain is permitted, but no more. The sages said to our Jehuda, Dost thou not admit that a cattle pen or a fold, a bleaching ground or a courtyard, even though they be large enough to accommodate 5 or even 10 curs of grain, are permitted? Our Jehuda answered, here the case is different, for here we have partitions, while in the case of a well we have only enclosures. Now, if the length of the corner boards should be increased, then our Jehuda would say that the boards around a well also constitute a partition. Rejoined Abai, around a cattle pen or a fold, a bleaching ground or a courtyard, according to our Jehuda, the law of a. P. 46. Partition is applied, and that must not contain a space larger than 10 ells, and it matters not whether that space have a capacity large enough to permit of planting 1 or 5 cur of grain, but the space between the corner boards was fixed at 13 1/3 ells because the law of enclosures is applied, hence it should not have a capacity larger than would permit of the planting of 2 saws of grain, even if the length of the boards be increased. Abai asked Rabbah again, can a sand heap 4 ells wide and sloping up to a height of 10 spans take the place of the corner boards at a well? Answered Rabbah, this is taught in a Tosefta. R. Simeon ben Elazar said, if there was a square rock standing at the corner of a well, which if divided would form an angle, each side of which would be 1 ell, it may take the place of corner boards, otherwise it cannot. R. Ishmael the son of R. Yohanan ben Barakah said, even if the rock was round and when made square and divided would form an angle each side of which would be 1 ell, it may also take the place of the corner boards. On what point do they differ? According to the former Tana there is only one supposition allowed regarding the rock, whereas according to the latter, even 2 suppositions concerning the rock are permitted. He asked him again, may a bush take the place of corner boards? And Rabbah answered, we have learned this in a Boraitha, if there was a fence, a tree, or a number of cane laths on the spot, they may serve as corner boards. What is meant by cane laths? In all probability a bush. Nay, we might assume, that they were really cane laths and less than 3 spans apart. Then, by application of the law of Lavut it would be a fence, and the Boraitha mentions a fence in the first place, why should the repetition be made? If it is a bush, it is the same as a tree, why the repetition in this instance? It might be said, then, that 2 kinds of a tree are mentioned, why should not 2 kinds of fences be mentioned? Abai asked him again, may things be carried from a courtyard opening into the enclosure around a well and vice versa? Rabbah answered, they may. How is it if there were 2 adjoining courtyards opening into the enclosure? Then one must not carry from the courtyards into the enclosure. Said Arhuna, if there were 2 courtyards, even an Arab will not make it lawful to carry things from the courtyards into the enclosure as a precaution, lest it be said, that the law of Arab p. 47 applies also to enclosures. Rabha, however, said, if an Arab was made, it is lawful. Said Abai, I know of a Boraitha, which supporteth thy opinion, viz., if a courtyard opened into an enclosure around a well, things may be carried to and from the courtyard and the enclosure, but if 2 courtyards opened into the enclosure, this is not allowed, provided an Arab was not made. If an Arab was made, it is lawful. Abai asked Rabbah again, what is the law concerning the enclosures of a well which had gone dry on Sabbath? And he answered, were not the enclosures made merely for the sake of the water? If the water gave out, the enclosures are void. Now asked Rabin of Abai, what is the law if the well went dry on the Sabbath and was filled again on the same day? Answered Abai, concerning the law of a well that had gone dry I asked Master and he told me that the enclosures were void, hence if the well filled up again on the same day the enclosure must be regarded as one constructed on the Sabbath, and it was decided that a partition constructed on the Sabbath is valid. R. Elazar said, if one throws something within the enclosures around a well, he is culpable. Is this not self-evident? If the enclosures were not regarded as a partition, how would it be allowed to draw water from the well on Sabbath? R. Elazar means to tell us, that if such enclosures were erected in public ground without having a well, it also makes one culpable to throw a thing within the enclosures. Is this not self-evident? If such enclosures were not regarded as a partition elsewhere, how could they be thus considered when erected around a well? He lets us know, that even if the space surrounded by the enclosures is used as a public thoroughfare, it is nevertheless regarded as private ground. Then he means to tell us, that the public who pass through the enclosures do not nullify the validity of the enclosures. This we have also been taught. The ordinance there is derived from his dictum above. It is permitted to place the enclosures quite close to the well. We have learned in a Mishnah, a man must not, standing in private ground, drink in public ground, nor, standing in public ground, drink in private ground, unless he place his head and the greater part of his body within the place in which he drinks. Such is likewise the law regarding a wine press. Shall we assume, that it is sufficient for a man to have his head and the greater part of his body in the place in which he drinks, but does this also apply to cattle or not? If the man hold the vessel from which the cattle drink and holds also the cattle, there is no question but that it is sufficient if they have their heads and the larger part of their bodies within the enclosures, but if the man hold the vessel only, and not the cattle, what is the law? Replied one of the schoolmen to the questioner, we have learned this in our Mishnah, viz. Providing the head and the greater part of the body of the animal be within the enclosure while it drinks. Must we not assume, that in this case the man holds only the vessel and not the animal? Nay, he holds both the vessel and the animal, and the law seems to apply to the latter instances, for had he not held the animal also, how could this be allowed? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, a man must not fill a vessel with water to give to his cattle, but he may fill up the vessel and let his cattle drink of their own accord? Now, then, if we should say, that this Boraitha applies to a man who holds both the vessel and the cattle, why should he not water the cattle out of the vessel? We must therefore assume, that he did not hold the cattle, and consequently it is obvious that one must hold both the vessel and the cattle. Have we not learned, that Abai explains the mentioned Boraitha as follows: the case was, where a crib, 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, and opening into the enclosures surrounding the well, stood in public ground and the animal stood in private ground. The Boraitha ordains, that the man should not fill a vessel with water and carry it to the animal, but pour it into the crib, i.e., he should not lift the vessel with water over the crib and carry it through public ground to the animal, lest he notice that the crib is broken and he will carry the crib into the place where the animal stands to mend it, thus carrying a thing from public into private ground. Even if he did so, can the man be held culpable? Did not our Safras say, in the name of our Ami, quoting our Yohanan, if one moved a certain thing from one corner into another in private ground and then carried it into public ground, he is not culpable, because his original intention was not to carry it into public ground. Abai means to state, that the man might mend the crib where it was standing and then carry it into private ground. P. 49. Come and hear, a camel, whose head and greater part of the body was within the enclosures around a well, may be crammed. Now, in such a case, the man certainly holds the animal and the vessel, and still it is necessary that the head and larger part of the body of the animal be within the enclosures. Said R. Ahabar Arhuna in the name of Arshi's hate. With a camel it is different, the neck of a camel being very long, if the camel turned its head around it would be in public ground. We have learned also in a Boraitha, that our Eliezer also prohibits this to be done with a camel, because its neck is very long. R. Itzhak bar Ada said, the enclosures around wells are not permitted to be used by any but the pilgrims while going to Jerusalem for the festivals. Did we not learn in a Boraitha that the enclosures are allowed only for cattle? By cattle is meant the cattle of the pilgrims, but what should a man who wishes to drink do? He should hold on to the walls of the well and drink there. If the walls of the well were very wide and a man could not climb over them, he may draw water from the well and drink it. R. Jeremiah bar Abba said in the name of Rabbite, the laws of a road that had huts built on it at 70 ells apart and of enclosures around wells do not hold good in Babylon or anywhere outside of Palestine. The first law does not apply to Babylon on account of the frequent floods and to other lands on account of thieves who would steal the huts, and the second law does not apply to Babylon because of the abundance of water and to other lands because there are no colleges of learning. Said Arhisda to Mari the son of Arhuna the son of Jeremiah bar Abba, I have heard, that ye, men of Barnash, go to the synagogue of Daniel on the Sabbath, a distance of 3 miles. Upon what grounds do ye do this? Do ye depend upon the law of huts? Was it not said by thy grandfather in the name of Rabbi, that this law does not apply to Babylon? Arhisda was shown by Mari demolished buildings scattered over p. 50. The entire road, at about 70 ells apart, which at one time formed part of the city itself. Said Arhisda, Mari bar Mar related, it is written, the Lord caused me to see, and, behold, there were 2 baskets of figs placed before the temple of the Lord, etc., and, the one basket had very good figs, like the figs that are first ripe, and the other basket had very bad figs, which could not be eaten, from being so bad. The good figs represent the strictly righteous and the bad figs the grossly wicked, but if you mean to say, that for the grossly wicked there is no more hope, therefore it is written, the mandrakes one give forth their smell. Rabha preached, by the passage the mandrakes give forth their smell is meant the young men of Israel who have not yet tasted of the fruit of sin, and by at our doors are all manners of precious fruits is meant the virgins of Israel who are modest before their marriage, and by the passage new and also old, O my friend. These have I laid up for thee is meant what the congregation of Israel said to the Holy One, blessed be he, namely, Creator of the universe. Even more than thou hast ordained for us, have we ordained for ourselves and have faithfully observed. Said Arhisda to one of the scholars who read legendary matter before him, hast thou not heard what is meant by new and also old? He answered, the old refers to biblical ordinances and the new to rabbinical. Rabha preached, it is written, but more than all these, my son, take warning for thyself, the making of many books would have no end, and much preaching is a weariness of the flesh. This means, my son, be careful in the observance of the rabbinical commandments, for while the biblical commandments are for the most part positive and negative, the rabbinical commandments, if infracted, would involve capital punishment. Lest one might say, that if such be the case, why were not the rabbinical commandments written down? The answer is provided, the making of many books would have no end. The end of the passage. p. 51. Much preaching is a weariness of the flesh, signifies, that one who devotes much thought and reflection to the rabbinical commandments, acquires a taste as if he had eaten an excess of meat. The rabbis taught, it happened that when Ar-Akaba was in prison Ar-Jehoshua of Garsai served him every day. Water was given Ar-Akaba in a measure. One day the warden of the prison said to Ar-Jehoshua, today thy measure of water is too large. Perhaps it is thy intention to undermine the prison. So he poured out half the water and returned the remainder. When Ar-Jehoshua came to Ar-Akaba the latter said to him, dost thou not know, that I am an old man and that my life is dependent upon thee? Ar-Jehoshua then related what had happened. Said Ar-Akaba, give me the water and I will wash my hands prior to eating, and he answered, there is hardly enough water to drink, and thou wouldst use it to wash thy hands. Rejoined Ar-Akaba, what can I do? I must follow the rabbinical commandment, which if violated would involve capital punishment. It were better for me that I die of hunger, than to act contrary to the opinion of my colleagues. And it was said that Ar-Akaba would not taste anything until water was brought to him to wash his hands. When the sages heard of this, they said, if he was so careful in his old age how was he in his youth, and if he was so particular in prison how was he when at liberty? Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, in the time that Solomon the king ordained the law of Arabin and that of washing the hands a heavenly voice was heard, which said, my son, if thy heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine, and, become wise, my son, and cause my heart to rejoice, that I may give an answer to him that reproacheth me. Rabha preached again, it is written, Come, my friend. Let us go forth into the field, let us spend the night in the villages, let us get up early to the vineyards, let us see if the vine have blossomed, whether the young grape have opened to the view, whether the pomegranates have budded, there will I give my caresses unto thee. Come, my friend. Let us go into the field. Thus said the community of Israel before the Holy One, blessed be He, Creator of the universe. Judge us not by the inhabitants of the large cities, for there is robbery, rapine, false swearing, and swearing in vain. P. 52. Among them. Come into the field and we will show thee many scholars who study the law although they are in poor circumstances. Let us spend the night in the villages. 1. This means, come with us and we will show thee so many, to whom thou hast shown so much mercy and still they deny thee. Let us go up early into the vineyards, refers to the synagogues and the houses of learning. Let us see if the vine have blossomed, refers to those who study the Holy Writ. Whether the young grape have opened to the view, refers to those who study the Mishnah. Whether the pomegranates have budded, refers to those who study the Gemara. There will I give my caresses unto thee, signifies, we will show thee our children who honor and revere us by studying the law and walking in thy ways. Said our Hamnana, it is written, and he spoke 3,000 proverbs and his songs were 1,005. From this it is inferred, that Solomon said 3,000 proverbs for every one of the biblical commandments and gave 1,005 reasons for each of the rabbinical commandments. Rabha preached, it is written, and in addition to this that Koheleth was wise, he continually also taught the people knowledge, and he probed, and searched out, and composed many proverbs. He continually also taught the people knowledge signifies, that he supplied the Holy Writ with the Masoretic text and explained the different passages with parables and proverbs. And composed many proverbs. Ulla said in the name of our Eliezer, that prior to the time of Solomon the scriptures were like a basket without handles, that could not be grasped, and when Solomon came, he provided the Holy Writ with all the precautionary measures necessary for its preservation. R. Hisda said in the name of Mar Ukba, it is written, his head is bright as the finest gold, his locks are like waving foliage, and black as a raven. The inference can be made from this passage, that upon every letter contained in the scriptures a heap of ordinances can be based, and further, that the one wishing to find all the beauties contained in the P. 53. Holy Writ must devote himself to its study until he becomes black as a raven. Rabha said not until he becomes black as a raven, but until he becomes as hard-hearted towards his family as a raven is towards its young. As it happened that Arada Bar Matna wished to go and seclude himself in the house of learning and his wife said to him, what shall I do with thy little ones? And he answered, there are still herbs in the field. It is written, and repayeth those that hate him to their face, to destroy them. He will not delay, to him that hateth him he will repay him to his face. Said our Jehoshua ben Levi, were it not for this passage, it would be impossible to make such an assertion, for this is like a mortal who would rid himself of a burden which had become too heavy to carry. 1. The last part of the passage implies, that while punishment is not delayed to the wicked, the reward to the strictly righteous is delayed. So said our Ela and it is similar to the dictum of our Jehoshua ben Levi, it is written, the ordinances which I command thee this day, to do them, and signifies, that the commandments are to be fulfilled this day, but the reward for so doing is put off for a future day, i.e., will be given in the world to come. R. Jehuda said, the maximum distance, etc. The schoolman propounded a question, does our Jehuda mean to exclude the space occupied by the well in the maximum distance or does it refer to the enclosures plus the space between the enclosures and the well? Come and hear, we have learned, what is meant by the enclosure may be quite close to the well. That the head and greater part of the body of the animal be within the enclosures, and what is meant by it may be placed at some distance from the well. That the space between the well and the enclosure may be of sufficient size to permit of the planting of 1 or even 2 curs of grain therein. Our Jehuda, however, says, that it may be only of 2 sahs capacity, but not more. The sages said to him, Wilt thou not grant us that as regards a cattle pen, fold, bleaching ground, or a courtyard, a capacity of 5 or even 10 kur is permissible? He answered them, Yeah, but in the latter cases we have a p. 54. Partition, whereas in the case of a well there are only enclosures. Our Simeon ben Elazar, however, said, that in the case of a well, the square of a space sufficient for the planting of 2 sahs of grain is allowed, and by it may be placed at some distance from the well is meant such a square plus the 2 ells necessary for the accommodation of the head and larger part of the body of the animal. Now, then, if our Simeon ben Elazar means to permit the 2 ells in addition to the square space permitted, it is evident, that our Jehuda, who differs with him, means to include them in that space. Nay, this is not so, after all. Our Jehuda also means to allow the 2 ells in addition to the permitted space, but he differs with our Simeon ben Elazar in the measurement of the space. The latter holds, that the space should be square, i.e., if it be 100 ells long it must be 100 ells wide, whereas according to our Jehuda it may be 100 ells long and only 50 ells wide. A rule was laid down by our Simeon ben Elazar: every space used for a dwelling of any description, e.g., a pen, a fold, a bleaching ground, or a courtyard, may be of a size large enough to permit even of the planting of 10 kurs of grain therein, but a roofed dwelling such as the huts in a field must not exceed 2 sahs capacity. Mishnah, our Jehuda said, if a public thoroughfare passes through the enclosure, it must be closed up with boards at the sides facing the thoroughfare, but the sages hold, that it is not necessary. Gemara, said our Itzhak bar Joseph in the name of our Yohanan, there is no such a thing as public ground in Palestine. One Ardimi sitting in his college repeated this halakha. Said Abai to him, What is the reason of this assertion? Shall I assume, that it is because the rocks of the Mount Tyre surround Palestine on one side and a canal on another side? Does not the river Euphrates on the one side and the river Diglat on the other side surround Babylon, and in like manner the ocean surrounds the world? Then there should be no public ground at all. Perhaps our Yohanan meant to say, that the path ascending the mountain and the other descending from the mountain is not public ground. Answered Ardimi, I see. p. 55. Thou hast a wise head, and it seems to me as if thou wert among the pillars of our Yohanan's college, when he pronounced this halakha. When Rabban came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Yohanan, and according to another version in the name of our Abba, quoting our Yohanan, the paths by which the mountains in Palestine are ascended and descended do not come under the head of public ground, because they were not encountered on the journey through the wilderness. Mishnah, be it a public cistern, a public well, or a private well, such an enclosure of boards must be made for it. To a private cistern, however, a partition 10 hands high must be made. Such is the dictum of our Akaba, but our Jehuda ben Baba said, an enclosure of boards must be made only for a public well, for all others it is sufficient to make a rope fence 10 hands high. Gemara, said our Joseph in the name of our Jehuda, quoting Samuel, the halakha prevails according to our Jehuda ben Baba. And he said again in the name of the same authority, it is allowed only to make an enclosure around a well containing spring water. The reason this latter saying of our Jehuda ben Baba is quoted is, because in the Mishnah he states, that an enclosure must be made only for a public well, and we might assume that even if the well contained rainwater, providing it be only a public well, an enclosure may be made around it. Therefore we are taught, that even though it be a public well it must contain spring water. Mishnah, furthermore, our Jehuda ben Baba said, in a garden or woodshed over 70 ells square and encompassed by a wall 10 hands high, it is lawful to carry things, provided there is a watchbox or dwelling of some kind, or they are close to town. Our Jehuda, however, said, even though there be nothing else within them than a cistern, a reservoir, or a cave, it is lawful to carry things. Our Akaba said, even if the garden or woodshed contain none of these objects mentioned, one may carry things within them, provided they do not measure much over 70 ells square. R. Eliezer said, if the length of such a garden or woodshed exceed its width by even 1 ell, it is not permitted to carry things therein. R. Jose, however, said, even if its length be twice its width, it is lawful to carry things therein. P. 56. R. Ile said, I heard from R. Eliezer, that even though the garden or woodshed be large enough to permit of a whole cor of grain being planted within it, it is permitted to carry things therein on Sabbath. I also heard from him, that if one of the householders of a court had forgotten and not combined in the Arab, he must not carry anything out of or into his house, but the other inmates of the court may do so. Furthermore, I heard from him, that a man can fully acquit himself of the duty on the Passover by using heart-stung. I inquired among all his disciples seeking a colleague who had also heard him pronounce these opinions, but I could not find one. Gemara, R. Akiba said, even if the garden, etc. Is this not the same as was said by the first Tana? There is a difference in a trifling matter between the two, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, there is a trifle over the 70 ells and something, which the sages failed to specify, and that is the difference between the space of 2 sahs capacity and the square of 70 ells and something. Whence do we adduce this? Said R. Jehuda, it is written, the length of the court shall be 100 cubits and the breadth 50 by 50. This means to say, that the 50 cubits of length exceeding the breadth should be apportioned to the breadth, so as to make the whole 70 cubits and 4 spans square. 1. What is the correct interpretation of the passage? How can 100 ells in length by 50 in breadth be understood? Said Abai, the passage implies that the tabernacle must be placed immediately beyond where the court is 50 ells in length, and being itself 30 ells long and 10 wide, it will have a frontage of 50 ells and 20 ells on each remaining side. R. Eliezer said, if the length, etc. Did we not learn in a Boraitha, R. Eliezer said, if the length exceeded double the width of the garden or woodshed by 1 ell, things must not be carried in them? Said R. Bibhai bar Abai, our Mishnah must also be read not if the length exceed the width. P. 57. But if the length exceed double the width? If such be the case, then is this not the same as said by R. Jose? The difference between them is the 1 square ell which R. Eliezer adds as a proviso but which R. Jose does not incorporate in his dictum, for the former says, even if the length exceed double the width by 1 ell, while the latter says, even if the length be double the width. R. Jose, however, said, etc. It was taught, R. Joseph in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose's dictum in that a square is not essential. R. Bibhai, also, in the name of R. Jehuda, quoting Samuel, said, the halakha prevails according to R. Akiba, who says, that the garden or woodshed need not contain any of those objects. Samuel found it necessary to make both statements in order to make the ordinance more lenient, i.e., that neither was it essential that the garden or woodshed be square nor that it contain a watchbox, dwelling, etc. If a woodshed of more than 2 sahs capacity was fenced in for a dwelling, and the larger part of it was used to sow grain therein, it is like a garden and things must not be moved therein, because the fact that it was used for the purpose of sowing grain nullifies the original intention to use it for a dwelling. If, however, trees were planted in the greater part of it, things may be carried therein, because it is considered as a yard or court adjacent to a house. What is the law, however, if only in the smaller part of such a woodshed grain was sown? Said Arhunah the son of Jehoshua, if the woodshed was of 2 sahs capacity, it is allowed to carry things therein under those circumstances, but if it was of a larger capacity, it is not allowed. This will be in accordance with R. Simeon, whose opinion will be cited later. If trees were planted in the woodshed, according to R. Jehuda in the name of Abhimi, things may be carried only if benches were made between the trees, but according to R. Nahman, this is not necessary, and Arhunah the son of Jehuda is of the same opinion as R. Nahman. Said R. Nahman in the name of Samuel, A woodshed of over 2 saws capacity, which was not fenced in for a dwelling, stood near a house which was subsequently built adjoining it. What is to be done in order to make it lawful for the occupants of the house to carry things to and from the woodshed and the p. 58. House on the Sabbath. First, a breach of more than 10 ells should be made in the wall of the woodshed, then the breach should be filled up so as to make it 10 ells only. This will be regarded as a door, and will make it lawful to carry things between the house and the woodshed. The schoolman asked, "How is it, if the man tore down and rebuilt the walls of the woodshed piecemeal, i.e., L by L until more than 10 ells were torn down and then by rebuilding just 10 ells of the breach were left?" The answer was, "Is this not the same as we have learned in a Mishnah, that the vessels of householders which contain a hole larger than a pomegranate are not subject to defilement?" And Hezekiah asked, what the law was if a hole the size of an olive was made in the vessel and stopped up, and this was repeated until the hole became the size of a pomegranate. Ar Yohanan answered him and related that Rabbi taught this in another Mishnah concerning a sandal, one ear of which had become torn and was mended when the other became tom and was also mended. The sandal after the second mending is not subject to defilement. Rabbi was asked why he had ordained thus, for after the second mending, the same condition existed in the sandal as after the first. He answered, "Nay, when the other ear was broken off the sandal was virtually destroyed, and after it had been mended it assumed a different appearance." This statement can also be applied to the wall, which with each successive breach of 1 ell assumed a different appearance. The answer was, such explanations are superhuman. According to another version, the answer was, this is a man. 1. Said Ar Kahana, in a bleaching ground things must not be carried except for a distance of 4 ells. Said Ar Nahman, if a door was erected in the bleaching ground, things may be carried over its entire extent, because the door renders this lawful. If a woodshed of over 2 saws capacity which had been p. 59. intended for a dwelling was filled with water, it is considered as if planted with trees, and things may be carried over its entire extent. Said Amamur, provided the water was fit to drink, but if not fit for drinking purposes, things must not be carried within the woodshed. There was a bleaching ground in the city of Pumnahara, one side of which opened into the city and the other side into a path leading to a vineyard, which in turn opened into the banks of a lake. Said Rabha, a side beam should be erected on the side of the bleaching ground facing the city, and if this is of use as an entry to the city, it will also be a valid entry for the bleaching ground. This makes it lawful to carry things both in the entry and in the bleaching ground, but as for carrying from the entry into the bleaching ground or vice versa, there is a difference of opinion between Ar-Aha and Rabbana. One permits this because the bleaching ground is uninhabited. The other prohibits this, lest the bleaching ground become at some time inhabited and things will be carried to and fro nevertheless. A woodshed of over 2 saws capacity which was not fenced in for a dwelling and was made smaller by planting trees therein, is not considered diminished in size. If, however, a pillar was erected within it, 10 spans high and 4 wide, it is considered diminished. If the pillar was less than 3 spans wide, all agree that it is of no account, but if it be over 3 spans and less than 4, Rabha said, that the woodshed is thereby diminished because a thing which is over 3 spans wide does not come within the law of Lavod, and is hence considered an independent subject. Rabha, however, maintains that it is not diminished, for a subject which is less than 4 spans is of no account. If a partition was made in the woodshed 4 spans distant from the wall, things may be carried over the entire woodshed. If the partition was less than 3 spans from the wall, all agree that this would be unlawful. If over 3 and less than 4, Rabbah said it is lawful, and Rabha said it is not. Ar Shammai, however, taught this ordinance in a more lenient form, namely, if the partition was over 3 and less than 4 spans from the wall, all agree that it is lawful, but if it was less than 3 then there is a difference of opinion. Rabba Bar Hannah propounded a question: if the bottom part of a partition was swallowed up by the earth and the top part remained, can it be accounted a lawful partition or p. 60? Not. What was the object of this question? If it refers to a partition which was erected on the estate of a deceased proselyte, then this question is identical with that of Jeremiah of Beira, which is decided in Tract Baba Bathra, and if it refers to the Sabbath law, i.e., if a partition was made on Sabbath, then the question has already been decided previously. Concerning a woodshed of 3 saws capacity which was provided with a roof of only 1 saw capacity, Rabha said, the atmosphere of the unroofed portion of the woodshed nullifies the roof which has been erected and things must not be carries within it. Arzera, however, said, the atmosphere of the unroofed portion does not interfere with the roof which is considered as attached to the part of 1 saw's capacity and things may be carried within the roofed part with impunity. I admit, however, that if a wall of the woodshed facing a courtyard was entirely demolished, the atmosphere of the adjoining courtyard renders the remaining walls void and makes the woodshed one of over 2 saws capacity. There was a garden on the estate of the exilarch containing a pavilion. On a Friday Arhuna Barhinana was told to go out there and make the pavilion suitable so that things could be carried and meals taken within it on the morrow. He went and placed some sticks of less than 3 spans in height in the ground around the pavilion. Rabha then went out and tore down the sticks. Arpapa and Arhuna the son of Arjahashua even went and hid the sticks so that Arhuna Barhinana could not obtain them again. So the exilarch applied to them the verse, wise are they to do evil, but how to do good they do not know. R. said, I have heard from our Eliezer, that even though a garden or woodshed be large enough to permit of the planting of a whole kur, etc. This Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Hananiah, who said, that even if they have a capacity of 40 saws, as a parade ground for soldiers in front of the king's palace, things may be carried within them, so it was taught in a Boraitha. Said Ar Yohanan, both our Eliezer and Hananiah adduced their opinions from the same passage, viz., and it came to pass, before Isaiah was gone out into the middle court, etc., while subsequently city is mentioned and hence the inference that a parade ground be it even as large as a medium-sized town is still called a court provided. P. 61. It be in front of the king's palace. Their point of difference is, that one holds a medium-sized town to have a capacity of 1 kur while the other holds that it has a capacity of 40 saws. I also heard from him, etc. Did we not learn in another Mishnah, that neither the householder himself nor the other inmates of the court may carry anything to and from his house? Said Arhuna the son of Arjahashua in the name of Arshishhate, this presents no difficulty. The Mishnah is in accordance with our Eliezer, who holds, that if one had resigned his right to the use of the court he also resigned his privilege of the use of his house, but according to the opinion of the rabbis it may be said that, if he had resigned his right to the court, he did not thereby resign his privilege of the use of his house. Is this not self-evident? They cannot differ on any other point. Said Rahab I and Arhuna Barhinana have explained this as follows, the case was, where there were 5 inmates of one court, and one of them forgot to combine in the Arab, according to our Eliezer, at the time that he resigns his right to the use of the court in favor of all the other inmates he need not do so to each one individually also, and he at the same time resigns the privilege of using his house to the other inmates, while according to the rabbis, he must do so to each one of the inmates individually and must also bear in mind to resign his privilege of using his house. Chapter 3. Regulations concerning wherewith and where an ERUB may be made. Whereby an ERUB becomes invalid. The ERUB of limits, with its conditions. When a festival or New Year precedes the Sabbath. Mishnah, the Arab may be affected with all kinds of victuals excepting water and salt. All kinds of victuals may be bought with the proceeds of the second tithe except water and salt. One who has vowed to abstain from food, may partake of water and salt. The Arab may be made for a Nazirite with wine and for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering. Symmachus said, unconsecrated things only may be used for the Arab of an ordinary Israelite. The Arab of a priest may be placed on a spot which had formerly been used as a cemetery. Ar Jehuda said, it may even be placed in an actual burying ground, since the priest may make a partition between himself and the burying ground and then eat the Arab. Gemara, R. Yohanan said, we must not accept all the Mishnayot that commence with a general rule as final, even such as are supplemented with an exception. Said Rabbana, according to another version R.N. Ahman, we can infer this from our Mishnah above. It is stated therein, that with all kinds of victuals an Arab may be affected, excepting water and salt, and there are certain mushrooms with which an Arab cannot be affected also. Consequently we may assume from this Mishnah, that all those commencing with a general rule, even such as are supplemented with exceptions, need not be accepted as final. All kinds of victuals, etc. One of the two sages, R. Eliezer or R. Jose bar R. Hanana, taught as follows: the Mishnah means to state, that an Arab must not be made with either water or salt, but with the two together it is allowed, and one of them taught the same with reference to second tithes, viz., with the proceeds of the second tithe salt or water must not be bought, but the two together may be bought. The one who applies this opinion to second tithes does so even to a greater p. 63 degree in the case of the Arab, but the one who applies this to an Arab does not do so in the case of the second tithes, because some fruit must be bought therewith. When R. Itzhak came from Palestine, he taught this to apply to second tithes also. An objection was made. R. Jehuda ben Gadish testified in the presence of R. Eliezer, that his father's house used to buy fish brine with the proceeds of the second tithes. Said R. Eliezer to him, perhaps thou didst not observe, that there were pieces of fish in the brine. Now, R. Jehuda ben Gadish himself testifies that fish brine was bought and that is at least an article of food, but he certainly would not permit salt and water. Said R. Joseph, R. Itzhak in permitting water and salt to be bought with the proceeds of second tithes refers to a case where the water also contains some oil. Said Abai, if such be the case, why does he say water and salt? It would be virtually buying the oil. The answer is, if the money was paid for the oil and incidentally also for the water and salt. Is it allowed to buy it indirectly? Yeah, it is allowed, as we have learned. Ben Bagbag said, it is written, and thou shalt lay out that money for whatsoever thy soul longeth after, for oxen, or for sheep, or for wine, or for strong drink, or for whatsoever thy soul asketh of thee. For oxen signifies for oxen together with the hide, for sheep with the wool, for wine together with the barrel, or for strong drink even if it turns sour. R. Yohanan said, the man who will explain to me the dictum of Ben Bagbag concerning the oxen, I will carry his clothes after him to the bath house. Why is this so? Wherein does he find a difference between the oxen and the sheep? Because if we infer from the verse, that the sheep may be bought together with their wool, which can be shorn, it is self-evident that an ox must be bought with the hide, for how can it be bought otherwise? Hence the inference taken by Ben Bagbag from the oxen is superfluous. Wherein do R. Jehuda ben Gadish, R. Eliezer, and the following Tannim differ? R. Jehuda ben Gadish and R. Eliezer interpret an extension and a limitation thus: thou shalt lay out that money for whatsoever thy soul longeth is an extension then, or oxen, or for sheep, for wine, or for strong drink is a limitation, or for whatever thy soul asketh of thee is again an extension. Thus we have an extension, a limitation, and another extension. What is the extension? For every p. 64 thing. But what is the limitation? According to R. Eliezer, it is fish brine, and according to R. Jehuda ben Gadish it is water and salt, and the other Tannim do not refer to extension and limitation but to the effect of general and particular terms, as we have learned in a Boraitha. Thou shalt lay out that money for whatsoever thy soul desireth is a general term, for oxen, for sheep, etc., is a particular term, and again or for whatsoever thy soul asketh of thee is a general term. Hence we have a general term, a particular term and another general term, and wherever there is a particular term in the midst of two general terms the particular term determines the rule. Thus the particular thing to be bought with the proceeds of second tithes is fruit of fruit and everything generated above the ground, but salt and water or fish brine is not included. In another Boraitha however we were taught, that as the particular term refers to something born on or growing out of the ground, so does also the general term refer to subjects of this kind. What is the point of difference between the two Boraithas? Said Abai, concerning fish. According to the Boraitha which holds, that the particular term refers to fruit and everything generated above the ground, fish is also included as it derives its sustenance from the earth, but according to the Boraitha which holds, that only something born on or growing out of the ground is meant, fish is excluded because it is generated in the waters. Said Jehuda in the name of Samuel bar Shilas quoting Rabbite, an Arab may be made with lettuce, halaglogoth, and clover but not with green rice stalks and bad figures. How can he say that clover may be used? Have we not learned, that clover may be eaten only by those who have many children but not by such as have none? Have we not learned that? For a Nazarite an Arab may be made with wine and for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering? Although neither of these two are allowed to partake of those things, there are others who may do so and the same case can be applied to clover, while there are some who are not allowed to eat it, there are others who may, hence all may use it for the purpose of making an Arab. With green rice stalks it is not allowed. Did not Jehuda say in the name of Rabbite, that hops and green rice stalks may be used to make an Arab and the benediction to be pronounced? P. 65. Over these is blessed be he, etc., who hath created the fruits of the earth. This presents no difficulty, for Rabbite said, that rice stalks were not permitted to be used, before he came to Babylon, not knowing that it was used for food, but when he learned that such was the case, he allowed its use. With bad figs it is not allowed. Have we not learned, that palm tops may be bought with the proceeds of second tithes and that they are not subject to defilement incidental to eatables, and bad figs may also be bought with the proceeds of second tithes but they are subject to the defilement? Jehuda, however, said that palm tops were considered the same as trees under all circumstances with the exception that they may be bought with the proceeds of second tithes and that bad figs are considered the same as other fruit except that they are not subject to tithing? Thou sayest, they are subject to defilement? That is a different matter. The reason of that is, as Yohanan stated in another case, that they can be made good through cooking over a fire and therefore they are subject to defilement, but they must not be used for making an Arab. The text states that hops and green rice stalks may be used for making an Arab, etc. What quantity of hops should be used? As Aryachil said elsewhere, that a handful is sufficient, so it is also in this case, a handful will suffice for 2 meals. What quantity of green rice stalks must be used? Said Rabba bar Tuvia bar Itzhak in the name of Rabbite, a bundle of the same size as that made by the peasants. R. Helkia bar Tuvia said, an Arab may be made with a kalia. How is that possible? Can it be eaten? He means to say when the root is young and tender. What quantity should be used? Said Aryachil, a handful. R. Jeremiah went out into the villages and was asked whether an Arab may be made with bean pods. He did not know what to answer. When he came back to the college, he was told, that Arjana said, it was allowed, and as to the quantity Aryachil said, a handful. R. Hamnana said, an Arab must not be made with raw mangold. Because Arhisda said that raw mangold can kill a man. But we see, that some people do eat it and it does not harm them. Yeah, but they eat marigold which is partially cooked and is not quite raw. R. Hisda said, cooked mangold is good for the heart, 4. P. 66. The eyes and above all for the stomach. Said Abai, such is the case if the mangold was cooked over the center of a big fire so long that it sizzled. Rabha said at one time, I feel, that I am at present in the same condition as Ben Azai was in the markets of Tiberias. So one of the scholars came to Rabha and asked him, how many apples it would take to make an Arab. He answered, art thou then certain that an Arab may be made with apples? With apples it is not allowed. Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that a quantity of mixed eatables equal to 2 eggs is sufficient to make the body of a man incapable of touching heave offerings? 1. If there is sufficient of those mixed eatables for 2 meals, they may be used for making an Arab. If there is a quantity of those mixed eatables equal to 1 egg, they are subject to the defilement incidental to eatables. Why this question? 'Tis true that the Mishnah mentions all eatables, but have we not learned, that wherever a general rule is laid down, even when supplemented with exceptions, it need not be accepted as final? Consequently, apples may be excluded. This question is not based upon the statement that all eatables may be used, but upon the fact that a quantity of mixed eatables equal to 2 eggs may be used for an Arab, and if equal to 1 egg it is subject to defilement incidental to eatables. And if apples are subject to defilement, why should they not be used for an Arab? What should be the quantity of apples used? Said R.N. Ahman, a Kabbite. An objection was raised. R. Simeon B. Elazar said, a measure of spices, a liter of herbs, 10 nuts, 5 persicum, 2 pomegranates, 1 citron. And Gurusek Bar Dori in the name of Armanashia Bar Shagublik quoting Rabbite said, the same quantity is sufficient for an Arab. Now why shall not apples also be equal to apricots, and only 5 should be sufficient for an Arab? The persicums are more valuable, hence 5 are sufficient, but apples not being so valuable, therefore a Kabbite is required. Said R. Joseph, may the Lord forgive Armanashia Bar Shagublik. P. 67. I said this to him in reference to the following Mishnah, and he said this in reference to the above Boraitha. This is the Mishnah. Nothing less than a half a Kabbite of wheat and a Kabbite of barley should be given to a poor man by the owner of a barn. Our Medir, however, says a half a Kabbite of barley and 1 Kabbite and a half of Kuzmin, 1 a Kabbite of 3 or the weight of a mina, 2 of pressed figs. Our Akaba said a half of a mina, and a half a lug of wine. Our Akaba said a quarter of a lug, and a quarter of a lug of oil. Our Akaba said an eighth of a lug. Concerning other fruits, however, said Abbasal, a measure of fruit, the sale of which would realize sufficient for the purchase of 2 meals, and to this Mishnah I added in the name of Rabbite that the same quantities are needed for an Arab. The text said, if there is sufficient of mixed eatables for 2 meals they may be used for an Arab. R. Joseph meant to say, if there is enough of each kind for 1 meal. Said Rabbah to him, nay, it is sufficient if there was enough of each kind for a half, a third or even a quarter of a meal. Rabbite said, one may make an Arab with wine of the quantity of 2 quarters of a lug. Must we have so much? Did we not learn that our Simon ben Elazar said, with sufficient wine necessary for the eating of 2 meals, and by that he means boiled wine in which bread sufficient for 2 meals is soaked? Rabbite said again, one may make an Arab with vinegar sufficient for the soaking of food for 2 meals. Argidal said in the name of Rabbite, by that is meant enough vinegar to soak herbs sufficient for 2 meals, and according to others Argidal said in the name of Rabbite sufficient wine to soak the herbs which are usually eaten in 2 meals. R. Zerah said in the name of Samuel, it is allowed to make an Arab with beer, but if 3 lugs of it be poured into a mikveh, the mikveh becomes invalid. How much beer is necessary for an Arab? R. Ahu the son of R. Joseph wished to p. 68. State in the presence of his father, that 2 lugs were necessary, i.e., 1 lug for each meal. Said R. Joseph, this is not so. There are men who drink only 1 goblet full in the morning and another in the evening, hence 2 goblets full are sufficient for an Arab. What is the quantity of dates sufficient for an Arab? Said R. Joseph, 1 Kabbite. What is the quantity of shizhitha? Said R. Ahabar Pinhas, 2 spoons full. What is the quantity of roasted ears? Said Abijah, 2 bunnis. Abai said again, my mother told me, that roasted ears are good for the heart and drive away care. He said again, my mother told me, that one who has heart disease should take the meat from the right shoulder of a ram, bring some willow branches, burn them, and roast the meat on the coals. Then he should eat the meat and drink wine thinned with water. Said Jehudah in the name of Samuel, of all things that are eaten with bread it is sufficient to use a quantity eaten with bread at 2 meals, but of such things as are eaten by themselves sufficient for 2 meals must be used for an Arab. Of raw meat sufficient for 2 meals if eaten by itself must be used, but of cooked meat Rabbah said it is sufficient to use as much as is eaten with bread at 2 meals, and Joseph said as much as is eaten at 2 meals by itself should be used, and he said, Whence do I adduce this? Because I saw that the Persians eat roasted meat without bread. Rejoined Abai, are the Persians the majority of the whole world? R. Hiya bar Ashi said in the name of Rabbite, an Arab may be made with raw meat. Simi bar Hiya said, an Arab may be made with raw eggs. And how many should be used? Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, Sinai one said, 2 eggs should be used. Huna in the name of Rabbite said, if one vowed, that he would not eat this loaf of bread, an Arab may nevertheless be made for him with that loaf, because though he must not eat it, others may. If he says, however, that this loaf is on him, i.e., he devotes this loaf of bread, it must not be used for an Arab. P. 69. An objection was made, if one vowed concerning a certain loaf of bread, an Arab may nevertheless be made with it? Shall we not assume that he said, this loaf of bread is on me? Nay, be said, I vow not to eat this loaf of bread, and such seems to be the case, because the latter part of the Boraitha states distinctly, that he said, I vow not to taste any part of this loaf. What is the law, however, if the man said that the loaf is on him? It must not be used for an Arab? If that is so, why was it taught in the latter part of the Boraitha, if he said the loaf is consecrated, an Arab must not be made with it, because it is not allowed to make an Arab with consecrated things? Why should this whole argument be repeated? Could it not be simply stated, that if the man vows not to eat the loaf an Arab may be made with it, but if he declares the loaf to be on him, an Arab must not be made with it? But as it does not say, that the loaf is on him in the first part of the Boraitha, there is a contradiction to Huna. Huna said the same thing as Eliezer said elsewhere. Did Eliezer indeed say so? Did we not learn, that Eliezer said, if a man said, this loaf of bread is on me, an Arab may be made with it, but if he said, this loaf is consecrated, it must not be used for an Arab, because an Arab must not be made with consecrated things? There are 2 Tannim who report the dictum of Eliezer in different ways. An Arab may be made for a Nazarite with wine. This Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Beth Shammai, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, an Arab must not be made for a Nazarite with wine, nor for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering. So said Beth Shammai. Beth Hillel, however, said, this may be done. Said Beth Hillel to Beth Shammai, will ye not admit, that an Arab may be made for a man who is obliged to fast on the Day of Atonement, although he must not eat it? They answered, yea. Then, rejoined Beth Hillel, as we are permitted to make an Arab for a man fasting on the Day of Atonement, so may we also make an Arab for a Nazarite with wine, and for an ordinary Israelite with heave offering. What reason have Beth Shammai for prohibiting this? They give as their reason the fact, that a man may eat the Arab while it is yet day, but a Nazarite must not at any time drink wine nor an ordinary Israelite eat heave offering. P. 70. This whole Boraitha is not in accordance with the teachings of Hananiah, as we have learned in the following Boraitha. Beth Shammai do not recognize an Arab unless a man carries out his bed and all the utensils he intends to use to the place where he proposes to make the Arab, so taught Hananiah. According to whose opinion is the Boraitha which states, that a man who deposits his Arab while wearing a black garment must not go out on the morrow dressed in a white garment, and vice versa? Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, this is in accordance with the opinion of Beth Shammai as interpreted by Hananiah. Symmachus said, unconsecrated things only may be used, etc. Consequently Symmachus does not dissent as regards making an Arab for a Nazarite with wine, but does dissent as regards heave offering for the Arab of an ordinary Israelite. Why is this so? Because a Nazirite may go to a sage and be declared free from his vows as a Nazirite. As regards heave offering for the Arab of an ordinary Israelite, he holds with the rabbis, who decreed, that all things which are prohibited by rabbinical law on account of the Sabbath rest are also prohibited for the time of twilight, and as regards heave offering, an ordinary Israelite must not handle it on Sabbath on account of Sabbath rest. According to whose opinion is the following Mishnah? There are sages who hold, that the prescribed quantities, which are dependent upon the size of a man, should be measured accordingly. And the 2 meals which must be constituted by the Arab, should be 2 meals sufficient for the man who deposits the Arab. Said Arzera, this is according to Symmachus, who holds, that an Arab must be according to the requirements of the man for whom it is made. The Arab of a priest may be placed on a spot which had formerly been used as a cemetery. Ar-Jehuda bar Ami said in the name of Ar-Jehuda, that a spot which had formerly been used as a cemetery becomes clean of itself if trodden down by people. Ar-Jehuda said, it may be placed in an actual burying ground. It was taught, because the priest can go there in a wagon, for Ar-Jehuda holds, that a temporary tent is sufficient to intervene between a man and uncleanness. Furthermore, we have learned that for a ritually clean priest, clean heave offering may be placed as an Arab even in a grave, and for the same reason as above, in spite of the fact that the heave offering becomes unclean and the priest is at no time allowed to eat it. P. 71. Mishnah, for the Arab doubtful grain may be used, first tithes, from which the heave offerings have been taken, and second tithes and consecrated things that have been redeemed. For priests, the first of the dough and heave offerings may be used. It is not lawful, however, to use unseparated grain, or first tithes from which the heave offering had not been taken, or second tithes and consecrated things which had not been redeemed. Gemara. Mishnah, should a man send his Arab by the hand of a deaf and dumb person, an idiot, a minor, or one who does not acknowledge the legal necessity of an Arab, it is not a valid Arab. If, however, he had commissioned another proper person to receive it from his messenger, it is a valid Arab. If a man puts the Arab in a tree higher than 10 spans above ground, it is not valid, but if he puts it lower than 10 spans, it is. If he had put it into a pit, even though it be 100 ells deep, the Arab is valid. Gemara, by the hand of a minor it would not be a valid Arab? Did not Arhuna say, that a minor may collect the Arab? This presents no difficulty. Arhuna's dictum refers to an Arab of courts, but our Mishnah refers to an Arab of limits. One who does not acknowledge the legal necessity of an Arab. Who is meant thereby? Said Arhisda, a Samaritan. If, however, he had commissioned another person, etc. Why? Perhaps the above messenger will not deliver it? As Arhisda said elsewhere, that he should stand and see the messenger depart, so must he also do in this case. Still there is fear that the person commissioned to receive it from the messenger will not receive it. As Aryachil said elsewhere, that it is an established rule, that if a messenger has been intrusted with an errand, it is presumed that he will perform the errand, and this must also be assumed in the case under consideration. Where did Arhisda and Aryachil make these statements? Concerning P. 72. The following Boraitha, which teaches, that if a man sent his Arab through a trained elephant or a trained monkey and they deposited the Arab, too is not valid, but if he had commissioned a person to receive it from them and deposit it, it is valid. The same question arose here which led to the statements of Arhisda and Aryachil as stated above. R. N. Ahman said, the established rule, that a messenger will perform his errand, holds good where rabbinical laws are concerned, but not where biblical commandments are to be executed. R. Sheshait, however, said, there is no difference. This rule holds good even where biblical commandments are concerned. If a man put his Arab in a tree, etc. Arhaya bar Abba, Arasi and Rabha bar Nathan sat together, and N. Ahman sat near them. They were deliberating upon the question of where the tree spoken of in the Mishnah was situated. Should we assume that it was standing in private ground, what difference does it make whether the Arab was put lower or higher, for private ground reaches even to the sky? Should we assume that the tree was in public ground, where was the man's intention to rest on this tree? If on the top, why was the Arab which was placed above 10 spans not valid? The man and the Arab would be in one place. We must say that the man's intention was to rest at the foot of the tree. Still, will he not make use of a tree on the Sabbath, and that is also prohibited? We must therefore assume that the Mishnah means that the tree was standing in public ground, and it is according to Rabbi, who holds that all rabbinical ordinances enacted on account of the Sabbath rest have no significance during twilight. Said Rn, I thank ye, for so also did Samuel say. And they rejoined, was it so difficult for you to understand the Mishnah, that you thank us for our opinion? Would you insert our opinion in the Gemara explaining this Mishnah? He answered, yeah. Rab Hamid, all this refers to a tree, which was standing outside. P 73. Of the addition to a town, but if the tree was standing inside of the addition to the town, it makes no difference where the Arab was placed on it, even at a height of over 10 spans, because the atmosphere of a town pervades all the trees, and it makes no difference where the man takes his rest. Where is the opinion of Rabbi and the sages to be found concerning the twilight as mentioned above? In the following Boraitha. If a man placed his Arab on a tree 10 spans above the ground, the Arab is not valid. If placed lower than 10 spans it is valid, but must not be taken down. If it was placed within 3 spans from the ground it is valid and may also be taken down. If the Arab, however, was placed in a basket and then hung on the tree even at a height of over 10 spans it is valid. Such is the dictum of Rabbi. The sages however say, that where an Arab must not be taken down, it is also not valid. Concerning what part do they differ? Shall we say, that they differ concerning the last part? Can we say, that incidental use of the tree is also prohibited? Shall we say, that they differ concerning the first part? We must first see what kind of a tree is under consideration. If it be a tree of less than 4 spans width, it is a free place, then why should the Arab not be taken down? If it be a tree that was 4 spans wide, it is regarded as private ground, then of what benefit is the basket which contains the Arab? Said R. Jeremiah, with a basket it is different. It need not be taken down at all, but can be bent over and the Arab may be removed. R. Papa sat in the college and repeated the above halakha. Rabbi Barshva raised an objection. We have learned in a following Mishnah, but how must this be done? One carries out the Arab, where he means to deposit it on the eve of the first day of rest and remains with it until dusk, when he carries it back with him. If thou sayest then, that it is sufficient if he P 74 hangs up a basket on the tree, because he can bend over the basket and bring it lower than 10 spans, why should the Mishnah quoted order, that the man must carry out the Arab, etc., and remain with it until dusk? It may just as well say, that as he can remain until dusk and carry it back, that it is sufficient, if he deposits it and carries it back with him at once. Said Arzera, this is only a precautionary measure for a case where a festival follows a Sabbath. If he had put it into a pit, etc. Where is the pit supposed to be situated? If in private ground it is self-evident. For in the same manner as private ground has no limit as to height, it also has none as to depth. If in public ground, the question arises, where the man intended to take his Sabbath rest. If he intended to take it outside of the pit, he would be in one place and his Arab in another, and if he intended to take his rest inside of the pit, it is self-evident that he may deposit his Arab therein. We must say then, that the pit was situated in unclaimed ground where he intended to rest. The pit however being over 10 spans deep is private ground, and as for carrying from private into unclaimed ground, the opinion of Rabbi again prevails, that such acts as are prohibited on the Sabbath are not prohibited for twilight on account of the Sabbath rest. Mishnah, if the man should put the Arab on top of a cane or pole, that does not actually grow out of the ground, but is merely stuck in the ground, even though it be 100 ells high, it is a valid Arab. If one put it into a cupboard which he locked and then lost the key, the Arab is nevertheless valid. Our Eliezer said, if he does not know where the key is, the Arab is not valid. Gemara, Ada bar Masan propounded a contradictory question to Rabha: if the man should put his Arab on top of a cane, that does not actually grow out of the ground, it is valid, but if the cane were a growing one, the Arab would not be valid, because the tree would be handled thereby and that is not permitted. P 75. Then this would be in accordance with the opinion of the sages, while the previous Mishnayot were according to Rabbi's opinion. This was already asked by Rami bar Hama of Arhista, and the latter answered, that the previous two Mishnayot were in accordance with Rabbi's opinion, while this Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of the sages. Rabbana, however, said, that this Mishnah is also in accordance with Rabbi's opinion, but here the precautionary measure is enacted, lest the man might break down the cane if it grew out of the ground, while a tree is too stout to be broken down, and in this case Rabbi concurs with the sages. One Friday, a military garrison came to Nearday and occupied the city, so that there was no room for the college of Rn-Ahman. Said Rn-Ahman to his disciples, go out into the field and incline the growing bushes towards each other, so that we have room enough to study in tomorrow. So Rami bar Hama, according to another version, Uqba bar Ada objected, did we not learn in this Mishnah, that an Arab must not be put on growing stalks or cane? Answered Rn-Ahman, the Mishnah refers to brittle cane, but as for healthy bushes it is not prohibited. If one put it into a cupboard, etc., and lost the key, why should the Arab be valid? The man is in one place and the Arab in another? He cannot even obtain it without a key. Rabbi and Samuel both said, that the Arab is valid only when the cupboard is not firmly immured but is loosely built, so that the bricks may be removed and the Arab taken out, and that the Mishnah is according to our Meir's opinion, who holds, that this may be done on a festival to commence with, and that the Mishnah refers to a festival only, and not on a Sabbath. If this be so, how will the following clause of the Mishnah be explained? R. Eliezer said, if the key be lost in the city, the Arab is valid, but if lost in the field, it is not valid. If the Mishnah refers to a festival, what difference does it make where the key was lost? Carrying is not prohibited on a festival. The Mishnah is not complete and should read thus: if one put it into a cupboard, which he locked and then lost the key, the Arab is nevertheless valid, providing it was a festival. On Sabbath, however, it is not valid. If the key was subsequently found, whether in the city or in the field, the Arab is nevertheless not valid. Our Eliezer, however, said, if it was found in the city, the Arab is valid, because he holds to our Simeon's opinion, who said, that P 76. All the courts and woodsheds in the city are as one ground and the key could be brought through them, but if found in the field it could not be carried. Rabbah and R. Joseph both said, our Mishnah treats of a wooden cupboard, and the Tana who holds that if the key was lost, the Arab was valid, considers the cupboard the same as a vessel which may be taken apart on the Sabbath and the Arab taken out, while R. Eliezer considers the cupboard the same as a tent which must not be taken apart on the Sabbath. How can they differ as to its being a vessel or a tent? If it was large, all agree that it is a tent, and if it was small, all agree that it is a vessel. Therefore Abai and Rabha both say, that the Mishnah treats of a case where the key was tied to the lock by a string, which could not be undone by hand. The first Tana holds according to our Jose, that all vessels may be handled on the Sabbath for any purposes whatever, whereas our Eliezer holds according to the opinion of our Nehemiah, who decrees, that all vessels may be handled on Sabbath only for the purposes for which they are intended. Mishnah, should the Arab roll out of the limit of the Sabbath distance, should a heap of mold fall on it, or should it be burned, or if the heave offering became unclean, and any or all of this take place while it is yet day, the Arab is not valid. If it take place, however, after dusk, the Arab is valid. If the time when it took place is doubtful, our Meir and our Jehuda both say, this is an ass and a camel. R. Jose and R. Simeon say, a doubtful Arab is valid. R. Jose further said, Ptolemy attested upon the authority of 5 elders, that a doubtful Arab is valid. Gemara, said Rabha, for a distance of over 4 ells it is not valid, but if it rolled for less than 4 ells, the man who deposited the Arab is allowed 4 ells to move in, outside of the limits, consequently the Arab is valid. Should a heap of mold fall on it, etc. At a casual glance it was assumed, that the Arab could have been extracted from under the heap of mold by hand, and accordingly the Mishnah was in conformity with the opinion of Rabbi, that at twilight such acts as are prohibited by rabbinical law on account of the p77. Sabbath rest may be performed. Subsequently, however, the conclusion was arrived at, that the Mishnah is in accordance with Rabbi's opinion, and that the Arab in this instance could not be extracted by hand but by means of a hoe. It was necessary to insert both clauses in the Mishnah, and for the reason, that, were the first clause only inserted, one might say, if the Arab rolled out beyond the limits, it was no more in its place and hence it is invalid, but if it was simply buried beneath a heap of mold it is still in its proper place, and why should it not be valid? If the latter clause only had been inserted, one might say, in this case the Arab was buried and could not be seen, hence it is invalid, but if it merely rolled out and can be seen, the same wind might bring it back, why should it not be valid? For this reason it was necessary to mention both cases. Or should it be burned, or if the heave offering became unclean, etc. The ordinance referring to an Arab which was burned up is taught in order to show the firmness of R. Jose, who declares, that although the Arab is no longer in existence, it is still valid, and the ordinance referring to heave offering which became unclean was taught to show the firmness of R. Meir, who maintains that although the heave offering was still there and only a doubt existed as to whether it became unclean before or after dusk, the Arab is nevertheless invalid. Is it possible, that R. Meir holds a doubtful case based upon rabbinical law to necessitate the more rigorous decision? R. Meir holds, that the law pertaining to Sabbath limits is biblical. Does R. Meir indeed hold thus? Have we not learned in a Mishnah further on, that R. Meir maintains, when measurements are made to determine the Sabbath limit and mountains are encountered, that it is permitted to cut straight through the mountains, and such subterfuges are certainly not allowed where biblical laws are concerned? The latter opinion, while credited to R. Meir, is not in reality his own, but the opinion of his teacher, while the former is his own conviction, and the proof is, that the Mishnah quoted states distinctly, R. Dustai ben Janna said, I have upon the authority of R. Meir, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, how should the dictum of p78 R. Jose to the effect, that a doubtful Arab is valid be explained? Thus, if an Arab was made with heave offering concerning which there was a doubt whether it became unclean while it was yet day, or after dusk, or with fruit concerning which there was a doubt whether the tithes had been acquitted while it was yet day or after dusk, it constitutes a doubtful Arab, which is nevertheless valid. If, however, the Arab was effected with heave offering concerning which there was a doubt whether it was clean or unclean to commence with, or with fruit concerning which there was a doubt whether tithes had been acquitted at all, it does not constitute a doubtful Arab, which is valid. Let us see. Why is it said, that heave offering, concerning which there was a doubt whether it became unclean before or after dusk, would constitute a doubtful Arab which was nevertheless valid, because the heave offering is presumed to be in its original condition and that was certainly clean? Why should not the same case apply to the fruit concerning which there was a doubt, whether tithes had been acquitted thereof or not? Let the fruit also be presumed to be in its original condition, and that is unseparated. Do not say, therefore, that the fruit was doubtful as to its having been separated, but say, there was a doubt whether it had not subsequently been mixed with other fruit before or after dusk. R. Samuel bar R. Itzhak asked of Arhuna, if there were 2 loaves of bread before a man, one of which was clean and the other unclean, and he said, make an Arab for me with the clean loaf wherever it may be, but did not know which was which, what is the law according to the diverse opinions? According to R. Meir, who pronounced a doubtful Arab invalid in a case where the entire Arab would have been unclean, it may be said, that in this case, where one of the loaves was positively clean, he may hold the Arab to be valid, or according to R. Jose, who pronounces a doubtful Arab valid in a case where if it is clean, he can distinguish it, it may be said, that in this case the Arab, would in his opinion be invalid because although part of it is clean, he cannot distinguish it from the unclean. R. Huna answered, according to both R. Meir and R. Jose, when the Arab is deposited it must be p. 79. Fit to eat, and in this case it could not be eaten to commence with, because, the clean could not be distinguished from the unclean. How then could an Arab be made therewith? Rabha asked of R. N. Ahman, if a man say, this loaf of bread is today ordinary but tomorrow it shall be consecrated. Nevertheless make me an Arab therewith. What is the law? The Arab is valid, was the answer. What is the law, however, if the man say, today this loaf is consecrated, but tomorrow it shall be ordinary, nevertheless make me an Arab therewith? The Arab is not valid, was the answer. What is the difference between the two cases? Said R. N. Ahman to Rabha, if thou wilt measure a whole kur of salt and present me with it, one I shall tell thee the answer. If the loaf of bread was ordinary when it was deposited as an Arab, the fact, that at twilight it becomes doubtful, whether it is consecrated or not, does not destroy its validity as a legal Arab, but if the loaf of bread was deposited while yet consecrated, the doubt existing at twilight whether it had already become ordinary does not nullify its sanctity as a consecrated object, and as a consecrated object cannot be deposited as an Arab, the validity of the Arab is impaired. Mishnah, a man may make his Arab conditional and say, if foes come from the east, my Arab shall be valid for the west, should they come from the west, my Arab shall be good for the east, should they come from both sides, I am at liberty to go in what direction I please, should they not come from either side, I am like the rest of my townsmen. Should a sage come from the east, my Arab shall be valid for the east, should one come from the west, my Arab shall be valid for the west, should one come from each side, I am at liberty to go in which direction I please, should none come from either side, I am like the rest of my townsmen. R. Jehuda said, if one of the two sages had been the man's teacher, he must go to meet his teacher, if both had been his teachers, he may go in which direction he pleases. P. 80. Gemara, R. Jehuda said, if one of the two sages, etc. What is the reason of the dissension of the sages from R. Jehuda's opinion? Because it frequently happens, that a man has a greater fondness for his colleague than for his teacher. Rabbi said, this part of the Mishnah does not hold good, because Ao taught, R. Jehuda said, a man cannot make an object conditional upon two contingencies, and in this case of the Arab he may make it conditional upon the arrival of a sage from either the west or the east, but not upon sages arriving from opposite directions. Why can he not make it conditional upon the arrival of sages from opposite directions? Because R. Jehuda does not admit of the theory of premeditated choice. Hence if two sages come from opposite directions, the man cannot say, that he had intended to meet the sage towards whom he went at the time he deposited the Arab, i.e., on the day before. If R. Jehuda does not hold to the theory of premeditated choice, why does he consent to a man making an Arab and saying, if the sage come from the east, my Arab shall be good for the east, and if from the west, for the west? His choice is certainly dependent upon two conditions. First, the condition, that the sage will come from either one of two directions, and second, that he may not come at all, in which case his Arab is of no account. If the sage arrived on the morrow, and the man will go forward to meet him, he will be compelled to claim a premeditated choice, saying, that he had intended when depositing his Arab to go in that direction, and that would be incorrect, for it may be, that at the time the Arab was made, the sage himself did not know from which direction he would come. Said R. Yohanan, the statement of Ao in the name of R. Jehuda, that a man may make his Arab conditional upon the arrival of a sage from the east or west holds good, only if the sage had already started on his way and was no more than 4,000 ells away from the man. Hence it was not a premeditated choice on the p81 part of the man dependent upon the two conditions cited, for the sage was already on his way and his coming from a certain direction was an accomplished fact. Why does Rabbi say that the Mishnah does not hold good because of Ao's statement? Let him say on the contrary, that Ao's statement does not hold good, because the Mishnah opposes it? Nay, it would not be proper, for we have learned elsewhere, that our Yehuda does not hold to the theory of premeditated choice. Ula, however, declares, that Ao's statement should be discountenanced on account of the Mishnah. Said Rab Hatu Rn Ahman, who is the Tana, who holds, that the sages also discountenance the theory of premeditated choice. For we have learned as follows, if one man said to 5 others, I will make an Arab for any one of you whom I may choose, and if I desire, he shall be permitted to go within its limits, and if not, he must not do so. If he made his decision, while it was yet day his Arab is valid, but if he made his decision after dark, his Arab is not valid. Rn Ahman was silent and did not answer. Should he have said, that this was according to the school of Ao? He had not heard of Ao's decree. Said R. Joseph, wouldst thou ignore the other Tannim? There are other Tannim who dispute the above decision, as we have learned, if a man said, I will make an Arab for all the Sabbaths of the ensuing year. If I then choose to go, I shall do so, and if not, I shall not. If he made his decision while it was yet day on the day preceding Sabbath, he may go, but if he made his decision after dusk, our Simeon says, his Arab is still valid, and the sages say, it is not. Have we not heard elsewhere, that our Simeon does not hold to the theory of premeditated choice? This would be a contradiction made by our Simeon to himself. Therefore learn to the contrary, why this question? Can it not be, that our Simeon does not hold the theory of premeditated choice to be good where biblical laws are concerned but does hold the theory good for rabbinical laws? R. Joseph maintains, that one who admits p82 of the theory of premeditated choice does so for both biblical and rabbinical laws, and one who discountenances the theory does so for both kinds of laws. Mishnah, R. Eliezer said, when a festival precedes or succeeds a Sabbath, a man should prepare 2 Arabin and say, my first Arab is to be valid for the east and my second for the west, or my first for the west and the second for the east. My Arab is valid for the first day and the second day I am like the rest of my townsmen, or my Arab is good for the second day and the first day I am like my townsmen. The sages however hold, that one may prepare his Arab for one direction only, otherwise it is not valid at all, also that he must prepare his Arab for both days, or it is not valid at all. But how must this be done? One carries out the Arab to the place, where he means to deposit it on the eve of the first day of rest and remains with it until dusk, when he carries it back with him. He then brings the Arab out again on the second day, remains with it till dark and then cats it and goes away. It is obvious, that in this manner he gains his walk beyond the sabbatical limit and he gains by eating his Arab. Should his Arab have been eaten on the first day, it is a legal Arab for the first day only, but not for the second day. R. Eliezer said to them, thus ye acknowledge to me that they are 2 distinct holidays. Gemara, what do the sages mean to tell us, if a man prepares his Arab for one direction, it is good for both days, and if he prepares it for both days it is good for one direction? What need is there of this repetition, is it not one and the same thing? Nay, the sages mean to say to R. Eliezer, wilt thou not acknowledge, that it is not permitted to make 2 Arabin for one day, one of which shall be good for the south for one half of the day and the other be good for the north for the other half of the day? And he answered, Yea. Then, rejoined the sages, in the same manner as this is not permitted, it is also not allowed to make Arabin good for both days. Which should in addition be also good on one day for the east and on the other for the west. Said R. Eliezer to the sages again, let us suppose now, that a man did not make an Arab, but on the eve of the first day went to the place, where he should have made it, personally and declared that he would take his Sabbath rest there. Would this hold good also for the second day? Nay, he would have to return on the following day and again declare his intention of resting there the next day, and then it would be lawful? The same theory applies to an Arab. If he deposited it on the eve of the first day, and it had been eaten when deposited, he would have to make another Arab for the second day. And they answered, Yea. Now will ye not acknowledge that the 2 days have each a separate degree of sanctification? Again the sages said to our Eliezer, How is it, if no Arab at all was made on the eve of the first day? Thou wilt acknowledge that a man cannot go and make an Arab on the eve of the second day. And he answered, Yea. Then, rejoined the sages, thou thereby dost admit, that there is but one degree of sanctification for both days. The rabbis taught, if one made an Arab on the eve of the first day by means of his feet, he must do so again on the eve of the second day. If he made an Arab on the eve of the first day and the Arab was consumed, it does not hold good for the second day. Such is the dictum of Rabbi. R. Jehuda, however, said, This is like driving an ass and leading a camel. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel and R. Ishmael the son of R. Yohanan ben Barakah, however, both say, that if a man made an Arab with his feet on the eve of the first day, it suffices for the second day, and if he made an Arab on the eve of the first day and it was consumed, he is exempt from making it on the eve of the second day. Said Rabbi, the halakha prevails according to the opinion of the 4 old sages and in conformity with our Eliezer, who says, that the 2 days have different degrees of sanctification, and the 4 old sages are, R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, R. Ishmael the son of R. Yohanan ben Barakah, R. Eliezer ben R. Simeon and R. Jose ben R. Jehuda. The last of these is generally quoted by Rabbi anonymously wherever his opinion seems to be justifiable, and according to another version, one of the 4 sages is R. Eliezer ben Samua instead of R. Jose ben R. Jehuda. Rabbi's information on this point was derived from a tradition, which was to the effect, that those 4 sages held in accordance with R. Eliezer concerning the 2 degrees of sanctification for both days. R. Jehuda said, if one made an Arab on the eve of the first day with his feet, he must do likewise on the eve of the second day, and if he made an Arab on the eve of the first day with bread, he must make it in like manner on the eve of the second day. If he made an Arab on the eve of the first day with bread which was lost, he may make it on the eve of the second day with his feet, but if he made it with his feet in the first instance, he must not make it with bread in the second instance, because making an Arab with bread to commence with on Sabbath or on a festival would be an infraction of the law prohibiting the preparing on a Sabbath for a festival or vice versa. If a man made an Arab with bread on the eve of the first day, he must make it with bread on the eve of the second day also, and, according to Samuel, he should use the same bread in both cases. Said R. Ashi, we can adduce. P. 85. This also from our Mishnah, which teaches, but how must this be done? One carries out the Arab to the place, where he means to deposit it on the eve of the first day of rest and remains with it until dusk. When he carries it back with him, he then brings the Arab out again on the second day, remains with it until dusk, then eats it and goes away. The sages that differ with Samuel and assert that new bread may be used on the eve of the second day maintain, that the Mishnah merely administers good advice and tells us, that we need not trouble ourselves to make a new Arab in case the first one is lost. Mishnah, R. Jehuda said, if a man apprehend that the new year will be celebrated 2 days, he must prepare 2 Arabin. He then says, my Arab of the first day shall be valid for the east and of the second day for the west, or of the first day for the west and of the second day for the east. My Arab shall be valid for the first day, and on the second I am like my townsman, or my Arab shall be valid for the second day and on the first I am like my townsman. The sages however did not coincide with him. R. Jehuda further said, a man may conditionally separate a basket of fruit on the first day of the new year and eat it on the second day, likewise an egg which is laid on the first day of the festival may be eaten on the second. The sages however do not coincide with him. R. Dosa ben Harchinas said, he who stands before the pulpit to pray on the first day of the new year must say, strengthen us, O Lord our God, on this day of the new moon, whether today or tomorrow. And on the morrow he says the same prayer with the variation whether this day or yesterday be the true one. The sages, however, do not agree with him. Gemara, who are the sages, that do not coincide with our Jehuda? Said Rabbi, that is our Jose, as we have learned in a Boraitha, the sages agree with our Eliezer that if a man apprehend that the new year will be celebrated 2 days, one he p. 86 should prepare 2 Arabin. He then says, my Arab of the first day shall be valid for the east and of the second day for the west, or of the first day for the west and of the second day for the east. My Arab shall be valid for the first day and on the second I am like my townsman, or my Arab shall be valid for the second day and on the first I am like my townsman. Our Jose, however, does not consent to this. We have learned in a Boraitha, how does our Jehuda explain his dictum, that a man may conditionally separate a basket of fruit on the first day of the new year and eat it on the second. Thus, if there were 2 baskets of unseparated fruit before a man on the first day of the new year, he may say, if today is the ordinary day and tomorrow is the holy day, let the heave offering separated from this basket of fruit also serve for the other, and if today is the holy day and tomorrow the ordinary, then I have said nothing. He then designates the fruit which he calls heave offering and lets it remain. On the morrow again he may say, if today is an ordinary day, let the heave offering of this basket also serve for the other, but if today be a holy day I have said nothing. He may then designate part of the fruit in the one basket and call it heave offering and eat the remainder in both baskets. Our Jose however prohibits this not only for the 2 days of the new year but for the 2 days of every other festival, which is celebrated in exile. 1. It happened that a stag was caught on the first day of a holiday at the house of the exilarch and on the second day it was slaughtered. Our Naaman and our Hisda partook of the stag, but our Shishate would not do so. Said our Naaman, what shall we do with our Shishate who does not eat venison? Rejoined our Shishate, how can I eat this venison, for did not Isi teach in a Boraitha? p. 87. That our Jose would not permit this to be done even during the 2 days of a holiday in exile. Once our Shishate met Rabbi Bar Samuel and asked him, did Master teach anything regarding the sanctification of the holidays? Answered Rabbi, yeah, I taught in a Boraitha, that our Jose coincides with the sages, as far as the 2 days of a holiday in exile are concerned. Rejoined our Shishate, if thou shouldst meet any of the exilarch's household, say nothing to them about this Boraitha. It once happened that herbs were brought to the city of Mehuzah on a festival. Rabha went out and noticed, that the herbs were somewhat withered. He permitted the herbs to be bought, saying, it is obvious, that these herbs were not gathered on this day, and the only objection that might be made to their being purchased can be, that they were brought from beyond the Tkum. The law, however, ordains, that if things are brought for one Israelite from without the Tkum, another Israelite may use them, and in this case, where the herbs were brought even for the Gentile inhabitants they can in so much greater a degree be used by Israelites. Subsequently, however, he observed, that herbs were brought in large quantities, so he prohibited the purchase of them on a festival. The men whose occupation was to prepare bald achins for marriages once cut off branches of myrtle on the second day of a holiday in exile. The moment it became dark, Rabbina permitted the people to smell the myrtle. Said Rabha Bar Taklfa to Rabbina, Master should have prohibited this, for these people are ignorant. Our Shmeya opposed this, thou sayest, because they are ignorant, and even were they intelligent men, would it be allowed? Is it not necessary to allow sufficient time after the Sabbath to expire until the branches can be cut off afresh? They finally went and asked Rabha and he decided that it was necessary to allow sufficient time to expire until the branches could be cut anew. R. Dosa ben Harchinas said, etc. Said Rabba, when we were in the college of Arhuna, a question was propounded by us as follows, must the reference to the day of the new moon be added to the prayers recited on the day of the new year? Shall we assume, that because there are separate additional sacrifices for each, that the reference to the day of the new moon shall be p. 88. Added to the prayers of the New Year, or because the New Year is mentioned in the prayer as the day of remembrance, such mention will suffice for both occasions. Arhuna answered us by quoting the Mishnah. Ardosa ben Harchinas said, "He who stands before the pulpit to pray on the first day of the New Year must say, 'Strengthen us, O Lord our God, on this day of the new moon,' etc." Does not Ardosa state this in order to demonstrate that the day of the new moon must be explicitly mentioned? Nay, he simply means to make the prayer conditional, but not because special mention must be made of the day of the new moon. It seems to us that such is truly the case, because further on the Boraitha states, that so did Ardosa act on all the days of the new moon throughout the year, but the sages did not coincide with him. Now, if it be said, that the prayer was made conditional, it is correct, but if it be said, that the new moon must be mentioned in the prayer especially, why should the sages not agree with him? An objection was made, when New Year falls on a Sabbath, Beth Shammai say, 10 benedictions are to be recited during the prayer, and Beth Hillel say only 9. Now if we say, that the benediction for the new moon must be especially mentioned in the Musaf, then according to Beth Shammai, there should be 11 benedictions in all. Said Arzera, with the benediction of the new moon it is different, because if the new moon fall on a Sabbath no separate benediction is made, but it is included in the Sabbath benediction at the morning and evening prayer. The benediction of the new moon is also mentioned in the Musaf prayer in conjunction with the New Year benediction. Do Beth Shammai indeed maintain, that if the new moon fall on a Sabbath the benediction pertaining to it is included in that of Sabbath? Have we not learned, that if the new moon fall on Sabbath, Beth Shammai p. 89. hold, that 8 benedictions must be recited in the prayer and Beth Hillel only 7? This question is not decided. Rabbah said, when I was at the college of Arhuna the question arose, whether the benediction of the time one should be recited in the New Year and Day of Atonement prayers. Shall we say, that because these holy days only come from time to time, the benediction of time should be made, or, because the Bible does not classify them as festivals, no such benediction need be made? Arhuna could not answer the question, but when I subsequently came to Arjehuda's college, the latter said he made such a benediction even over a new pumpkin. I then said to him, that I did not question the right to pronounce this benediction over anything whatever, but I wished to know whether it was compulsory to do this on the New Year and the Day of Atonement. He then answered, Rabbi and Samuel both said, that the benediction of time must be recited only for each of the 3 festivals. An objection was made, it is written, give a portion to 7, and also to 8. Our Eliezer said that by 7 is meant the 7 days of the creation and by 8 is meant the 8 days of the circumcision. Our Jehoshua said, by 7 is meant the 7 days of Passover, by 8 is meant the 8 days of the Feast of Tabernacles, and by also is meant Pentecost, New Year and the Day of Atonement. May we not assume, that by this is meant, that the benediction of time must be pronounced on all these festivals? Nay, this simply means to state, that benedictions should be recited but no special benedictions are specified. It seems to us, that this is the correct explanation, for the benediction of time is certainly not recited on every one of the days of the festivals but only the first day. This is not the question, because the benediction of time must be recited in the course of the festival, if not on the first day, on the second and so on. At any event this benediction must be made over a goblet. Shall we assume, however, that the above is in support of the dictum of R.N. Ahman, who holds that the benediction of time may be recited even in the market and without a goblet? This is not the question either, for if a man does not recite this benediction, p. 90. On one day, he may do so on the next when he might come across a goblet. This would be feasible where the 3 festivals and New Year are concerned, but how would it be with the Day of Atonement? What should the man do? Should he pronounce the benediction over the goblet on the day preceding the Day of Atonement before dusk? He would then and there usher in the Day of Atonement, and as is well known, he must not eat or drink on that day. Should he pronounce the benediction and let the goblet stand until after the Day of Atonement? Have we not learned that one must drink the contents of the goblet immediately after pronouncing the benediction, otherwise he must not make the benediction at all? Should he pronounce the benediction and then give the goblet to a child? In that case, there would be fear, lest the child be accustomed to drinking on that day, and will continue to do so when grown, and therefore the halakha according to our Aha does not prevail. How, then, does the halakha concerning the benediction of time on the New Year and the Day of Atonement prevail? The rabbis sent the elder Aryimer to Arhisda with instructions to observe how the latter proceeded on the eve of the New Year, and then to return and report what he had seen. When Arhisda saw Aryimer, he said, "If a wet piece of wood is lifted, it is obvious that either the wood or its space is needed." At about that time a goblet of wine was brought to Arhisda, and he pronounced the benediction of the day and also that of the time over it. The halakha prevails, that the benediction of time must be recited on the New Year and on the Day of Atonement, and the halakha also prevails that if a man forgot to recite it and was reminded of his negligence even in the market, he may recite it then and there. Rabbah said again, "When I was at the college of Arhuna, the question arose whether a young scholar, who fasted on the day preceding Sabbath, must fast until night or in honor of the Sabbath break his fast earlier." Arhuna could not answer the question. I went to Arjehuda and he could not answer this either. Said Rabha, "Let us see if we cannot decide this question ourselves from what we have learned in the following Boraitha. If the fast day of the 9th of Abh fall on a Friday, bread may be brought to a man just before twilight of the size p91 of an egg, and he should eat it, in order that he may not enter upon the observance of the Sabbath while still in pain." We have learned in a Boraitha, Arjehuda said, "It once happened that we were sitting before our Akaba on the fast of the 9th of Abh, which fell on a Friday, and just before dusk a soft-boiled egg was brought to him, which he swallowed without even salting it, and not because he desired to eat it in that manner, but because he wished to show his disciples how the halakha was carried out." Our Jose, however, said, that a man must fast through the entire day until dusk. Our Jose said to the sages, "Will ye not admit, that if the 9th of Abh fall on the day after Sabbath, a man must stop eating while it is yet day on Sabbath?" And they answered, "Yet." What difference is there then between entering in upon the observance of the Sabbath while still in pain and finishing the Sabbath under the same conditions? Asked our Jose. They answered, "In the first instance he fasted all day, but in this instance he had been eating and drinking all day and was surely not in pain." Finally, however, Ullah said that the halakha prevailed according to our Jose. Do we then act according to the opinion of our Jose? Have we not learned, that Rabban Gamaliel said, on a Friday the fast need not be completed, that upon the death of Rabban Gamaliel, our Jehoshua came and sought to nullify his decree, and our Yohanan ben Nori arose and declared, "We see that the body always follows the head." As long as Rabban Gamaliel lived, we abided by his decisions. Now that he is dead, thou wouldst abolish them. Jehoshua, we will not listen to thee. The halakha prevailed according to our Gamaliel, and so must it remain, and there was none to contradict our Yohanan ben Nori. In the generation of our Gamaliel his decree was followed, and in the generation of our Jose's opinion prevailed. And did they really act in accordance with our Gamaliel's opinion during his generation? Have we not learned that our Eleazar ben Tzadok said, "I am a descendant of Sanab of the tribe of Benjamin, and it once happened that the 9th of Abh fell on a Sabbath, so we postponed it until the following day, and we did not complete the fast because it was our holiday." Thus we see, that the fast was not p92 completed because the 10th of Abh was a holiday, and besides the fast day was a postponed one. Had the 9th of Abh however fallen on a weekday, which for them would have been the eve of a festival, they would have completed the fast nevertheless, and this is not in conformity with the decree of our Gamaliel. Said Rabbana, "How can ye compare that festival to our festivals? Their festival was not biblical, and on a festival which is not biblical one may fast for 3 or 4 hours if he chooses. On a biblical festival, however, it is not allowed to complete the fast." R. Joseph said, I did not hear of this halakha. Said Abai, thou didst relate this to us thyself, in reference to the Boraitha, that a fast day must not be ordered on the days of the first of the month. Marzutra related in the name of Arjuna, the halakha prevails, that one may complete the fast until dusk. Chapter 4. Regulations concerning the overstepping of the legal limits on the Sabbath, and measurements of the Sabbath distance. Mishnah, if foes, or an evil spirit, caused one to go beyond the Sabbath limit, he after recovering his freedom must not move further than 4 ells. If the foes or the fit have carried him back within the limit, it is as if he had not gone beyond it. If they have carried him into another town, or into a pen or a fold for cattle, he according to Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer ben Azariah, may go about throughout the entire extent. R. Joshua and R. Akiba maintain, that he must not move further than 4 ells. It once happened that these 4 sages came together from Parendizim and their vessel was still at sea on the Sabbath. Rabban Gamaliel and R. Eliezer ben Azariah walked about throughout the whole vessel, but R. Joshua and R. Akiba did not move beyond 4 ells, as they wished to take upon themselves the rigid observance. Once these 4 sages were on board a vessel and did not enter the harbor until after dark, so they inquired of Rabban Gamaliel, what are we to do as to descending from the vessel? He answered them, Ye may descend, for I observed, that we had already entered the limits of the Sabbath distance before dusk. Gemara, the rabbis taught, there are 3 things, which cause a man to commit deeds against his own will and against the will of his Creator, viz., idolatry, and evil spirits and stress of poverty. 3 persons will never come to Gehenna, he who suffers from extreme poverty, he who suffers with a diseased stomach and one who is oppressed by the government, and others add also the man who is afflicted with a bad wife. 3 classes of human beings die in the possession of their power of speech, viz., a man who is suffering from a diseased stomach, a woman lying in and a man suffering with dropsy. R. N. Haman said in the name of Samuel, if one went out beyond the Sabbath limit and foes or an evil spirit brought him back within the limit, he must not move more than 4 ells from where he stands. Have we not learned this in our Mishnah, which says, if foes or evil spirits carried him out and then brought him back it is as if he had never gone out at all? Now is it not self-evident that if he went out of his own accord, he has only 4 ells of space in which to move? We might assume that the Mishnah teaches us, if foes or evil spirits carried him out and he returned of his own accord, he has no more than 4 ells of space, but if he went out of his own accord and foes or evil spirits brought him back it would be as if he never went out at all, hence this teaching of Samuel. Rabbah was asked, how is the law regarding one, who only had 4 ells to move in and was compelled to go out to obey nature's call? And he answered, great is the honor of man, which supersedes even a biblical negative commandment. The men of Near Day said, if the man in question is prudent, he will enter the legal limits, perform his necessities and then go on. Said our Papa, if fruit was carried beyond the legal limits and then even purposely brought back, the right to move it within the limits is not forfeited, because the fruit certainly did not go out beyond the limits of their own accord. R. Joseph Bar Shmaya objected to this statement. R. Nehemiah and R. Eliezer ben Jacob both said, the fruit which was carried out must not be handled when brought back unless this was done unintentionally, but if intentionally, they must not be handled. Concerning this, there is a difference of opinion between Tannim. p. 95. In a Boraitha elsewhere. Said R. N. Haman in the name of Samuel, if one went out and did not know the legal distance he could traverse, he may walk on for a distance of 2,000 medium steps. This will constitute the lawful limit of the Sabbath. He said again quoting the same authority, if one took his Sabbath rest in a valley, and Gentiles made an enclosure around the valley on the Sabbath, he may go 2,000 ells, but he may throw things over the entire extent of the valley. Arjuna said, he may go 2,000 ells, but may carry only for a distance of 4 ells. The reason Arjuna prohibits throwing is in precaution, lest the man throw a thing outside of his 2,000 ells and go after it. Hayabar Rabbite, however, said, he may go 2,000 ells and may carry things inside of that limit. Said Rnahman to Arhuna, do not refute the dictum of Samuel, for we have learned in a Boritha in support of Samuel. Huna said, if one measured the legal distance on a Sabbath and his measurement came to an end in 1/2 of a court, he may avail himself of that half of the court only. Is this not self-evident? If he ended his measurement in 1/2 of a court, why should he not avail himself of that half? We might assume, that if the 1/2 is permitted he might be tempted to use the other half also, so we are told that this precaution is not necessary. Nahman said, Huna agrees with me, that if in measuring the Sabbath distance, the measurement end in the edge of a house, one may throw things into the house although he must not go into it himself, for the edge of the house is a fixed sign for him and will remind him, that he must not enter the house. Said Arhuna the son of Nathan, the necessity for a precautionary measure to prevent the man from entering the house forms the subject of a discussion between Tannim as follows: if foes or an evil spirit have carried the man into another town, or into a pen or a fold for cattle, he may, according to Rabban Gamaliel and Eleazar ben Azariah, go about throughout the entire extent. Joshua and Akiba, however, maintain, that he must not move further than 4 ells. Now, we must assume that those who permit the traversing of the entire extent of such places do so because p. 96. They do not fear that the man will traverse the whole valley where those places are situated, and those who only allow 4 ells, do so, because they regard this precautionary measure necessary. The same argument applies also to throwing, viz., those who have no fear that the man will traverse the entire valley, permit throwing throughout the pen or fold where the man is ensconced, and those who allow him only 4 ells hold the same precautionary measure necessary where throwing and going after it is concerned. Rabbite said, the halakha prevails according to Gamaliel, where a pen, fold or ship is concerned, but Samuel said, only as far as a ship is concerned, but not as regards a pen or a fold. Thus we see that, as to a ship, all agree the halakha prevails according to Gamaliel. What is the reason therefore? Said Rabbah, because already before the Sabbath set in, the man is within the confines of the ship, and although the ship was involuntarily carried out beyond the legal limits, the man had prepared his Sabbath rest there. Zerah said, however, the reason is, that the man on board of the ship did not have 4 ells to move in, for the ship moves more than 4 ells every time it lurches forward, consequently he does not come under the law of 4 ells and may go throughout the entire extent of the ship. Rabbah rejoined, thou referrest to a man who entered the ship while in motion. Concerning this, there is no difference between any of the Tannim, even Akiba permits the traversing of the entire ship, but they differ concerning a man who entered the ship while it was anchored. Said Nahman bar Itzhak, from the Mishnah itself we may infer, that there was no difference concerning a ship while in motion, because it states, that Joshua and Akiba did not move beyond 4 ells, as they wished to take upon themselves the rigid observance. Were it not permitted at all, why should it say, that they wished to take upon themselves the rigid observance? They would have to obey the law. Said Aha the son of Rabha to Ashi, the halakha prevails according to Gamaliel where a ship is concerned. Then, there must be some who maintain that the halakha does not prevail according to Gamaliel. Yeah, there are, as we have learned in the following Boritha. Hananiah the son of Jehoshua's brother said, the whole day that Gamaliel and Akiba were on board the ship they disputed concerning this halakha, and yesterday my uncle affirmed the halakha to the p. 97. Effect, that as regards a ship at anchor it prevails according to Gamaliel, and as for a pen or a fold it prevails according to Akiba. Hananiah propounded a question, is there such a thing as a legal limit above 10 spans from the ground or not? Concerning a pillar 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, one side of which was outside of the legal limit, there is no question, for it is equal to the ground itself, but concerning a pillar, that was 10 spans high and less than 4 spans wide, or a man who went on board of a ship, does the law of legal limits apply or not? Hosea answered, come and hear. It once happened that 4 sages came together from Parendazim, etc. If we say that the law of legal limits applies to objects higher than 10 spans, then it can be understood why our Joshua and our Akiba took upon themselves the rigid observance, viz., on account of the law of legal limits. But if this law does not apply to a ship, what rigid observance could they have taken upon themselves? Rejoined our Hananiah, it may be that their ship was passing through shallow water, as related elsewhere by Rabha, and was not over 10 spans from the ground. Come and hear. The 7 halakas related on a Sabbath morn in the presence of Arhisda at Surah were related on the same evening in the presence of Rabha at Pumbeditha. Who could have decreed them? No one, but Elijah. Hence we see that there is no such thing as legal limits above 10 spans from the ground. Nay, it may be that those halakas were transmitted from one school to the other by Joseph the Evil One, who did not observe the Sabbath. Come and hear. If one say, I wish to be a Nazirite at the coming of the Messiah, he may drink wine on a Sabbath or on a festival but must not do so during the weekdays. The Boraitha would be correct if we assume that there is a legal limit above 10 spans from the ground, because Messiah will then not come on the Sabbath or on a festival. But if there is no legal limit above 10 spans, the man should not drink wine even on those days, because the Messiah might come. In that case it is different, for it is written, Behold, I send unto you Elijah the prophet before the coming of the day of the Lord, the great and the dreadful. Hence, if Elijah did not come on the day preceding p. 98. Sabbath, he may drink on the Sabbath. If this is so, then he may drink on a weekday also, providing Elijah did not come on the preceding day. It might be assumed, however, that Elijah had already come and appeared before the high court, and for that reason the man should not drink on any day, lest Elijah had already come. Then this would apply also to the Sabbath. There is a tradition among Israelites that it is an assured fact, that Elijah will not come on the eve of a Sabbath or a festival. If that is so, why should the man not be permitted to drink wine on the eve of Sabbath? Because although Elijah will not come, the Messiah himself might come. Thus it must be assumed, that if there is a legal limit above 10 spans, a man who wishes to be a Nazirite on the day of the coming of the Messiah should be permitted to drink wine not only on Sabbath and the festivals but also on the day following Sabbath, because Elijah cannot come on the Sabbath. The sages who prohibited a man of that kind to drink wine on a weekday were themselves in doubt as to the validity of a legal limit above 10 spans, and only made it more rigid for the man on general principles, and did not enter the harbor until after dark, etc. It was taught in a Boraitha, that our Gamaliel had a telescope, through which he could see for a distance of 2,000 ells on land and on sea. If a man wishes to measure the depth of a valley, he should use one of those telescopes, and if he should wish to measure a tree, he should observe his shadow, measure himself and his shadow and the shadow of the tree, and calculate the proportion. Nehemiah the son of Arhanalei was engrossed in thinking about a halakha and inadvertently stepped out beyond the legal limits. Said Arhisda to Ar-Nahman, Thy disciple Nehemiah is in trouble, and Ar-Nahman answered, Make him a partition with men and let him come back. Ar-Nahman bar Itzhak sat behind Rabha, who sat in the presence of Ar-Nahman. Said Ar-Nahman bar Itzhak to Rabha, How was the case when Arhisda asked Ar-Nahman concerning Nehemiah who had overstepped the legal limits? Shall we say that there were sufficient men on hand who had made an Arab at the limits and could therefore go out to Nehemiah? Then the question was merely whether the halakha prevailed according to our Gamaliel, who said that where there is a partition, even if a man had not declared his intention to rest there on the Sabbath, p. 99, he may avail himself of it and traverse its entire extent, or that there were not sufficient men who had made an Arab who could reach Nehemiah, and the question presented itself, whether the halakha prevailed according to our Eliezer, that if a man went out 2 ells beyond the limits he may return, and Nehemiah did not go out further than that. Is this not self-evident? For if there were sufficient men to reach Nehemiah, why did Arhisda ask Ar-Nahman? Rabbi had already decided that the halakha mentioned prevailed according to our Gamaliel, and for Arhisda Rabbi was the final authority. The question was merely then, whether Arhisda could make a partition with men who had not made an Arab, at the end of 2 ells beyond the limit, which according to our Eliezer was free to everybody, so that Nehemiah who had gone further than 2 ells beyond the limit could avail himself of that partition and return. R. N. Ahman bar Itzhak objected to the above, addressing Rabha, have we not learned in a Boraitha, if the wall of a booth fell in on a festival, one must not use a man, or an animal or vessels or put up a bed and cover it with a sheet in order to fill in the gap, because a temporary tent must not be erected on a festival to commence with and so much less on a Sabbath. Answered Rabha, thou quotest this Boraitha but I can quote another which states, a man can make a wall of his comrade, that he may be able to eat a meal or drink or sleep in a booth, he may also put up a bed and cover it with a sheet to keep the sun off from a corpse or from food. These two Boraithas are contradictory to each other? This presents no difficulty. One of them is according to the opinion of our Eliezer and the other according to the opinion of the sages. It happened once, that some baldachin makers brought in water through a partition formed by men. Samuel punished them, saying, this was done in an emergency where a man had overstepped the legal limits accidentally but yet do this purposely. It once happened that flasks of wine were thrown out of Rabha's house on the road in the city of Mehuzah. When Rabha came from his college, a number of men followed him as usual, and thus relying upon the partition formed by them, someone carried the flasks back into the house. Next Sabbath, the same thing happened, but Rabha would not permit the flasks to be carried back to the house, saying, that this time it might seem as p. 100. If it were done on purpose. In like manner straw was brought into the house of Levi, hay to the house of Zerah, and water into the house of Arshimai bar Hiah. Mishnah, one who is authorized to go beyond the prescribed limit on important business pertaining to public or private safety and is told, that it is already done, is at liberty to go 2,000 ells in any direction. If he was still within the prescribed limit, it is as if he had not gone out at all, for all those who go forth on an errand of safety, are permitted to return to their homes on Sabbath. Gemara, what is meant by if he was still within the prescribed limit? Said Rabha, this means to impart to us, that if he had not gone out beyond the limit, it was as if he had not left his house. Is this not self-evident? I would say, that if he had gone out of his house he forfeits his right to go 2,000 ells in any direction he chooses, and we are told, that such is not the case. Arshimai bar Hiah however said, this means to state, that if the man had already gone beyond the usual limit but had not yet gone out of the additional limit allowed him by the sages for the errand, it is regarded as if he had not overstepped his own ordinary limit. Upon what point do they differ? Upon the permissibility of one end of a limit including another established limited distance adjoining it. The latter holds, that this point may be depended upon, while the former holds that it cannot. For all those who go forth on an errand of safety, etc. Even such as go beyond 4,000 ells. In the first part of the Mishnah it is stated that they only have 2,000 ells in each direction. What question is this? This is a case of where a man goes forth on an errand of safety, and on such an errand it may be permitted to go beyond 4,000 ells. If there is a question it can be made upon the following Mishnah, those who go to assist others in case of conflagration, or of an attack of robbers, or of flood, or of rescuing people from the ruins of a falling building are considered for the time being as inhabitants of that place, and may go thence on the Sabbath, 2,000 ells in every direction. Thus here it is stated, that they may go only 2,000 ells and our Mishnah does not limit the distance. Said Arjehuda in the name of Rabbite, our Mishnah means to imply, that they may even return to their homes with all their implements of war, as we have learned in a Boraitha, in former times, they used to deposit their arms in a house nearest. p. 101. To the fortifications of the city. Once it happened, however, that the enemy was informed of the fact, that the Israelites had stored their arms, so they pursued them and in endeavoring to enter the house to gain possession of their arms, the Israelites trampled more of their own to death than were killed by the enemy. Since that time it was ordered to carry their arms back to their homes. R. N. Ahman Bar Itzhak however said, this presents no difficulty, if the Israelites are victorious, they have only 2,000 ells in which they may go in every direction, but if they are defeated, they may escape as far as possible. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, if enemies besieged cities inhabited by Israelites, the latter must not go outside of the cities with their arms and must not violate the Sabbath, providing the enemies were there on account of money matters, but if they were there for the purpose of slaughter, the Sabbath may be violated and arms be carried on Sabbath. If a city near the boundary of the country is besieged even on account of a trivial business matter such as straw or hay, arms may be carried and the Sabbath may be violated. Said R. Joseph Bar Minyomi in the name of R. N. Ahman, Babylon is considered as a city near the boundary, and this dictum was explained to mean the city of Nearday. Mishnah, if a man sit down by the roadside, then gets up and observes, that he is near a town, he must not enter the town, for it had not been his intention to do this. Such is the dictum of R. Meir, but R. Jehudah permits him to enter. R. Jehudah said, it once happened that R. Tarfon entered a town although it was not his intention to do so. One who falls asleep on the eve of Sabbath while on the road and thus knows not that night has set in, is permitted to go 2,000 ells in any direction. Such is the decree of R. Yohanan ben Nori, but the sages hold, that he has only the right to move 4 ells. R. Eliezer said, and he himself forms the center of the 4 ells. R. Jehudah however said, he can go 4 ells in whichever direction he pleases. Still R. Jehudah admitted, that if the man had made his choice he must not afterwards go in another direction. Should there be 2 persons so situated, and part of the 4 ells permitted to one is within the limits of the other, they may meet and take their meals together in the center of their joint space, provided that neither exceed his own limits by going into those of his neighbor. If there are 3 persons so situated and part of the 4 ells occupied by the middle one forms part of the space belonging to each of the other 2, the one situated in the middle is at liberty to meet each of the others, or each of the others may meet him, but the 2 on each side of him must not meet each other. Said R. Simeon, what can this be compared to? 3 courts opening into each other and also opening into public ground. If the 2 outer courts have combined in an Arab with the middle one is at liberty to carry things between the middle court and each of the outer ones, but between the 2 outer courts one must not carry or convey anything. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jehudah said, it once happened that R. Tarfon while on the road was overtaken by dusk on the eve of Sabbath and stayed outside of the town overnight. In the morning the cattle herders met him and said, Rabbi, the town is not far distant. Enter. So he entered the town, went into the college and lectured all day. Said R. Akiba to R. Jehudah, wouldst thou cite this as an example? Perhaps it had been the intention of R. Tarfon to enter the town previously, or the college was included with the legal limits allowed R. Tarfon. Such is the decree of R. Yohanan ben Nori. Rabbo propounded a question, what is the intent of R. Yohanan's decree? Does he hold that things having no particular owner, if situated at a certain place on the Sabbath, acquire the right to their resting place? And the Mishnah should have commenced by citing an instance of this kind. Why does it give the instance of a man who had fallen asleep, whom the sages consider the same as a thing having no particular owner? In order to show the firmness of the sages, who, though agreeing that the man when awake, is entitled to 2,000 ells in each direction, whence we might assume that he is entitled to the same privilege when asleep, we are told that such is not the case, or, in order to show that R. Yohanan ben Nori does not hold, that a thing having no particular owner acquires the right to be carried for a distance of 2,000 ells in every direction, but p. 103. That a man when asleep is entitled to this privilege, merely because he is entitled to it when awake. Said R. Joseph, come and hear, we have learned that if rain had fallen on the eve of a festival, the rainwater acquires the right of 2,000 ells in every direction, but if rain had fallen on a biblical festival, the rainwater has the same right as the inhabitants of the place where it had fallen. Now, if we say, that R. Yohanan holds, that a thing having no particular owner, if situated at a certain place on Sabbath, acquires the right of 2000 ells in every direction, then the Boraitha is in conformity with his opinion. But if we say, that he does not hold to that effect, according to whose opinion is the Boraitha, certainly not according to that of the sages? Said R. Jacob bar Edi in the name of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, the halakha prevails according to R. Yohanan ben Nori. Said R. Zerah to R. Jacob, didst thou hear R. Jehoshua himself declare this, or dost thou merely infer this from another ruling made by him? And he answered, I heard him declare it. What ruling could R. Zerah have referred to, which R. Jehoshua ben Levi had made? The ruling made by R. Jehoshua ben Levi elsewhere, that the halakha always prevails according to the Tana, who makes the laws regarding Arabin more lenient. Why was it necessary for R. Jehoshua to make both statements? Said R. Zerah, it was necessary, for had he said merely, that the halakha prevails according to R. Yohanan ben Nori, we might assume that it always prevails thus, whether it be more lenient or more rigorous than another. Hence we are told, that the halakha prevails according to the one who is the more lenient regarding the laws of Arabin. Let him say then, that the halakha prevails according to the one who is the more lenient with the laws of Arabin, and that will cover the case of R. Yohanan who is more lenient. Nay, it was also necessary to make the statement regarding R. Yohanan exclusively, because it might be assumed that the halakha prevails according to the more lenient interpretation where one opinion is opposed by the opinion of another individual, or where the opinion of a number is opposed by the opinion of another number. But if the opinion of one is opposed by that of a number, the latter opinion prevails whether it be lenient or rigorous. Hence we are told that the opinion of R. p. 104. Yohanan ben Nori prevailed although opposed by a number of sages, and from this the rule is adduced that as far as the laws of Arabin are concerned the more lenient halakha prevails even if the opinion of one is opposed by a number. R. Papa, however, said, both statements made by R. Jehoshua ben Levi are necessary, because, had he simply stated, that the halakha of the more lenient Tana only prevails, we might have assumed that he referred only to Arabin of courts and not to Arabin of legal limits. Therefore he also stated the case of R. Yohanan ben Nori in order to demonstrate that he referred also to Arabin of legal limits. R. Ashi said, both statements made by R. Jehoshua ben Levi are necessary because, had he only made the statement concerning the halakha of the more lenient Tana, it might have been assumed that he referred to an Arab that had been made for a number of Sabbaths and had gradually dwindled, but not to such Arabin as had been made afresh. Hence he also made the statement concerning R. Yohanan ben Nori in order to emphasize the fact that the more lenient halakhot prevail even in the instances of newly made Arabin. 1. R. Jacob and R. Zerah both said, in all instances where R. Akaba differs with an individual the halakha prevails according to R. Akaba. In all instances where R. Jose differs even with a number of sages the halakha prevails according to R. Jose, and in all instances where Rabbi differs with an individual, the halakha prevails according to Rabbi. For what purpose is this statement made? Shall we act accordingly or is this merely a vague statement? Rasi said, yeah, we must act accordingly. Where R. Akaba differs with an individual we must act in accordance with R. Akaba's opinion. Where R. Jose differs with a number of sages we must act in conformity with R. Jose's opinion. R. Hayabar Abba, however, said, R. Jacob and R. Zerah did not mean to establish the rule, that the halakha prevails according to the opinions of R. Akaba, R. Jose and Rabbi, but that they should be given preference wherever possible over their opponents. R. Jose bar R. Hanana, however, said, R. Jacob and R. Zerah merely assert, that it seems to them that the halakhahs should prevail as stated, but not that this should be maintained as a general rule. In the same manner as there is a divergence of opinions concerning the statement of R. Jacob and R. Zerah, so is there also a dispute concerning the following statement of R. Jacob bar Edi in the name of R. Yohanan. In all instances where R. Meir and R. Jehuda differ, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. Wherever R. Jehuda and R. Jose differ the halakha prevails according to R. Jose, and so much more when our Meir and our Jose differ. The halakha prevails according to our Jose, for if our Yehuda is given preference over our Meir, and our Jose over our Yehuda, then certainly our Jose has preference over our Meir. Said Arasi, from this I can infer, that where our Jose and our Simeon differ, the halakha prevails according to our Jose, for our Abba said in the name of our Yohanan, that wherever our Simeon and our Yehuda differ, the opinion of our Yehuda prevails. As a matter of course, if our Yehuda is given preference over our Simeon, our Jose is certainly more competent authority than our Simeon. The schoolman propounded a question: how is it, when our Meir and our Simeon differ? This question is not decided. 1. R. Mesher Shia said, all these rules are of no account, for Rabbi never acted according to such rules. 2. P. 106. R. Yehuda said in the name of Samuel, things belonging to non-Israelites, if situated at a certain place on the Sabbath, do not acquire the right to their resting place. According to whose opinion is this statement? Shall we say, according to the opinion of the sages? This is self-evident, for they hold, that even things having no particular owner do not acquire the right to their resting place, and so much more things belonging to a Gentile, which accordingly possess an owner. Hence we must say, that this is even in accordance with the opinion of our Yohanan ben Nori, who says, that things having no particular owner do acquire the right to their resting place. An objection was made. Our Simeon ben Elazar said, vessels which an Israelite borrows from a Gentile on a festival, or which he has lent to a Gentile and receives in return on a festival, also vessels and treasures which were within the legal limits on the eve of Sabbath, may be carried 2,000 ells in every direction, but if a Gentile brought fruit on a Sabbath from beyond the legal limits, it must not be moved from its place. Now if it be said, that our Yohanan ben Nori holds, that things belonging to a Gentile acquire a right to their resting place, then our Simeon ben Elazar's statement is in accordance with the opinion of this our Yohanan, but if the latter holds, that things belonging to a Gentile do not acquire a right to their resting place, according to whose opinion is the statement of our Simeon, not according to that of our Yohanan nor to that of the sages? Nay, our Yohanan may hold, that things belonging to a Gentile do acquire the right to their resting place, and still Samuel quoted the opinion of the sages, but as for this being self-evident, it is not so, for it might be assumed that a precautionary measure should be made in the case of a Gentile owner in order to put them on a par with vessels of an Israelite owner, therefore we are told that such a precautionary measure is not necessary. Our Hayabar Abin, however, said in the name of our Yohanan, that things belonging to Gentiles do acquire the right to their resting place, as a precautionary measure for things belonging to Israelites. It once happened that rams were brought into the city of P. 107. Mabrakta on a festival. Rabha allowed the inhabitants of the city of Mehuzah to buy them and take them home. Said Rabbinah to Rabha, why didst thou permit this? Because thou holdest to the opinion of Samuel, that things belonging to Gentiles do not acquire the right to their resting place, but the rule is, that where Samuel and our Yohanan differ, the opinion of our Yohanan prevails, and our Yohanan holds, that things belonging to Gentiles do acquire the right to their resting place on Sabbath. Thereupon Rabha said, let the rams be sold to the inhabitants of Mabrakta, for that city is to the rams as 4 ells. R. Haya taught, if the legal limits of 2 cities terminated in the water and a partition was made to denote the place where they met, by means of a fishing net, it is not sufficient, for an iron partition is necessary in order that the water of both limits should not mingle. Our Jose Bar Hanana laughed at this teaching. Why did he laugh at it? Because Rabbi decreed, that the sages were very lenient with all things pertaining to water. But the sages hold, that he has only the right to move 4 ells. Is our Yehudan not of the same opinion as the first Tana? Said Rabha, nay, they differ to the extent of 8 square ells. The sages hold that he may go 4 ells in every direction, that is, in all, 8 square ells, but our Yehuda says, that he may go only 4 ells in one direction. We have also learned to this effect in a Boraitha, he may move in 8 square ells, so saith our Meir. Said Rabha, they differ as to the extent that the man may traverse, but as for carrying things all agree, that he may do so only for a distance of 4 ells. The question seemed to be centered in 4 ells. Whence do we derive these 4 ells? As we have learned in a Boraitha, from the passage, remain yet, every man in his place, etc. By his place is meant the size of his body. What is the size? 3 ells, and 1 ell additional in case he wishes to stretch his limbs. So said our Meir. Our Jehuda, however, said, 3 ells are allowed for the size of the body and an additional ell in case he wishes to take a thing at his feet and place it underneath his head. What is the point of variance between the two? According to one, the 4 ells, p. 108, must be exactly measured, and according to the other, an approximate distance only is necessary. R. Meshur Shia said to his son, when thou goest to see our papa, ask him whether the 4 ells are measured proportionately to the size of the man concerned or whether they are the holy ells. If he should tell thee, that the holy ells are meant, what should a man do who is as tall as Og, king of Bashan, and if he should tell thee, that the proportionate ells are meant, why were the 4 ells not included in the Boraitha, which teaches, that all things should be reckoned according to the proportionate ells? When the son of our Meshur Shia came to our papa he was told, if we were to learn the Talmud in this manner we would never be able to learn anything. Certainly proportionate ells are meant, and the reason the Boraitha does not mention them, is because it was not quite certain, and there may chance to be a dwarf, whose legal 4 ells the Boraitha did not feel justified in diminishing. But between the 2 outer courts one must not carry anything. Why should this not be permitted? If both of the outer courts and the middle one have combined in one Arab, they are regarded as one court? Said our Jehuda, in this instance a case is referred to, where the middle court deposited an Arab in each of the outer courts, hence the 2 outer courts have no connection with each other. Our Shishhate, however, said, even if the 2 outer courts had deposited their Arabin in the middle court but had each done so in a separate house, they have no connection with each other. Had they deposited their Arabin in the same house, they would have been regarded as one court. According to whose opinion would this be? Shall we assume, that it was according to the Beth Shammai as we have learned in the following Boraitha, if 5 persons conjoined their Arabin and deposited them in 2 vessels the school of Shammai hold them to be of no value, but the school of Hillel say they are of value. Nay, this latter opinion is even in conformity with the school of Hillel who, while maintaining, that if the Arabin had been deposited in separate vessels the connection would be consummated, may hold, that if this was done in separate houses the connection is not valid. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, all the foregoing is according to the dictum of our Simeon, the sages, however, hold, that from the 2 outer courts things may be carried into the p. 109 middle court, but from the middle court, things must not be carried into the outer courts, provided no Arab had been made, for one court may serve for 2 others, but 2 must not be utilized by one. And our Jehuda goes on to state, when I made this statement before Samuel, he said, even this is in accordance with the dictum of our Simeon, but the sages hold, that neither of the 3 courts may be made use of. The following Boraitha is in support of the dictum of Samuel as quoted by our Jehuda. Our Simeon said, what can this be compared to? 3 courts opening into each other and also opening into public ground. If the 2 outer courts had combined in an Arab with the middle one, a man is at liberty to carry victuals from either of the outer courts into the middle court and eat them, then remove the remainder. The sages however said, no connection is permitted between the 3 courts. Samuel in making this statement holds to his theory advanced elsewhere, if there is a court between 2 entries, and an Arab was made by the court with both entries, connection between the court and both entries is nevertheless prohibited. If, however, no Arab was made by the court with either of the 2 entries, the court acts as a bar so that carrying in either entry is prohibited even by the inhabitants of the entries. If the court, however, made more frequent use of one entry to the neglect of the other, it acts as a bar only to the one frequently used, but the inhabitants of the neglected entry may carry therein. Said Rabba bar Arhuna, if the court made an Arab with the entry used only on rare occasions, then the other entry becomes separated and the inhabitants thereof may carry therein. Rabba bar Arhuna said again in the name of Samuel, if the entry more frequently used by the court made an Arab for its own use, and the court itself as well as the neglected entry did not make any Araban for their own use, the court is relegated to the neglected entry, but cannot prove a bar to the entry having an Arab, because that were otherwise as the manner of the Sodomites, i.e., if an act is perpetrated which is neither beneficial nor injurious to the perpetrator but solely in order to injure another, the perpetrator is compelled to desist. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, the Arab of a man who is particular about it that his fellow should not eat it, is of no account. Why so? Because the word Arab signifies commixture, i.e., those who make the Arab can individually do with it as they see fit, and if one man is particular about it, its intent is abolished. R. Hanana however said, the Arab is valid, but a man of that kind is like the men of Vardina. R. Jehudah said again in the name of Samuel, an Arab which is divided by a man in two parts or deposited by him in two separate vessels is of no account. Then Samuel's dictum is in accordance with Beth Shammai, as stated in the Boritha. We may assume that Samuel's teaching may be also according to Beth Hillel, for the latter hold, that the Arab is valid only then, if one vessel was filled with it and the remainder had to be put into another vessel, but if it was originally divided and then deposited, it is not valid. Samuel said, the virtual intent of the Arab is, that by mutual interchange of articles, the right to the ground is bought and sold. Why then are eatables necessary? Could it not have been permitted to make an Arab with money? Because, as a usual thing on the eve of Sabbath money is scarce. Rabbah, however, said, that the Arab signifies, that wherever the victuals have been deposited, there the man resides, i.e., wherever a man's bread is, there is also his domicile. What is the point of difference between Samuel and Rabbah? The points of difference are as follows: a vessel of any value, victuals worth less than a pruta and a minor. Said Rabbah in the name of Arhama bar Guriah, quoting Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon. Mishnah, should a man, when overtaken by dusk on the road, single out a tree or a hedge and say, I will take my Sabbath rest underneath it, he has said nothing, but if he says, I will take my Sabbath rest at its base, he may go from the spot on which he stands to the base of the tree or hedge 2,000 ells and thence to his domicile 2,000 ells more. Thus it may be seen, that a man may go 4,000 ells after dark. If he cannot single out a tree or a hedge or is not conversant with the halakha and says, I will take my Sabbath rest on the place where I stand, the spot upon which he stands gives him 2,000 ells in any direction, in a circle, according to the dictum of Arhanana ben Antonius, but the sages hold, that he has 2,000 ells in a square, so as to enable him to take advantage of the angles. This rule is explanatory to the saying, the poor prepare their Arabs with their feet. R. Meir said, this rule is applied only to the poor, but R. Jehudah replied, it applies to poor and rich both, inasmuch as the Arab to be made with bread was only decreed in order to render its observance easier for the wealthy, so that they should not be compelled to go out and prepare the Arab with their own feet. Gemara, what is meant by legally he has said nothing? Said Rabbite, it means literally that he has said nothing and must not move from his place. Samuel, however, said, it means, that he said nothing concerning. P. 112. The distance from the tree to his domicile, but he may traverse the distance from where he stands to the tree, hence this entire space is like driving an ass and leading a camel, for it is not known from which side the distance to his domicile is 2,000 ells. If it be measured from the north, chances are that it should be measured from the south, and vice versa. Said Rabbah, but what grounds has Rabbite for his opinion? Rabbite holds, that if two intentions, one consequent upon the other, are expressed in one assertion, the inability to carry out one intention destroys the other also. What is the difference between the two opinions? The difference is if one says, I will take my rest in the 4 ells of the 8 ells underneath the tree, according to those who hold that the place of rest must be exactly determined, it is of no value, but he who holds that if two intentions, one consequent upon the other, are expressed in one assertion, the inability to carry out one intention destroys the other also. In this case, when he determines 4 ells, it may be called the exact spot, and is valid. Said Arhuna the son of Ar-Jehoshua, the case in the Mishnah mentioned he legally said nothing applies only if the space underneath the tree is 8 ells or more, but if it measures only 7 ells the man may proceed to the tree and from the tree to his domicile. We have learned one Boraitha in support of Rabbite and another supporting Samuel. The one upholding Rabbite is as follows: if one, while on the road, was overtaken by dusk, and, singling out a tree, said, I will take my Sabbath rest underneath it, he has said nothing. If he said, however, that he would rest in a certain place, he can proceed to that place and p. 113. Arriving there, may traverse the entire extent of that place and 2,000 ells outside of it. When may he do so? If he designated a particular place, i.e., if he designated a sand heap 10 spans high, or a valley 10 spans deep, and from 4 ells to 2 sahs capacity wide, but if he did not previously designate the place or there was no such place in existence, he may only move 4 ells from where he is situated at the time. If there were 2 men, one of whom could designate the place and the other could not, the latter may invest the former with the right to select the place for him and he may act accordingly. This is the case only if the man designates the 4 ells where he desires to rest, but if he does not, he must not move from his place. The Boraitha upholding Samuel is as follows: if a man made an error and deposited his Arab in 2 directions, or if a man thought that it was allowed to make 2 Arabin and go in one direction in the morning and in another in the afternoon, or if a man said to his servants, make an Arab for me, without specifying the place for it, and one of them made the Arab in the north and the other in the south, the man may go south for a distance of 2,000 ells minus the distance from his house to the Arab on the north, or may go north for a distance of 2,000 ells minus the distance from his house to the Arab on the south. If the house was midway between the 2 Arabin, however, i.e., the 2 Arabin were placed equidistant from the house 2,000 ells, he must not move beyond his house. If he says, I will take my Sabbath rest at its base, etc. Said Rabha, being overtaken by dusk signifies, that if the man walked slowly he could not reach the tree before dusk, but if he ran speedily he could reach the base of the tree. Rabbah and Ar-Joseph were on the road. Said Rabbah to Ar-Joseph, we will rest underneath the tree that tolerates good fellowship. And according to another version he said, we will rest underneath the tree that honorably acquits itself of its dues. Said Ar-Joseph, I know not of such a tree. Answered Rabha, depend upon me, as a Boraitha stated. Ar-Hosea said, if there be 2 men, one of whom could designate the place and the other could not, the latter may invest the former with the right to select the place for him and he may say, there shall we rest. In truth this is not so. Ar-Hosea. p. 114. Never said this, but Rabbah asserted this in the name of Ar-Hosea so that Ar-Joseph should listen to him, for it was known that Ar-Hosea was final authority and that the Holocaust prevailed according to his opinion. If he cannot single out a tree or is not conversant with the halakha. From what biblical passage is all this talk about 2,000 ells adduced? We have learned in a Boraitha, it is written, remain ye every man in his spot, let no man go out of his place on the 7th day. On his spot means 4 ells, and out of his place refers to 2,000 ells. Whence does the Boraitha adduce this assertion? Said Ar-Hista, because it is written, and ye shall measure from without the city on the east side 2,000 ells, etc. 2,000 ells in any direction in a circle, etc. What grounds has Ar-Hanana ben Antonius for the statement? If he agrees to the interpretation of the passage quoted, he should have said in a square, for so the passage determines, and if he does not hold to the passage at all, whence does he adduce 2000 Ls in general? He holds to the interpretation of the passage quoted, but the end of the same verse reads, "This shall be to them the open spaces of cities," and he declares, that for the purpose of the verse it should be in a square, but for Sabbath it should not be in a square. Whence do the sages adduce that the 2000 Ls should be in a square? The sages hold with Hananiah, who taught, that "this shall be to them," should read as this, and as this should be all the legal limits of the Sabbath. Said R. A. Bar Jacob. One who carries 4 Ls in public ground is not culpable unless he carries in a diagonal of 4 Ls. 1. Said R. Papa, Rabha wished to examine us and asked the following question: is it necessary that a pillar 10 spans high and 4 wide standing in public ground, should contain a square so that a diagonal can be drawn? We answered, is this not the same as the teaching of our Hananiah which states as this should be all the legal limits of Sabbath? R. Meir said, this rule is applied only to the poor, etc. p. 115. Said R. N. Ahman, the point of difference between R. Meir and R. Jehuda is where a man says, I will rest in my place. R. Meir holds, that the principal thing to be used for an Arab is bread, and for the poor man, who has no bread with him, it is made easier. The rich man, however, has no right to do so, but R. Jehuda holds, that the principal way to make an Arab is to make it with one's feet, whether the man be poor or rich. But concerning the designation of a tree or a certain place for a Sabbath rest while traveling, all agree, that it is allowed for a poor man but not for a rich man. The statement in the Mishnah, this rule is explanatory to the saying, means to say that the saying is that of R. Meir, and what does it refer to? To the previous clause in the Mishnah, if he cannot single out a tree or is not conversant with the halakha. The teaching for the poor man who has no bread with him, it is made easier, is that of R. Jehuda. R. Hisda, however, said, on the contrary. R. Meir and R. Jehuda differ only as to the designation of a certain place for the Sabbath rest, the former holding, that for a poor man this is allowed, but not for a rich man, and the latter holding that it is permitted for both, but all agree that as for resting in one's place where he stands it is allowed to both rich and poor, because the principal way of affecting an Arab is with one's feet. The statement of the Mishnah, this rule is explanatory to the saying, refers to a man who was overtaken by dusk, while the teaching for the poor man who has no bread, it is made easier, is according to the opinion of all. We have learned a Boraitha in support of R. N. Ahman, be it a poor man or a rich man, an Arab should be affected with bread. A rich man should not go out to the legal limits and say, here will I take my Sabbath rest, because this is allowed only to one who was overtaken by dusk on the road, so saith R. Meir. R. Jehuda, however, said, be it a poor man or a rich man, the Arab should be affected with the feet, and a rich man may go out to the legal limits and take his Sabbath rest there, because the principal manner of affecting an Arab is with the feet. To the householder, however, the sage is allowed to send a servant, a son, or any other messenger, to make the Arab in his stead, in order to make it easier for him. And R. Jehuda said again, it happened to the men of the house of Mamel and of the house of Gurion in the city of Arimah, who would distribute figs and raisins during years of famine, that the poor of the villages. p. 106. Of Cheyenne and Hananiah would come on the eve of Sabbath to the legal limits, remain there overnight, and on the morrow would enter the city of Arimah and receive their share. R. Hiya bar Ashi taught Hiya the son of Rabbite in the presence of Rabbite, be he a rich man or a poor man. Said Rabbite to him, add to this teaching, that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. Rabbi bar R. Hanan generally went on the Sabbath from Artibna to Pumbeditha. Once, while on the way he said, I will take my Sabbath rest in Tzintha. Said Abai to him, why dost thou say this? Because thou knowest, that where R. Meir differs with R. Jehuda the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, and besides, thou art of the opinion of R. Hisda, who holds, that they differ only concerning the designation of a certain place for the Sabbath rest, but did not R.N. Ahman explain to the contrary, and have we not a Boraitha in support of R.N. Ahman? Answered Rabba bar Arhanan, henceforth I shall not do this again. Rami bar Hama asked, it was said, that one who made an Arab by means of his feet, has 4 ells for himself besides the 2,000 allowed him. What is the law concerning one who had sent bread to make the Arab? Has he the extra 4 ells or not? Said Rabha, come and hear, the Mishnah states that the Arab was to be made with bread only to make it easier for the wealthy. If we should say, that he has not the 4 ells, it will not be made easier for the wealthy, but on the contrary stricter. It will not be stricter? For he would rather lose the 4 ells and be enabled to send a messenger in his stead than to go himself. Mishnah, if a man had been dispatched by his townsmen to combine by an Arab a town and was subsequently induced by a neighbor to go back, he is permitted to go to the place in question. All his townsmen, however, are forbidden. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda, but R. Meir said, one who can prepare an Arab and does not prepare it, is an ass and a camel. Gemara, what difference is there between the man and his townsman? Said Arhuna, this is a case of where a man possessed 2 houses which had 2 legal limits between them. P 117. I.e., they were 4,000 ells apart and the man went out on the road without taking bread along. He is then considered as a poor man, but his townsmen who sent him to make the Arab are regarded as wealthy, and their Arab not having been affected are not allowed to go out. We learned a Boraitha supporting this teaching, one who has 2 houses between which there are 2 legal limits makes the Arab valid as soon as he starts out on the way from one to the other, such is the dictum of R. Jehuda. Moreover, said R. Jose the son of R. Jehuda, even if his comrades meet him and tell him to stay overnight where he is, because it is too hot or too cold, he may arise in the morning and continue on his way. Said Rabbah, all agree that a man may continue his journey after remaining at a certain place overnight, if he had been persuaded to interrupt his journey by another, but if he did so of his own accord, he must not continue on his way, because he may have changed his original intention. Wherein they differ is, if the man was persuaded to remain at a certain place before commencing his journey. According to one, his Arab is invalid as long as he had not yet started, and according to the other, it is valid because the intention originally existed. R. Joseph, however, said, all agree that one must start on the journey, otherwise his Arab is not valid, but they differ in a case of a man having been persuaded to stop over at a certain place or doing so of his own accord. One holds, that if he stopped over of his own accord, he may have changed his original intention and hence his Arab is not valid, while the other maintains, that as long as he had started, it does not matter. R. Jehuda bar Ishtha brought a basket of fruit to R. Nathan bar Ashi on the eve of Sabbath. He started to return and R. Nathan let him go as far as the first step and then said to him, remain here overnight. On the morrow, he arose and returned to his home. But R. Meir said, one who can prepare an Arab, etc. Have we not learned already in a Mishnah that R. Meir and R. Jehuda both said, if is doubtful, this is an ass camel. Said R. Shishhate, it might be assumed that the reason of R. Meir's P 118 opinion is that only in the case of a doubtful Arab, it is a case of an ass and a camel, but if it is known to a certainty that no Arab was made, such is not the case, hence we are given to understand that even where it is certain that the Arab was not made it is also a case of an ass and a camel, because the Mishnah cites a case where it is certain that no Arab was made. Mishnah, if one went beyond the legal limit even a single L, he must not go back the entire distance. R. Eliezer said, if he went 2 Ls beyond the limit he may go back, but if 3 Ls, he must not. Gemara, said R. Hanana, if a man had 1 foot within the limit and the other foot outside he may enter, because it is written, if thou restrain thy feet for the sake of the Sabbath, and we read thy feet and as 1 foot was still within the limit, it cannot be said, that he had restrained his feet. We have learned, however, in another Boraitha, that he must not enter. R. Hanana holds according to the opinion of the anonymous teachers, who maintain in still another Boraitha, that wherever the greater part of the body of a man is situated, there is his place. R. Eliezer said, if he went 2 ells, etc. Did we not learn in a Boraitha, that R. Eliezer said, if he went 1 ell beyond the limit he may go back, but if he went 2 ells, he must not. This presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah refers to a case where he had overstepped 1 ell and remained exactly 2 ells beyond, while the Boraitha refers to one who had overstepped 2 ells and was already in the third. Did we not learn in another Boraitha, that R. Eliezer said, even if he had stepped out 1 ell, he must not re-enter? This Boraitha refers to the one who measured the legal distance. Mishnah, one who was overtaken by dusk 1 ell outside of the legal limit must not re-enter the town. R. Simeon, however, said, even if one was 15 ells beyond the limit, he may go back, as the land surveyors who establish the limits are not very exact in their measurements and allowance is made for those who might err. Gemara, we have learned in a Boraitha, it sometimes happens that the land surveyors forget their mark and go beyond the distance. Chapter V. Regulations concerning the boundaries of a town and the measurements of the legal limits. Mishnah, how can the boundaries of a town be extended? If one house recede from the city wall and another project, or if a ruin recede or project, or if fragments of a wall 10 spans high lie beyond the walls, or if there be any bridges or cemeteries, with dwelling houses thereon, the measurement of a town is commenced on a level with them, and the whole is formed into a square, in order to gain the angles. Gemara, R. Yohanan said, for 18 days I lived with Ashiya the Great and did not learn but one thing concerning this Mishnah, namely, the Mishnah should not read how can the boundaries of a town be extended, but how can they be district. 1. This is not so. Did not R. Yohanan once assert, that during his stay with Ashiya the Great for 18 days he learned to know the heart and wisdom of each one of Ashiya's 12 disciples? He says only that he learned but one thing concerning this Mishnah, but aside from that, he learned many other things. R. Yohanan said again, when we were studying the law at Ashiya's we sate 4 men to 1 ell. Rabbi said, when we studied at R. Eliezer ben Shamua's college we sate 6 men to 1 ell. R. Yohanan said once more, as R. Meir was in his generation so was R. Ashiya the Great in his day. As with R. Meir, the colleagues of his day could never arrive at his final decisions, so was it also with Ashiya. His colleagues could also never fathom his ultimate conclusions. R. Yohanan said again, the hearts of the first sages were as broad as the porch of the temple and those of the later sages were as broad as the gates of the temple, but our hearts are as p. 120. Narrow as the eye of a sewing needle. Whom does he refer to as the first sages? R. Akiba. Whom as the later sages? R. Eliezer bar Shamua, and according to another version he refers to R. Eliezer ben Shamua and Ashiya the Great respectively. Said Abai, we are as a nail driven in a hard wall as far as explanations are concerned. Said Rabha, we are also like a finger pushed into a cake of wax. Said R. Ashi, and we may say, that it is as easy for us to forget what we have learned as it is to put our finger in the hole of a well. R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, the children of Judea who paid strict attention to the words of their masters and propounded many questions retained all they learned. The Galileans, however, who did not pay strict attention to the language of their masters, and did not question them, did not retain anything. The Judeans learned from one master, hence they remembered what they learned, but the Galileans had many teachers and in consequence they did not retain anything. Rabbinah said, the Judeans taught every tract they had themselves mastered to others, hence they retained their knowledge, because teaching others improves one's own learning. The Galileans, however, did not do this and in consequence their knowledge forsook them. Of David who taught others it is said, those that fear thee will see me and be rejoiced, but of Saul, who did not teach others, it is said, firm in all and sure, which signifies, that if the law p. 122 is firmly embedded in all the 248 members of the body, it can remain with the man, otherwise it cannot. We have learned that there was a disciple of our Eliezer, who learned quietly to himself, and in the course of 3 years he forgot all he had learned. Said Samuel to our Jehudah, Thou sagacious one, open thy mouth, when thou readest, and also when thou learnest, and then may it come to pass, that thou shalt live long, as it is written, for they are life unto every one of those that find them, and to all his body a healing. Do not read that find them, but that make them a find for others, that is by pronouncing them with the mouth others will hear them and be benefited. Samuel said again to our Jehudah, Thou sagacious one, as long as thou hast any money, eat and drink, for the world which we leave behind is like a wedding feast, it is soon over. Rabbi said to our Hamnana, My son, if thou hast the wherewith to do thyself good, do so, for in the grave there is no pleasure and there is no fixed time for death, and if thou shouldst wish to say, I will leave my children sufficient to live on when I am in my grave, who can assure thee, that they will keep it, for men are like grass in the field, some spring up and have everything prepared for them while others fade and have nothing. R. Jehoshua ben Levi said, One who travels on the road and has no companion, should study the law, as it is written, For a wreath of grace are they unto thy head, and chains for thy throat. If a man have a headache, he should study the law, for it is a wreath of grace unto his head. If his throat be sore, he should study the law, for it is a chain for his throat. If thy stomach hurt thee, do likewise, for it is written, It will be healing to thy travel, and also if thy bones ache, for it says further, and marrow to thy bones. Likewise one who has pains in any part of his body should study the law, for it is written, and to all his body a healing. Said our Jehudah ben Arhiah, Come and observe how the custom of the Lord differs from that of man. If a man prescribes a remedy, it may benefit one and injure another, but the Holy One, blessed be he, gave the law to all Israel as a remedy for all and for the whole body, as it is written, and to all his body a healing. P. 123. R. Ama said, It is written, For it is a pleasant thing if thou keep them within thy bosom, if they be altogether firmly seated upon thy lips. Which signifies, when are the words of the law a pleasant thing? If thou canst keep them within thy bosom, and when canst thou keep them in thy bosom? If thou canst pronounce them well with thy lips. R. Zerah said, It is written, A man hath joy by the answer of his mouth, and a word spoken at the proper time, how good is it? Which signifies, when hath a man joy by the answer of his mouth, if at any time that he is asked concerning the law, he can make proper reply. R. Itzhak said, It is written, But the word is very nigh unto thee, in thy mouth, and in thy heart, that thou mayest do it. When is the word nigh unto thee? If it is in thy mouth, and in thy heart thou meanest to do it. Rabha said, It is written, The longing of his heart hast thou given him, and the request of his lips hast thou not withholden. Selah. Which means, when was the longing of his heart given him? If the request of his lips was in accordance with the law. Rabha inferred a contradiction from the verse just quoted. It says, The longing of his heart hast thou given him, and immediately afterwards, and the request of his lips hast thou not withholden. If the longing of his heart was given him, what need was there of the request of his lips? And explain this seeming contradiction thus, if the man had merited it, the longing of his heart was granted him without request, but if he did not, he first had to make a request for it, before it was granted. The disciples of our Eliezer ben Jacob taught, in every instance, where the words netzach, selah, or vod form the conclusion of the passage, it signifies, that it will be forever without interruption. As for the word netzach, it is written, For not to eternity will I contend, neither will I be forever wroth. Forever is here expressed by netzach. As for the word selah, it is written, As we have heard, so have we seen it in the city of the Lord of hosts, in the city of our God, God will establish it forever. Selah. Concerning vod it is written, the Lord will reign forever and ever, and the expression used is vod. R. Elazar said, the term quoted in the verse. P. 124. Chains for thy throat means to signify, that as a chain is loose around the neck and is not seen when a man bows his head, so it is with a scholar. If he is not seen constantly in the markets, or oppresses not his neighbor, but sits quietly and studies the law, he retains his knowledge, otherwise he does not. R. Elazar said again, the verse, his cheeks are as a bed of spices, means if a man makes himself as a bed upon which everyone treads, and also conducts himself as a man who held spices in his hand, which even after leaving the hands, still make them fragrant, he retains the knowledge he has acquired, otherwise he does not. He said again, it is written, tables of stone. This refers to a man who hardens his cheeks until they are like stone and when trodden upon are not defaced, meaning a man who constantly studies and in the same manner as the stone is not impaired by wear, the constant study does not injure the man, such a man retains knowledge, otherwise he does not. Again R. Elazar said, it is written, engraved upon the tables, which means, that if the tables had not been broken the first time, the law would never have been forgotten by Israel, for a thing that is engraved cannot be obliterated, and R. Ahabar Jacob added, that no nation on earth could have got them in their power, because, do not read Cherith but Chirioth. R. Mathna said, it is written, and from the wilderness to Matana, one which signifies, that if the man makes himself as a wilderness, upon which everybody treads, and does not mind it, the knowledge he gains remains with him as a present. R. Hunah said, it is written, thy assembly dwelt therein, thou didst prepare it with thy goodness for the afflicted people, O God. If a scholar is in the manner of learning as a wild beast which devours its prey immediately after killing it, i.e., as soon as he learns a thing he repeats it again and again until he knows it thoroughly, he retains his knowledge, otherwise he does not. If p. 125. He does this, however, the Holy One, blessed be he, himself, prepares a meal for him, as may be seen from the end of the passage quoted. R. Hiabar Abba said in the name of R. Yohanan, it is written, whoso guardeth the fig tree will eat its fruit. Why are the words of the law compared to a fig tree? As a fig tree yields its fruit whenever it is shaken, so does the law always yield new teachings whenever it is repeated. R. Samuel ben Anahmini said, it is written, let her bosom satisfy thee abundantly at all times. Why is the law compared to a bosom? Because as at all times when the child desires to suck, the bosom yields its milk, so does the law yield its teachings every time it is perused. Further, it is written, with her love be thou ravished one continually. This means to imply, as was said of R. Elazar ben Pedath, that when he was studying the law in the lower market of Sephores, his clothes were frequently found in the upper market, so engrossed was he in his studies, that he did not even miss his clothes. Said R. Itzhak ben Elazar, once a man attempted to steal the clothes of this R. Elazar and found an adder lying on top of them. The disciples of R. Anan taught, it is written, ye that ride on white asses, ye that sit in judgment, and ye who walk on the way, utter praise. That ride on white asses refers to scholars who go from town to town and from country to country to teach the law and who make it clear as daylight. That sit in judgment refers to those who give a just verdict which is truly just. Who walk refers to those who study the Bible, on the way refers to the students of the Mishnah, and utter praise refers to the students of the Talmud, whose every utterance is concerning the law. R. Shesbai said in the name of R. Elazar ben Azariah, it is written, the indolent roasteth not that which he hath caught in hunting. This signifies, that one who studies the law superficially merely to delude people but does not study it thoroughly and repeat it often, will not retain the knowledge nor will he live long. R. Sheshait, however, said, a man of that kind is not wicked, but merely foolish, on the other hand a prudent man, who studies many things and p. 126. Makes marks, so that he will not forget what he had learned, retains his knowledge and will have long life. When Ardimi came from Palestine he said, the verse quoted is a simile to a man who catches birds. If he pinions the wings of those he catches, he can proceed and catch more, otherwise they will escape. The same applies to a man who studies the law. If he reviews his learning constantly, he retains it and can proceed. If he does not, however, he cannot retain it. Rabha in the name of Sichora quoting Arhuna said, it is written, wealth gotten by vain deeds will be diminished, but he that gathereth by close labor will increase it. Which means, if a man groups the ordinances he has learned, he cannot retain them, but if he gathers them slowly and deliberately, he will constantly increase them. And Rabha said, the rabbis know of this and yet they pay no attention to it. Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, I have acted accordingly and in consequence I have retained my knowledge. The rabbis taught, how was the method of teaching the law in the days of Moses? Moses learned the law from the might of God. Then Aaron entered and Moses taught him a chapter. When Aaron had finished he sat down to the left of Moses and his children came in, when Moses would teach them the chapter again. When they had finished, Eleazar would sit down to the right of Moses and Ithamar to the left of Aaron. Jehudah, however, said, that Aaron would always sit to the right of Moses after his children had finished. Following the sons of Aaron would come the elders of Israel and Moses would repeat the chapter to them. After the elders had finished, the rest of the Israelites who wished to learn would enter and would learn the same chapter. Thus we see, that Aaron heard the same chapter 4 times, his sons 3 times, the elders twice, and the rest of the people once. After the last reading Moses would depart and Aaron would again repeat the chapter to the others, then he would depart and his children would teach the chapter, after them the elders would do so, so that no one heard it less than 4 times. From this Eleazar deduced, that every teacher should recite his teaching to his disciples 4 times, holding that as Aaron who learned from Moses, who in turn learned from the might of God, had to learn one thing 4 times, so much more ought an ordinary man to do so when learning from another. P 127. R. Akiba, however, said, whence do we adduce, that a teacher should teach his disciple until the latter knows the lesson thoroughly? From the verse, now therefore write ye for yourselves this song, and teach it the children of Israel, and whence do we infer, that a disciple must be taught until he can impart the teaching to others? From what is written further, put it in their mouth, and whence do we know, that if the reasons for the teaching can be given, this must be done? From the verse, and these are the laws of justice which thou shalt set before them, and by setting before them is meant that they must be thoroughly explained. Why did not all learn directly from Moses? In order to show honor to Aaron, his children, and the elders. If that be so, let Aaron learn it from Moses, Aaron's children from Aaron, and the elders from the children, then the people from the elders. Because Moses learned from the might of God, all wished to hear it from him. R. Prita had a disciple, whom he would teach a thing 400 times and then the disciple would understand it. One day Prita was invited to attend the celebration of a circumcision, and as he was just teaching his disciple, he finished the teaching for the 400th time, but still the disciple did not understand. So he asked him, what is the difficulty? And the disciple replied, that from the moment the master was invited to the celebration, he could not pay proper attention, thinking that every moment he would be going away. So Prita said, pay proper attention and I will teach thee again, and he accordingly repeated the teaching another 400 times. A heavenly voice was heard at that time which said, what wouldst thou rather, that thou live another 400 years, or that thou and the entire generation in which thou livest should be given a share in the world to come? Prita answered, I would rather accept the latter proposition. Said the Holy One, blessed be he, give him both. Hista said, the law cannot be retained except through signs, as it is written, put it in their mouth. Read, put it with signs in their mouth. Taklifa of Palestine heard this and on his arrival home repeated it in the presence of Arabahu. Said Arabahu, Ye learn this from that verse, but we derive the same from the verse, set thyself up waymarks, meaning. P 128. Set up waymarks to the law. This is in accordance with the dictum of Abide Dimi bar Hama bar Dosa, viz., it is written, it is not in heaven, meaning if it were even in heaven, one would have to get it from there, and, neither is it beyond the sea implies that even were it beyond the sea, one would have to go after it there. Rabha, however, said, it is not in heaven means, that knowledge cannot be found in a man who holds himself as high as heaven, and neither is it beyond the sea means, that knowledge cannot be found in a man who considers his opinions as vast as the sea. R. Yohanan said the first statement refers to those who are great in their own estimation, and the last statement to those who ply the seas and are constantly engaged in traffic. The rabbis taught, how are the boundaries of a town extended? A town that is oblong remains as it is. A town in the form of a circle is provided with corners. One that is in the form of a square need not be made equiangular. If it was narrow on one side and wide on another, it must be made even all around. If a house or row of buildings protruded from one of the walls of the town, a straight line is drawn from the extreme end of such protruding buildings parallel to the wall, and thence 2000 ells are measured. If the town was in the form of an arch or a right angle, it should be considered as if the entire space enclosed by the arch or right angle were filled with houses, and 2000 ells should be measured from the extreme ends. R. Huna said, if a town was in the form of an arch and the distance between the two ends of the arch was less than 4000 ells, the enclosed space is considered as filled with houses, and 2000 ells may be measured from the extreme ends. If the distance was more than 4000 ells, the 2000 ells must be measured from the center of the arch. What distance should a man have from his house to the end whence the 2000 ells are measured? Rabbi bar Arhuna said, 2000 ells, and Rabha the son of Rabbi bar Arhuna said, even more than 2000 ells. Said Abai, it seems to me that the latter opinion is correct, because, if the man chose, he could go through all the houses in the arch to that end, then why should he not be permitted to cross over the space between his house and the end of the arch? Or if fragments of a wall 10 spans high, etc. What is P 129 meant by this? R. Jehuda said, this means, if there were 3 partitions without a roof. A question was propounded, how was it if there were 2 partitions with a roof? Come and hear, these are the things that are counted in together with the town: a monument covering 4 square ells, a bridge, a mausoleum, a synagogue that has a dwelling for an attendant, a church with a vestry, stables, and barns that have a dwelling attached for the keeper, huts in the field, and houses built on islands of a lake, which are not more than 70 2/3 ells away from the town. All these are counted in together with the town, and following are the things that must not be counted in with the town: a monument partly demolished on both sides, a bridge, a burying ground without a dwelling on it, a synagogue or church that has no dwelling for the sextons, a stable or barn that has no dwelling for the keeper, a pit, a cavern, a fence, a dovecot, and a boathouse. All these are not counted in with the town. We see then, that a monument which had been partially destroyed on both sides, must not be counted in with the town? Must we not assume that it still retained its roof? Nay, this refers to a monument that did not retain its roof. Of what use is a house built on an island? Said our Papa. Those houses are used to unload the utensils of a ship. It is said a cavern is not to be counted in with the town. Did not our Haya teach that it should? Said Abai, R. Haya refers to a cavern, that has a building above it. If that is the case, why mention the cavern? The building itself must be counted in? Here the meaning is, if a building was above the cavern, no matter how far the cavern extended, it is regarded as a foundation for the house and should be counted in. R. Huna said, those who live in huts made of twigs may measure the limit only from their doors. Said Hinana the son of Arkahana in the name of Ar-Ashi, if in the street where the hut stood there were 3 courts each containing 2 ordinary buildings, the huts are given the privileges of a town. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, those who dwell in huts and those who travel in the deserts do not enjoy life, and their wives and children are not their own. We have also learned the same in a Boritha. Eliezer the man of Berea said, those who live in huts are the same as those in a grave, and concerning their daughters it is said, cursed be. P. 130. He that lieth with any manner of beast. Why is this so? Said Ulla, because they have no bathhouses. R. Yohanan said, because, when the women go to take their ritual bath, they are afraid to go alone so long a distance, hence they go in company with other women and are followed by evil men who lead them astray. What is the point of difference between Ulla and R. Yohanan? If there is a lake in the vicinity, the statement of R. Yohanan falls to the ground, but according to Ulla even then, the women, if left alone by their husbands, are led to sin. R. Huna said, in a town where there are no herbs, a scholar should not live. Shall we assume that herbs are such a good thing? Have we not learned in a Boritha, that three things cause much waste, cause a man's body to stoop, and deprive a man of 1/500th of his eyesight? Those three things are, coarse bread, newly brewed beer, and herbs. This presents no difficulty. Arhuna refers to onions, garlic, and fine herbs, which are necessary, while the Boritha refers to bad herbs. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, in a town that is hilly and where there are many steps to ascend and descend, both man and beast become prematurely aged. Said Arhuna bar Jehoshua, the towns of Babiri and Benaresh, two adjoining cities, that had may hills between them, caused their inhabitants to become prematurely aged. The rabbis taught, if one comes to make a town square, he must make it as the square of the earth, i.e., the north must be towards the north of the earth, the south towards the south, and his signs shall be, the zodiac of the Capricorn in the north and that of the Scorpion in the south. Said Arhose, if he does not understand how to make it as the square of the earth, he should be guided by the equinox. How so? Where the sun rises during the long days and sets during the long days, it is north of the equator, and during the short days, where it rises and sets it is south of the equator, but during the Nisan and the Tishri equinox, it rises half east and sets half west, as it is written, going toward the south during the day, and turning around toward the north during the night. The wind moveth round about continually, meaning east and west, at times it goes through them. P. 131. And at other times it passes them. Said our Meshershia, all these rules are of no account, for we have learned in a Boritha that the sun never rose in the northeast nor set in the northwest, and the sun never rose in the southeast nor set in the southwest. Samuel said, the equinox of Nisan can only take place during one of the 4 quarters of a day, either at sunrise, sunset, noon, or midnight, and the equinox of Tammuz cannot take place except at 1½ hours after sunrise or sunset, or 7½ hours after either. The equinox of Tishri takes place only at 3 or at 9 hours after either sunrise or sunset, and the equinox of Tevath takes place only 4½ hours or 10½ hours after either sunrise or sunset. There is not more than 91 days 7½ hours between each equinox, and they occur in the first and second half of the same hour respectively. 1. The rabbis taught, one who comes to measure the city should first make it square in the form of a board. Afterwards he makes another square of the legal distance of 2000 ells also in the form of a board. When he comes to measure the legal limits from the town, he should not commence at the center of a side, because then he would lose the corner, for, if the diagonal distance from one corner to another is 2000 ells, the distance from the one side to the opposite will be 1428 ells. Hence he should make the square 2000 ells from one opposite side to the other, and in that event he will gain 400 ells on each side. Then the two legal limits together will gain 800 ells on each side, and, in consequence, the town together with the limits will gain 1200 ells on each side. Said Abai, this can be proven by calculating on a city exactly 2000 ells square. Mishnah, an allowance of 70 and 2/3 ells of space must be made to the town. Such is the dictum of our Meir, but the sages hold, that such an allowance is to be made. P 132. Only if two towns be so close to each other, that each only requires 70 and 2/3 ells to bring them within the legal limits, in that case an allowance is made to both, so that they become as one. Thus also, if 3 villages form a triangle, and the 2 outer ones require 141 and 1/3 ells, a double allowance to bring them within legal distance of each other, the middle one between the 2 makes all one, so that the 3 villages become as one. Gemara, whence do we adduce that an allowance should be made to the town? Said Rabha, because it is written, from the wall of the city and outward, which implies, first leave a part outward and then commence to measure. But the sages hold, etc. It was taught, Arhuna said, an allowance should be made to each of the 2 cities, and Arhaya bar Rabbite said, only one allowance is made for both. We have learned in the Mishnah, however, that the sages hold, such an allowance is to be made only, etc., whence we see that only one allowance is spoken of, and this would be contradictory to Arhuna. Arhuna may say, that by the allowance is meant the law of the allowance, and if the law of allowance is given at all, it should be given to each of the 2 cities. It seems to us, that the explanation of Arhuna is correct, because further on the Mishnah states, that each only requires 70 and 2/3, i.e., one town requires 70 and 2/3 ells and the other requires 70 and 2/3 ells, hence the law of allowance applies to each of the 2. An objection was made based upon the last clause of the Mishnah, if 3 villages form a triangle and the 2 outer ones require 141 and 1/3 ells, the middle one between the 2 makes all one, thus if there were no middle one the allowance for the 2 outer ones would not hold good, and this would be contradictory to Arhuna, who says, that the law of the allowance should be applied. Arhuna might reply, it was taught, however, that Rabbah in the name of Red quoting Arhanana said, the Mishnah does not mean to state that there must absolutely be 3 villages in a triangle, but even if the third is some distance off and between the 2 there is sufficient space which would permit of the 3rd village being placed there, and the distance from that 3rd village to one of the outer ones be 141 and 1/3 ells, i.e., the quantity of 2 allowances of 70 and 2/3 ells. Each, this 3rd village makes the other 2 as one. Then, P 133. Rabha asked of Abai, how far must the 3rd village be from the other 2? That it may be counted in with them. And he answered, 2,000 ells. Said Rabha to Abai, didst thou not say previously, that thou art of the opinion of Rabha bar Arhuna, who said that it may be even more than 2,000 ells distant? Rejoined Abai, how canst thou compare the 2? In the former instance there were inhabited houses, while here there is only empty space. Rabha asked Abai again, what must the distance between the 2 outer villages be? And he answered, what is the difference? Thou hast heard, that if the village standing at a distance is placed between the 2 there would be a distance of 141 and 1/3 ells to each of the outer ones. According to that, rejoined Rabha, it would not matter if there were 4,000 ells between the 2 outer ones. Yeah, answered Abai, so it is. Mishnah, one must not measure the legal distance except with a line exactly 50 ells long, no more and no less, and one must not measure in any manner except from the breast. If during the measurement a deep dale or heap of stones is encountered, the line is passed over it and the measurement resumed. If a hillock is encountered, the line is passed over it and the measurement resumed, provided the legal limit is not overstepped while this is being done. If the line cannot be passed over the hillock on account of its height, Ardustai bar Jana said, I have heard on the authority of our Meir, that those who make the measurement cut straight through the mountain. Gemara, whence do we adduce that the line must be exactly 50 ells long? Said Arjehuda in the name of Rabbite, it is written, the length of the court shall be 100 ells, and the breadth 50 by 50, and thus the verse means to say, that the line should be 50 ells. Is this verse not necessary in order to teach us that the excess of 50 ells of length over the breadth should be apportioned so as to make the court 70 ells and 4 spans square? If such were the case, the verse could read 50 and 50, but from the fact that it reads 50 by 50 we assume that both teachings may be adduced. No more and no less. It was taught in a Boraitha, no less, because when the line is taken up it may be stretched a trifle, and no. P 134. More, for should it be longer, it might become entangled and be shortened accordingly. Said RC, the line must be made only of apaskama. What is an apaskama? Said R Abba, a nargila, and what is a nargila? Said R Jacob, the fiber of walnut trees. We have learned in a Boraitha, R Jehoshua ben Hananiah said, there is nothing better to measure with than an iron chain, but what can be done, when it is written? There was a man with a measure cord in his hand. It is written, however. There was a man, etc., and a measuring rod. The verse quoted refers to the measurement of the gates of the temple. R. Joseph taught, there are 3 kinds of cord, one made of rushes, one made of willows, and one made of flax. The first kind of cord was used to tie the red heifer as we have learned, she was tied with cord made of rushes and was laid on the spot where she was to be burned. The second kind was used for tying a woman who was to stand the bitter water test as we have learned in a Mishnah, then an Egyptian rope was tied above her breast. The third kind was used for measuring. If during the measurement a deep dale, etc., was encountered, etc. From the statement of the Mishnah that after passing over it the measurement is resumed, we must assume, that if the surveyor cannot pass over it with a line 50 ells long, he must go to a place where it is possible for him to do so, and after passing over it, should resume the measurement at the original place as nearly as possible on a level with the place where he had left off at the other location. This is identical with the teaching of the rabbis as follows: if during the measurement the surveyor come to a cleft, and can pass over it with a line 50 ells long, he should do so. If, however, he cannot do this, he should go to another place where this would be possible and resume his measurement at the original place as nearly as possible on a level with the place where he had left off at the other location. Should, however, the cleft be sloping so that he can cross over it without difficulty, he should measure it by drawing an imaginary line straight across. P 135. The cleft and do this successively both uphill and down. If he come to a wall, he must not cut through the wall but must estimate its thickness, and after allowing sufficient distance for it, he should resume his measurement. We have learned, however, that he should cut through it. Why do they say that he should estimate its thickness? In the former instance the case referred to is where the wall was impassable, while in this instance the surveyor can circumvent it. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, under what circumstances are these rules concerning passing over or cutting straight through to be applied? If the line with a weight attached to one end, will not, when dropped, reach bottom. If, however, the line will reach bottom, the actual measurement of the cleft must be counted. What must the depth of the cleft be in order that it may be passed over? Said R. Joseph, even if it be more than 2,000 ells deep. According to whose opinion is this teaching of R. Joseph? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that if the cleft is 100 ells deep and 50 wide it may be passed over but not if it be more? While the anonymous teachers hold, even if it be 2,000 ells deep. Then R. Joseph's teaching coincides neither with that of the first Tana nor with that of the anonymous teachers. The Boraitha refers to a case where the depth of the cleft cannot be sounded with the sounding line, while R. Joseph refers to a case where the sounding line can be dropped straight down. If the sounding line cannot be used, what distance may he go to find another location for measuring? Said Abimi and also Rami bar Ezekiel, 4 ells. If a hillock is encountered, etc. Said Rabha, this referred to a hillock with a base of 5 ells and a peak of 10 spans, but a hillock with a base of 4 ells and a peak of 10 spans should be merely estimated and the measurement resumed. Providing the legal limit is not overstepped, etc. What is the reason therefore? Said our Kahana. In order that it may not be said, that the legal limit commences at the spot where the hillock had already been passed over. If the line cannot be passed over the hillock, etc. The rabbis. P. 136. Taught, what is meant by cutting straight through the mountain. The man at the foot of the mountain should hold the line to his breast and the man at the summit should hold it to his feet. Said Abai, there is a tradition to the effect, that the mountain must not be cut through except with a line measuring 4 ells. Said Rnahman in the name of Rabbi Bar Abahu, the law of cutting through the mountains does not apply in the case of the heifer, which must have its neck broken, and not to the cities of refuge. Mishnah, the measurement must be undertaken only by one who is an expert. If the legal limit was carried farther to one place than to another, the farther limit is held to. If one surveyor carried the limit farther than another, the farther measurement is abided by. Even a bondman or bondwoman must be credited if testifying, that until here is the Sabbath limit, for the sages do not intend to enforce a more rigorous observance but to make it more lenient. Gemara, what is meant by, the farther limit is held to? What about the shorter limit? Is that not within the limit? The Mishnah must be read, even the farther limit is also held to. If one surveyor carried the limit farther than another, etc. Said Abai, provided the difference in the distance does not exceed the diagonal measurement of the town. Mishnah, if a town of a single individual, becomes of the public, all the householders residing therein may combine in preparing the Arab. If the town originally was public property and becomes the property of an individual, all the householders must not join in the Arab, unless a number of dwellings outside of the city was not included in the Arab made by the town proper, which number was equal to the new town in Judea, i.e., containing 50 dwellings. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda. R. Simeon, however, holds, that it is sufficient if 3 courts each containing 2 houses were not included. Gemara, the rabbis taught, what is meant by originally the property of a single individual, and become property of the public? Said R. Jehuda, for instance, the district of the Exilarch. Rejoined R. Nahman, why dost thou mention the district of the Exilarch, because many people come there. P. 137. And it thus becomes like public ground, but the seat of government being there, it will serve as a reminder, that there is a law against carrying on the Sabbath. Still, even in a place where many Israelites congregate on the Sabbath, even if the seat of government is not there, they will remind each other of the law. Therefore, continued R. Nahman, it may be like the district of Nathazai, who owned a whole town. The rabbis taught, in a town, originally the property of an individual, which had become public property, containing a wide street, how should an Arab be made? Either a side beam or a cross beam must be erected at each end of the street, and it is permitted to carry throughout the street. It is not permitted, however, for one half of the town to combine in an Arab. Either the whole town must combine an Arab, or each entry must make an Arab for itself. If, however, the entire town was at all times public property, and have but one exit, an Arab may be combined for the whole town. Who is the Tana who holds, that even for the wide street an Arab may be effected? Said Arhuna the son of R. Jehoshua, this is according to R. Jehuda, as we have learned in a Boraitha. Moreover, R. Jehuda said, a man having 2 houses, one at each end of a wide street, may make a cross or a side beam at each end of the street and is allowed to carry throughout the street, and the sages rejoined, such an Arab is not sufficient for a wide street. The master said, it is not permitted for one half the town to combine an Arab. Said our Papa, this prohibition refers to an Arab made lengthwise in half the town, but in the breadth of half the town it is allowed. The master said, either the whole town must combine an Arab or each entry must make an Arab for itself. Why should an Arab not be effected in one half of the town, because the other half might prove a bar? Why should one entry then not prove a bar to another? Each entry may erect a door for itself, which will signify that there is no connection with the others. This is identical with the statement of Red Bar Aben in the name of Ar Hisda, viz., if one of the inhabitants of an entry p. 138 made a door to his court, he demonstrates thereby that he has no connection with the other inhabitants and consequently does not make the Arab of the others invalid. If the town was originally public property and became the property of an individual, etc. Arzera made an Arab in the city where lived Arhaya, that included the whole city and did not leave out any part thereof. Asked Abai, why did master do this? Why did he not leave out a part of it? Answered Arzera, the elders of the city told me, that Arhaya Barasi once combined an Arab for the entire city, so I thought that at one time the city was individual property and then became the property of the public. Rejoined Abai, the same elders told me, that at one time a pile of dirt blocked one of the entrances so that only one remained, hence Arhaya Barashi made the Arab for the entire city. Now, however, the dirt has been removed and the city never was individual property, and Arzera answered, I did not know this. Ami Bar Ada of Harfan asked Rabbah, what is the law concerning a town that had one entrance by means of a door and another by means of a ladder? He answered, Rabbi said, that a ladder is in law accounted the same as a door. Said Rna to them, do not heed him, for thus said Ada in the name of Rabbi, a ladder combines within itself the two uses, that of a door and that of a partition. The latter if it is on the outside of the city and is hence not accounted as a door, and when it stands between two courts it can be accounted as a partition, thus enabling the courts to make separate Arabin, or it can be accounted as a door and both courts may combine in effecting one Arab. Jehudah in the name of Samuel said, if an entire wall was made of ladders even though it be wider than 10 ells, it is nevertheless a lawful partition. Brona contradicted Jehudah, standing at the wine cellar of Hanan's house, how canst thou say, that Samuel held the ladders to constitute a partition? Did not Naaman say in the name of Samuel, if the people living in attics of courts, which contain balconies, and who are obliged to descend by means of ladders to the court, had forgotten to combine an Arab with the people below, they do not render the Arab of the people below invalid, providing their ladders have apertures at least 4 spans high. This is the case if the balconies were not over 10 spans high. If the balconies were not over 10 spans, of what use are the apertures? p. 139. If the balconies were provided with railing and 10 ells were left vacant and a small door was erected in that vacant space, it signifies, that there is no connection between the inhabitants of the attics and those of the court, hence they do not prove a bar to each other. The inhabitants of Kako now came before Joseph and asked him to give them a man to effect an Arab for them in their city. He accordingly said to Abai, go and make an Arab for them, but see that it provoke no comment from the college. He went and saw that some houses of the city faced a lake and had no other entrance. I will make an Arab, but will exclude these houses, said he. Subsequently it occurred to him, that an Arab must not be made for the entire city. At the same time it was possible to do this, with these houses, however, it was an impossibility. Consequently he desired that apertures be made in those houses facing the streets, thereby making it possible for them to make an Arab and then to exclude them, in which event the Arab for the entire city would be valid. Then he concluded that even those apertures were unnecessary, because Rabbi Bar Abba made an Arab for the entire city of Mehuzah, which was composed of several rows of entries, and between each row there was a ditch used for the storing of kernels of dates to be used as fodder. He made an Arab for each row and permitted the carrying of things in each entry and from one entry into another without erecting either cross or side beams. He did this on account of the ditches between the rows, which ditches prevented crossing over from one row to the other, and the town having been originally public property and subsequently having become the property of an individual, in which case part of the town must be excluded from participation in the Arab. He held that by virtue of the inaccessibility of one row to the other on account of the intervening ditches, one row became the excluded part to the other, and vice versa. Suddenly it occurred to him again, that the rows of entries might have had protruding roofs, which would make communication with each other possible, hence they were enabled to make an Arab, but in the case of those houses that could not make an independent Arab, he again concluded that apertures were necessary. Finally, however, he recollected that Mar the son of Pipidatha of Pumbeditha made an Arab for the entire city of Pumbeditha and merely excluded his straw shed underneath the p. 140 city. Hence he again concluded that no apertures for the houses were necessary. In conclusion he said, I see now, after all this trouble, why my master cautioned me against provoking the comment of the colleges. R. Simeon, however, holds that it is sufficient, if 3 courts, etc. Said R. Hamabarguria in the name of Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to R. Simeon. R. Itzhak, however, said that 1 house in 1 court is sufficient. Asked Abai of R. Joseph, whence does R. Itzhak adduce his statement? From a tradition or an opinion? Answered R. Joseph, what is the difference? Rejoined Abai, shall we learn the Gemara as we do a song? Mishnah, should a man be at the east of his domicile and say to his son, place my Arab towards the west, or being at the west of his domicile say to his son, place my Arab towards the east, if the distance from the place where he stands to his domicile be within 2000 ells and to his Arab farther than that, he must take his Sabbath rest at his domicile, but must not take it where his Arab is deposited. If the distance to his Arab, however, be within 2000 ells, and to his domicile farther than that, he must take his Sabbath rest where his Arab is placed and not at his domicile. If a man has deposited his Arab within the limits of a town, he has accomplished nothing and it counts for nothing. If he, however, deposited the Arab outside of the legal limit, be it but a single ell, whatever ground he gains in one direction, he loses in the opposite direction. Gemara, what is meant by towards the east? Towards the east of his son said R. Itzhak, and towards the west also of his son. Rabbi Bar Arshila, however, says that both towards the east and towards the west refer to the house, but the question will arise, how will it be possible for the house to be farther than the Arab, because if he told his son to make an Arab there, the son must have stood between the house and the Arab. In this case, the house was diagonally opposite the place where the son stood while the Arab was directly opposite. If he, however, deposited the Arab outside of the legal limit, p. 141, etc., is it possible to assume that he really overstepped the legal limit? Read, if he placed the Arab outside of the 70 2/3 ells allowed the town, whatever ground he gains in one direction, he loses in the opposite. He loses only what he gains, no more? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, if he placed his Arab within the allowance of the city, he has accomplished nothing and it counts for naught. If, however, he placed his Arab outside of such allowance even 1 ell, he loses the whole city, because the measure of the city will be counted to him in the legal limit affected by the Arab. This presents no difficulty. According to the Boraitha, he loses the whole city only when the 2000 ells of his limit terminate in the center of the city, but if they terminate at the end of the city, which is the case in our Mishnah, he loses nothing, as R.E.D. said in the name of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, if he measured the limit and it terminated in the center of a town, he has only half the town, but if it terminated at the end of the town, the whole town becomes as 4 ells and he may complete his entire limit of 2000 ells outside of the town. R.E.D. said, however, this is merely a prophetic assertion. For what is the difference whether it terminate in the center of the city or at the end? Said Rabha, this is by no means a prophetic assertion. Thou wilt learn this in the succeeding Mishnah. R. Joseph said in the name of Rami bar Abba quoting Arhuna, if a town was standing on the steep banks of a lake and there was a partition made on the brink of the banks 4 ells high, the measurement of the legal limits may be commenced from that partition. If there was no partition, however, the measurement must be commenced from the entrance of the house. Said Abai, why dost thou require in this case a partition 4 ells high? Generally 4 spans are sufficient. Because usually, no fear is entertained as to the use of the place, while in this case there is constant fear of falling over the banks. Said R. Joseph, whence do I adduce this teaching? From the following Boraitha, Rabbi permitted the inhabitants of Gadar to descend to Hampton but forbade the people of Hampton to ascend to Gadar. Why did Rabbi decree thus? We must. p. 142. Assume, because the inhabitants of Gadar made a partition at the foot of their city while the inhabitants of the city of Hampton did not make a partition at the foot of their city, hence Gadar which had a partition was safe from falling, and the legal limit, which was measured from any part of the city included Hampton, but the people of Hampton, which had no partition and was consequently not safe, could measure their legal limits only from their houses and thus it did not include the city of Gadar. When Ardimi came from Palestine, however, he assigned a different reason for the above Boraitha, saying, Rabbi decreed thus, because the Gadarites would maltreat the Hamptonites, hence he prohibited the latter to ascend to Gadar on a Sabbath. Why on Sabbath? Why not also on a weekday? Because on Sabbath there is more drunkenness. Why did he then permit the Gadarites to descend to Hampton? Cannot they maltreat the Hamptonites even there? Because a dog that has no home will not bark even in 7 years. Is there not danger, however, that the Hamptonites will maltreat the Gadarites? The Hamptonites would not dare do this. R. Safra said, there is a different reason for the Boraitha, viz., the city of Gadar was built in the form of an arch and the two ends of the arch were more than 4,000 ells apart. We have learned in connection with this that the legal limits must be measured from the houses of the individuals, hence when the inhabitants of Gadar measured their limit, it included the city of Hampton, but when the people of Hampton, who were opposite the space of the arch, measured their limit, it terminated in the empty space between the two sides of the arch, and that space being over 4,000 ells, could not be counted as part of the city. R. Dimi Bar Hinana said, the city of Gadar was a large city whereas Hampton was a small town and the laws concerning this will be explained in the following Mishnah. Mishnah, the inhabitants of a large town may traverse the whole of a small town, but the inhabitants of the small town must traverse the p. 143 whole extent of the large town. How then? If an inhabitant of the large town place his Arab in the small town, or an inhabitant of the small town place his Arab in the large town, each may traverse either town and proceed 2,000 ells beyond its boundaries. R. Aqaba said, one has only the right to proceed 2,000 ells from the place where he deposited his Arab. Said R. Aqaba to the sages, will ye not admit, that in the case of one who deposits his Arab in a cavern, that he has not the right to proceed further than 2,000 ells from the place where he has deposited his Arab? They replied, true, but when is this the case? If there are no dwellings in the cavern, but if there are dwellings within it, he may not only traverse the whole extent of the cavern, but also proceed 2,000 ells outside of it. That the ordinance is less rigid as to the interior of a cavern, than to the space above it. Concerning one who measures he is only allowed to carry the legal limits 2,000 ells from the place whence he started, even though the end of his measurement terminate in a cavern. Gemara, said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, if one took his Sabbath rest in an abandoned city, he may traverse the entire extent of the city and 2,000 ells besides, but if he deposited his Arab in that city, he only has 2,000 ells from that Arab. R. Eleazar, however, said, whether he merely took his rest there or deposited his Arab, he may traverse the entire extent of the city and 2,000 ells outside of it. An objection was made based upon the statement of R. Aqaba addressed to the sages, will ye not admit, that in the case of one who deposits his Arab in a cavern, that he has not the right to proceed further than 2,000 ells from the place where he has deposited his Arab? And their reply, true, but when is this the case? If there are no dwellings in the cavern. Thus we see, that if there are no dwellings within it, the sages agree with R. Aqaba. By the statement if there are no dwellings in the cavern the sages mean to say, if there is no room for dwellings in the cavern. Mar Jehuda observed that the inhabitants of Mabrakta placed their Arab in the synagogue of the city of Agubar, so he p. 144. Said to them, Why do ye not place the Arab a little further? Ye will have more space to the 2,000 els. Said Rabha to him, Thou quarreler. Concerning the law of Arabin no attention is paid to our Aqaba. Chapter 6. Regulations concerning the Arabin of courts and partnerships. Mishnah, to one who dwells in the same court with a Gentile, or with one who does not acknowledge the laws of Arab, the latter prove a bar. Our Eliezer ben Jacob, however, said, At no time can such a prohibition be caused, unless there be two Israelites, who prevent each other. R. Gamaliel related, It happened that a Sadducee dwelt with us in one alley in Jerusalem, and my father said to us, Make haste and bring all the vessels into the alley, lest the Sadducee bring out his, and thus make it unlawful for you to carry out yours. R. Jehuda related the same circumstance with a variation in the language, viz. Make haste and do what you require done in the alley, lest he come out and make it unlawful for you to do so. Gemara, Abai and Arhinana, both sons of Abin, were sitting along with Abai. The two brothers said, The Mishnah would be correct according to the opinion of our Meir, who holds that the dwelling of a Gentile as far as the laws of Arabin are concerned is regarded as a dwelling, but what about our Eliezer ben Jacob? If he regards the dwelling of a Gentile as a dwelling, then it should prove a bar even to one Israelite, and if he holds that it is not regarded as a dwelling, then it should not interfere even with two Israelites. Said Abai to them, Does then our Meir hold, that the dwelling of a Gentile is regarded as a dwelling where the laws of Arabin are concerned? Have we not learned in a Boraitha, that our Meir holds the dwelling of a Gentile to be like a vacant house, where things may be moved at will? Therefore I say, all agree that the dwelling of a Gentile is not considered as a dwelling as far as Arabin are concerned, and that the intent of the Mishnah is simply to prevent the Israelite from falling into the ways of the Gentile and disregard the Sabbath entirely, and to this end our Meir holds, that a p. 146. Gentile proves a bar even to one Israelite, but our Eliezer ben Jacob maintains, that it is so rare an occurrence for one Israelite and one Gentile to live in one court, that such a precaution is in that case superfluous. The text of the above Boraitha is as follows, The dwelling of a Gentile is, as far as the laws of Arabin are concerned, to be regarded as a vacant house, and things may be moved and carried to and from his house and the court, but if an Israelite also dwelt in the same court, the Gentile proves a bar to the Israelite. Such is the dictum of our Meir. Our Eliezer ben Jacob, however, said, that the Gentile does not interfere, unless there are two Israelites who prevent each other. Have we not learned in our Mishnah that if one dwells in the same court with a Gentile, the Gentile proves a bar? This presents no difficulty. The Mishnah refers to the Gentile who is on the spot, while our Eliezer ben Jacob refers to one who is not at home. What does our Eliezer mean to express? Does he hold, that a dwelling without the occupant is also a dwelling? Then he should state, that even one Israelite is prevented by it. If he holds, that a dwelling without its occupant is not considered a dwelling, then why does he mention a Gentile? He could say, if there be two Israelites and one is absent from home, he does not prove a bar to the other? Nay, a dwelling without its occupant is not considered a dwelling, but in the case of the Israelite who was absent, if he had proved a bar when at home, the precaution is also enforced when he is not at home, but in the case of a Gentile, no such precaution is necessary for the reason, that he himself does not prove a bar to the Israelite, and his interference is merely due to the fact that the Israelite might fall into his ways and disregard the Sabbath. When the Gentile is absent, however, such apprehension does not exist. If the Gentile is absent, he does not prevent the Israelite. Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that if a person quits his house, and he goes to take his Sabbath rest in another town, whether he be a Gentile or an Israelite, he proves a bar to the other inmates of the court? Such is the decree of our Meir. This refers to a case of where there is fear that the person will return on the same day. R. Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Jacob. Arhuna, however, said, it is customary to hold to the opinion of our Eliezer, i.e., it is not taught in the colleges that the halakha prevails. P 147. According to our Eliezer ben Jacob, but when a man asks concerning this law, he may be told to follow that dictum. Our Yohanan however said, the people act in accordance with our Eliezer's decree, but it should not be decided so when the question arises. Abai asked our Joseph, it is known to us, that all the Mishnayot taught by our Eliezer ben Jacob are clean and thorough. Here also our Jehuda said in the name of Samuel, that the halakha prevails according to our Eliezer ben Jacob. Now then, if a disciple of a certain master live in the same town as his master and is asked concerning a halakha established by our Eliezer ben Jacob, may he decide it himself or must he as usual refer the case to his master? Our Joseph answered, our Histah would not even decide the question whether eggs may be eaten with kudik as long as our Hunah was living. R. Jacob bar Abba asked Abai, may a disciple decide in the place where his master resides a halakha, contained in the scrolls of fast days? Abai replied, our Joseph decided this question as stated above. R. Histah did decide legal questions, during the lifetime of our Hunah, in Kafri. 1. R. Hamnana 2 decided questions in the city of Hartha, which belonged to Argaz in the days when Ar-Histah lived. Rabbina would examine the slaughtering knives in Babylon during the lifetime of Ar-Ashi. Ar-Ashi asked him, why does master do this? Rabbina answered, did not Ar-Hamnana decide questions in Hartha during the lifetime of Ar-Histah? Said Ar-Ashi to him, on the contrary. We have learned, that Ar-Hamnana did not do this. Rejoined Rabbina, we have learned both, that he did and that he did not, and the case seems to be thus, as long as Ar-Hunah the master of Ar-Histah lived, Ar-Hamnana did not decide any questions, but upon the death of Ar-Hunah when P 148. Histah became the head of the college, Ar-Hamnana began to decide questions also, because he was virtually a disciple comrade of Ar-Histah and I am also a disciple comrade of master. Rabha said, if a slaughtering knife is brought to a young scholar for examination, he may examine it, providing he intends to use some of the meat himself. Rabbina 1 came to the city of Mehuzah. The innkeeper brought a slaughtering knife to him for examination, and Rabbina told him to take it to Rabha. Said the innkeeper, dost thou not hold with Rabha, that a young scholar may examine a slaughtering knife if he intends to use the meat himself? Rejoined Rabbina, yeah, but the meat is thine and I merely buy the meat of thee as others do. R. Eliezer of the city of Hagronia and Abba bar Taklifa were the guests of Aha the son of Ikwa in the city presided over by Aha bar Jacob. A calf, which was the third of its mother, was to be prepared and the slaughtering knife was brought to them for inspection. Said Aha bar Taklifa, must we not respect the elder? Said Eliezer to him, thus decided Rabha, a young scholar may examine the slaughtering knife if he intends to use the meat himself. Accordingly Eliezer examined the knife but was afterwards punished for it. Why was Eliezer punished for it? Rabbah had really allowed it? Because Aha bar Jacob was an exceptionally wise and extremely old sage. Rabha said, a disciple has no right to decide questions of law. If, however, he sees a person committing a prohibited act, he may even in the presence of his master correct such a person. Rabbina while in the presence of Ar-Ashi observed a man tying an ass to a tree on Sabbath. He admonished him and told him that it was not allowed, but the man paid no attention to him, whereupon Rabbina said to him, thou art under a ban for this. Then he said to Ar-Ashi, can this action of mine be construed as disrespectful to thee because it was done in thy presence? Ar-Ashi answered, it is written, there is no wisdom nor understanding nor counsel against the Lord, and that means, where the honor of P 149. The Lord is concerned, the respect due a teacher is not to be considered. Rabha said, if a disciple decide a point of law in the presence of his master, it is considered as a capital offense, but if he does this in the absence of his master while the master is still in the same city, it is not a capital offense, but is nevertheless prohibited. Zerah said in the name of Hananiah, it is not a capital offense, but he is nevertheless called a sinner, as it is written, in my heart have I treasured up thy saying, in order that I may not sin against thee. Hananiah propounded a contradictory question to the above verse, viz., it is written, I announce thy righteousness in the great assembly, and himself explained it by saying, the former verse was proclaimed by David when Ira the Yahirite, who was his master, was still living, and the latter when Ira was dead. Abba bar Zabita said, he who sends his gifts to one particular priest to the exclusion of all others brings famine into the world, as it is written, and Ira the Yahirite was a priest unto David. Why a priest unto David? Was he not also a priest to the rest of Israel? The inference then is, that David presented him with all his gifts, and immediately following this verse, it is written, and there was a famine in the days of David 3 years. Eleazar said, a disciple who decides a point of law in the place of his master, if intrusted with a position of importance, is eventually deposed, as it is written that Eleazar the priest quoted a law, and although he quoted it in the name of Moses, still he was deposed from office on that account, for although Joshua was ordered to stand before Eleazar, we do not find one instance where Joshua ever availed himself of Eleazar's services. Levi said, he who decides a point of law in the presence of his master will die childless, for it is written, that Joshua, the son of Nun said, my lord Moses, forbid them, and it merely states, now his son, Jehoshua his son, whence we see that Joshua had no children. There was an entry in which a man by the name of Lochman bar Risthak resided. He was asked to rent his right to the p. 150 ground occupied by him to the other inmates, but he would not do this. So the matter was brought to Abai for decision, and he told them as follows, all of you, resign your rights to your grounds to one man in the entry, and thus it will constitute a case of where one Israelite and one Gentile occupy the same entry. When one Gentile occupies the same grounds with one Israelite, he does not interfere with the Israelite. How can this remedy us? Why was it decreed, that one Gentile does not interfere with an Israelite? Because it is of rare occurrence, that they should occupy the same court, but in our case it is different. We all live there? Said Abai, in your case there is also an unusual occurrence, for it seldom happens, that all the inmates of one entry should resign their rights to one man. Subsequently Arhunah the son of Jehoshua related this statement of Abai to Rabha. Said Rabha, if so, then the entire law of Arabin was made void in that entry. Nay, they mad can rub between themselves also. Rejoined Rabbah, this is still worse. In that case it will be said that an Arab may be made where a Gentile lives? Answered Arhunah, it will be proclaimed, that the carrying is not done on account of the Arab, but because every inmate has resigned his right to the ground to one man, and hence it is private ground. To whom will ye proclaim this? To the children. Continued Rabha. I have a better plan. Let one man go and ask Lochman bar Risthak to permit him to deposit something in his yard, which will then be considered as rented for an entire year, and Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, that if ground had been rented by an Israelite from a Gentile or vice versa for 1 year or even for 1 season when the crops are harvested, in fact if any dealings at all have been had on this order with the Gentile, an Arab may be placed in the entry where he lives with impunity. Abai asked of Joseph, how is it, if there are several who had rented apartments from a Gentile and one of them forgot to make an Arab? Would he prove a bar to the others or not? Answered Joseph, the statement of Jehudah in the name of Samuel was made in order to make the law more lenient and not to make it more rigid. When Naaman heard the dictum of Jehudah in the name of Samuel quoted above, he said, how fine is this halakha! Then he heard another dictum of Jehudah in the name of Samuel stating, that one who had imbibed a quarter of p. 151 a lug of wine, must not decide any legal questions. Said Naaman, this halakha is preposterous. I know that my head is not quite clear until I drink a quarter of a lug of wine. Said Rabha to him, why should master say this? Has he not heard the dictum of R. Aha bar Hanana, viz., it is written, he that keepeth company with harlots wasteth his wealth, and this means, that one who declares one halakha to be fine and another to be bad loses the beauty of the Torah. Answered Ahman, thou art right. I shall do this no more. Rabba bar Arhuna said, one who is tipsy should not pray, but if he had done so his prayer is nevertheless acceptable. One who is intoxicated, however, and prayed, his prayer is considered as a blasphemy. What is meant by tipsy? If a man were compelled to speak to the king and had still sense enough to do so, he is merely tipsy, but one who would not be able to do this is considered intoxicated. Said Rami bar Abba, one who after drinking had walked a mile or slept a little is again considered sober. Said Ahman in the name of Rabba bar Abahu, this is the case if he had drunk only a quarter of a lug of wine, but if he drank more, then the walk tires him still more, and the interrupted doze inebriates him still more. Will a walk of 1 mile then neutralize the effects of the wine? Have we not learned, that Rabban Gamaliel while traveling at one time rode upon an ass from the city Akku to Hazab and was followed by Ilai? Gamaliel noticed some loaves lying on the road, so he said to Ilai, take the loaves up, and meeting a Gentile later said to him, Mabge, take the loaves away from Ilai. Ilai then asked the Gentile, whence art thou? And he answered, from the cities of Berganan. What is thy name? Asked Ilai again. I am called Mabge, was the answer. Dost thou know Gamaliel? Was the next question, or does Gamaliel know thee? Nay, answered the Gentile. Thus it is obvious, that Gamaliel knew the name of the Gentile by inspiration. Upon his arrival at Hazab, Gamaliel was asked by a man to nullify a vow. Said Gamaliel to his companions, have we drunk a quarter of a lug of Italian wine? And they answered, yeah, we did. Then, quoth Gamaliel, let us walk on, the man following us until the effects of the wine wear off, and they walked on for 3 miles. When they came to the steps leading up to the city of Tyre, Gamaliel dismounted, wrapped himself in a robe, sat down and nullified the man's vow, and from these actions we have learned many things, namely, a quarter of a lug of Italian wine inebriates a man. When a man is inebriated, he must not decide any legal questions, a walk neutralizes the effects of wine, and a vow must not be nullified while riding, standing, or walking, but in a sitting position. Thus we see, that a 3 miles walk is required to destroy the effects of wine. How can it be said, that 1 mile is sufficient? In a case of inebriation through Italian wine it is different, because that wine is very strong, but for ordinary wine a walk of 1 mile is all that is necessary. The master said, one must not pass by bread. Said Yohanan in the name of Simeon ben Jakeh, this was said in the earlier generations when the daughters of Israel had not yet resorted to witchcraft, but in the latter generations when they began to practice it, bread may be passed by, lest it be bewitched. We have learned in a Boraitha, whole loaves of bread may be passed by, because they may be bewitched, but pieces of bread should not, as there is no fear of their being bewitched. She's hate said in the name of Eleazar ben Azariah, I could exempt the entire world from divine judgment since the destruction of the temple to the present day, for it is written, therefore, hear now this, O thou afflicted, and drunken, but not with wine. An objection was made, we have learned, that a drunken man's purchase is a valid purchase, his sale is a valid sale. If he has committed a capital offense, he should be executed. If he committed a crime involving the punishment of stripes, he must be given the stripes. The rule is, that he is in all respects considered as a sober man with the exception that he is absolved. P. 153. From prayer. She's hate means to say by stating that he can absolve the entire world from divine judgment, that he can exempt the world from the judgment concerning their prayers. Said Hanana, All this is said concerning a man whose drunkenness does not equal that of Lot's, but if it is of the degree of Lot's drunkenness, he is exempt from all judgment. R. Haya bar Ashi said in the name of Rabbite, one whose mind is not thoroughly at ease must not pray, as it is written, in his affliction shall he not judge. 1. It was the custom of our Hananiah to omit saying his prayers on a day when he was in a bad humor, and Mar Ukba would not take his seat on the judge's bench on a day when a hot south wind would blow, saying, that it was too hot to judge with a clear mind. Rna Haman bar Itzhak said, when a halakha is to be decided by a man, his head should be as clear as it is on a day when a north wind which drives away all dark clouds is blowing and the sky is clear and the weather fine. Abai said, when my mother would tell me to hand her some kuduk, it so confused me, that I could not study that whole day. Rabha said, if a flea bit me, I could no longer learn. The mother of Mar, the son of Rabbina, made her son 7 suits of clothes, one for each day of the week. R. Jehudah said, the night was made only for sleep. R. Simeon ben Lachish, however, said, the moon was made only in order to facilitate study at night. R. Zerah was told that all his conclusions were very sagacious, and he replied, that they were all studied during the day. The daughter of Arhisdah said to her father, why does master not sleep a while? And he answered, very long days will yet come, when study will be impossible. R. Haman bar Itzhak said, we are all day laborers. Raha bar Jacob would borrow hours from the day and repay them at night. R. Eliezer said, one who traveled on the road should. P. 154. Upon his return, not recite his prayers for 3 days, as it is written, and I gathered them together to the river that runneth into the Ahava, and we encamped there 3 days, and I looked about among the people. The father of Samuel when on the road would not pray for 3 days. Samuel himself would not pray in a room where there was any beer, saying, that the odor of the beer confused him. Our papa would not pray in a house where there was harshness, saying, that the odor disturbed him. R. Hananiah said, a man who is angry with another and when under the influence of liquor can be persuaded to a reconciliation possesses one of the qualities of his Creator, as it is written. And the Lord smelled the sweet savor, etc. R. Haya said, one who drinks wine and is not excited thereby, has some of the qualities of the 70 sages in the days of Moses. The inference of Haya is based upon the word yahin, which according to the Hebrew method of counting, namely, yod equals 10 and another yod equals 10 and none equals 50, altogether 70, and also upon the word sod samach equals 60, vav equals 6 and daled equals 4, altogether 70, hence when the wine enters, the secrets escape and the man who does not become excited through wine and can retain his secrets, possesses the wisdom of the 70 sages. R. Hanan said, wine was created only to comfort the mourners and to pay the wicked their reward for any good they may have done, on this earth, as it is written, give strong drink unto him that is ready to perish, and wine unto those who have an embittered soul. R. Hanin bar Papa said, a house where wine does not flow like water cannot be classed among those that are blessed, as it is written, and he will bless thy bread and thy water. The bread referred to is that which can be bought with the proceeds of the second tithes, and the water which cannot be bought with such money really means wine. If, then, wine is so plentiful in the house, that it flows like water, the house is counted among the blessed. R. Ilai said, by means of 3 things a man's character. P. 155. May be ascertained, by his wine cup, by his purse, and by his anger, and others say also by his play. R. Jehudah said in the name of Rabbite, there was a case, where an Israelite and a Gentile occupied an inner court and another Israelite occupied the outer court, and it was referred to Rabbi for decision. He decided that the outer court must not be used to carry therein. It was then referred to Haya, and he decided likewise. Rabbah and Joseph both sat in the presence of Shishait, when he finished his lecture, and Shishait concluded by saying, that Rabbi decided the above halakha in accordance with the opinion of our Meir. Rabbi shook his head. Said our Joseph, is it possible, that two such great men should be mistaken? If Rabbi's dictum were according to our Meir, why was it necessary to state, that the outer court was occupied by an Israelite? If we assume, that Rabbi merely related the circumstance as it occurred, without making a decision, is it not a fact that when Rabbi was asked whether, if the Gentile was at his home, the Israelite may carry from the inner court to the outer, he answered that he may, hence we see that the Gentile does not prevent the Israelite occupying the same court from carrying therein, but that the two Israelites prevent each other. Shall we then assume, that Rabbi held in accordance with our Eliezer ben Jacob? Why should it be prohibited for the Israelite to carry from one court to the other? Further on we shall learn, that, according to our Akaba, a foot which is allowed to carry in its place cannot interfere with the right of another place. Why then should it be prohibited for them to carry between the courts? It might be then, that Rabbi holds with our Akaba, who says, that a foot which is allowed to carry in its own place nevertheless interferes with the right of another place. Then why should the Gentile be mentioned? Each Israelite will prevent the other? Said Arhunah, the son of our Jehoshua, it may be assumed that Rabbi agrees either with our Eliezer ben Jacob or with our Akaba, but in this case the two Israelites combined in an Arab. P 156. And on account of the interference of the Gentile, he prohibited both. Resh Lakish and the disciples of our Hananiah met in an inn where lived two Israelites and a Gentile, who rented his place from another Gentile. The tenant was not at home but the owner was. The question then arose whether the place of the tenant could be rented from the owner for the Sabbath. Where the tenant had a perfect lease and could not be dispossessed for that day, it is entirely out of the question. If, however, the tenant's lease was conditional, i.e., if the owner could at any time dispossess him, the question arises whether, because of the fact, that he had not yet been dispossessed, the tenant retains his right to the place and it cannot be rented, or from the fact, that it is optional with the owner to dispossess the tenant at any time, the place may be rented. Resh Lakish said, in the meantime, let us rent the place, and afterwards, when we come to our sages in the south, we will ask their opinion. Subsequently, when they came to our Fs and asked him, he told them that they had done rightly. R. Hananiah bar Joseph, Arhiah bar Abba, and Arasi met at an inn, the proprietor of which was a Gentile and who arrived on the Sabbath. The question then arose, whether his place could be rented from him for the Sabbath or not. If renting a place is equal to making an Arab, then, of course, it would not be permitted on Sabbath, but if renting a place was merely the resigning of it by one man to another, then it may be done, because that is allowed on Sabbath. Our Hananiah advised renting it but Arasi objected. Said Arhiah bar Abba to them, let us depend upon this elder and rent it and then we will ask our Yohanan. When they asked our Yohanan he told them, they had done what was right. The men of Nearday when hearing of this were surprised, saying, did not our Yohanan say at another time, that renting a place for the Sabbath was equivalent to making an Arab, hence, as the Arab must be effected on the preceding day, the renting must be done likewise. Nay, our Yohanan means to state that as an Arab may be effected with anything, no matter how little in value, a place may also be rented for any amount, be it ever so small, and as one man may combine an Arab for 5 others occupying the same court, so may one rent also for others. Samuel said, there is no such thing as resigning the right. P 157. Of one court to another court, nor resigning the right to the space of a ruin. And as for a ruin, it means, that if there were 2 houses opening into a ruin between them, neither can use the ruin, unless they combine an Arab, but the space enjoyed by each cannot be resigned by one to the other. Our Yohanan, however, said that both in the case of the court and of the ruin the right to the space may be resigned by one to the other. It was necessary for us to be told of both instances wherein they differ, for if we had been told, that Samuel only prohibited the resigning of the space by one court to the other, we might have assumed, that he did so because each court had a right in itself without combining a joint Arab, but as for a ruin, he might have held, that as an Arab must be effected by the two houses on each side, if the use of the ruin is desired, the resigning of the space was permitted. If the difference concerning the ruin only were related, it might be said, that our Yohanan permits the resigning of the space of the ruin only, because an Arab must be effected by the houses desiring its use, whereas in the case of the court, he agrees with Samuel. Hence both instances are quoted. Abai said, the prohibition of Samuel regarding the resigning of the space by one court to another refers only to two courts that had a door between them. If, however, one court was contained within the other and did not have a separate entrance to the street, they may mutually resign their space, because they are bound to combine an Arab. Rabha said, in such a case, they at certain times may do so and at other times they must not. When Arhisda met Arshishhate his lips would tremble, for knowing that Arshishhate was so well versed in Mishnayot and Boraidoth, he was afraid to render a decision lest Arshishhate would contradict him with another Mishnah or Boraida. On the other hand, Arsheshada's whole body would tremble when he met Arhisda, for knowing that the latter was very shrewd, he was afraid of Arhisda's sagacity. Arhisda propounded the following question to Arshishhate. p. 158. If there were two houses on each side of a wide street and some Gentiles made a partition around the street on the Sabbath, what is the law? According to those who maintain, that it is not allowed for one court to resign its space to another, there is no question, because if the two courts had desired to make an Arab on the preceding day they could have done so and still they are not allowed to resign their spaces to each other, so much the more in our case, where the two houses could not have combined an Arab on the preceding day on account of the intervening public ground which had not yet had a partition, they are not allowed to resign their space to each other. I am asking, however, considering the Tana who maintains, that the two courts may resign their space to each other. Shall I assume, that it is permitted in the case of the two courts because they could have made an Arab on the preceding day, but in the case of our two houses which could not have made an Arab on the preceding day, it is not permitted or, as there is a partition around the intervening public ground, they may do so? Arshishhate answered, nay, it is not permitted. Arhisda queried again, how is it, if two Israelites living in the same court with a Gentile and not having made an Arab or rented the place of the Gentile, the latter died on the Sabbath? May they mutually resign their space to each other? According to the Tana who holds, that one may rent a place on the Sabbath, there is no question, because if they did not make an Arab they may rent the place from the Gentile and then resign their places to each other, thus if two things may be done on the Sabbath, one certainly may be done. I ask thee according to the Tana who prohibits renting on the Sabbath. May the two Israelites in this case where the Gentile is dead and they need not rent his place resign their places to each other or not? Rejoined Arshishhate, I say that they may, because if they had chosen to rent the place yesterday and then effect an Arab they could have done so, but Hamnuna does not allow them to do this. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, if a Gentile have in his court a door, 4 spans wide and 4 ells high, opening into a valley, even should he lead cattle, camels, and wagons through the entry to the court all day long, he does not interfere with the Israelites inhabiting the court, because his door is of more use to him than the common entry, and serves to separate him from the others. p. 159. The schoolman asked, how is the law, if the door of the Gentile opened into a woodshed? Rnahman bar Ami said in the name of some learned men, even if the door of the Gentile open into a woodshed and the common entry into the street, he also does not interfere with the Israelites inhabiting the court. Rabbah and Joseph both say, if the woodshed was not more than of 2 sahs capacity, the Gentile does interfere with the Israelites, because he cannot derive as much comfort from the woodshed as he can from the street, but if the woodshed was larger than that the Gentile does not interfere. With Israelites it is the reverse, if the woodshed, into which the separate door opens, be no more than of 2 sahs capacity and the Israelite had not combined in the Arab with the others, he does not interfere with them, because a woodshed of that size may be used by him on the Sabbath, but if the woodshed be larger, he does interfere with the other Israelites. Rabha bar Haklai asked of Arhuna, how is the law if a Gentile have a door opening into a woodshed? And Arhuna answered, the sages have already decided this. If the woodshed be of 2 sahs capacity, he interferes with the Israelites, but if of more than 2 sahs capacity he does not. It happened that some warm water was spilled and more was needed for a child on the Sabbath. So Rabbah said, let some warm water be brought from my house. Said Abai to him, why? No Arab has been made. Rejoined Rabbah, let us depend upon the combine made in the entry, but Abai persisted, we have no part even in the entry. Finally Rabbah said, let a Gentile be told to bring it. Subsequently Abai said, I had a mind to dispute even this last order of my master, but our Joseph would not permit me to do this, for our Joseph said in the name of our Kahana, where a biblical ordinance is in question the case should be discussed before the act is committed, but in the matter of rabbinical ordinances the deed may be accomplished and then the decision may be asked for. Then our Joseph asked Abai, upon what grounds dost thou desire to dispute this last order of the master? And he answered, upon the teaching we have learned in a Boraitha, viz., while the sprinkling of an unclean man by a clean man is only a rabbinical ordinance, the Sabbath should not be violated by the performance of this rite even if it be necessary for the fulfillment of a commandment. P. 160. And in the same manner requesting a Gentile to perform an act on the Sabbath being also against the rabbinical ordinance, it should not be done on the Sabbath. Rejoined our Joseph, canst thou discriminate between the performance of an act which is against the rabbinical ordinance and a case where no act at all was committed? The Gentile was not told by Rabbah to warm the water but merely to bring it from his house through the entry, and this is certainly not prohibited. Said Rabbah bar Arhanan to Abai, how is it possible, that in a court where 2 such great men as Rabbah and thou reside, no Arab was made either in the court or in the entry? Answered Abai, how can I help it? The master does not usually pay attention to such trifles, I am engaged all the week long in study, while the inmates of the court do not trouble themselves about it. Should I make up my mind to present them with the bread in my basket, it would be merely a sham, for if they were to demand it, I could not in reality part with it as I cannot spare it, hence even if I should have this in mind, it would be useless, for we have learned in a Boraitha, that if one of the inhabitants of the entry demanded wine or oil and was refused, the combine is made invalid. Rejoined Rabbah bar Arhanan, then thou couldst have in mind to give them a quarter of a lug of vinegar from the cask thou hast in the house, and thou surely wouldst not use up that on the Sabbath. Abai replied, we have learned in another Boraitha, that it is not allowed to combine an Arab with material which is in bulk because it might be, that the very part which was intended for the Arab may be used. But, insisted Rabbah bar Arhanan, we have learned in another Boraitha that this may be done. Said our Ashia, concerning this, there is a difference of opinion between Beth Shammai and Beth Hillel. It happened again that some warm water needed for a child was spilled. Said Rabha, let the mother be asked whether she is in need of warm water, and, if so, a Gentile may be told to warm it and bring it to her and it will serve for the child also. Our Mesher Shia remarked, the mother has been eating dry dates for some time. Rejoined Rabbah, she is not quite herself and knows not what she eats. Another case of this kind happened with a child. So Rabbah said, let the belongings of the men be taken from the men's room into the women's apartment, I shall then resign my place. P. 161. For the benefit of others and the warm water may be brought from my house. Said Rabbana to Rabbah, did not Samuel say, that it is not allowed to resign the space of one court to another? And Rabbah answered, I hold with our Yohanan who permits this to be done. Rejoined Rabbana, if thou dost not hold with Samuel, why then didst thou order the belongings of the men to be transferred to the women's apartments? Thou shouldst have resigned thy place to them and they their place to thee, then all of you will be enabled to carry, which according to Rabbite is also permissible. Rabbah replied, in this respect I hold with Samuel, in order that it should not appear as a farce if I resign my place to the others and they their place to me. The text states, that Rabbi permits the mutual resigning of places and Samuel prohibits it. Said Rashi, Rabbi and Samuel differ in the same point as are Eliezer and the sages. R. Gamaliel related, it happened that a Sadducee, etc. Whence this reference to a Sadducee? The Mishnah is not complete and should read thus, a Sadducee is considered the same as a Gentile, and R. Gamaliel said, he is not considered as a Gentile, and then relates the incident. It happened, that a Sadducee dwelt with us in one alley in Jerusalem, and my father said to us, make haste and bring out all your vessels into the alley, before the Sadducee can do this and thus prevent you from doing so. We have also learned to this effect in a Boraitha, viz., an Israelite who lives in the same court with a Gentile, a Sadducee, or a Bethusi, is prevented by them. R. Gamaliel, however, said this does not apply to a Sadducee or a Bethusi, and it happened that a Sadducee lived in the same alley with him in Jerusalem, so he said to his children, make haste and carry out all your vessels into the alley, before that unworthy one can come out and prevent you from doing so, for so far he has resigned his place to you. So said R. Meir. R. Jehuda, however, gave another version of the affair, viz., make haste and do what is necessary for you in the alley, before it becomes dark, for after dark the Sadducee will prevent you from doing so. Shall we assume then? P. 162. Therefrom, that if the Israelites do a thing before the Sadducee that he cannot prevent them later? Have we not learned in a Mishnah? One who, after resigning his place, carries out intentionally or inadvertently into the court, prevents the others from doing so. So said R. Meir. Said R. Joseph, say, that he does not prevent the others. Abai says, there is no difficulty. The Mishnah by stating that he prevents the others means to say, if he had previously carried out things as we have learned in a Boraitha, if after resigning his place, a man carried out things into the court, either intentionally or inadvertently, he prevents the others from doing so, so said R. Meir. R. Jehuda said only if he did so intentionally. All agree, however, that such is only the case, if the other inmates of the court had not carried out things before he did, but if they had done so, he does not prevent them at all, whether he had carried out things intentionally or unintentionally. The master said, R. Jehuda, however, gave another version of the affair. Then R. Jehuda holds, that the Sadducee is considered as a Gentile, and in the Mishnah we have learned, that R. Gamaliel said, lest the Sadducee bring out his vessels, etc. This presents no difficulty. There are two kinds of Sadducees. One who publicly violates the Sabbath is considered as a Gentile, and one who does so secretly, is not considered as a Gentile. According to whose opinion will the following Boraitha be, one who publicly violates the Sabbath, cannot resign his place? According to the opinion of R. Jehuda. Once a man went out on the Sabbath with a bundle of spices in his hand, and seeing the approach of R. Jehuda III, he concealed it. Said R. Jehuda III, according to R. Jehuda a man of this kind may resign his place, as we have learned in another Boraitha, an apostate who does not violate the Sabbath in the markets may resign his place, but one who does violate the Sabbath in the markets cannot do so, for it was said, that only an Israelite may resign his place or accept ground resigned to him by another, but from a Gentile the place must be rented. How may a place be resigned by Israelites? One says to the other, my place is sold to thee or my place is resigned to thee, and no token of acceptance is necessary. Mishnah, should one of the householders of a court forget, and not join in the Arab, neither he nor the other inmates of the court are allowed to carry anything into or out of his house. P. 163. But he and they may carry into or out of their houses. If the other inmates have resigned to him their common right to the court, he is permitted to carry therein, but they must not do so. Should there be two persons who have neglected to combine in an Arab, they mutually prevent each other, For one individual can resign his right to the court or can acquire that right, but two persons, though permitted to jointly resign their right, cannot jointly acquire the right to the exclusive use of the court. From what time is the right to be conferred? Beth Shammai hold, while it is yet daylight, but Beth Hillel maintains even from dusk. Whoever resigns his right and afterwards either intentionally or inadvertently carries within it, prevents the others from doing so. Such is the dictum of our Meir. Our Jehuda, however, said, if he carries intentionally, he prevents them, but if inadvertently, he does not. Gemara, is it unlawful only to carry into and out of his house, but carrying into and out of the court it is lawful? How was the case? If he resigned his right to the house, why should it be unlawful the house? If he did not resign his right to the house, why should they all have a right to the court? In this case, the man had resigned his right to the court alone but not to his house, and the sages maintain, that by resigning his right to the court he did not also resign his right to his house, and there are men who live in houses that have no court. Why then is it lawful for him to carry in and out of their houses? Because he is considered as a guest. If the other inmates have resigned to him, etc., will they then be considered as his guests? One man can be the guest of five, but 5 men cannot be considered the guests of one. Can we adduce from this clause in the Mishnah that this resigning of the right can be repeated mutually several times? The Mishnah may mean to state that the other inmates had already previously resigned their rights to the one man, in which case it becomes lawful for him, but not for them. Should there be 2 persons, etc. Is this not self-evident? The case is, if after having forgotten to join in the Arab, one of the 2 persons resigned his right to his house and also the right to the part of the court renounced to him by the others. We might assume that this could be lawfully done. We are therefore told that the other inmates having resigned their rights to p. 164. The 2 persons jointly, one of them individually cannot resign his right, because he had not an individual right at that time. For one individual can resign his right, etc. This was just stated in the Mishnah. What need is there of the repetition? We have learned both concerning resigning and acquiring a right. The latter part of the clause, which teaches that 2 persons may resign their right, but must not acquire it, is essential. This, however, is also self-evident. We might assume that a precautionary measure is necessary prohibiting 2 to resign their right, lest one resign his to 2, therefore we are told that such a precaution is not necessary. 2 persons cannot jointly acquire the right. Why this repetition again? Here we are told that 2 persons must not acquire the right even when presented with the ground in question outright, so that they have the privilege of transferring it to others. Abai asked of Rabbah, if 5 men inhabited one court and one of them had forgotten to join in the Arab, must he resign his right to each of the others individually or can he do so collectively? Rabbah answered, he must do so to each individually. Rejoined Abai, we have learned that one who had not joined in an Arab may resign his right to another that had, and 2 persons who had joined in an Arab may resign their right to one who had not. 2 who had not joined in an Arab may also resign their right to 2 others who had not, but one who had not joined in an Arab must not resign his right to another in the same condition, nor may 2 who had not joined in an Arab resign their right to 2 others, who were similarly situated. It says, then, that one who had not joined in an Arab may resign his right to one who had. The one who had, certainly must have had another person to combine an Arab with him, then it seems to be sufficient if he resigned his right to the one man only and not to the other also. Rabbah replied, yeah, he certainly had a companion in the Arab, but it may be the case, that the companion died and he was left alone. Rabha asked Rn, may an heir resign his right or not? Shall I say, that because he could not prepare the Arab, on the preceding day, not having his own property, he cannot resign his right on the Sabbath, or that he, being a descendant of his father, has also inherited his father's right? Answered Rn, I. p. 165. Hold, that he may, but the disciples of Samuel maintain that he must not. Rabha objected, "We have learned, this is the rule, a thing that had been permissible on part of the Sabbath is permissible for the entire Sabbath, and that which was prohibited for part of the Sabbath was also prohibited for the entire Sabbath. What is meant by had been permissible on part of the Sabbath? Example, a door which was used for making the Arab and had become closed up during the Sabbath, and by prohibited for part of the Sabbath is meant, example, two houses, each one of which stood on the opposite sides of a wide street and a partition was made by Gentiles on the Sabbath. The exception is as regards one who resigned his right, i.e., although a man had forgotten to join in an Arab before the Sabbath, he was not permitted to carry on part of Sabbath, still he may on the Sabbath resign his right to the place and carry. It says, however, that only the man may carry but not his heir? Replied Rn. Learn, instead of the exception is as regards one who resigns his right, the exception is the law pertaining to the resigning of a right. Rabha raised another objection, we have learned, if one of the householders of a court died and left his right to the ground to one living in the market, if the death took place while it was yet day before the Sabbath, the man living in the market impedes the inmates of the court, but if the death took place after dusk, he does not. If a man, however, living in the market, was possessed of a house and having died left his right to his place to one of the inmates of the court, then the reverse is the case, i.e., if he died before Sabbath set in, the inmate of the court does not impede the others, but if the man died on the Sabbath, he does impede the others. Now if thou sayest, that the heir may resign the right, let him do so, why should he impede the others? Answered Rn. This means, that he impedes the others only until he resigns his right. R. Yohanan said, the above Boritha is according to Beth Shammai, who hold, that it is not allowed to resign a right on Sabbath as we have learned in our Mishnah, from what time may the right be resigned? Beth Shammai hold while it is yet daylight, and Beth Hillel maintain from dusk. Said Ula, why do Beth Hillel hold, that it may be done on Sabbath? The reason of Beth Hillel is based upon an instance where a man was about to separate heave offerings for p. 166. Another without being told to do so. In the meantime this other man came along and saw that the heave offerings were being separated for him, whereupon he said to the man, separate it from the finer grain. In that case the heave offering is valid. Why? Because by the statement separate it from the finer grain he demonstrated his approval of the man's action and his intention to have done this at all events. The same is the case with a man who resigns his right on the Sabbath, for he demonstrates that his intention had been to join in the Arab on the preceding day, but he had forgotten. Said Abai to him, if this be the reason of Beth Hillel, what about the case of a Gentile who lived in the same court with two Israelites and happened to die on the Sabbath? The Israelites are permitted in that event to resign their rights to each other, but can it be said that their intention dated from the preceding day? Hence the reason of Beth Hillel is simply this, while Beth Shammai prohibit the resigning of the right to a place because they hold, that it is equal to selling the place and selling or buying is prohibited on the Sabbath, Beth Hillel however hold, that resigning the right to a place is simply abandoning the place, and that is permissible on the Sabbath. Mishnah, should a householder be in partnership in wine with two of his neighbors, they do not require an Arab, if he be in partnership with one in wine and with another in oil, they do require an Arab. R. Simeon said, neither in one case nor in the other do they require an Arab. Gemara, said Rabbi, such is the case if the wine was contained in one vessel. And Rabha said, this may be inferred from the Mishnah itself, for the latter clause of the Mishnah states, that if the householder be in partnership with one in wine and with another in oil, they require an Arab. It would therefore be correct if in the first clause the wine is contained in one vessel and in the second clause there are two separate vessels, but were there two vessels in the first clause also, what difference would it make whether one vessel was filled with oil and the other with wine, or both with wine? Rejoined Abai, this is no argument. Wine can be mixed with wine, but oil and wine cannot be mixed, and even though there are two separate vessels the Arab cannot be made therewith. P 167. R. Simeon said, neither in one case nor in the other do they require an Arab. Is it possible that R. Simeon holds, that even where one vessel contains wine and the other oil, no further Arab is necessary? Said Rabbah, the case referred to applies to a court between two entries, and R. Simeon holds to his theory, as we have learned in the case of the three courts opening into each other and also into the street, that communication between the middle court and the two outer, or between the two outer ones and the middle one, is permissible. Thus in this case R. Simeon means to imply, that the court made an Arab with one of the entries by means of wine and with the other by means of oil, hence no additional Arab is necessary, and communication between the court and both entries is permissible. Abai objected, how canst thou compare the two instances? In the case of the three courts communication between the two outer is prohibited, whereas here it is said that no additional Arab whatever is necessary. Learn also here, that no additional Arab is necessary to allow of communication between the court and the entries, but if the inmates of either of the entries desire to carry in the other they must make an additional Arab. R. Joseph, however, said, R. Simeon and the sages differ in the same point as are Yohanan ben Nori and the sages in another Mishnah as follows: if oil floated on wine and a man who had bathed before sunset touched the oil, the sages hold, that the oil becomes unclean, but the wine is not affected. R. Yohanan ben Nori, however, maintains, that the wine and the oil are attached to each other and therefore both become unclean. In our Mishnah, the sages hold with the sages of the Mishnah quoted, and R. Simeon holds with R. Yohanan ben Nori. We have learned in a Boraitha, R. Elazar ben Tadei said, in either case they require an additional Arab. Even if both vessels contain wine an additional Arab is necessary? Answered Rabbah, the case is thus: if two men each bring a jug of wine and pour the wine together, there is no question but what that constitutes a legal Arab. But in this instance R. Elazar ben Tadei means to state that if two men bought a cask of wine jointly and had not yet separated their shares, the Arab is not valid because it cannot be made with anything owned in partnership, and he holds thus for the reason that he does not accept the theory of premeditated choice. The sages, however, p. 168, permit this mode of procedure, because they accept the theory of premeditated choice. R. Joseph said, R. Elazar ben Tadei and the sages differ on another point, namely, the question whether the inmates of the court can depend upon the combine made in the entries. All agree that carrying in the entries is permissible if the Arab has been made there, but R. Elazar ben Tadei holds, that this is not permitted in the court because the combine made in the entries cannot be depended upon, while the sages hold that it may be depended upon. R. Joseph continued, whence do I know, that this is the point of difference? From the statement of R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, to the effect that the halakha prevails according to R. Meir, and the subsequent statement of R. Brona in the name of Rabbite, that the halakha prevails according to R. Elazar ben Tadei. Therefore, we must assume, that R. Meir and R. Elazar have one and the same reason. Said Abai, this may be so, but why did Rabbite say at one time that the halakha prevails according to R. Meir and at another time according to R. Elazar ben Tadei? Would it not be sufficient to state, that the halakha prevails according to one of the two? Rabbite desires to inform us that wherever the laws of Arab are concerned and two Tannim differ as to the details, but agree as to the main issue of the halakha, and we say that the halakha prevails according to both, we need not abide by the more rigorous decisions of each but, on the contrary, should accept the more lenient decrees of both. Which R. Meir is referred to by Rabbite? The one figuring in the following Boraitha: in courts an Arab must be made with bread, but it is not allowed to do so with wine. In the entries a combine must be effected with wine, but if the inmates desired to do so with bread, it is permissible. An Arab must be made in the courts and a combine in the entries in order that the growing children should not forget the laws of Arab and say, our parents did not make an Arab. Such is the decree of R. Meir. The sages, however, say, either an Arab or a combine must be effected. 1. R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite said, the halakha prevails. P. 169. According to our Meir. Arhuna said, the custom prevails according to our Meir, and our Yohanan said, the masses only act in accordance with the dictum of our Meir. 1. Mishnah, should 5 different companies take their Sabbath rest in one hall, Beth Shammai hold, that each company requires a separate Arab, but Beth Hillel hold, that one Arab suffices for all of them. The latter school admit, however, that if any of these companies occupy distinct chambers or attics, each company requires a separate Arab. Gemara, said R.N. Ahman, the two schools differ only as regards a low center partition, but if there was a partition 10 spans high between each of the companies, all agree that each company requires a separate Arab. According to another version, R.N. Ahman is supposed to have said, they differ not only as regards a low center partition, but also concerning partitions between each company. R. Jehuda the Sagacious said, the schools of Shammai and Hillel do not differ where partitions that reach to the ceiling of the hall are concerned, they agree that in that event each company requires a separate Arab. Wherein they do differ, however, is if the partitions do not reach the ceiling. Said R.N. Ahman in the name of Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda the Sagacious. R. N. Ahman bar Itzhak said, we can infer this from the Mishnah itself. The latter clause of the Mishnah states, that Beth Hillel also agree with Beth Shammai if the companies each dwell in distinct chambers or attics. What is meant by distinct chambers and attics? Shall we say, that they are really chambers and attics? Then it would be self-evident. We must say, then, that they are similar to chambers and attics, i.e., that the reference is to partitions which reach to the ceiling. Hence the deduction that the decree of R. Jehuda the Sagacious is correct. We have learned in a Boraitha, the difference of opinion between the two schools centers in the question whether the companies deposited their Arab in elsewhere. But if the Arab is deposited in the hall occupied by them, all agree that one Arab is sufficient for all. According to whose opinion will be the statement of the following Boraitha, that if 5 men combined an Arab, one Arab is sufficient for all of them? This is in accordance with the opinion of Beth Hillel. P. 170. Mishnah, brothers who take their meals at their father's table, but sleep each in his separate house, must each one prepare a separate Arab. Therefore if one of them had forgotten and not prepared an Arab, he must resign his right. When is this the case? When the Arab had been deposited in some other place, but if the Arab has been placed with them, or if there are no other inhabitants in the court, they need not prepare any Arab whatsoever. Gemara, from this Mishnah it may be adduced, that an Arab should be made in the place where a man sleeps and not where he takes his meals. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, the Mishnah means to say, that the brothers did not actually eat at their father's table but merely received from their father the means with which to obtain their meals. The rabbis taught, one who had a vestibule, a gallery, or a balcony in the court of another, and did not join in an Arab with the other inmates of the court does not impede the other inmates. If he had a hayloft, a cattle pen, a woodshed, or a granary in the court of another and did not join in an Arab, he does impede the others. R. Jehuda, however, said, nothing except a dwelling house can prove an interference, and he continued, it happened that an inhabitant of Nafha, one who had 5 courts in Isha, did not join in an Arab with the inmates of those courts, and the question was laid before the sages whether this was an impediment to their carrying within the courts, and the sages replied, nothing but an actual dwelling house can prove an impediment. What is meant by a dwelling house? A house occupied as a dwelling. What is to be understood by occupied as a dwelling? Rabbite said, the house where a man takes his meals, and Samuel said, the house wherein a man sleeps. An objection was made, the shepherds, those that guard the fig trees, the inhabitants of huts in the country and the guards of the fields, when passing the night in a town have the same rights as the townsmen, but when passing the night at their posts, they have only the right to 2,000 ells from the place where they are situated. p. 171. This is no proof. For we can testify, that those men would be much better satisfied if their meals were brought to them at their posts. The rabbis taught, concerning 5 women who receive from their husbands the means for securing their food and 5 slaves who receive the means from their masters to procure their sustenance and who live in separate houses in the court. Our Yehuda ben Bethera permits the women to carry within the court and prohibits the slaves to do so, but our Yehuda ben Baba on the contrary allows the slaves to carry but prohibits the women to do so. Said Rabbi, what reason has our Yehuda ben Baba for his decree? Because it is written, Daniel remained in the gate of the king. The inference is, that in the same manner as Daniel did not always remain in the gate of the king, but his office being such that his place was there, so it is also with slaves who, while in the service of their master, are considered as being always at their master's side. It is self-evident that if a son eat and dwell with his father, he need not make an Arab as stated previously. As for a woman who has a husband and a slave who belongs to a master, there is a difference of opinion between our Yehuda ben Bethera and our Yehuda ben Baba. How about a disciple, however, who dwells in the same court with his master and derives his sustenance from his master? Come and hear, when Rabbi still dwelt with Arhiah he said, we need not join in an Arab because we depend upon the table of Arhiah, and when Arhiah still dwelt with Rabbi he also said, we need not make an Arab because we derive our sustenance from Rabbi. R. Hiya bar Abin asked of Arshishhate, what about the disciples of the college, who eat in the inns of the valley and pass the night at the college? When the legal limit of 2,000 ells is measured, where must the starting point be? The college or the inn where they take their meals? Arshishhate answered, the college. Rami bar Hama asked of Arhisda, if a father and son, or a master and his disciple, lived in 2 courts, one inside of the other, and the outer court opened into an entry, what is? p. 172. The law concerning them. Are they to be considered as if they were 2 distinct individuals who cannot mutually impede each other because each one of them has a right to carry in his own court, and a man who is permitted to do so in his own court cannot interfere with a man in another place? Hence both father and son, or master and disciple, may carry each in their respective courts, or, shall we consider them collectively because the son or the disciple who lives in a separate court but eats at his father's table has a certain right to his father's court? Thus the father or the master is not in sole possession, but shares it with another. The consequence is that the father or the master is in duty bound to make an Arab in his own court, and, on account of this, he becomes one who can interfere with the right of another, and prevents his son from carrying in his own court. Then again, if they are considered as distinct individuals, are they in duty bound to combine an Arab covering the 2 courts? Finally, if the 2 courts had separate openings into the entry, are they considered as separate courts, and thus the entry becomes valid by the addition thereto of a cross and side beam, or they are considered as one court, and if one court only opens into an entry, the entry cannot be made valid by the addition of a cross and side beam? Answered Arhisda, we have learned this in a Boraitha, a father and his son, or a teacher and his disciple, providing there are no other inmates in the court occupied by them, are considered as individuals, and need not make an Arab at any place. Nevertheless, the entry into which their court opens becomes valid by the addition thereto of a cross or side beam. Mishnah, if 5 courts that open into each other and also open into one common alley have joined in an Arab for the courts, but have not combined the alley, they are permitted to carry in the courts, but must not do so in the alley. If they did combine the alley, however, they are permitted to carry both in the courts and in the alley. If they had combined both the courts and the alley, but one of the householders forgot and did not join in the Arab, they are nevertheless permitted to carry both in the courts and in the alley. Should one of the householders in the alley have forgotten to join in the Arab, it is permitted to carry in the court but not in the alley, inasmuch as the alley to the courts as the court to the houses within it. Tract Arabin 173. Gemara, according to whose opinion is our Mishnah? We must say that it is in accordance with our Meir, who holds that an Arab is needed in the court, and a combination in the alley. How, then, could that part of the Mishnah be explained, which states that if a combination in the alley is made it is allowed to carry both, and this is certainly according to the opinion of the rabbis, who hold that one of the two is sufficient. Are then the two parts of the Mishnah based on different opinions? This presents no difficulty. The latter part of the Mishnah refers to a case where a combination had already been made in the alley, hence it is according to our Meir's opinion. Now, then, what is the reason of our Meir in stating that if one of the householders in the court forgot and did not join in the Arab, it is nevertheless permitted to carry both in the courts and in the alley? Our Meir may hold as follows: the most essential feature of this case is to make an Arab in the courts, and a combine should also be made in the alley for the benefit of the growing children in order that they may not forget the laws of Arabin. Hence if the combination has been made both in the courts and in the alley, in which the majority participated, there is no fear of the children forgetting the laws. R. Jehuda said, Rabbi does not learn in the Mishnah that the 5 courts opened into each other but merely that they all opened into one common alley. This was corroborated by our Kahana. What reason did Rabbi have to learn thus? He holds, that if several courts open into one common alley, a cross and side beam suffice to make that alley valid. If, however, only one court open into the alley, a cross and side beam do not suffice. Samuel, however, said, even if only one court or one house open into an alley, a cross and side beam suffice for the alley. Our Yohanan said, even if a ruin open into an alley, a cross and side beam suffice. Abai asked of our Joseph, does our Yohanan hold, that even if the path leading to a vineyard open into an alley, a cross and side beam suffice for the alley? Our Joseph replied, nay, our Yohanan meant to say a ruin which could be inhabited, but a path which could not under any circumstances be inhabited, is out of the question. Said our Huna bar Hinana, our Yohanan's statement concerning a ruin is but in accordance with his theory expressed in p. 174. His decision regarding the Mishnah where our Simeon says that roofs as well as courts and woodsheds constitute the same kind of premises for the carrying of all utensils contained therein when the Sabbath rest began, etc. This was commented by Rabbi as follows: the halakha prevails according to our Simeon provided no Arab was combined by the inmates of each separate court, meaning, thereby that if no Arab was combined, the inmates will not carry out any vessels from their houses into the court. Samuel and our Yohanan, however, declare that the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, even if an Arab was combined, as there is no apprehension that the inmates will carry out any vessels from their houses into the court, and as in this case there is no apprehension that the vessels will be carried out of the houses, so also in the case of a ruin, our Yohanan holds, that there is no fear of the inmates carrying vessels from the court into the ruin by way of the alley. R. Brona sate and repeated the halakha decreed by Samuel. Said our Eliezer, one of the schoolmen, to our Brona, did Samuel indeed say this? And our Brona answered, yea. Our Eliezer then asked to be shown where Samuel resided, and our Brona showed him. Our Eliezer then came before Samuel and said, did Master decree thus? And the answer was yea. Rejoined the schoolman, didst thou not state previously that where the laws of Arabin are concerned, we must hold strictly to the literal text of the Mishnah, and the Mishnah distinctly teaches, the alley bears the same relation to the courts as the court to the houses within it? Samuel remained silent. Does the silence of Samuel signify, that he accepted our Eliezer's view or that he did not care to reply? Come and hear, a certain Abuth bar Ihi dwelt in an alley and erected a side beam therein. Samuel told him that this complied with the legal requirements. After the death of Samuel, Aranan came and destroyed the side beam. Said Abuth, in an alley where I live by the direct permission of our master Samuel, a mere disciple like Aranan dares to come and destroy my side beam. Hence we see, that Samuel did not accept the opinion of our Eliezer. This is not conclusive evidence. The case of the alley could be explained as follows: the sexton of the synagogue took his meals with this Abuth bar Ihi, but lodged in the synagogue. p. 175. Abuth was of the opinion that the residence is determined by the place where he takes his meals, hence the sexton and he were the occupants of one house, but Samuel, who held that the residence of a man is determined by his lodging place, may have accepted the opinion of our Eliezer, and taking into consideration that there were two dwellings in the alley, that of Abuth and that of the sexton, he made the alley valid by the addition of a side beam. Mishnah, if two courts be one within the other, should the inmates of the inner court prepare an Arab and those of the outer court fail to do so, the inmates of the inner court may carry within it, but those of the outer court must not carry within their court. If the inmates of the outer court prepare an Arab, but those of the inner court fail to do so, neither are allowed to carry within their respective courts. If each have prepared a separate Arab, they are permitted to carry within their own limits. Our Akiba holds, however, that the inmates of the outer court are prohibited to carry within it and that the right of thoroughfare possessed by the inner court renders the outer court prohibited, but the sages hold, that the right of thoroughfare does not render it so. Should one of the inmates of the outer court forget to join in the Arab, it is permitted to carry within the inner court, but carrying within the outer court is prohibited. If one of the inmates of the inner court forget to join in the Arab, carrying in either court is prohibited. If the inmates of both courts deposit their Arab in one place, and one of the inmates of either the outer or inner court forgot and did not join in the Arab, carrying in either court is also prohibited. Should each court be the property of an individual, neither require an Arab. Gemara, when Ardimi came from Palestine, he said in the name of Arjana, the latter clause of the Mishnah stating, that if one of the inner court forget to join in the Arab, carrying in either court is prohibited, is merely a continuation of the dictum of our Akiba, who holds, that a foot which is allowed to carry in its own place nevertheless interferes with the right of another place. The sages, however, hold, that as a foot which is allowed to carry in its own place does not interfere. P 176. With the right of another place, so also a foot which is not allowed to carry within its own place does not interfere with the right of another place, and thus the inmates of both courts may carry within their own limits. An objection was made based upon a previous clause in the Mishnah, which states that if the inmates of the outer court prepare an Arab, but those of the inner court fail to do so, neither are allowed to carry within their respective courts, and this is certainly not in accordance with the opinion of our Akiba, because even had the inmates of the inner court made an Arab, he would still prohibit the outer court to carry within their own court. Therefore we must rather accept the statement of Rabbin in the name of Arjana. There are three different opinions concerning this subject, viz., the first Tana of our Mishnah holds that a foot which is allowed to carry within its own place does not interfere with the right of another place, but a foot which is prohibited does interfere with the right of another place. Our Akiba holds that even a foot which is allowed, also interferes with the right of another place, but the last sages of our Mishnah maintain, that as a foot which is allowed does not interfere with the right of another place, so also a foot which is prohibited does also not interfere. If the inmates of both courts deposit their Arabin in one place, etc. What is meant by one place? Said Arjehuda in the name of Rabbite, this refers to the outer court and is called one place, because it is designated for the use of both courts. We have also learned in a Boraitha, if the Arab was placed in the outer court, but one of the inmates either of the outer or inner court forgot to join in the Arab, carrying in either of the courts is prohibited. If the Arab was deposited in the inner court, but one of the inmates of that court forgot to join in the Arab, carrying in either court is also prohibited. If one of the inmates of the outer court forgot to join in the Arab, carrying in either court is prohibited. Such is the dictum of our Akiba. The sages, however, maintain that in the last instance carrying is permitted within the inner court, but prohibited within the outer court. P 177. Rabbi Bar Hanan asked Abai, why do the sages permit carrying within the inner court? Because they can close their door and say all the inmates of our court have joined in the Arab? Why should our Akiba not take the same view? Let him also say, that they can close their door and assert their right to carry within their own court. Abai answered, the Arab deposited in the outer court accustoms the inmates of the inner court to make use of the outer. Said Rabba bar Hanan again, and the sages, do they not hold that the Arab of the outer court accustoms the inmates of the inner court to walk in the outer? The sages may maintain, that the inmates who have deposited their Arab can say to the one who forgot to join, we have included thee in our combination for thy convenience, but not to our detriment. Why can they not do this according to our Akaba also? According to our Akaba, the inmates who have joined in the Arab may say to the one who had forgotten, we will resign our right to the place in thy favor. Why can this not be said according to the sages? Because the sages do not admit of the resigning of one's right to a place in one court in favor of one who resides in another court. Should each court be the property of an individual, etc. Said R. Joseph, Rabbi taught, that if there was a third court between the two also belonging to an individual, it is not permitted to carry in either of the three. Said R. Bibhai, do not listen to R. Joseph. Rabbi did not teach this, for I myself said it in the name of R. Ada bar Ahabha and gave as a reason that the outer court will be traversed by three, therefore I also prohibited carrying within the middle court, lest a mistake be made and things be carried in the outer court also. R. Joseph then exclaimed, Lord of Abraham! I confounded the word rabbim with rabbi, for before I was ill I heard from R. Bibhai that the outer court will become a court for many, and when recovered from my illness I quoted the Boraitha in the name of rabbi. Samuel, however, said, it is always allowed to carry within courts for many provided there is only one household in each court, but if there be two in one court it is not permitted. Said R. Eleazar, according to Samuel, if a Gentile live in one of the courts he is considered as many others and he impedes the outer courts. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, if there were 10. p. 178. Houses one within the other and the house on the outside opened into the court, it is not necessary for the inmate of each house to combine in an Arab with the other inmates of the court, but it is sufficient if the inmate of the innermost house, who must pass through all the others, do so, but R. Yohanan says that, each inmate must combine, even the one living in the house opening directly into the street. Even the one living in the uttermost court? Is not the uttermost court to be regarded as a vestibule? By uttermost he means to say the one next to the uttermost. Upon which point do Samuel and R. Yohanan differ? Their point of difference is regarding the definition of a vestibule. Samuel holds, that all the houses leading to the innermost are considered as vestibules, hence they require no Arab, while R. Yohanan maintains that only the uttermost house, through which all the other inmates must pass, can be considered a vestibule, but even the one next to the uttermost through which the 8 other inmates must pass is also not a vestibule. R. N. Ahman in the name of Rabba bar Abaya quoting Rabbi said, there were 2 courts between which stood 3 houses opening into each other, and the 2 houses on each side of the middle house opened into their respective courts. If the inmates of the courts desired to place their Arab in the middle house, they used the houses opening into the courts as thoroughfares to the middle house. Thus the house at one court becomes as a vestibule to the inmates of that court, and the house at the other court becomes a vestibule to the inmates of the other court, while the house in the center being used to deposit the Arab therein, it need not be combined in the Arab itself. Consequently none of the 3 need combine in the Arab of the courts. Chapter 7. Regulations concerning the preparation of Arabin for courts separated by apertures, walls, ditches, and strorix. Combination of Arabin in alleys. Mishnah, if there be an aperture, 4 spans square, and less than 10 spans high, between 2 courts, the inmates of each court may prepare 2 separate Arabin, or if they prefer it, may combine in one Arab. If the aperture be less than 4 spans square or over 10 spans from the ground, they are each obliged to prepare a separate Arab, and must not combine in one. Gemara, shall we say that this anonymous Mishnah is in accordance with our Simeon ben Gamaliel, who holds that the law of Lavut applies for a distance of less than 4 spans and not for a distance of less than 3 spans as maintained by the sages? Nay, this Mishnah may be even in accordance with the opinion of the sages, for the question of Lavut does not arise here. It is merely a case of an aperture which is less than 4 spans square, hence it is not considered a door, and this is admitted by the sages also, who hold that if an aperture is 4 spans square or more, it is considered a door, but if less than 4 spans square it is not. If the aperture be less than 4 spans square, etc. Why this repetition? Is this not self-evident? The first clause of the Mishnah states, that if there be an aperture 4 spans square and less than 10 spans high from the ground, the inmates of the courts may either prepare separate arabin or combine in one. Hence if the aperture be less than 4 spans square and more than 10 spans high, it is obvious that they cannot have their choice. The Mishnah means to teach us, that if the aperture was partly less than 10 spans high from the ground and partly more than 10 spans high, the inmates of the court still have their choice of either making separate arabin or combining in one, and only if the entire aperture was over 10 spans high. P 180. From the ground, they are obliged to make each a separate arab. This explanation of the Mishnah has reference to the following teaching of the rabbis, viz., if the entire aperture, with the exception of a small part, was higher than 10 spans from the ground, or if the entire aperture with the exception of a small part was less than 10 spans from the ground, the inmates of the courts may either each make a separate arab or combine in one. If the entire aperture with the exception of a small part was higher than 10 spans from the ground, the inmates have their choice. Why is it necessary to state, that if the entire aperture with the exception of a small part was within 10 spans from the ground, the inmates have their choice? Is this not self-evident? After having stated the law in the former case, it applies the more to the latter. R. N. Ahman said, the case of where the aperture is less than 4 spans square or over 10 spans from the ground, applies only to courts, but as for houses, the aperture may be at any distance from the ground, even over 10 spans, and, nevertheless, the inmates are permitted to join in an arab. Why so? Because a house is considered solid, and every portion is regarded as occupied. R. Abba asked of R. N. Ahman, if in the attic of a house there was a hole for the purpose of fastening a ladder therein, may the inmate of the attic join in the arab regardless of whether there was a ladder fastened in the hole of the attic or not, i.e., should the house be considered solid and occupied and no ladder is necessary, or is the house only considered solid as far as the walls are concerned but not the interior, and a ladder is essential? And he answered, a ladder is not necessary. R. Abba understood R. N. Ahman to say, that a permanent ladder was not necessary, but for the time that the arab was to be combined it was necessary. It was taught, however, by R. Joseph Bar Minyumi in the name of R. N. Ahman that neither a permanent nor a temporary ladder was necessary. Mishnah, if there be a wall 10 spans high and 4 spans wide between two courts, the inmates of each must prepare separate. P 181. Arabin and must not join in one. If fruit happen to lie on the wall, they may ascend from their respective sides and partake thereof, provided they do not bring any of it down with them. Should there be a breach in the wall, not wider than 10 ells, they may prepare separate arabin, or if they prefer it join in one, because the breach is considered as a door. Should the breach, however, be wider than 10 ells, they must both join in one arab but must not prepare two separate arabin. Gemara, how is it, if the wall did not measure 4 spans in width? Said Rabbite, in that case, the atmosphere of two separate premises predominates at the wall and one must not handle anything even the size of a hair lying on the wall. R. Yohanan, however, says to the contrary. In that case the inmates of both courts may lay down fruit on the wall. R. Yohanan will therefore explain the Mishnah thus, if the wall was 4 spans wide it is permitted to ascend on either side and partake of fruit lying on the wall, but it is not permitted to bring up any. If, however, the wall was less than 4 spans wide, one may carry fruit up on the wall and eat it there. This statement of R. Yohanan is but in accordance with his own theory, as related by R. Dimi upon his arrival from Palestine in the name of R. Yohanan, viz., an object less than 4 spans square, standing between public and private ground, may be used by both the occupants of the public and private ground as an aid on which to shoulder a burden on the Sabbath, but they should be careful not to confound the burdens placed on the object so that a burden placed by an occupant of public ground be taken up by an occupant of private ground and vice versa. Can Rabbi dispute this assertion of Ardimi? Is it not identical with the Boraitha concerning a man standing on the doorstep and passing things to a mendicant in the street or to the master of a house? Rabbi does not dispute the Boraitha in that instance, because it concerns a biblical law, but in this case where rabbinical law is dealt with, the rabbis assume the privilege of reinforcing ordinances so as to preclude the possibility of transgression. Rabbi Bar Arhuna in the name of R. N. Ahman said, if between two courts there was a wall, which was 10 spans high from the ground of one court, but on a level with the ground of p. 182. The other, 1. The wall is ceded to the latter court and considered part of its ground, but to the former court it is an ordinary wall 10 spans high. Why so? Because the use of the wall is more convenient for the latter than for the former, and where an object is more convenient for one than for another it is generally ceded to the former. Said R. Shesbai, R. N. Ahman rendered the same decision concerning a ditch that was situated between two courts and was on a level with the ground on one side. If a man comes to diminish the size of the wall referred to in the Mishnah and this was done to the extent of 4 spans, or more, he may make use of the entire wall, but if less than 4 spans he can use only as much of the wall as has been diminished. What do you mean to say? In either case there is an objection. If by diminishing the wall to the extent of less than 4 spans the wall is actually diminished, why should it not be allowed to use the entire wall, and if this does not constitute a diminution at all, why should it be allowed to use that part? Said Rabbina, in this case the Mishnah does not mean to say, that the wall was diminished by heaping up earth or erecting posts but simply that a part of the wall was removed at the top. If the breach made in this manner exceeded 4 spans it is considered as a door, and the entire wall may be used, and if it was not quite 4 spans the entire wall must not be used, but that part of the wall containing the breach may, because its height is lessened. R. Yachiel said, if a basin was set down at the bottom of the wall is diminished thereby. How can a basin serve to diminish the wall? A basin may be handled on the Sabbath, and is it not a fact that any vessel which may be handled on Sabbath cannot serve to diminish a wall because it can be removed? R. Yachiel means to say, if the basin was fastened to the ground. And if it is fastened to the p. 183 ground, may it not be removed nevertheless? By the statement it was fastened to the ground, is meant if it was fastened so that a hoe or a pickaxe was required to remove it. An Egyptian ladder does not diminish a wall but a ladder of Tyre does. What is meant by an Egyptian ladder? One that has not 4 rungs. So said the school of Arjana. Said R. Aha the son of Rabha to R. Ashi, dost thou know why an Egyptian ladder does not diminish a wall? And R. Ashi answered, didst thou not hear the statement of R. Aha bar Ada in the name of R. Hamnuna, quoting Rabbite, to the effect that it was an article which may be handled on the Sabbath and any article which may be handled on the Sabbath cannot serve to diminish a wall. If such be the case, why can a ladder of Tyre serve to diminish a wall, may it not also be handled on Sabbath? A ladder of Tyre can serve because it is so heavy that it would require the efforts of several men to remove it. Abai said, if a wall 10 spans high was between 2 courts and a ladder 4 spans wide was placed at each side of the wall, if the ladders were placed so that they are 3 spans apart, i.e., the ladder placed on the other side was 3 spans further up or down alongside of the wall than the other ladder, the wall is not diminished, but if they are not 3 spans apart the wall is diminished. If the wall, however, was 4 spans deep so that a man can walk on it, it makes no difference how far apart the ladders are. R. Bibhai bar Abai said, if one erected 2 benches one above the other at the foot of a wall, and the lower one was 4 spans wide while the upper was less, the wall is thereby diminished. If the lower bench however was less than 4 spans wide and the upper 4, or more, the wall is also diminished thereby, providing the 2 benches were less than 3 spans apart. R. N. Ahman said in the name of Rabbi Bar Abayu, that the same rule applies to a ladder where there is empty space between the rungs. R. N. Ahman said again in the name of Rabba bar Abahu, if a cornice 4 spans square protrude from a wall and a ladder, no matter how narrow, has been placed against the cornice, the size of the wall is thereby diminished, provided the ladder was placed directly against the cornice, but if placed underneath the cornice against the wall, the cornice was merely p. 184. Enlarged but the wall was not diminished. R. N. Ahman says again in the name of the same authority, a wall which is 19 spans high must have an additional cornice. If the walls, however, measure 20 spans, 2 cornices are needed to make them valid. Said R. Hista, providing the cornices are not exactly opposite each other. R. Huna said, if a peg be placed on a pillar in public ground 10 spans high and 4 spans wide, the pillar is diminished. Said R. Adha bar Ahaba, providing the peg is 3 spans high. Abai and Rabba both said, even if it is not as high as 3 spans. Why so? Because the peg makes the pillar useless. R. Ashi, however, said, even if the peg be 3 spans high it does not diminish the pillar and does not make it private ground, because a peg of that kind can be used as a hanger. R. Aha the son of Rabha asked R. Ashi, what is the law if several pegs be placed on the pillar in question? And he answered, did you not hear what R. Yohanan said concerning a well, that its enclosures of earth are counted in with the 10 spans? Why? Then should they be counted, are they not useless? We must assume that, because one can place an object upon the enclosures and thus use them. The same is the case with the peg, one might also place something upon it also. R. Jehudah said in the name of Samuel, if a wall be 10 spans high it requires, in order to become a valid wall, a ladder 14 spans in height, because the ladder must be placed against the wall at an angle, and the distance from the foot of the ladder to the wall being 4 spans, the ladder loses that much before it reaches the top of the wall. R. Joseph said, even if the ladder be a trifle over 13 spans high it may be used. Abai, however, said, it matters not if the ladder be even a trifle over 11 spans high. R. Huna the son of R. Jehoshua, however, said, the ladder may be only a trifle over 7 spans in height. Rabbi said, I have a tradition, that a ladder standing straight against a wall also diminishes its size, but I know no reason for it. Said Samuel to him, does Abba not know the reason for this? Why should a ladder be worse than 2 benches placed one above the other? Surely it is more difficult to scale a wall by means of benches than by means of a ladder. Rabha in the name of Arhiah said, trunks of Babylonian fig trees when placed against a wall need not be fastened, because their weight is so great, that it is very difficult to remove them, although they may be handled on Sabbath. R. Joseph in the name of R. Ashiya said, the same applies to Babylonian ladders, which are so heavy, that there is no fear of their being removed. R. Joseph asked Rabbah, if a man had a ladder which he desired to place against a wall, and the ladder being too narrow, i.e., less than 4 spans wide, be hewed out in the wall itself, steps on each side of the ladder, how far up should those steps be hewn out? Rabbah answered, for a distance of 10 spans. Asked R. Joseph again, how is it if a man hews out steps 4 spans wide in the wall itself? How far up must he do this? And the answer was, the entire height of the wall. What is the difference between the case of the ladder where steps had to be hewn out additionally and this case where the steps were all hewn out of the wall? In the first instance the ascent of the wall is so much easier because the ladder can be placed against the wall at an angle, while in this instance the ascent is much more difficult, hence the steps should reach the entire height of the wall. R. Joseph asked Rabbah again, what is the law if a man used a tree, which grew right at the wall, for a ladder? I ask thee, taking into consideration the difference of opinion between Rabbi and the sages. According to Rabbi, who holds, that rabbinical ordinances were not surrounded with precautionary measures for the sake of twilight, it may be said, that in this p. 186 case, where the tree will be used during the whole Sabbath day, even Rabbi might decide that it would not be allowed to make use of the tree, and on the other hand, even according to the sages, who disagree with Rabbi as regards the precautionary measures for the sake of twilight, it may be said, that the tree might be considered as a door, which, however, cannot be used because it is regarded as if a lion lie across it. Nevertheless, it is a door, and being such, the wall may be used. Now, shouldst thou decide, that the wall may be used if a tree grow at its side, how would it be if a grove such as is used in idolatrous worship, grow alongside of the wall? I ask thee in this instance, taking into consideration the difference of opinion between our Jehuda and the sages. We are aware that our Jehuda permits the depositing of an Arab even in a grave, notwithstanding the fact that no benefit must be derived from a grave, but for the reason that after the Arab has been deposited for the moment of twilight the grave is of no further use, as the Arab need not be washed. In this case, however, our Jehuda might prohibit the use of a grove, because it serves a distinct purpose, namely, that of a walk to the wall, and it is a law that no benefit must be derived from a grove used for idolatrous worship. On the other hand, even according to the sages, who prohibit the use of a grave for the depositing of an Arab, it might be permitted to use the grove because it is virtually a door to the wall and is merely regarded as if a lion were lying across it, which temporarily makes it unfit for use. Rabbah answered, a tree may be used but a grove must not. Arhisda opposed this. On the contrary, said he, the lion lying across the tree which renders it unfit for use temporarily is the rabbinical ordinance concerning the Sabbath rest, i.e., the tree must not be used on account of the Sabbath, while the grove must not be used for another reason altogether. Hence it should be permitted to use the grove and the use of the tree should be prohibited. It was also taught, that when Rabban came from Palestine, he said in the name of our Eleazar, according to another version Arabeo said in the name of our Yohanan, whenever the prohibition is based upon the Sabbath rest laws, such prohibition must stand, but whenever the prohibition is based in some other law, it need not hold good. Arna Haman bar Itzhak taught, concerning a tree the same divergence of opinion as exists between Rabbi and the p. 187. Sages remains, and concerning a grove the same difference of opinion as exists between our Jehuda and the sages remains. Mishnah, if two courts be separated by a ditch, 10 spans deep and 4 wide, the inmates of each court should prepare separate Arabin and must not join in one, even though the ditch be filled with stubble or with straw. Should it however be filled with earth or pebbles, the inmates must join in one Arab and not prepare 2 separate ones. If a board 4 spans wide had been put across the ditch, and likewise, if 2 projecting balconies, one opposite the other, have been connected by means of such a board, or plank, the inmates of the courts may prepare separate Arabin, or if they prefer it, they may join in one. If the board, however, was less wide, they must each prepare a separate Arab, and not join in one. Gemara, the Mishnah states, that if the ditch was filled with stubble or straw, the inmates of each court must make a separate Arab, because the straw is not considered firm enough to afford a safe passage over the ditch, i.e., it does not constitute a solid filling for the ditch. But in the succeeding Mishnah we learn, that if there be between 2 courts a strawrick, the inmates of each court must prepare a separate Arab, thereby demonstrating that straw can form a solid partition. Answered Abai, as for a partition all agree that a strawrick can form a partition, but as for straw serving as a filling for a ditch it depends upon whether the owner has devoted it entirely for that purpose. If he did and will not remove it, it may constitute a solid filling for the ditch, but if he did not and intends to subsequently remove it, it cannot be considered such. Should it however be filled with earth or pebbles, even if the man who did this, does not declare that he has devoted the earth or the pebbles for that purpose entirely. Have we not learned in a Mishnah, that if a man filled a room with straw or pebbles and declared that he does not intend to make any further use of either the straw or the pebbles, the room is regarded as filled up and is not considered a tent, but if no such declaration was made, the room is still considered a tent. Thus we see, that one must declare the straw and pebbles to be devoted for such purpose only, and our Mishnah does not state anything in regard to this. Said Arasi, This Mishnah treating of Arabin is in accordance with the opinion of R. Jose in a Tosefta, who holds that in the case of straw no express declaration is necessary. P 188. R. Huna, the son of R. Jehoshua, however, said, "Thou wouldst prove a contradiction from a law pertaining to uncleanness to a Sabbath law. Leave out the prohibition of Sabbath, for a thing which must not be handled on Sabbath is at all events sacrificed, even if it be a purse of money, because it must not be handled on Sabbath." R. Ashi, however, said, "Thou wouldst base a contradiction on an ordinance concerning a room to that concerning a ditch. A ditch was made to be filled up, but is then a room also made to be filled up? If a board 4 spans wide had been put across the ditch," said Rabha, "when must the board be 4 spans wide? If it was laid crosswise across the ditch, but if it was laid lengthwise across the ditch, it makes no difference how wide the board is, because the width of the ditch was decreased to less than 4 spans. If 2 projecting balconies, one opposite the other, etc." Said Rabha, the statement in the Mishnah, "one opposite the other," might be construed to signify that if they were not directly opposite each other, no connection could be made. Such is the case, however, only if they are 3 spans or more distant one from the other. Should they be less apart than 3 spans, it matters not whether they are directly opposite, diagonally so, or even one above the other, a connection may be made and it is simply considered a crooked balcony, but a balcony nevertheless. Mishnah, if there be between 2 courts a straw rick, 10 spans high, the inmates of both courts must prepare separate Arabin, and must not join in one. Cattle may be fed from each side of the rick. Should the rick become less than 10 spans high, the inmates must join in one Arab and not prepare 2. Gemara, said Arhuna, providing the straw is not removed by a man and placed in the crib of the cattle. Did we not learn in a Boraitha? If a house which was filled with straw stand between 2 courts, the inmates of each court must make a separate Arab, but must not join in one, and may remove the straw from the house to their P 189 respective courts and place it in the crib for the cattle. Thus we see that it is allowed for the inmates of each court to remove the straw to their respective courts and place it in the crib. Why does Arhuna prohibit this? I will tell thee. In a house, on account of the roof, it will become noticeable if the heap of straw becomes lower than 10 spans, but a straw rick standing in the open air might be overlooked as to its height. If the heap of straw contained in the house became less than 10 spans high, neither of the inmates of either court are permitted to carry unless the inmates of one court resign their right to the place in favor of the inmates of the other. Thus, if the heap of straw was 10 spans high, it still serves the purpose of a partition, even though it does not reach the ceiling. We may adduce therefrom, that any partition, if it be only 10 spans high, though it should not reach the ceiling, is valid. From the statement in the Boraitha, that neither of the inmates of either court are permitted to carry, we can also infer, that any dwellings which may have been added on the Sabbath are included in the prohibition. This is not conclusive evidence. It may be that the Boraitha refers to a case where the heap of straw was diminished to less than 10 spans height before the Sabbath set in. The Boraitha continues further, the one wishing to make use of his court should lock up the house and resign his right to the ground. What, do both? Lock the house and resign his right to the ground? Yeah, both are necessary, for the man is accustomed to use the house on Sabbath, one, and he might perchance, if he leave it unlocked, come and use it. Continuing, the Boraitha states, if he did so, he must not carry, but his neighbor may. Is this not self-evident? We might assume that the man's neighbor must also do as he did, hence we are told, that the Tana holds repeated resignation of the ground to be prohibited. Mishnah, how are alleys to be combined? A man places a cask of wine and says, this shall be for all the inmates of the alley, and he may transfer the right of possession to them either through his adult son or daughter, or through his Hebrew manservant. P 190. Or maidservant, or through his wife, but he cannot transfer his right of possession through his minor son or daughter, or through his Canaanitish bondman or bondwoman. because their hand is virtually the same as his. Gemara, said R. Jehuda, the person that accepts the transfer of ownership should lift the cask of wine at least one span from the ground at the time of acceptance. Said Rabha, these two things were said by the old sages of Pumbeditha, namely, this statement of R. Jehuda just quoted, and the other one is, when a man pronounces the benediction over a goblet of wine, if he tastes a whole mouthful he has acquitted himself of the duty properly, otherwise he does not. An objection was raised, we have learned in a Boraitha, how are alleys to be combined? A cask of wine, oil, dates, or figs, or any other fruit, is brought, and if belonging to the one who brought it, he should transfer his right of possession to the other inmates, but if the others have a share in it to commence with, he need only inform them. While transferring the right of possession, the cask should be lifted off the ground a trifle. By a trifle the Boraitha also means a span. It was taught, at the combining of alleys, the right of possession need not be transferred. So said Rabbite, but Samuel maintains, that this must be done. At the combining of the legal limits, however, Samuel declares that the right of possession must be transferred, while Rabbite holds, that it is not necessary. Samuel may be right in his opinion, because he holds in accordance with our Mishnah, which teaches, that at the combining of alleys, the right of ownership must be transferred, and at the combining of legal limits nothing is said about transfer, but upon what does Rabbite base his opinion? There is a difference of opinion among Tannim concerning this ordinance, as R. Jehuda said in the name of Rabbite, it happened that the daughter-in-law of R. Ashiya went to the bath house, and not returning before dusk, her mother-in-law made an Arab for her. When this was told to Arhiah, he declared it unlawful. Said R. Ishmael bar R. Jose to him, thou Babylonian! So strict art thou with Arabin. Then said my father, whatever can be made more lenient with regard to Arabin, should so be made. Said R. Zerah to R. Jacob, the son of the daughter of Jacob. P. 191. When thou goest to Palestine, go out of thy way and pass through Tyre and ask of R. Jacob bar Edi how the case was, did the mother-in-law make an Arab with her own material, and on account of not transferring her ownership to her daughter-in-law, Arhiah held it to be unlawful, or did she make it with material belonging to her daughter-in-law and Arhiah held it to be unlawful because the daughter-in-law was not informed? R. Jacob bar Edi answered, that it was on account of the ownership not having been transferred. R. N. Ahman said, we are in possession of a tradition which teaches us, that whether Arabin of legal limits or Arabin of courts or combinations of entries are concerned, a transfer of ownership must be effected. Now the question arises as to Arabin of cooked articles, one whether a transfer of ownership is necessary or not. Said R. Jose, what question is this? Did R. N. Ahman not hear the dictum of R. N. Ahman bar R. Ada in the name of Samuel, that in the case of Arabin of cooked articles a transfer of ownership must also be effected? Replied Abai, assuredly he did not hear this dictum or he would not have asked. Rejoined R. Jose, did not Samuel say that in the case of Arabin of courts a transfer of ownership is not necessary, and still R. N. Ahman maintains that it is? Abai then said, how can this be compared? In the case of Arabin of courts and legal limits there is a difference of opinion between Rabbite and Samuel, while R. N. Ahman accepts the more rigorous decrees of each, but in this instance how could R. N. Ahman override the absolute decree of Samuel alone? There was a guard of the arsenal living in the neighborhood of Arzera. His neighbors asked him to rent them his place for the Sabbath, but he refused. So Arzera was asked whether the place may be rented from the man's wife, who was willing to do so. He answered them, thus said Resh Lakish in the name of a great man, i.e., Arhanana, a man's wife may effect an Arab without the man's knowledge. The same case occurred in the neighborhood of R. Jehuda. P. 192. Bar Ashiya, and when asked concerning the law in the matter, he did not know. R. Mathna could not solve the problem either. When R. Jehuda, however, asked, he answered in the name of Samuel the dictum attributed above to Arhanana. An objection was raised, we have learned in a Boraitha, if women made an Arab or combined in an alley without the knowledge of their husbands, the Arab and the combination are both unlawful. This presents no difficulty. The Boraitha refers to a case, where the husbands distinctly forbid their wives to do so, whereas Samuel refers to a case, where the husbands did not forbid them. Such seems to be the case, for were it not so Samuel would contradict himself as he said elsewhere, if one of the inmates of the alley who, as a rule, combined with the others, refused to do so at one time, the other inmates may enter his house and take his share against his will. Thus we see, that only if the man, as a rule, combined but refused in one instance, then and then only the other inmates may take his share by force, but if he was not in the habit of combining, this would not be allowed. Hence this bears it out. Can we assume that the following Boraitha is in support of the decree of Samuel? It is permitted to compel a man to take a share in the erection of a side and cross beam to an entry, if he refuses to do so voluntarily. In the case of an entry it is different, because there were no partitions. According to another interpretation, where an act is committed out of spite, with the intention to injure another, it is different. 1. p. 193. It was taught, Arhaya bar Ashi said, a side beam may be made of a grove. Ar Simeon ben Lakish said, a cross beam may be made of a grove. One who says, that a cross beam may be made of a grove certainly permits a side beam also to be made of a grove, but he who says, that a side beam may be made thus, does not permit a cross beam. Why so? Because a cross beam must be sound enough to hold a brick one span thick, and as a grove must be burned, it is considered as if it were already burned, hence not sound enough to hold a brick of the prescribed thickness. Mishnah, if the quantity of food become diminished, one may add thereto and transfer his right of possession without notifying the other inmates. If, however, new inhabitants have arrived in the alley, he adds sufficient to make up the required legal quantity, transfers his right of possession to them and notifies them to that effect. How much is this legal quantity? If those who join therein are numerous, it must be sufficient for 2 meals for all of them, but if they be few, the size of a dried fig for each is sufficient. R. Jose said, to what does this regulation apply? To the original preparation of the Arab, but to extend the Arab any quantity, however small, is sufficient. Nor did the sages direct that an Arab should be prepared for the several courts except that the children might not forget about the law of Arab. Gemara, what food does the Mishnah refer to as having become diminished? Shall we assume, that it was but one kind of food, then even had it been totally destroyed, it was not necessary to notify the other inmates? If on the other hand there were 2 kinds of food, then, even, if it became diminished, the man was in duty bound to notify the other inmates, as we have learned in a Boraitha, if the food was all of one kind and was totally destroyed, one need not notify the other inmates, but if the food was of 2 different kinds, one must notify the other inmates. The Boraitha refers to food that had been totally destroyed, but with food that had become diminished, it is different. How much is this legal quantity? Etc. What does the Mishnah mean to say by numerous? Said Arjehuda in the name of Samuel, 18 persons. 18 and not more? Say, from 18 on and upwards. Then why state 18 in the first place? Said Ar-Itzhak the son of Arjehuda, my father explained this to me thus, if the food were divided equally amongst all and the share of each for 2 meals would not amount to the size of a dried fig, then those who took part were numerous, and it is sufficient if the share of each did not amount to the size of a dried fig, but if the share of each amounted to more than the size of a dried fig, those who took part are considered few, and even if each received but the size of 1 dried fig, it is sufficient. Incidentally, we are told by Arjehuda that 18 dried figs are sufficient for 2 meals. Mishnah, the Arab or combination may be effected with all kinds of nutriment except water and salt. Such is the dictum of Ar Eliezer. Ar Jehoshua, however, said, only a whole loaf of bread is a lawful Arab. Should even a whole sa of flour be baked into 1 loaf, and that be broken, it must not be used for an Arab, while a small loaf of the value of an ezer, if it be whole, may be used for an Arab. Gemara, have we not already learned the first clause of this Mishnah, that the Arab or combination may be affected with all kinds of nutriment except water and salt? Said Rabba bar Hana, this Mishnah repeats the ordinance solely on account of our Jehoshua, who maintains, that only a whole loaf is a lawful Arab, but not a broken loaf. Hence we are taught that with all kinds of nutriment it may be affected, including a broken loaf. What reason has our Jehoshua for his assertion? Said our Jose ben Saul in the name of Rabbi, in order to prevent enmity. Said our Aha the son of Rabba to our Ashi, how is it if all deposited broken loaves? And our Ashi answered, there is fear that the next time the Arabin are deposited there will be the same strife. One will deposit a whole loaf and another a broken one, etc. P 195. R. Yohanan ben Saul said, if from a whole loaf of bread the legal first dough has been removed, or from a whole loaf of bread made of theruma and ordinary flour the legal 1/100th part had been removed, the loaf is still considered whole, and an Arab may be affected therewith. Did we not learn in a Boraitha, that the loaf remains whole, and may be used for an Arab if the legal 100th part had been removed, but if the quantity of the legal first dough had been removed it does not remain whole and must not be used for an Arab? This presents no difficulty. Our Yohanan refers to the loaf of a baker who must remove only a small piece for the first dough, while the Boraitha refers to a loaf of a householder. As we have learned in a Mishnah, the prescribed quantity for the first dough is 1/24. One who prepares the dough for his own use or for the wedding of his son must also give 1/24, but a baker, or even a woman who prepares the dough for sale in the market, need only give 1/48 as the legal first dough. R. Histah said, if a man made a loaf whole again by joining the broken pieces with a stick of wood, so that it appeared like an unbroken loaf, he may use it for an Arab. Said our Zerah in the name of Samuel, it is permitted to make an Arab with bread made of rice or millet. Said Mar Ukba, Samuel the master explained to me that rice bread may be used for an Arab but not millet bread. Our Hayabar Abin in the name of Rabbi said, it is also permitted to make an Arab with lentil bread. Mishnah, a man may give money to the wine seller or baker in order to acquire the right to join in the Arab. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer, but the sages hold, that money cannot acquire the right for a person to join in the Arab. They admit, however, that if a man give money to another person it will acquire for him the right to join in the Arab, since no Arab can be affected for a man without his knowledge. Said our Jehuda, to what do these regulations apply? To the Arabin of limits. In the Arabin of courts, however, a man may be included with or without his knowledge, for advantages may be conferred on a person, even though he be not present, whereas, he must not be deprived of his right in his absence. Gemara, what reason has our Eliezer for his dictum? The person giving the money to the wine seller or the baker. P 196. Did not draw his purchase toward him, hence no sale or purchase was effected. 1. Answered R. Nahman in the name of Rabba bar Abahu, R. Eliezer makes this case analogous with the case mentioned in the Mishnah concerning a man who purchases 1 dinar's worth meat and the butcher is compelled to slaughter for him an ox worth 1,000 dinars. The question there is propounded by the Gemara, how can the sale be effective? No drawing towards himself was accomplished by the purchaser, and the answer was that the meshikah was dispensed with for the sake of the advantage which was to be conferred on the purchaser on the 4 days or periods enumerated. In this case of our Mishnah the meshikah is also dispensed with, and for the same reason, or according to the reason of another sage in the mentioned tract who said that according to biblical law a sale is effective when the money for the purchase is paid. They admit, however, that if a man give money to another, etc. What is meant by another person? Said Rabbi, a householder, and Samuel agrees with him, meaning, that this other person must be a householder and not a baker. Samuel added, that only if the man gave money to the baker he cannot acquire the right to join in the Arab, but if he gave him a vessel he does acquire the right. Also if when giving him the money, he does not say to him, "With this money thou shalt give me bread sufficient to make an Arab," but says, "For this money thou shalt go and effect an Arab for me," then it is as if he merely commissioned him to effect his Arab and he acquires the right to join in the Arab. Said R. Jehuda, to what do these ordinances apply? Etc. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, not only in this case, but in all instances where R. Jehuda decrees concerning Arabin, the halakha prevails in accordance with his dictum. Said R. Hannah of Baghdad to him, does Samuel hold, that even in the case where R. Jehuda declares an entry, from which the side and cross beams had been removed, valid, the halakha prevails? P. 197. Accordingly, answered R. Jehuda, did I not state particularly concerning Arabin, but not concerning partitions? Said R. Aha the son of Rabha to R. Ashi, if it is said, that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, then there must be some who disagree with him. Did not R. Jehoshua ben Levi say, that whenever we find in a Mishnah the statement, said R. Jehuda, when is this the case, or when do these regulations apply, it is not to be accepted as a refutation of previous decrees, but merely as a further explanation of the decree of the sages. Answered R. Ashi, wouldst thou make a contradiction from one man to another? Samuel may hold one thing and R. Jehoshua ben Levi another. Referring again to the statement of R. Jehoshua ben Levi, R. Yohanan said, that whenever R. Jehuda says, when is this the case? He means to explain the previous teachings, but whenever he says, when do these regulations apply? He means to differ from the foregoing opinions. Chapter 8. Regulations concerning the Arabin of limits. The quantity of food required for such Arabin, and further regulations concerning Arabin of courts. Mishnah, how are the limits to be combined? A man places a cask and says, this is for all my townsmen or for all who go to the house of mourning, and for all who go to the house of feasting. Whosoever joins in the combination while it is yet day is permitted to do so. After dusk, however, it is prohibited, because an Arab must not be deposited after dark. Gemara, said R. Joseph, legal limits should not be combined except for religious duties. Is this not expressed in the Mishnah? It says for all who go to the house of mourning or the house of feasting. R. Joseph teaches that the limits should not be combined except for religious duties, lest it might be assumed, that the Mishnah merely makes this a general assertion, because people are wont to go to such places on the Sabbath. The Mishnah states while it is yet day. Shall we adduce, therefrom that the Mishnah holds, there is no such thing as, the theory of premeditated choice? For were it said, that the Mishnah accepts the theory, the fact that the man would make use of the legal limits on the Sabbath would demonstrate that he had the intention to do so on the previous day. Said R. Ashi, by while it is yet day is meant if the man was notified, of the combination while it was yet day, even though he did not agree to it until after dusk, but if he was not notified while it was yet day, he could have no intention to do so previously, and hence he cannot join in the combination. R. Asi said, a child that is only 6 years old may go out in the legal limits which have been combined by its mother. An objection was made based upon a Boraitha stating, a child still dependent upon its mother may go out in the limits combined. P. 199. By its mother, but if it is no longer dependent upon its mother it must not. Said R. Jehoshua the son of Red, R. Asi means to say still more, that even if the father had combined him in his Arab towards the north and his mother combined an Arab for herself towards the south, a child even 6 years old prefers to go with its mother. Another objection was made, we have learned in another Boraitha, a child which is dependent upon its mother may go out with her in the limits which she has combined until it reaches the age of 6 years. RC might say that until 6 years includes 6 years. We have learned in a Boraitha, a man should not combine an Arab for his adult son or daughter or for his Hebrew man or maid servant, or for his wife, unless he notifies them to that effect. He may however combine an Arab for his Canaanitish bondman or bondwoman or for his minor son or daughter even without their consent because their hand is virtually the same as his. If, however, all those mentioned in the Boraitha have combined an Arab for themselves in one direction, and the master combined an Arab for them in another, they must all make use of the one which the master combined, excepting only his wife, because she can object. Why should the wife only be accepted? Cannot the other persons mentioned in the first clause of the Mishnah also object? Said Rabbah, the wife and those equal to her are meant to be accepted, and by all those mentioned in the Boraitha is meant the persons enumerated in the latter clause of the Boraitha. The master said, excepting only his wife, because she can object. Shall we say, that only if she objects she may use her own limits, but if she does not, she may go out in the limits combined by her husband? Does not the Boraitha mean to state that he must notify them and obtain their consent? Nay, the Boraitha means to state that he must merely notify them, and if they make no answer it is the same as if they agreed to it. The Boraitha states again, however, that if they made an Arab for themselves and the master made another one for them they must utilize that of the master. This must have been the case where they did not object when notified that the master would combine the Arab for them. Excepting only the wife. p. 200. Who can object? How is this consistent? Said Rabha, is the fact of their making a separate Arab not sufficient objection? Mishnah, how much is the legal quantity? Sufficient food for 2 meals for everyone who joins therein, for workday meals but not for Sabbath meals. Such is the dictum of our Meir, but our Jehuda said, for Sabbath meals, but not for workday meals. Both, however, intend to render the observance of this regulation more lenient. Our Yohanan ben Barakah said, it is sufficient to effect the combination if the loaf used therefore be worth a pundian, when the price of flour is 1 selah for 4 sa. Our Simeon said, 2/3 of a loaf, such as go 3 to 1 kabite of flour. Half in the house of a leper, 1 1/2 of a half of such a loaf would make the body unclean. 2. Gemara, how much food constitutes food for 2 meals? Said our Jehuda in the name of Rabbite, 2 loaves as used by the peasants in the field. Our Ada bar Ahabha said, 2 loaves as baked by the inhabitants of Enhar Pepatha. R. Joseph said to our Joseph the son of Rabha, in accordance with whose opinion does thy father hold concerning the 2 meals? Doubtless with that of our Meir? I also hold with our Meir, for if the opinion of our Jehuda were accepted, why do people say, that the stomach always has room for sweet things? R. Yohanan ben Barakah said, etc. We have learned in a Boraitha, that there is not much difference between the quantity prescribed by our Yohanan and that prescribed by our Simeon. How can this be said? According to our Yohanan 1 kabite will provide 4 meals, and according to our Simeon 1 kabite will produce 9 meals? Said our Hisda, deduct 1/3 as the profit of the dealer. Then according to our Yohanan 1 kabite will provide 6 meals and according to our Simeon 9. Say in accordance with the dictum of our Hisda at another time, that 1/2 should be deducted as the profit of the dealer. Then. p. 201. According to one a kabite contains sufficient for 8 meals and according to the other, 9. 1 Hence we have already heard that there was not much difference between our Simeon and our Yohanan. Now there is a contradiction in 2 of our Hisda's statements. This presents no difficulty. One of his statements referred to a case where the wood for the baking was furnished while the other refers to a case where the purchaser had to furnish it himself. The rabbis taught, it is written, as the fruit of your doughs shall ye set aside a cake for a heave offering, which signifies, that the first of the doughs that were prepared at that time should be set aside. How much was the dough prepared in the desert? It is written, but the omer is 1/10 of an ephah. They usually prepared an omer for each person, whence they adduced that 3 sahs being equal to 72 lugs, an omer is equal to 7 1/5 lugs, and when dough measures that quantity it is subject to the first dough offering. These 7 1/5 lugs, according to Babylonian measure, are only 6 lugs in Jerusalem, and 5 in Sepphoris. From this it was also adduced that one who eats that much in a day is healthy and blessed. One who eats more than this is a glutton, and one who eats less than that has a weak stomach. Mishnah: if the inhabitants of a court and the inhabitants of a balcony should have forgotten to combine an Arab, whatever is above 10 spans from the ground is considered as belonging to the balcony, and whatever is less than 10 spans high from the ground is considered as belonging to the court. If the earth dug out of a ditch, or a stone, be 10 spans high, they belong to the balcony, but if less than 10 spans high they belong to the court. When is this the case? If the earth or the stone be close to the balcony, but if some distance away from the balcony, even though they be 10 spans high, they belong to the court. What is considered close? Whatever is less than 4 spans distance. p. 202. Gemara: if the object standing between the court and the balcony is easily accessible to both, the same as a door, it is considered as if it were an aperture between 2 courts. If it is not easily accessible but both the inmates of the courts and of the balcony can throw things on it with equal facility, it is equal to a wall between 2 courts. If both the inmates of the court and the balcony can with equal ease deposit things upon that object, it is considered as a ditch between 2 courts, but if the object be easily accessible to one but was not as easily reached by the other, it is the same as the ditch mentioned by Ar-Shezbai in the name of Ar-Nahman, which was level with the ground of one court. If the object was easily accessible to one but could only be reached by throwing by the other, it is the same as the wall mentioned by Rabbi Bar Arhuna in the name of Ar-Nahman, which was level with the ground of one court. The question, however, is concerning an object which by the inmates of the court could only be reached by throwing and by the inmates of the balcony could only be reached by letting down an article upon it. Rabbi said, it must not be used by either, but Samuel said, it is given to those who can reach it by letting down something upon it, because that is the easier way of reaching it, and it is a rule that whoever can reach an object the more easily is entitled to it. An objection was made, come and hear, if the inhabitants of a court and the inhabitants of an attic had forgotten to combine in an Arab, the inhabitants of the court may utilize the lower 10 spans and the inhabitants of the attic may use the upper 10 spans. How so? If a cornice project from the wall at a distance of less than 10 spans from the ground, it may be used by the inhabitants of the court, but if it project at a distance of less than 10 spans below the attic, it may be used by the inmates of the attic. If, however, the cornice was just between the 10 spans above the ground and the 10 spans below the attic, it appears that neither can make use of it, and this would be in accordance with the opinion of Rabbi and an objection to Samuel. Said Ar-Nahman, the case treated of by the above Boritha is where the entire wall was only 19 spans high, and if the cornice was less than 10 spans high from the ground, it was easily accessible to the court inhabitants, the same as a door would be, but not so easily reached by the inhabitants of the attic. If the cornice was above 10 spans from the ground, it was easily accessible. p. 203. To the inmates of the attic, but not so to the court inhabitants, who would have to throw in order to reach it. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, if between 2 courts there was a small alley, into which the doors of the courts did not open, but which contained a well 4 spans distant from the wall of each court, the inhabitants of each court may put up a projecting board, no matter how small, on top of the wall, and draw water from the well through their windows. R. Jehuda himself continued, a projecting board is not necessary, for even any small stick is sufficient. Said Abai to R. Joseph, the statement of R. Jehuda on his own account was also made in conformity with the opinion of Samuel, for according to Rabbi, where a place is not used as a thoroughfare, it cannot prove an impediment to the adjoining grounds. Said Ar-Nahman in the name of Rabbi Bar Abahu, quoting Rabbi, if there were 3 ruins between 2 houses, each house may use the adjoining ruin by throwing therein, but the middle ruin must not be used by either of the 2 houses. R. Brona was sitting and proclaiming this halakha. Said R. Eliezer, one of the schoolmen, to him, did Rabbi indeed say this? And he answered, yeah, he did. So R. Eliezer requested that he be shown where Rabbi resided. This was done, and coming before Rabbi he inquired, Did Master indeed say this? And he answered, Yea. Said Eliezer, Did Master not say, that if an object is not easily accessible to both, it must not be used by either? Answered Rabbi, Dost thou then think, that I had reference to 3 ruins, that stood one after the other between 2 houses? I was speaking of ruins that stood 2 on one side and one of the size of both on the other. Now as regards the ruins into which the windows open, from the fact that access is gained by means of windows, or in other words through the atmosphere, they are permitted to be used in accordance with the opinion previously rendered that a place where there is no thoroughfare, p. 204, does not prove an impediment to adjoining ground. Even in this case, where the ruins being naturally broken, it might be said that the atmosphere of one mingling with the other renders both unlawful for use. I have already decided, that atmosphere cannot produce such a condition. As for the other ruin, which both can reach by means of the small opening at the bottom, it is not as if they were reached through the atmosphere but by actual contact. Hence the ruin being directly between the 2 houses cannot be used unless an Arab had been combined. Mishnah, if a man deposit his Arab in a vestibule, gallery, or balcony, it is not a lawful Arab. Should a man reside in any such place, who has not joined in the Arab, he cannot prevent the other inmates of the court. If a man deposit his Arab in a hayloft, or in a stable, or in a woodshed, or in a granary, it is a legal Arab, and one who dwells there impedes the other inmates of the court. Jehuda said, if the householder has reserved the right of access thereto, he who dwells there does not impede the other inmates of the court. Gemara, said Jehuda the son of Samuel bar Silas 1, in all cases where the sages decree that if a man reside in a certain place he does not impede the others, an Arab which he might deposit in such a place is not legal, excepting only in the case of a vestibule belonging to an individual, and in all cases where the sages decree that an Arab must not be deposited in a certain place, it is permitted to effect the combination of alleys in such a place, excepting only the atmosphere of an entry. Jehuda again said in the name of Samuel, if a company was seated at table on the eve of Sabbath and the Sabbath set in, the bread lying on the table may be depended upon to serve as an Arab, and according to another version it may serve as the combination of the alley. Said Rabbah, they do not differ. Those who say that the bread serves for an Arab refer to a case where the table was situated in the house. p. 205. And those who say that it may serve as a combination of alleys refer to a case where the table was in the court. Said Abai to him, I know of a Boraitha, which will bear out thy opinion, viz. Arabin of courts must be made in the courts, combinations of alleys must be effected in the alleys. After deliberating upon this Boraitha we decided that it could not be so, for we have learned in our Mishnah that if a man deposit his Arab in a vestibule, gallery, or balcony, it is not a lawful Arab, and the conclusion was that the statement of the Boraitha to the effect that the Arabin must be made in the courts in reality means, that they should be made in the houses contained in the courts, and the combination of alley should be made not in the alleys proper but in the courts opening into the alleys. Jehuda said, if the householder has reserved the right of access, etc. What is meant by the right of access? The privilege as held by Bunayas ben Bunayas, who was a very wealthy man and would loan his houses for the use of the other inhabitants, but would reserve the right to store his utensils in such houses. At one time he came before Rabbi, said Rabbi, make room for a man who has 100 golden minas. One later another man came along and Rabbi said, make room for a man who has 200 golden minas. Said Ishmael the son of Hosea to Rabbi, Rabbi, the father of this man hath 1,000 ships in the sea and 1,000 cities on land. Said Rabbi to him, when thou shouldst see his father, tell him, not to send his son to Rabbi dressed so poorly, because it is Rabbi's wont to honor rich men. Akiba would also honor rich men, as Rabha bar Mari preached, it is written, may he abide forever before God, ordain that kindness and truth may guard him, which signifies, when can he abide forever before God? if rich men guard him with kindness and truth so that he know not want. Rabba bar Hannah said, what is meant by the right of access? If a man have in the house even a plowshare. Said Rn. The disciples of Samuel said on the contrary, only an utensil which may not be handled on the Sabbath gives a man the right of access to a house, but an utensil. p. 206. Which may be handled on Sabbath does not, because he might come and remove it. The same was also taught in a Boraitha. Mishnah, if a man leave his house and goes to take his Sabbath rest in another town, be he a Gentile or an Israelite, he thereby prevents the other inmates of his court from carrying within it. Such is the dictum of our Meir. R. Jehuda saith, he does not prevent the others. R. Jose saith, a Gentile prevents the others, but an Israelite does not, as it is not usual for an Israelite to return on the day of rest. R. Simeon saith, even if the man left his house and had gone to take his Sabbath rest with his daughter, in the same town, he does not prevent the other inmates, since he has in thought renounced his abode for the time being. Gemara, said Rabbi, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, but only if the man went to take his Sabbath rest with his daughter. If, however, he went to take his Sabbath rest with his son, he does not renounce his own abode for the time being, for people say, if thou hearest a dog bark in a house thou canst enter without fear, but if thou shouldst hear little pups squeal and their mother bark at thee, do not enter. Mishnah, if there be a well between two courts it is not lawful to draw water therefrom, unless a partition be made 10 hands high either below or at the edge of the well. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel said, Beth Shammai hold, that the partition must be made below, but Beth Hillel maintained that it must be made above. Said R. Jehuda, the partition is not more effective than the wall which is between the two courts. Gemara, said R. Huna, by saying that the partition must be made below, Beth Shammai mean, that it should be within the well but not so as to touch the water, and Beth Hillel by maintaining that it should be made above, mean, that it should be erected over the well. Both agree, however, that the partition must not be outside of the well proper, but within its enclosures. Beth Hillel's reason for the decree is that wherever water is concerned the ordinances are to be construed in as lenient a manner as possible, as we have learned from R. Tabla's question and Rabbida's answer. p. 207. Said R. Jehuda, the partition is no more effective, etc. Said Rabbah, R. Jehuda and R. Hananiah ben Akabia said virtually the same thing. R. Jehuda said what we have learned in the Mishnah and R. Hananiah ben Akabia as we have learned in the Boraitha, viz., in a balcony 4L square a hole 4 spans square may be cut out and water may be drawn through that hole. So said R. Hananiah ben Akabia. Said Abai to Rabbah, perhaps this is not so. R. Jehuda, who says, that no separate partition is necessary, does so because he holds, that the wall between the two courts suffices as a partition for the well also, consequently he considers the wall as reaching down as far as the well, but, in the case of the balcony, where there is no partition at all to commence with, the balcony must first be inclined into a standing position and then be considered as reaching down as far as the well. Now while R. Jehuda may hold that the wall may be considered as if it reached down to the well, it does not follow that he also permits of a previous imaginary inclination of the balcony in addition to the supposition that it reaches down to the well and thus forms a valid partition. On the other hand, R. Hananiah ben Akabia, who permits of both the imaginary inclination of the balcony and the supposition that it reaches down as far as the water, may have applied this only to a balcony which was erected above the Sea of Tiberias, which is surrounded by cities, banks, and woodsheds, but in the case of a balcony erected above any other waters he might not have permitted even as much as R. Jehuda. Said R. Huna the son of R. Jehoshua, if the well stood in a corner between two courts, the partition to be erected on the other side of the well should be 10 spans high and a span and a trifle wide on each side. Mishnah, if a canal runs through a court, it is not lawful to draw water therefrom, unless there be a partition 10 spans high where the canal flows into the court and p. 208. Another where it flows out again. R. Jehuda said, the wall above is to be considered a partition. R. Jehuda further said, it happened, that water was drawn from the canal around the walls of a town on the Sabbath with the sanction of the elders, but the sages replied, that was done, because the canal was not of the legal size. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if a partition was made where the canal flowed into the court but not where it flowed out of the court, or if it was made where the canal flowed out, but not where it flowed in, it is not lawful to draw water therefrom on the Sabbath unless there was a partition both where the canal flowed into and out of the court. R. Jehuda, however, said, the wall above the canal may serve as the partition. Said R. Jehuda, it happened that water was drawn from the canal flowing into the city of Sephoris from the walls, around it one with the sanction of the elders, but the sages said to him, wouldst thou place this in evidence? In that case the canal was not 10 spans deep nor 4 spans wide. We have learned in another Boraitha, a canal which flows between two walls which contained apertures, if it was less than 3 spans wide, a bucket may be let down from the apertures and water drawn from the canal, but if it was over 3 spans wide this must not be done. R. Simeon ben Gamaliel, however, says, that if the canal was less than 4 spans wide, water may be drawn therefrom, but if over 4 spans, this must not be done. In which class of legal ground can such a canal be placed? Shall we say, in the class of unclaimed ground? Then the statement of R. Dimi in the name of R. Yohanan to the effect that there is no unclaimed ground less than 4 spans will not be in accordance with the opinion of all the sages but merely with that of part of them, for according to the sages of the above Boraitha, even 3 spans may constitute unclaimed ground. Zerah said, the sages of the Boraitha do differ with R. Simeon ben Gamaliel concerning this. p. 209. Point whether unclaimed ground may be 3 spans or 4, and the statement of R. Dimi is merely in accordance with the opinion of part of the Tannim. Why should a canal between two walls containing apertures not be considered as the holes in unclaimed ground, for prior to its entering the space between the two walls it was undoubtedly over 4 spans wide, and hence unclaimed ground? Abai bar Abin and R. Hanana bar Abin both declare, that this theory does not exist where unclaimed ground is concerned. R. Ashi, however, said, even if the theory does apply to unclaimed ground it applies only then, if the ground is near to the hole, but if it is a distance off as it must be in the case of this canal, the theory can under no circumstances be applied. Rabbina, however, said, the 3, respectively 4 spans discussed in the Boraitha do not apply to the canal, but to partitions which were erected at the entrance and outlet of the canal at each end of the alley, and both parties to the dispute merely adhere to their respective theories concerning lavud, one side maintaining that 3 spans constitute lavud, and the other that even 4 spans accomplish this object. Mishnah, if there be a balcony above the water, it is not lawful to draw water therein on the Sabbath, unless a partition be made 10 hands high, either above or below the balcony. Thus, also, if there be 2 balconies, one above the other, should a partition have been made for the upper and not for the lower, it is unlawful to draw water through either, unless they have been combined by an Arab. Gemara, our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Hananiah ben Akabia, who holds, that in a balcony 4 L square, a hole may be cut out 4 spans square, etc., as related previously, but R. Yohanan in the name of R. Jose ben Zimra said, Hananiah ben Akabia permitted this to be done only in the case of a balcony erected above the waters of the Sea of Tiberias for the reason as stated previously, but not above other waters. The rabbis taught, 3 things were allowed by R. Hananiah ben Akabia to the inhabitants of Tiberias, viz., to draw water through a balcony on Sabbath, to deposit fruit in pea stalks. p. 210. And to wipe themselves with a towel when emerging from the bath. Rabbi Bar Arhuna said, do not say, that the imaginary hanging partition of the balcony makes it lawful, only to draw water through the balcony but not to pour out water through it, for it is also permitted to pour out superfluous water through that balcony. Said R. Shezbai, is this not self-evident? For is this not identical with the sewer mentioned in the next Mishnah? From the succeeding Mishnah, where the sewer is supposed to absorb the water, it is allowed to pour water into it even if it be full and run over into the street, because the intention was to have the sewer absorb the water. But in this case, where the waters are not stationary, we might assume that it is not allowed to pour out more water to commence with. Hence we are told by Rabba bar Arhuna that this may be done. Thus, also, if there be two balconies, one above the other, etc. Said Arhuna in the name of Rabbite, when is this the case? If the balconies were not quite 4 spans apart, but if they were 4 spans apart, it is allowed to draw water through the upper. This is merely in accordance with the mentioned theory of Rabbite, that one man cannot impede another through atmosphere. Rabba said in the name of Arhaya, and Joseph made the statement in the name of Ashia, as follows: the law concerning robbery is applicable also on Sabbath. What is meant thereby? If there was a ruin belonging to a man and another man made use of it during the week, it might be assumed that he had acquired the right to it for the Sabbath and may carry therein, but we are given to understand that in this case, as soon as the Sabbath sets in, the property reverts to its rightful owner. Said Rabbah, this above statement would be contradictory to our Mishnah, which says that if there were 2 balconies, one above the p. 211 other, and a partition was made for the upper, it is prohibited to draw water through either, etc., and for this reason, during the week the upper balcony undoubtedly makes use of the lower and thereby acquires a temporary right to it. If, then, by using the lower balcony during the week the upper balcony does so wrongfully, and on Sabbath the lower balcony reverts to its rightful owners, to the exclusion of the inmates of the upper balcony, how can the upper balcony prove an impediment to the lower, which it cannot use? One said Arshi's hate, the Mishnah refers to a case, where the partition made for the upper balcony was joint property of both upper and lower. If the partition was made jointly, of what benefit would a partition made to the lower be to the upper? As long as a share in the partition of the upper balcony is owned by the lower, the upper cannot be used until both combine an Arab. As soon as the lower balcony erects a partition for itself, it exposes its intention to sever all connection with the upper, and thus either balcony may draw water through their respective grounds. Mishnah, if a court be less than 4 ells square, it is not permitted to pour water therein on Sabbath, unless a sewer is made, which has a capacity of 2 saws exclusive of the walls, either outside or within the court. If the sewer has been made outside, it must be covered up, while on the inside it need not be covered up. R. Eliezer ben Jacob said, into a gutter, which is covered up to the extent of 4 ells in public ground, it is permitted to pour water on the Sabbath. The sages, however, hold, that even though the court or roof be 100 ells long, it is not permitted to pour water down the gutter, but the water may be poured out on the roof, so as to drop down into the gutter. Mentioned in the first clause of this Mishnah, the hall may be added. Thus, also, if there be 2 habitations facing each other and the inmates of one have made a sewer, but were not joined in making it by the inmates of the other habitation, those who made the sewer are permitted to throw water into it, but those that did not make it, are not permitted to do so. Gemara, what is the reason that water must not be poured into a court less than 4 ells square? Said Rabbah. p. 212. A man generally consumes 2 saws of water every day. If his court be 4 ells square or more, he pours out the water in order to lay the dust, but if it be less than 4 ells square, he merely would throw out the water in order to have it run out into the street. R. Zerah said, a quart of 4 ells square absorbs 2 saws of water, hence, even should part of it run out into the street, it was not the intention of the man who poured it out that it should. But if the quart is less than 4 ells square, it does not absorb that quantity of water and part of it must needs run out into the street, hence it is prohibited to pour it out. Wherein lies the difference between Rabbah and Zerah? Said Abai, if the quart was oblong, say 8 ells by 2. It absorbs the water undoubtedly, but as for laying the dust in a quart of that size, a man would not trouble himself to pour out water for that purpose. An objection was made based upon our Mishnah, which states in computing the 4L square of the court the hall may be added. Would this not prove that the reason is according to Arzera? According to Rabbah, explained Arzera, the Mishnah might refer to a hall which, surrounding the court, made it in the form of a square. Example, if the court was 4 Ls long by 2 wide, and the hall added 2 Ls to the width. R. Eliezer ben Jacob said, into a gutter, etc. Our Mishnah is not in accordance with the opinion of Hananiah, for we have learned in a Boraitha, Hananiah said, even if the roof be 100 Ls long, it is not permitted to pour water on it, as it is not made for the purpose of absorbing the water, but for the purpose of throwing it off into the street. It was taught in a Boraitha, all these regulations concerning the pouring of water apply only to summer, but during the rainy period one may pour as much water as he chooses into the court. Why is this so? Said Rabha, because it is the intention of the man to have the court absorb the water. Said Abai to him, unclean water is certainly intended to be absorbed by the ground, still it is not permitted to pour it down the gutter. Rejoined Rabha, why should this not be permitted during the rainy season? Can it be the intention of the man that the water should run out into the street in order that his court should not become muddy? It is already muddy. Then the reason might possibly be in the manner of a precaution. P. 213. Lest the man pour the water into the street direct, or others seeing water running out of a court, might assume that it is allowed to pour out such water into the court even during the dry season. The precaution is unnecessary. Those who see water running out of the court will naturally conclude that it is rainwater, because of the rainy season of the year, and there is no fear of the man pouring out the water into the street, because his court being already muddy, he will not mind pouring more water into it. Said Abai, according to thy explanation, then, during the rainy season the quantity of water is immaterial, even if it be a kur or two it may be poured out nevertheless. If there be two habitations facing each other, etc. It was taught, Rabbah said, they must not pour water into the sewer, provided they did not combine an Arab, but if they did combine an Arab, they may pour water into the sewer. And if they did not combine an Arab, why should it not be allowed? They merely throw the water down the sewer. Said Ar-Ashi, this is merely a precautionary measure, lest they fill some vessels with water and then carry them to the sewer. Chapter 9. Regulations concerning the combining of roofs on Sabbath. Mishnah, all the roofs of a town are considered one private ground, provided there be not one roof 10 hands higher or 10 hands lower than the rest. Such is the dictum of our Meir. The sages, however, hold that each roof constitutes a separate private ground. Our Simeon said, roofs, as well as courts and wood stores, constitute one private ground, for the carrying of all such utensils as were actually situated there when the Sabbath set in, but not for the carrying of such utensils as were still in the house, when the Sabbath set in. Gemara, Abai bar Abin and Arhanana bar Abin were sitting alongside of Abai, and were conversing between themselves. It is right according to the sages, who hold, that, in the same manner as the houses are separated below, so are also the roofs above. Thus, unless an Arab is made between the houses, it is not permitted to carry from one roof to the other. But what is the opinion of our Meir? Does he hold, that as the houses are separated so are also the roofs? Why does he state, that all the roofs constitute one private ground, or if he holds that above 10 spans there is nothing but private ground, what difference does it make to him, whether a roof be 10 spans higher or lower than the rest? Said Abai to the two brothers, have ye not heard the dictum of our Itzhak bar Abai Dimi to the effect, that our Meir said thus, where there are two distinct premises both of which, however, are legally private ground, example a pillar, 10 spans high and 4 spans wide standing in private ground, and which must not be used to shoulder burdens thereon on the Sabbath, lest a heap of the same size standing in public ground be used for the same purpose, so it is also in this case, where a roof is 10 spans lower or higher than the rest the same precautionary measure applies. The two brothers hearing this from Abai thought, that according to our Meir the same case applied to a mortar or kettle. p. 215. 10 spans high, said Abai to them, my master told me, that our Meir said, this precaution applied only to a pillar and a millstone because for these two objects special places are designated, but as for other utensils, even if they be 10 spans high, the precaution is unnecessary. The sages, however, hold, that each roof constitutes a separate private ground. It was taught, Rabbi said, on every roof things must not be handled except within a limit of 4 ells, but Samuel said, they may be handled in the whole extent of the roof. If the roofs are separated and the separation is apparent, all agree, that carrying things on those roofs is permissible, but they differ concerning roofs that are separated, where the separation is not apparent. Rabbi holds that things must not be carried on those roofs except for a distance of 4 ells, because he does not admit, in this case, the theory of good asik, while Samuel, who does admit the theory, holds, that carrying is permitted in the entire extent of the roofs. An objection was made based upon our Mishnah, the sages hold, that each roof constitutes a separate private ground. This is in accordance with Samuel's opinion but is contradictory to the opinion of Rabbi. The disciples of Rabbi said in his name, that the statement, things must not be handled except within a limit of 4 ells, meant to signify, 2 ells in each adjoining roof. Abai said, if a man erected an attic on top of his house and provided it with a small door 4 spans wide, he may carry things in all the roofs. Said Rabha, it may happen, that the small door with which the attic was provided may prevent the man from using the other roofs. How so? If the door in the attic faced a garden below and the partition made by the attic separated his roof from the others, it might be said, that he made that door merely so as to be able to watch his garden and renounced his right to the use of the roofs. p. 216. Roofs, level one to the other in which, according to our Meir, it is permitted to carry things, and a single roof which may be used according to the sages, may according to Rabbi be used throughout their whole extent, while according to Samuel, it is only allowed to use them for an extent of 4 ells. Would not this be a contradiction by Rabbi to his previous statement and by Samuel to his own former dictum? This can be explained thus, Rabbi's previous statement referred to a case, where the separation between the roofs was not apparent while in this case the separation is apparent, and Samuel's former dictum referred to a roof that had less than 2 saws capacity, while in this case it refers to a roof that has a capacity of more than 2 saw. Why should a roof of that size not be allowed to be used? The possibility of the walls reaching the tops of the roofs is not admitted, for the reason that partitions which enclose dwellings are made downwards and are not supposed to extend upwards, and of a space which is not enclosed by partitions of dwellings and has a capacity of over 2 saw, only 4 ells may be used. It was taught, concerning a ship, Rabbi said, one may carry things throughout the whole extent of the ship, because the space of a ship is enclosed with partitions, and Samuel said, one may carry only to the extent of 4 ells. Why so? Because the partitions were not made for the purpose of making the space inhabitable but merely to keep out the water. Said Arhiah bar Joseph to Samuel, according to whose opinion does the halakha prevail? According to thy opinion or according to Rabbi's? And Samuel answered, the halakha prevails according to Rabbi. R. Gadel in the name of Arhiah bar Joseph said, Rabbi agrees with Samuel's opinion, concerning a ship that was in dry dock and turned over, that it was only permitted to carry things for a distance of 4 ells. For what purpose was the ship turned over? If people lived within it, why should it not be allowed to carry things throughout its whole extent? Is the bottom of the ship not equal to a roof, when the ship was turned over? Nay, the ship was turned over for a coating of tar. R. Jehudah said, when we shall arrive at the final conclusions of our Meir we shall find that all roofs are considered as one private ground in their own right, i.e., that carrying from one roof to the other is permissible, also that all courts are considered as one private ground and likewise all woodsheds, but p. 217. From the final conclusions of the sages we shall learn that roofs and courts constitute one private ground, i.e., that it is permitted to carry things from the roof to the court and vice versa, which, according to our meir, is not allowed. The woodsheds, however, are considered according to the sages a separate private ground, i.e., things may be carried from one woodshed to another but not from a woodshed into a court. The final conclusions of our Simeon denote that all roofs, courts, and woodsheds are considered as one private ground. We have learned one Boraitha in support of Rabbite and another in support of our Jehuda. The one supporting Rabbite reads as follows: all roofs of the town are considered as one private ground, but it is prohibited to carry things from the roofs to the courts, and vice versa. Vessels which were situated in the court before the Sabbath set in, may be carried in all the courts, and those situated in the roofs before the Sabbath set in may be handled in all the roofs, provided there is not a roof 10 spans higher or lower than the rest. Such is the dictum of our meir, but the sages said, every roof constitutes a separate ground and things must not be carried in it for a distance of over 4 ells. This bears out the statement of Rabbite in which he says that when the separation between the roofs is not apparent one must not carry except in a limit of 4 ells. In support of our Jehuda we have learned the following Boraitha. Rabbi said, when we learned the law at our Simeons in the city of Thekwa, we would carry towels and oil from one roof to another, from that to the court, and from that to another, and from the other court to a woodshed, and from that to another, until we would come to the springs where we would bathe. Said our Jehuda, it happened in a time of danger, that we brought up the sacred scrolls from a court to a roof, from the roof to another court, and from that to a woodshed in order to read therein. The sages answered, acts committed during a time of danger do not serve as evidence. R. Simeon said, roofs as well as courts and woodsheds, etc. Said Rabbite, the halakha prevails according to our Simeon, providing no Arab was made, but if an Arab was affected, it is not so, because there is fear, lest the utensils from the houses be carried out on the Sabbath and are then carried about in all the courts. Samuel, however, as well as our Yohanan, said, there is no difference whether an Arab was made or not. R. Hisda opposed this. According to Samuel and our Yohanan there will be 2 kinds of vessels in the court, one kind, which had already been situated in the court when the Sabbath set in, and the other, which was brought out from the house during Sabbath. Is then not the precautionary measure decreed by Rabbite really necessary? Simeon holds to his theory that precautionary measures are not necessary. Come and hear, 5 courts which opened into each other, and also opened into one alley, the inmates of which had all forgotten and not combined an Arab, are prohibited to carry in or carry out from the court into the alley, or from the alley into the court. The utensils which were situated in the courts when the Sabbath set in may be carried in the courts, but the utensils which were situated in the alley must not be carried even in the alley. Our Simeon, however, permits this to be done because he used to say, as long as many people lived there and had forgotten to combine an Arab, the roof, the court, the balcony, the gallery, the woodshed, and the alley are all considered the same legal premises. Thus we see that our Simeon makes this decree only if no Arab was made, but if an Arab was made he would not do so, hence he contradicts Samuel and our Yohanan? Nay, our Simeon states this merely to supplement the statement of the sages and says to them, as far as I am concerned it makes no difference whether an Arab was made or not, but according to your opinion, grant me, that when no Arab was made the courts, the roofs, etc. all constitute the same legal premises. The sages, however, answered, nay, according to our opinion, each constitutes separate premises. Said Rabbina to our Ashi, is it possible that our Yohanan said this? Did not our Yohanan say, that the halakha prevails according to an anonymous Mishnah, and we have learned previously concerning a wall between 2 courts, if there was fruit on the wall, the inmates of both courts may partake of the fruit providing they do not carry any of it down with them. Hence we see that it is not permitted, according to that Mishnah, to carry things from one court into another even if an Arab was made by each court. P. 219. By carrying it down is meant carrying it down into the houses, but carrying it down into the courts is permitted. Asked Rabbina again, did not our Haya teach, providing the inmates of each court do riot take it down into their respective courts and eat it? Said our Ashi. If Rabbi did not teach this in the Mishnah, whence does our Haya adduce that explanation? It was taught, if there were two courts, which had a ruin between them and the inmates of one court combined an Arab, while the inmates of the other did not, our Huna said that the court that had not the Arab is entitled to the ruin, but the court that had combined the Arab is not entitled to the ruin, for fear that they might carry out vessels, which were situated in their houses on the Sabbath, into the court, and thence into the ruin. Haya, the son of Rabbi, however, said, that even the court that had an Arab combined may be entitled to the ruin, and I explain my father's dictum to signify, that the utensils contained in either court may be transferred to the ruin. If thou shouldst explain my father's dictum to signify, that neither of the courts may make use of the ruin, because he understood our Simeon's decree to mean if they had made an Arab they became separate premises, hence, in this case, one of the courts having combined an Arab interferes with others also, I will answer it by saying, that such would be the case if there were an occupied court between them, in which event there might be vessels which were situated in the court when the Sabbath set in, and also vessels which had been carried out of the houses, so that it would be impossible to distinguish which could and which could not be carried throughout all the courts. When, however, as is the case here, a ruin is between the two courts where there are no vessels which are actually situated there, the danger of confusion is removed, and hence my explanation is, that it is permitted for both courts to transfer their vessels to the ruin. Mishnah, if a large roof adjoin a small one, the owners of the large roof are permitted to carry things thither from the house, but the owners of the small roof are prohibited to do this. If a large court opens into a small one, through a breach in the wall, the inmates of the large court are permitted to carry things through the breach, but the inmates of the small court, p. 220, are prohibited to do so, because the smaller court is considered as an entry to the larger. Gemara, why does the Mishnah teach both cases, concerning a roof and a court? According to Rabbi, the object is to demonstrate that in the same manner as courts are divided by partitions, so should the partitions between roofs be apparent. According to Samuel, the object is to show, that a roof is on a par with a court, i.e., as the latter is used by many, so also is the former. Rabbah, Arzera, and Rabbah bar Arhanan were sitting together, and Abai sate close by. They said, from this Mishnah we may adduce, that the inmates of the larger court control the actions of the smaller, whereas the inmates of the smaller court exert no influence over those of the larger. How so? If vines were planted in the larger, other seed must not be planted in the smaller, but if the vines were planted in the smaller, any other seed may be planted in the larger. If a woman who was to be divorced stood in the smaller court and the bill of divorce was thrown to her from the larger court, she is thereby legally divorced, but if she stood in the larger and the bill was thrown to her from the smaller court, she is not legally divorced. If the congregation assembled for prayer stood in the larger and the reader who was to recite the prayer for them was in the smaller, they have acquitted themselves of their duty. If they were in the smaller court, however, and the reader was in the larger, they have not. If there were 9 men in the larger court and 1 man in the smaller, that 1 man is counted in with the 9, and it constitutes a legal assembly for prayer or for the commission of religious acts. But if there were 9 men in the smaller and 1 in the larger, that 1 man cannot be counted in. If there was a filthy thing in the smaller court, the larger court may nevertheless recite the prayer, but if the filthy thing was in the larger court, the inmates of the smaller are not allowed to do so. Said Abai to them, according to this then, a partition, which under ordinary circumstances should facilitate the observance of laws, would prove a detriment, for were there no partition between the larger and smaller court, and vines were planted anywhere within the 2 courts, a man would simply be obliged to measure off 4 ells whence the vines grew, and could then plant whatever he chose. p. 221. Rabha, through Arshmea ben Zerah, sent the following query to Abai: do we not find as a matter of fact that a partition at times proves a detriment? Did we not learn in a Boraitha, that concerning the partitions of a vineyard there are instances where they make the observance of laws more lenient, and on the other hand there are instances where they make it more rigorous. How so? If the vines are planted hard by the partition, one may on the other side of the partition plant whatever he chooses. If there were no partition, however, he would have to measure off 4 ells whence the vines grew and then plant whatever he chose. This is an instance of leniency caused by the partition. When does it make the law more rigorous? If the vines were planted to within 11 ells of the partition, it is not allowed to plant other seed anywhere within those 11 ells, but if there were no partition, 4 ells would suffice between the vineyard and the place where other seed was to be planted. Rejoined Abai, why base thy query upon a boritha, if in thy opinion the partition is the main issue? Why not cite the following Mishnah? If the space between the vineyard and the fence which surrounds it be less than 12 square ells, no other seed may be sown therein, but if it measure that superficies, a vacant space must be allowed for the cultivation of the vines growing near it, and the rest of the ground may be used for saving. We must say, that because in the Mishnah the partition is not the issue, but it is a question of the space between the 4 ells allowed for the cultivation of the vineyard and the 4 ells allowed to the hedge or fence, and if such space is 4 ells wide other seed may be sown therein, but if less than 4, it is abandoned. Hence we might say, that the same issue is treated of in the boritha. Illustration A. Illustration B. R. Jehuda said, if there are 3 woodsheds opening into each other, of which the 2 outer are enclosed while the middle one is not, and there is a man in each of the woodsheds, the men are considered as a caravan and are entitled to as much room as they desire. If the middle one, however, was enclosed, but the 2 outer ones were not, and there was a man in each of the 3 woodsheds, they are entitled to a space of 6. p. 222. Saws capacity, i.e., 2 saws to each man. The schoolman propounded a question, how is it if there were 2 men in the middle woodshed and 1 each in the outer sheds? Shall we assume that the 2 men of the middle shed, having a right to either shed, are considered as being in either one of the 2 outer sheds, and 3 persons being in one place, thereby form a caravan, or shall we say, that as there are 2 men in the middle woodshed, each one of them can occupy either court, in which event there would be 2 people each in the outer courts and no caravan is formed, consequently they are entitled only to a space of 2 saws capacity for each man. If the latter instance should apply, how would it be if there were 2 men in each of the outer sheds and 1 man in the middle shed? Whichever court he might occupy, there would be 3 men, and thus a caravan would be formed, or, because there is doubt which he would occupy, having a right to either, it would not be considered as a caravan. The answer was, all ordinances pertaining to Arabin should be construed in their most lenient form. Said Arhisda, if a court was 5 spans higher at the edges than in the center and a partition of 5 spans height was added to the edges, it does not constitute a valid partition, for either the edges must be 10 spans high to commence with or the partition must be made 10 spans high. Marimer, however, maintained, that the 2 may be counted together and constitute a legal partition. Rabbina met R. Aha the son of Rabha and asked him, does the master teach anything pertaining to partitions? And he answered, nay. The halakha prevails, that the edges of the court and the partitions are counted together and constitute a legal partition. R. Ashia propounded a question, how is it if new habitations are added to a court on the Sabbath, do they impede the inmates of that court or not? Said Arhisda, come and hear, if a large court opens into a small one, through a breach in the wall, the inmates of the large court are permitted to carry things through the breach, but the inmates of the small court are prohibited to do so. Rejoined Rabbah, perhaps the Mishnah refers to a breach that was made before the Sabbath set in. Said Abai, the master should not say perhaps, it is certain, that the breach was caused on the eve of Sabbath, because didst not thou, master, say thyself at one time, that thou didst ask of Arhuna and of Jehuda concerning an Arab which was made through an aperture or a door which had accidentally become closed up on the Sabbath, and they told thee, that if that happened after the Sabbath set in, the Arab is valid for the whole Sabbath, having been valid at the beginning. It was taught, if a wall between two courts was destroyed on the Sabbath, Rabbi said, that it is not permitted to carry things in either of the courts for a distance of over 4 ells, but Samuel maintains, that the inmates of each court may carry as far as the ruins of the wall. The statement herein attributed to Rabbi was not made by him outright, but was inferred from the occurrence as follows. Rabbi and Samuel were both sitting in one court on Sabbath, and suddenly the wall of the court caved in. Said Samuel to the other inmates of the court, "Take a garment and hang it up in place of the wall." Rabbi turned away his face from Samuel. Said Samuel, "If Abba is angry, let him take his girdle and fasten the garment with it to the wall." If according to Samuel it is allowed to carry as far as the ruins of the wall, why did he order that a garment should be fastened as a partition? Samuel did not order this to be done in order to make a partition, but merely to prevent outsiders from peering into the court. And Rabbi? If he holds that it is not allowed to carry, he should have said so. It was Samuel's domain, and he could not contradict him at that time. Why then did he turn away his face? In order to show that he did not agree with Samuel's opinion but still adhered to his own. Mishnah, if a court is laid open to public ground, whosoever brings anything from private ground into such a court, or from the court into private ground, is culpable. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer. The sages hold, however, whoever brings anything from the court into public ground, or from public ground into the court, is p. 224. Absolved, since the court has become like unclaimed ground. Gemara, does our Eliezer hold, that if a court by reason of the incavation of its walls is laid open to public ground, it becomes public ground? Yeah. He holds to his theory as expressed elsewhere, that if the public had taken a certain path through a meadow and used it constantly, it remains a path. This is not so. Did not Argadel say in the name of Rabbi, that our Eliezer referred to a case where the original path had been lost and could not be found, and if we would assume that in the case of the court he holds, that only the space which had been lost to the public, i.e., where it is not apparent that the wall had been standing, becomes as public ground, but the whole court is certainly not to be considered such, did not our Hananiah say, that the sages and our Eliezer differ as to the entire space up to where the wall was standing? Hence we must say, that our Eliezer holds the entire court to have become as public ground. The statement of our Hananiah should be modified to the effect, that they differ only as to the space that had been occupied by the wall and not up to the wall. Thus our Eliezer does not consider the entire court as public ground. If you wish, I may say, that the sages differ with our Eliezer merely as to the adjoining places to public ground. Our Eliezer holds them to be the same as public ground, while the sages say that, as there had at one time been a court there, it is now not public ground. Mishnah, in a court that has been laid open to public ground on two sides, also in a house was laid open on two sides, or in an entry the cross and side beam of which had been removed, it is permitted to carry things on that same Sabbath, but it is not permitted to do so on the succeeding Sabbaths. Such is the dictum of our Jehuda, but our Jose said, if it were permitted for that particular Sabbath, it would also be permitted for the future, but since it is prohibited for the future, it is also prohibited on that same Sabbath. Gemara, how is the case with the walls treated of in the Mishnah? If the breach caused by the incavation does not exceed 10 ells, so what difference does p. 225 it make upon how many sides the court has been laid open? If the breach, however, exceeded 10 ells, then it would be the same even if one side only were laid open. Said Rabbi, the breach does not exceed 10 ells, but in a corner it is not customary to make a door. A house which was laid open on both sides, etc. How would it be if the house were laid open only on one side? We would say, that the edge of the roof is supposed to reach down to the bottom and thus serve as a substitute for the wall by application of the law of good Aketh. Cannot the same rule apply to two sides of a house? Let the edge of the roof on both sides be supposed to reach down to the bottom. Said the disciples of Rabbi in the name of their master. The Mishnah refers to a house where the corner walls had fallen in and where the roof was not flat but slanting, so that with the walls it also fell. Samuel said, in the case of a court the Mishnah does refer to an instance where the breach exceeded 10 ells, but it also states that the walls had caved in on both sides because further, when treating of a house, it must specify 2 sides, hence it does so also when courts are in question. Why must 2 sides be mentioned in the instance of a house? Cannot the edge of the roof be supposed to reach down to the bottom of both walls? Then again does Samuel hold to the supposition, that the edge of the roof reaches to the bottom of the wall? Was it not taught that concerning a gallery in a valley, Rabbi said, it is permitted to carry throughout the whole extent of the valley, because the edges of the gallery are supposed to reach down to the ground and thus form a partition for the entire valley, whereas Samuel maintained that this supposition cannot be considered and hence it is only permitted to carry for a distance of 4 ells. This would not present a difficulty, for in that case Samuel maintains, that the edges of the gallery must not be supposed to reach down to the ground because there must be 4 distinct partitions, but where only 3 are necessary he would admit the feasibility of such a supposition. The difficulty concerning the 2 sides of the house where the breach measured over 10 ells still remains. In the same manner as the disciples of Rabbi referred to a house where the corner walls had fallen in together with their slanting roof, Samuel may refer to a house, the corner walls of which had sustained a breach 4 ells in width on each corner, or 8 ells in all, and 5 ells in length. p. 226. On one side, and 5 ells and a trifle on the other side, or slightly over 10 ells in all. Hence it would be necessary to suppose that the edges of the roof reach down on 4 sides of the breach 2 in width and 2 in length, and that would be contrary to the theory of Samuel. Why does Samuel not hold with Rabbi? Because the Mishnah does not mention a slanting roof, and Rabbi does not hold with Samuel because he permits of the supposition, that the edges of a gallery or a roof can reach down on 4 sides. R. Jose said, if it were permitted for that particular Sabbath, etc. The schoolman propounded a question, how is R. Jose's dictum to be construed? Does he mean to permit it entirely or to prohibit it entirely? R. Shishait as well as R. Yohanan said, he means to prohibit it entirely. We also learn to this effect in a Boraitha, viz., R. Jose said, as they are not permitted to carry on subsequent Sabbaths, so are they also prohibited to do so on that particular Sabbath. It was taught, R. Bar Joseph said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jose, and Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. Did Samuel indeed say so? Did not R. Jehuda reply to R. Hannah of Baghdad that Samuel decreed, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda in all cases pertaining to Arabin, but not where partitions are concerned? Said R. Anan, Samuel himself explained to me that if the courts were laid open towards unclaimed ground the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda, but if they were laid open towards public ground the halakha prevails according to R. Jose. Mishnah, if an attic be built over 2 houses, also if bridges are open at both ends, it is lawful to carry things underneath on the Sabbath. Such is the dictum of R. Jehuda, but the sages prohibit it. Moreover, R. Jehuda further said, it is lawful to combine, by means of an Arab, an alley that is open at both ends, but the sages prohibit it. Gemara, said Rabbah, do not say that the reason of R. Jehuda is because a private ground requires according to biblical law only 2 partitions, but because he holds that the ends of the roofs are supposed to reach down to the bottom. Chapter X. Sundry regulations concerning the Sabbath. Mishnah, if a man find tefillin, he should match them and bring them in single pairs. Rabban Gamaliel said, he may bring in 2 pair at a time. To what does this rule apply? To old tefillin, but if they be new, he need not bring them in. If he find them tied up in pairs, or all tied together, he should remain with them till dark and then bring them in. In times of danger, however, he covers them up and passes on. R. Simeon said, he should hand them to his companion, who in turn hands them to his companion, and so on from hand to hand until the outmost court is reached. So, likewise, his child, he should hand it to his companion, who in turn hands it to his companion, and so on from hand to hand, even an 100. R. Jehuda said, in like manner, a man may pass a cask of wine to his companion, and he in turn to his companion even beyond the legal limits. The sages, however, objected, the cask cannot be conveyed further than its owners have the right to walk. Gemara, he may only carry them in single pairs? Shall we assume that this anonymous Mishnah is not in accordance with our Meir, who decrees that a man may clothe himself in as many garments as he chooses? Said Rabbah, in both instances the decree of our Meir is based upon the custom of the weekdays, and as the above-mentioned Mishnah treats of saving from fire, the rabbis permit a man to wear as much clothing as he chooses. In this instance, however, where there is no danger. Thus this Mishnah can also be in accordance with the decree of our Meir. Rabban Gamaliel said, he may bring in 2 pair. What is the reason of our Gamaliel's dictum? Does he hold, that on Sabbath also tefillin should be worn? Then he should only have permitted 1 pair to be brought in. If, however, he holds that on Sabbath tefillin should not be worn, and it is merely to save the tefillin that it was permitted for a man to wear them on his head and arm, why does he only permit 2 pair at a time? He could have permitted more. Said R. Samuel bar R. Itzhak, on the head there is only room for 2. On the hand, however, there is room for but 1. As there is room for 2 on the head, according to R. Samuel, there is room for 2 also on the arm. Shall we say that the first Tana of the Mishnah differs with Rabban Gamaliel upon the point advanced by R. Samuel bar R. Itzhak, maintaining that there is only room for 1 on the head or arm, while R. Gamaliel holds there is room for 2? Nay, all agree that there is room for 2, but they differ as to the legality of wearing tefillin on the Sabbath. The first Tana holds that they should be worn on Sabbath, while Rabban Gamaliel holds that they must not. Who of the Tannim ever held, that on Sabbath tefillin must be worn? That was our Akiba. As we have learned, it is written, and thou shalt keep this ordinance in its season from year to year. And elsewhere where there is a dispute between our Hosea the Galilean and our Akiba, it concludes with the statement that our Akiba holds the wearing of tefillin on Sabbath to be legal. Does our Akiba indeed hold that Sabbath is a proper time for the wearing of tefillin? Have we not learned in another Boraitha as follows? Our Akiba said, lest we should assume that it is required to wear tefillin on Sabbath or on festivals, it is written, and it shall be unto thee for a sign upon thy hand, which means, that tefillin should be worn, when a sign is required, but Sabbath and festivals being signs in themselves, it is not necessary to have another. Therefore we must say, that the first Tana of our Mishnah does not hold according to our Akiba but in accordance with the Tana of the following Boraitha, he who stays awake at night may either wear tefillin or not, so said our Nathan, Jonathan Kittenai. p. 229. However, said, it is not allowed to wear tefillin at night. If our Nathan, then, holds that tefillin may be worn at night, he also holds, that they may be worn on Sabbath. This is no evidence. It may be that he holds that they may be worn at night, but not on Sabbath, for have we not learned that our Akiba held the night to be a proper time for wearing tefillin, but not so the Sabbath? We must say, therefore, that the first Tana of our Mishnah is in accord with the opinion of the Tana of the following Boraitha. Michael the daughter of Kashai used to wear tefillin, and the sages did not object to it. The wife of Jonah would go to Jerusalem for the festivals, and the sages did not object to that. Hence we see that tefillin may be worn on Sabbath, according to the sages. It may be, however, that the sages hold to the opinion of our Hosea, who said, that while the laying of hands upon sacrificial offerings is only obligatory for men, still, women, when bringing their offerings, may, if they choose, perform that duty, and the proof that the sages hold thus is that when the wife of Jonah would go to Jerusalem for the festivals, a duty which no one disputes is entirely dependent upon the time, the sages had no objection. Therefore we must say that the first Tana of our Mishnah is in accord with the opinion of another Tana, viz., the Tana of the following Tosefta, one who finds tefillin on the Sabbath should bring them in single pairs, whether the finder be a man or a woman, whether the tefillin be old or new. Such is the dictum of our Meir. Our Yehuda, however, prohibits new tefillin to be brought in but permits old. Now we see that they differ only as regards new and old tefillin, but not as to whether a man or woman may bring them in, whence we see that the duty of tefillin is not dependent upon the time. Then the question again arises, does not this Tana hold in accordance with the opinion of our Jose? This would not be consistent, for neither our Meir nor our Yehuda are in accord with our Jose. Our Meir is not in accordance with our Jose, as we have p. 230 learned in a Mishnah, one must not prevent children from blowing the cornet. From this we see that only children are not to be prevented, but women are, and as the above Mishnah is anonymous and it is traditional that all anonymous Mishnayot are in accordance with our Meir, we see that he is not in accordance with our Jose, and that our Yehuda is not in accordance with our Jose is to be seen in the following Boraitha in Sifra. It is written, "And he shall lay his hand upon the head of the burnt offering." This is a law which applies to a man but not to a woman. For the reason that this dictum is by anonymous teachers, we, in accordance with what we have learned elsewhere, ascribe it to our Yehuda. R. Elazar said, if a man found whole strands of wool dyed purple-blue, the same as is used for show threads in the market, and it is not known whether they were intended for the preparation of show threads, they are not suitable for such purpose, but if he found threads of that kind of wool, they are suitable for that purpose. Why should the strands not be suitable? Because it is possible that they were intended for other purposes, example for garments. Why not assume the same to be the case with threads? The threads are referred to as being already twisted into the form required for show threads. Even so, it might be that they were intended for fringes on a garment. Nay, the threads mentioned were already cut to a size suitable for show threads, and a man would not go to the trouble of preparing them so carefully if they were to be used for any other purpose. Said Rab Ha, and what about tefillin? The Mishnah distinctly states, that only old tefillin may be brought in, because of the certainty that they are actually tefillin, but as for new ones, even though they be made exactly like tefillin, they must not be brought in for fear that they be only ordinary amulets. Hence we see that they apprehended lest a man take the trouble to prepare amulets exactly like tefillin. Said Arzera to his son Ahab Ha, go and tell them, that I have found another Boraitha which explicitly teaches that if the threads were found cut off to the required size of the show threads, they are suitable for that purpose, for a man will not go to the trouble of cutting off the threads for any other purpose. Rejoined Rab Ha, and if Ahab Ha taught that Boraitha, did he then encircle it with jewels? Our Mishnah states explicitly, that only old tefillin, p. 231, but not new, may be brought, which is proof that there is fear, lest a man go to the trouble of making amulets exactly like tefillin. Therefore, he continued, whether a man would take the trouble or not is merely a difference of opinion between Tannim, as we have already learned in the Boraitha above. R. Meir permitted the bringing in of both new and old tefillin, while our Yehuda permitted only old tefillin to be brought, for the latter held that a man would take the trouble to make amulets exactly like tefillin, while the former held that he would not. Now, if the father of Samuel and the son of Yitzhak explained the terms in the Mishnah old tefillin to signify that the straps of the tefillin had already been attached and the legal knot made therein, and new tefillin to signify that the straps had already been attached but the legal knot had not yet been made, the question whether a man would take the trouble to imitate the genuine tefillin falls to the ground, and the issue is merely, one holds, that if the tefillin were already fit to be worn they may be brought in, while the other holds, that even if they were not quite prepared they may also be brought in. R. Hisda said in the name of Rabbite, if one buys tefillin of a man who is not an expert, he must examine 2 tefillin used for the arm and 1 used for the head, or 2 of the head and 1 of the arm. Now, then, let us see. If he purchases the tefillin of one man, what reason is there in examining 2 used for the arm and 1 used for the head? Why not examine 3 for the arm or 3 for the head? And if he purchases the tefillin of several men, he should examine 3 of each man. R. Histah refers to a man who buys tefillin from one expert, but he must examine the tefillin for both head and arm in order to see that both kinds are properly inscribed, and it matters not whether he examine 2 for the head and 1 for the arm, or 1 for the head and 2 for the arm. Did our Kahana, however, not teach that he should examine only 1 each for the head and arm? This is in accordance with the opinion of Rabbi, who holds that in order to firmly establish that the man is an expert, or where any other proof must be brought, 2 only are necessary. If this is according to Rabbi, how shall we explain the final clause of the Boraitha stating, that so shall the second bunch of tefillin, p. 232, be examined, and likewise the third? According to Rabbi, why is a third required? When bunches of tefillin are concerned, Rabbi also admits that they should all be examined, because the expert probably receives the bunches from different makers, and for that reason 2 of each bunch, 1 for the head and 1 for the arm, should be examined. Then why only 3? 4 or 5 should be examined? Such is really the case. Any amount should be examined, but 3 only are mentioned as a rule, that in this instance the theory of Hazaka 1 does not apply. He should remain with them till dark and then bring them in. Why not bring them in single pairs? Said R. Itzhak the son of R. Jehuda, my father explained the Mishnah thus: if the man can bring them all in, pair by pair, before darkness sets in, he may do so, but if he cannot, i.e., if some would still remain, by the time it gets dark, he should rather remain with them until it becomes dark and then bring them all in at once. In times of danger, however, he covers them up, etc. Have we not learned that in times of danger he should carry them less than 4 ells at a time? Said Rabbi, this presents no difficulty. Our Mishnah treats of times of danger arising from religious persecutions by the Gentiles, while in the Boraitha the danger is supposed to be that arising from robbers. Said Abai to him, thou sayest that our Mishnah treats of danger arising from religious persecutions, how then will the latter clause of the Mishnah correspond with this? Our Simeon said, he should hand them to his companion, etc. Would this not involve still greater danger? Answered Rabbi, the Mishnah is not complete and should read thus: in times of danger, however, he covers them up and passes on. When is this the case? When the danger arises from religious persecutions, but if it be dangerous on account of robbers, he should carry them for a distance of 4 ells at a time. Our Simeon, however, said, he should hand them to his companion, etc. Upon what point do our Simeon and the first Tana differ? The first Tana holds that the method adopted by our Simeon would be too ostentatious and would seem like a violation of the p. 233 Sabbath, whereas carrying for a distance of less than 4 ells is by no means objectionable. Our Simeon, however, holds that when a man is obliged to carry things for a distance of less than 4 ells at a time, he might forget and carry for a distance of 4 ells or more, whereas handing the things from one man to another is perfectly safe. So, likewise, his child, etc. How came his child on the field or on the road? The disciples of Manasseh taught, this refers to a child that was born on the road. What does our Simeon mean to say by even if it pass through 100? He means to tell us, that although passing it through many hands is not good for the child, still it is preferable to carrying it for less than 4 ells at a time. R. Jehuda said, in like manner a man may pass a cask, etc. Does not R. Jehuda hold in accordance with the Mishnah elsewhere that an animal may be led or vessels may be carried only as far as the owner thereof is entitled to walk? Said Rabha, R. Jehuda in the Mishnah refers to a cask which had acquired the right to its Sabbath rest at the place where it was situated, but the contents of which had not acquired such right, and the cask becomes of no consequence to the contents. R. Joseph objected, we have learned in a Boraitha, R. Jehuda said, when a caravan was encamped a man may hand a cask to his companion, he in turn to his companion, and so on. Thus we see, that this is said only of a caravan but not under ordinary circumstances. Hence R. Joseph explained, that the dictum of Bar Yehuda in the Mishnah also applies to a caravan only. Mishnah: if a man reads in a scroll on the threshold of the house, and the scroll slips out of his hand, he may draw it back again. If a man reads in a scroll of the scriptures on the roof of his house and the scroll slips out of his hand, he may, if it has not rolled down for a distance of 10 spans, draw it up again, 1. But if it reached down to a distance of 10 spans, he should turn the written side over, and leave it there till nightfall. Bar Yehuda said, if the scroll be but the breadth of a needle from the ground, the man may roll p. 234 it back again to himself. Our Simeon said, even though it be completely on the ground, the man may roll it back to himself, for no ordinance regarding the Sabbath rest supersedes the veneration due to sacred scriptures. Gemara: what was the threshold? Shall we say that the threshold was private ground and the space before it public ground, and no precautionary measure is ordained which would forestall his picking up the entire scroll if it fell into that public ground? Hence we must assume that this is in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon, who holds that no ordinance regarding the Sabbath rest supersedes the veneration due to sacred scriptures. If, then, the first clause of the Mishnah is according to our Simeon, then comes the dictum of Bar Yehuda, then again the dictum of our Simeon. It is obvious that the first and last clauses of the Mishnah are in accordance with the opinion of our Simeon, while the intervening clauses are Bar Yehuda's. Said Bar Yehuda, yeah, so it is. Abai, however, said, the threshold referred to was not private ground but unclaimed ground, and the space before it was public ground. If the scroll had rolled out into that public ground entirely but for a distance of 4 ells only, the man would not be culpable even if he picked it up and brought it back to the threshold. Hence in this case it was allowed him to bring it back to commence with, but if it fell for a distance of more than 4 ells, he would, should he bring it back, be culpable, because he would have carried more than 4 ells in public ground. Hence it was not allowed under those circumstances to bring it back in the first place. If a man reads, etc., on the roof, the Mishnah teaches that he should turn the written side of the scriptures over. Is this then allowed? Have we not learned in a Boraitha that the scribes who write scriptures, tefillin or mezuzot, were not permitted to turn over the vellum in order to prevent it from becoming dirty, but must cover it up with a cloth? Where this can be done it should be done, but where it is impossible, rather than desecrate the sacred scriptures, they should be turned over. If it fell from the roof and remained hanging alongside of the wall, it did not rest in any place because the wall is perpendicular, and it is necessary that it should actually rest on some object. The Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of Bar Yehuda and is not complete but should read thus: he should turn the written side over. When is this to be done? If the wall was a slanting wall, but if it was straight, he may draw it back even if it be c. p. 235. Less than 3 spans from the ground, because Bar Yehuda said, if the scroll be but the breadth of a needle from the ground, the man may roll it back again to himself. Why so? Because it is necessary that it should rest on some object. Mishnah: on a ledge outside a window it is permitted to place vessels and to remove them therefrom on the Sabbath. Gemara: where does the ledge project? Shall we assume that it projects into public ground? Then there is fear lest they fall to the ground and the man might bring them back into the house. Or shall we say that it projects into public ground? Then it is self-evident that it is permitted. Said Abai, the ledge is supposed to project into public ground, but the vessels which may be placed are brittle, and hence, should they fall, they will be broken and there is no fear that they will be brought back into the house. We have also learned to this effect in a Boraitha. On a ledge outside a window, which projects into public ground, may be placed bowls, goblets, jugs, and glasses, and the whole wall down to within 10 spans from the ground may be used, and if there be another ledge underneath the wall underneath the lower ledge may be used entirely, but the upper ledge must only be used to the extent that it faces the window. Mishnah: a man may stand in private ground and move things that are in public ground, or he may stand in public ground and move things that are in private ground, provided that he does not move them beyond 4 ells. A man must not, standing in private ground, make water in public ground on, nor may he standing in public ground make water in private ground. In like manner he must not, standing in one ground spit into another. R. Jehuda said, he who has brought up phlegm into his mouth, must not go 4 ells before expectorating. Gemara, said R. Joseph, if he did so he is culpable and liable for a sin offering. But is it not necessary in the first place, that there be a transfer from a certain fixed place and that the article transferred rest in another fixed place of 4 ells square? Yeah, the intention of the man, however, brings about that condition. For if this were not so, how could Rabha have said elsewhere, that if a man threw a thing and it fell into the mouth of a dog or into a furnace, he is culpable? Is it not necessary that it rest in a space? P. 236. Of 4 ells. Therefore we must say, that the intention of the man is equal to the deed, and such is also the case in this instance. R. Jehuda said, he who has brought up phlegm, etc. Said Resh Lakish, if a man expectorated in the presence of his master, he deserves to be killed, for it is written, all those that hate me, love death. Do not read all those that hate me but all those who make me hateful. Mishnah, a man must not, standing in private ground drink in public ground, nor may he, standing in public ground, drink in private ground, unless he places his head and the greater part of his body, within the place in which he drinks. Such is also the law regarding a wine press. Gemara, is the first part of the Mishnah preceding our Mishnah in accordance with the opinion of the sages, and our Mishnah in accordance with our Meir? Said R. Joseph, the preceding Mishnah refers to objects which are not of absolute importance, while this Mishnah refers to objects which are a necessity to the man, hence the precautionary measure forestalling the probability of the man's carrying them into the other ground is instituted. The schoolman propounded a question, what is the law regarding unclaimed ground, i.e., if the man stood in private or public ground and drinks out of unclaimed ground and vice versa? Said Abai, the same law applies to unclaimed ground. Rejoined Rabha, this ordinance is merely a precautionary measure. Shall we then institute one precautionary measure as a safeguard to another? Answered Abai, I deduce this from the further teaching of the Mishnah stating, such is also the law regarding a wine press, for the wine press must needs be considered unclaimed ground, as in the event of its being private ground, why should the repetition be made? And Rabha replied, the law regarding a wine press is not for the sake of the observance of the Sabbath, but it means to imply, that a man may drink the wine made at the press without waiting for the tithes to be acquitted thereof. Thus also said R. Shishait, as we have learned in a Mishnah, a man may drink from a wine press, whether he mix the must with warm or cold water, and need not first acquit the tithes thereof. Such is the dictum of our Meir, but our Elazar ben Zadok prohibits this, if the man mixes the must with water. P. 237. Because by that act he turns it into a beverage. The sages, however, hold that if he mix it with warm water he turns it into a beverage and is culpable, but if he mix it with cold water he is not culpable, as it is not considered a beverage, for he can, after quenching his thirst, pour it back into the press. Mishnah, a man may catch water dropping from a spout on the roof, within 10 hands from the ground, but from a projecting spout he may drink in any manner. Gemara, he may catch it with his hands but with the mouth it is not allowed. Why so? Said R.N. Ahman, this is the case if the spout was less than 3 spans from the roof, in which it is considered as the roof itself, and consequently it is private ground. If he should catch the water with his mouth it is like carrying things from private into public ground. We have also learned to this effect in a Boraitha, a man may stand in private ground, raise his hand upwards of 10 spans to the spout which is less than 3 spans from the roof and drink the water out of his hand, but he must not place a cask or his mouth underneath the spout. But from a projecting spout, he may drink in any manner. We have learned in a Boraitha, that if such spout was 4 spans square he must not do this, for it is regarded as carrying from one ground into another. Mishnah, should a well standing in public ground have an enclosure 10 spans high, it is lawful to draw water therefrom through an aperture that is above it. On a dunghill, 10 spans high, standing in public ground, it is lawful to pour water through any aperture above it. Gemara, where is the well supposed to be situated? Is it near the wall? Why are 10 span high enclosures necessary? Said Arhuna, a well is referred to that is more than 4 spans distant from the wall, in which case a 10 span high enclosure is necessary, otherwise the water would be carried from private into private ground by way of public ground. Ar Yohanan, however, said, the well might have been even near the wall, but the Mishnah intends to teach us, that the well with its enclosures together are accounted to be 10 spans. On a dunghill, 10 spans high, etc. Is there no apprehension that the dunghill will be decreased? Did not Rabban bar Arada p. 238 say in the name of Ar Itzhak, it happened that concerning an entry which opened into the sea and into a dunghill Rabbi would neither declare the entry lawful nor unlawful. He would not declare it lawful, because it might occur, that the sea should recede and leave the land dry and also that the dunghill might be removed, yet he would not declare it unlawful because the sea and the dunghill were still partitions for the time being. This presents no difficulty. In the case quoted by Rabban the dunghill was the property of an individual and he could have removed it. But in the case treated of in the Mishnah the dunghill is public property and there is no fear of its being removed. Merimur erected partitions for all the entries in Surah facing the sea out of fish nets, saying, there is danger lest the sea recede and leave the land in front of the entries dry. 1. Mishnah, beneath a tree, the branches of which droop and cover the ground so that the tips of its twigs be within 3 spans from the ground, it is lawful to carry things. Should the roots of the tree project 3 spans high out of the ground it is not permitted to sit upon them. Gemara, Arhuna the son of Ar-Jehoshua said, if the space occupied by the tree is of more than 2 sahs capacity, it is not permitted to carry things therein. Why so? Because an abode beneath a tree is not considered an actual abode but is merely used by such as wish to avail themselves of the fresh air, and wherever such is the case it is not permitted to carry within a space of more than 2 sahs capacity. Should its roots project 3 spans, etc. It was taught, if the roots of a tree projected more than 3 spans and sloped to a lesser height, Rabbo permits their being used because the ends of the roots are less than 3 spans from the ground and hence equal to the ground itself, whereas Arshi's hate prohibits their use because he claims, that the beginning of the roots being over 3 spans from the ground cannot be used and the ends being part and parcel of the beginning are still subject to the same prohibition. If the roots, however, grew in the shape of a rolling sea, those protruding highest are according to the opinion of all prohibited to be used. Those growing lowest are in everybody's opinion allowed to be used, but concerning the roots that grew. p. 239. Between the two there is a difference of opinion between Rabbah and Arshi's hate. The same note applies to a tree growing out of a water ditch and to a tree growing in a corner between the 2 walls of a court. The rabbis taught, roots of a tree projecting out of the ground 3 spans or between which there was a space of 3 spans must not be used, though one side of them be level with the ground, because it is not allowed to climb, hang onto, or lean upon a tree. One must not climb a tree on the eve of Sabbath and remain there during the entire Sabbath. The same rule applies to animals, i.e., one must not climb upon the back of an animal on the eve of Sabbath and remain there the following day. One may, however, ascend to descend into a pit, well, cavern, or fence by scaling or holding to the walls thereof even though they be 100 ells long. We have learned in one Boraitha, that if a man climbed up a tree on Sabbath he must not descend, while in another, we have learned, that he may. This presents no difficulty. One Boraitha holds, that it should not be allowed to descend for the sake of a precaution, lest the climbing had been done with intention, while the other Boraitha maintains, that as long as it had been done unintentionally the man is permitted to descend. In one Boraitha we were taught, that be the tree green or dried, it is not permitted to be used, while in another it is said, that only if it is green it is prohibited, if it be dry, however, it may be used. This presents no difficulty. The boritha that permits the tree to be used refers to one which during the summer had lost all its fruit and leaves, while it prohibits a tree to be used in the rainy season when it is full of fruit and leaves. Rami bar Abba said in the name of Rasi, a man must not walk on the grass on the Sabbath, for it is written, he that hasteneth with his feet is a sinner. One boritha teaches, that a man is not allowed to walk on grass on the Sabbath, and another teaches that he may. This presents no difficulty. One boritha refers to wet grass which is easily torn, while the other refers to dry grass. At this time, however, when we hold in accordance with the opinion of Simeon, p. 240, that an act one has no intention of performing does not make one culpable, it is permitted to walk on any kind of grass. Mishnah, the shutters of a bleaching ground or thorn bushes to fill up breaches in a wall or reed mats must not be used to close up avenues unless they be placed a trifle above the ground. Gemara, the following presents a contradiction to the Mishnah. We have learned, portable shutters, reed mats, and plow handles, if already hanging in their places, may be used to close up on Sabbath and so much more on festivals. Said Abai, providing they have hinges, and Rabha said, even if they have no hinges at the time but at one time did have, they may be used. An objection was made, we have learned, portable shutters, reed mats, and plow handles if already banging in their places and but one hair's breadth removed from the ground, may be used to close up avenues. Abai explains this, in accordance with his former dictum, as follows, providing they either have hinges or are removed from the ground even one hair's breadth, while Rabha explains this, according to his former statement, namely, providing they at one time had hinges or were one hair's breadth distant from the ground. The rabbis taught, thorn bushes, or bundles of thorns, which were prepared for filling up a breach in a wall, may, if they were tied together and already hung up, be used to close up avenues on the Sabbath and so much more on a festival. R. Haya taught, a movable widow door may not be used to close up avenues on the Sabbath. What is meant by a widow door? Some say if it had only one board, while others say that it may be even a two-board door but had no joints. R. Jehuda said, bonfires may be made on a festival provided they are ignited from the top, but they must not be ignited from the bottom. A Sadducee said to R. Jehoshua ben Hananiah, are compared to thorns, because it is written concerning. p. 241. The best of them is like a briar. Replied R. Jehoshua, look further into the verse, thou fool, where it is written, the most upright is sharper than a thorn hedge, which signifies, that as a thorn hedge is used to fill up a breach in a wall, so do the upright among us shield us from all evil. Mishnah, a man must not, standing in private ground, unlock with a key something in public ground, nor may he, standing in the public ground, unlock with a key something in private ground, unless he had previously made a partition 10 hands high. Such is the dictum of our Meir, but the sages said to him, it was the custom in the poultry dealers' one market, at Jerusalem, to lock up the shops, and place the key in the window above the door. R. Jose said, this was done in the wool market. Gemara, the sages object to the dictum of our Meir, who speaks of public ground, by citing an instance in Jerusalem which is unclaimed ground. Did not Rabbi Bar Hannah say in the name of our Yohanan that Jerusalem, if the gates were not closed at night, would be considered public ground as far as Sabbath is concerned? Said our Papa, our Mishnah treats of Jerusalem after its fortifications had been razed to the ground when it became public ground, but Rabha said, the sages did not object to the dictum of our Meir as quoted in the Mishnah, but to another statement of his referring to gates of gardens, and the Mishnah should read thus, nor may he, standing in private ground, open with a key something in unclaimed ground, or vice versa, unless he had made a partition 10 spans high. Such is the dictum of our Meir, but the sages objected, it was the custom in the poultry dealers' market, etc., etc. The rabbis taught, the doors of the gates of gardens if leading into a porter's lodge on the inside may be locked from the inside. If the porter's lodge was outside of the doors may be locked on the outside, and if there were lodges on both sides of the doors they may be locked on either side, but if there were no lodges at all, the doors must not be locked at all, because they are situated in private ground and the key must p. 242 necessarily be brought from public ground. The same rule applies to shops that opened into public ground. If the lock of the door was less than 10 spans from the ground, the key should be brought on the eve of Sabbath and deposited on top of the door, and on Sabbath he may take it down, lock the door, and put the key back in its place. If there was an aperture above the door, he can place the key in that aperture providing the aperture was not 4 spans square, for if it be 4 spans square it constitutes a separate ground in itself, and the man would carry from one ground into another. Mishnah, a loose bolt with a knob to it, is prohibited to use on Sabbath. Such is the dictum of our Eliezer, but our Jose permits its use. Our Eliezer said, in the synagogue of Tiberias it was customary to use such a bolt, until Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and prohibited it. But our Jose replied, on the contrary, they refrained from using it as unlawful, until Rabban Gamaliel and the elders came and permitted it. Gemara, if the bolt was fastened to a cord and when holding the cord the bolt was also held, all agree, that it may be used, but they differ as to a bolt that was not fastened to a cord. One master holds that if it had a knob on top it is regarded as a vessel and may be used, while the other master said, as it cannot be held with the cord it cannot be considered a vessel and must not be used. Mishnah, a loose bolt, that is fastened to a rope may be used to fasten within the temple only, but not in the country, but a bolt that is fixed to the building itself must not be used in either place. R. Jehuda said, a fixed bolt may be used in the temple and a loose bolt in the country. Gemara, the rabbis taught, what is called a loose bolt, which may be used to fasten within the temple and not in the country. If it be fastened to a rope, hangs down, and one end reaches the ground. R. Jehuda, however, says, that a bolt of that kind may even be used in the country, but a bolt which must not be used except in the temple, is one that is not fastened to a rope and hangs down, but which is fixed to the building itself and when taken out is placed in a corner. R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel said, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda concerning a loose bolt in the country, but as for a fixed bolt which is not the outcome of a rabbinical law but against an actual biblical law, namely, that p. 243. Prohibiting building, it is not allowed to be used even in the temple. Said Rab Ha, a loose bolt is prohibited even in the country unless it be fastened by a rope to the door. This is not so. Do we not know, that it happened when our Tabitla came to Mehuzah and saw a bolt fastened by a rope but not attached to the door, he did not object to its use. In that case it was a rope that was amply firm to hold the bolt without being attached to the door. R. Ivia came to Nearday and saw a man fastening a bolt with papyrus, whereupon he said, that a bolt fastened in that manner must not be used. R. Naomi bar Zachariah asked Abai, how is it if a man made a handle to the bolt? And he answered, thou askest then concerning a pestle, and it was taught in the name of our Naomi bar Ada that if he made a handle to a bolt and it looked like a pestle, it may be used. Rami bar Ezekiel sent a request to our Amrum, let Master tell us some of the good sayings, which he at one time related in the name of our Asi concerning the canopies of boats. And our Amrum replied, R. Asi said thus, if the poles upon which the canopies were put up be 1 span thick, or if they be less than 1 span thick, but are less than 3 spans apart, one may, on the Sabbath, bring a mat and form a tent out of such poles, because they were already at one time tents, and for the time being were also temporary tents, and it is permitted to add to a temporary tent in order to make it useful. R. Huna had some rams which at night required fresh air and in daytime required a shady place, so he came to Rabbite and asked him what to do on the Sabbath. Rabbite answered, on the eve of Sabbath, When thou removest the covering of the stalls which the rams occupied during the day, do not quite remove all the covering, but leave about a span closed. Thus on Sabbath thou wilt have a temporary tent, and thou mayest then cover up the stalls entirely, for it is permitted to add to a temporary tent on the Sabbath. Rabbite in the name of Arhiah said, one may unfold and fold up a curtain on the Sabbath. R. Shesha the son of Red said, it is permitted to wear a black, broad-brimmed hat on Sabbath. Did we not learn in a Boraitha that it is not permitted to wear such a hat on Sabbath? This presents no difficulty. The Boraitha refers to a hat, the brim of which was 1 span in width. If that be the p. 244 case, then it would not be allowed to let down any garment more than a span. Therefore we must say, that the Boraitha prohibits the wearing of such a hat only if it is not tied to the head and not because of its similarity to a tent, but for fear that the wind might blow it off and one would be forced to carry it more than 4 ells in public ground, while Arshi's hate refers to a hat that is tied to the head and there is no fear of its being blown off. Mishnah, in the temple the lower hinge of a cupboard door may be refitted into its place, but this must not be done in the country. The upper hinge must not be refitted either in the temple or in the country. R. Jehuda said, the upper hinge may be refitted in the temple and the lower one in the country. Gemara, the rabbis taught, the lower hinges of a door of a cupboard or a chest or a tower may be refitted into their places in the temple, but in the country they may only be temporarily replaced, but not refitted. If the upper hinges had become unfastened, it is not allowed to even temporarily replace them as a precaution lest they be refitted with tools, for should this be done the act involves liability to bring a sin offering. The doors of cellars, vaults, or gables must not be refitted, and if this was done, the man is liable for a sin offering. Mishnah, they may replace a plaster on a wound in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. To put the first plaster on a wound on Sabbath is prohibited in either place. Gemara, the rabbis taught, if a plaster became removed from a wound it may be replaced on Sabbath. R. Jehuda said, if it was moved up it may be moved down, and if it was moved down it may be moved up, and it is permitted to remove part of the plaster and cleanse the exposed portion of the wound, then replace the plaster, remove another part, cleanse the exposed wound and again replace the plaster, but it is not permitted to cleanse the plaster because by so doing one would rub the plaster, and if this was done it involves liability for a sin offering. Said R. Jehuda in the name of Samuel, the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. R. Hisda said, the statement of the first Tana to the effect that a plaster may be replaced applies only to a plaster. p. 245. That had fallen on a vessel, but a plaster that had fallen to the ground must not be replaced. Mar the son of Arasi said, it happened once that I was standing before my father and a plaster which he had on a wound fell on a cushion and he replaced the plaster. Said I to him, does master not hold in accordance with the opinion of Arhisda, who said that the first Tana and R. Jehuda differ only as to a plaster that had fallen on a vessel, and Samuel said that the halakha prevails according to R. Jehuda. How then could master have replaced it? And my father answered that he did not agree with Arhisda. Mishnah, they may tie a string in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. To put a new string on the instrument is in either place prohibited. Gemara, there is a contradiction. Have we not learned that if a string of an instrument had burst, they only made a loop but did not tie it into a knot? This presents no difficulty. This latter is the opinion of R. Simeon, while the Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of the rabbis, as we have learned in the following Boraitha, if a Levite had burst the string of an instrument he may tie it. R. Simeon, however, said, he may only make a loop in the string. Said R. Simeon ben Elazar, if he merely makes a loop, the sound will be affected, hence he should loosen the string at the top and draw it down to the bottom, or loosen it at the bottom and draw it taut to the top. Mishnah, they may remove a wart from an animal on Sabbath in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. By means of an instrument it is prohibited to do so in either place. Gemara, there is a contradiction. We have learned, concerning the paschal lamb, which must be carried on the shoulders or brought from without the legal limits and the blemish of which must be removed, these acts must not supersede the due observance of the Sabbath. R. Elazar and R. Jose Bar Hinana differ. One holds that the Mishnah and the Boraitha both treat of a case where the wart is removed merely by hand and not with an instrument, but the Mishnah, which permits such removal, refers to a wart which had dried and is easily crumbled, while the Boraitha treats of a suppurating wart which involves a deal of trouble to remove. The p. 246. Other, however, maintains that the Boraitha refers to the removal of the wart with an instrument. R. Joseph said, both the Mishnah and the Boraitha treat of a case where the wart was capable of being removed by hand, and they do not differ. The Mishnah maintains that any rabbinical prohibition which applies to the service of the temple may be disregarded in the temple, while the Boraitha holds that any act pertaining to the service of the temple which is generally prohibited must not be performed in the country. Abai was sitting and repeating the halakha decreed by his master R. Joseph, and R. Safra objected, saying, have we not learned in a Mishnah, that the Passover sacrifice may be turned around in the oven when it is getting dark, and the Passover sacrifice was not roasted in the temple itself, hence we see that the rabbinical prohibition was disregarded even outside of the temple. Abai was silent. Subsequently he came to R. Joseph and told him R. Safra's objection. Said R. Joseph to him, why didst thou not answer, that in that case the Passover sacrifice was prepared by an aggregation of men, and an aggregation of men is generally very cautious. Rabha, however, said, our Mishnah is in accordance with the opinion of R. Elazar, who holds that any preparation for the fulfillment of a commandment supersedes the observance of the Sabbath. Whence do we adduce that R. Elazar admits this? From the following Boraitha, if a priest should suddenly discover a wart on his person on the Sabbath, his companion should remove it by means of his teeth. Hence we see that the wart must be removed by means of the teeth and not by instruments, and again that the priest himself must not do it but it must be done by his companion. According to whose opinion is this? Shall we say that it is according to the opinion of the sages and it occurred in the temple? Why should his companion be obliged to do it? He could, according to the opinion of the sages, do it himself. p. 247. Because a rabbinical prohibition may be disregarded in the temple, therefore we must say that it is in accordance with the opinion of R. Elazar, who holds that if an ordinary Israelite did this, he would be liable for a sin offering, but because this is an act pertaining to the fulfillment of a commandment it may be done, but if it is possible to accomplish it in a manner different from that on a weekday it should so be done. Mishnah, a priest who hurts his finger, may bind it up with reeds in the temple, but this must not be done in the country. Squeezing out the blood is, in either place, prohibited. It is permitted to strew salt on the stairs of the altar, in order to prevent the ministering priests from slipping. It is also permitted to draw water from the well gola and from the large well by means of the rolling wheel on the Sabbath and from the cold well. Gemara, Rika of Pashronia propounded a contradictory question to Rabha. In our Mishnah it is stated that it is allowed to strew salt on the stairs, whence we see that this may be done in the temple only but not in the country. But have we not learned that if a court had become deluged by rain it is permitted to strew straw on the ground? Answered Rabha, with straw it is different. For he can eventually remove the straw and use it for another purpose. Rabha related, if a court had become deluged by rain, one may bring straw and spread it out on the ground. Said our Papa to him, have we not learned, however, that he should not spread the straw in the same manner as he does on a weekday, i.e., through a basket, or crate, but through the sides of a broken basket? Whereupon Rabha procured an interpreter and proclaimed, what I told you previously was a mistake. Thus was it taught in the name of R. Elazar, when he comes to spread out the straw on the ground he should not do it by means of a basket or a crate but through the sides of a broken basket. It is also permitted to draw water from the well gola, etc. Ulla was a guest in the home of Armanaset. A man happened to come along and knocked at the door. So Ulla asked, who is it that is violating the Sabbath? Said Rabbah to him, it was prohibited only to produce a sound by means of an instrument, but not to knock on the door. Abai objected, we p. 248 have learned that it is permitted to draw wine by means of a siphon or drip it through a colander for a sick person on the Sabbath. So we see, that this is only permitted for a sick person but not for a healthy person. What purpose would it serve in the case of a sick person? To arouse him from slumber? Hence it is not permitted to produce a sound for a healthy person? Nay, dripping wine through a colander is supposed to produce a sound similar to that of a cymbal, and it is done in order to induce sleep in the case of a sick person who had dozed off in slumber. Is not, however, the prohibition to draw water from the well gola or from the large well instituted on account of the sound produced by the rolling wheel. Nay, it is prohibited as a precaution, lest a man take water from such a well and sprinkle his garden or his ruins. Amamur permitted water to be drawn from the wells in Mehuzah by means of a rolling wheel, saying, the sages prohibited it as a precaution, lest a man sprinkle his garden or his ruin with that water, but here in this city there are no gardens and no ruins. Afterwards he observed that the people used that water for the purpose of soaking flax during the week, so he prohibited the drawing of that water on Sabbath. And from the cold well. What is meant by the cold well? Said Rna Haman bar Itzhak, that well was filled with spring water. Whence does Rna Haman adduce this? From the passage, as a well sendeth forth its waters. 1. We have learned in a Boraitha, it was not permitted to draw water from all cold wells but only from the one mentioned, because when the Israelites returned from exile they together with their prophets who lived in that day drank therefrom and made it lawful to draw water from that well on Sabbath forever. The prophets would not have done this either, if it were for the fact that they knew it to be an ancient custom of their ancestors. Mishnah, should a dead reptile be found in the temple on the Sabbath, the priest shall move it out with his belt, as an unclean thing must not remain within the temple. p. 249. Such is the dictum of R. Yohanan ben Berekah, but R. Jehudah said, it should be removed with wooden pincers, in order that the uncleanness spread not further. From which should it be removed? From the inner temple, from the hall, and from the interspace between the hall and the altar. Such is the dictum of R. Simeon ben Nanas, but R. Akiba said, it should be removed from every place which, if entered by an unclean person intentionally, lays him liable to the punishment of Kareth, and if entered inadvertently, makes him liable for a sin offering. In all other parts of the temple, the carcass of the reptile should be covered with a cooling vessel till the Sabbath is over and then be removed. R. Simeon said, whatsoever the sages permit thee to do is a right which is thine own, inasmuch as whatever they permit could at all events become unlawful only on account of their own enactments for the sake of the Sabbath rest. Gemara, R. Tabhi bar Kisna said in the name of Samuel, one who brings a thing, which had become unclean through a reptile into the temple, he becomes amenable to the punishment of Kareth one and is liable for a sin offering, but one who brings in the carcass of a reptile itself, is not culpable. Why so? Because it is written, both male and female shall ye send out, and this refers to such as have become unclean, but by taking a legal bath can become clean. The reptile itself can never be clean, however, hence one is not culpable, if he brings it into the temple. Shall we assume that the point of variance between R. Yohanan ben Berekah and R. Jehudah in our Mishnah is based upon the above halakha of Samuel, i.e., R. Yohanan, when stating, that an unclean thing must not remain in the temple means to say, that if a man brought in a reptile, he is culpable, while R. Jehudah, who states that the reptile should be removed on account of the possibility of its spreading uncleanness, means to signify that a man who brings in a reptile is not culpable, and the reptile itself is merely a means of spreading uncleanness. Nay, both agree that a man is culpable, but R. Yohanan means to assert, that the remaining of an unclean thing in the temple is a far more grievous condition than the possibility of its. p. 250. Spreading uncleanness, while R. Jehudah claims, that the spreading is of more consequence, hence he advises that wooden pincers be used but not the belt of the priest. Thus we see, that whether a man is culpable or not is not the point of variance between the two teachers of the first clause in the Mishnah but between the Tannim of the second clause commencing, from which parts should it be removed. He who says, that it should be removed only from the inner temple, from the hall, etc., holds, that if a man brought in a reptile into the temple, he is not culpable, but our Akiba, who says that it should be removed from every place, etc., holds that the man who brings in the reptile is culpable. R. Yohanan said, both Tannim, R. Simeon ben Nanas and R. Akiba, adduce their teaching from one and the same passage, viz., 2 Chronicles XXIX. 16, and the priests went into the inner part of the house of the Lord to cleanse it, and they brought out everything unclean which they found in the temple of the Lord into the court of the house of the Lord, and the Levites received it, to carry it out abroad unto the brook Kidron. R. Simeon ben Nanas means to say, that because the Levites received the unclean things from the priests for further conveyance, it is evident, that only as far as the place where the transfer was made to the Levites, it is important that no uncleanness be found, and a rabbinical ordinance may be violated in order to remove such uncleanness, but from that place and further it is not of sufficient consequence to permit of the infraction of an ordinance instituted for the sake of the Sabbath rest. R. Akiba, however, means to say, that the finding of uncleanness in any part of the temple is of sufficient importance to permit of the infraction of a rabbinical ordinance, and the reason that the priest transferred the unclean things to the Levites was because where Levites could carry it, the priests are exempt, but up to the place of transfer, although the priests were not permitted under ordinary circumstances to traverse the space except for ministerial duties. In that case the matter was of such importance that they were allowed to disregard that regulation. The rabbis taught, it is permitted for anyone to enter the temple for the purpose of building, repairing, and also for the purpose of removing an unclean thing. It is a better fulfillment of that religious duty if a priest does so, and in lieu of a priest a Levite, but if there is no Levite on hand, an ordinary. P. 251. Israelite may go. All of them, however, must be clean. R. Simeon said, whatsoever the sages permit, etc. What does R. Simeon refer to with this dictum? He has reference to, or in fact supplements his dictum in the 4th chapter of this tract to the effect that if a man was even 15 ells beyond the legal limits he may nevertheless go back, and referring to this he states, that this is merely the man's own right, as the land surveyors are liable to err in the measurement. As whatever they permit could at all events become unlawful, etc. What would R. Simeon refer to with this part of his statement? This latter part of his dictum refers to his statement in the Boritha concerning a new string for an instrument when he decrees, that if the string is broken the Levite may tie it into a loop, and here he supplements it by saying, that whatever the sages permitted was only such an act as could not involve liability for a sign offering, but any act which could involve liability for a sin offering was not permitted by the sages to be performed. End of 3rd volume. New edition. Of the Babylonian Talmud. Original text, edited, corrected, formulated, and translated into English. By Michael L. Rodkinson. Section Moed. Tracts Shekalim and Rosh Hashanah. Volume 4. Boston. The Talmud Society. Scanned at sacred-texts.com, August 2002. J.B. Hare, Redactor. Next, explanatory remarks. Index previous next. P2. Explanatory remarks. In our translation we adopted these principles. One tenon of the original we have learned in a Mishnah, Tanya we have learned in a Boritha, Itmar it was taught. 2 questions are indicated by the interrogation point, and are immediately followed by the answers, without being so marked. 3. When in the original there occur 2 statements separated by the phrase, Lishna Akrina, or Webayathima or Ikadi Amri, we translate only the second. 4. As the pages of the original are indicated in our New Hebrew edition, it is not deemed necessary to mark them in the English edition, this being only a translation from the latter. 5 words or passages enclosed in round parentheses denote the explanation rendered by Rashi to the foregoing sentence or word. Square parentheses contained commentaries by authorities of the last period of construction of the Gemara. Copyright, 1896, by Michael L. Rodkinson. Copyright 1916, by New Talmud Publishing Society. P3. 2. Erasmus Jest, ESQ. Of Cincinnati, Ohio. Most respectfully dedicated by the editor. Next, contents of Tract Check Alim. Index previous next. P7. Contents of Tract Check Alim. Page. Preface, 1112. Synopsis of subjects, 1318. Chapter I. Of the duties of court in the month of Adar, payment of poll duties in the whole region of Israel, 1-6. Chapter 2. The exchange of coins for shekalim, the provisions for the saving of money for different offerings and the use of the remainders, 7-11. Chapter 3. Periods at which monies were drawn from the treasury, and the ceremonies thereat, 12-15. Chapter 4. Purposes for which monies were drawn, and what was done with their remainders and that of other offerings, 16-19. Chapter V. The main offices, their officers, their duties, seals, and chambers, 20-24. P8. Chapter 6. Page. The 13 covered chests and other paraphernalia, and religious ceremonies adopted with the number 13, 25-28. Chapter 7. Monies found between the chests, and cattle for offerings found in the vicinity of the city of Jerusalem, 29-32. Chapter 8. Spittle, utensils, and submerging of the defiled sacrifices, 33-36. Next, Preface to Tract Check Alim. Index previous next. P11. Preface to Tract Check Alim. Among the treatises contained in the section Mode of the Babylonian Talmud is to be found that of Shek Alim, which consists, however, only of Mishnahs, the Babylonian Talmud having no Gemara. The Palestinian Talmud contains a Gemara for this tract also, and there is an additional commentary by Maimonides. While we are translating only the Babylonian Talmud, we would not care to omit Shek Alim, which is of peculiar historical value and may prove quite interesting to the reader. But the Mishnah, without any explanation whatever, would naturally seem obscure, and in some instances would be absolutely incomprehensible, and the Gemara of the Palestinian Talmud, as well as the commentary of Maimonides, consisting of very complicated and intricate series of arguments, inferences, and explanations, which would be not only difficult of translation but also immaterial to the subject, the insertion of which would be a deviation from our method, and unnecessary, as would explanations of Barthanora, Tisfathiam Tabite, etc. We were forced to provide the text with a commentary of our own, drawn from the most authentic sources. This, we trust, will serve to elucidate any obscure passages not quite comprehensible to the general reader. Accordingly, every sentence or word in the Mishnah requiring an explanation is distinguished by a number or an asterisk, and has a corresponding reference in the commentary printed below the text. We may add that, for our personal satisfaction and to guard against any possible errors, we have given this tract for revision to some noted Russian scholars who are competent to judge upon it, and they find it very intelligible. As stated above, we have taken our commentary from the most authentic sources we could find. We do not, therefore, solicit leniency on the part of worthy critics, but ask them to restrain their criticisms until they shall have carefully studied the commentaries mentioned, as well as our commentary, with proper consideration, for ours is derived from the Palestinian Talmud, Maimonides, etc. Conscientious critics will do so without our P12 solicitation, and as for others, who are ready to criticize everything impromptu as soon as it leaves our pen, such a request would be of no avail. We nevertheless will be grateful to anyone who will call our attention to things which are not comprehensible in the commentary, this being our first venture of the kind, more especially as we think we shall be compelled to do the same with other Mishnayos to which the Babylonian Talmud has no Gemara. A separate introduction to Tract Shek Alim we think unnecessary, as the contents of this speaks for itself. We nevertheless will return to this when we come to Tract Midoth. In compliance with our promise in our prospectus, we add to this volume the Hebrew text of the Tracts Shek Alim and Rosh Hashanah of our new edition, for the benefit of students and scholars who may desire to compare the translation with it. M. L. Rodkinson. New York, May, 1897. Next, Tract Shek Alim, Synopsis of Subjects. Index previous next. P. 13. Synopsis of Subjects. Of. Volume 4 Tract Shek Alim. 1. Chapter I. Mishnah treats of, what were the duties of the Beth Din in the month of Adar in the time of the Second Temple, when the Megillah was to be read in the fortified cities. For what purpose messengers were sent out, and what were the things to be heralded. Mishnah B treats of, what was the punishment for not obeying the commandments of Kilaim in the former times and later. Mishnah C deals with, when the money changers, with their tables, began their work in the countries of Judea and in Jerusalem. The time for pledges which were taken for not paying the Shek Alim. From what persons the pledges were to be taken. If a father might pay the Shek Alim for his children. Mishnah D treats of, what ordinance Ben Bukri proclaimed in Jamnia in behalf of the priests, and what are Yohanan b. Zakkai rejoined. The defense of the priests, with their interpretation of biblical passages, which was accepted only for the sake of peace. Mishnah E treats of, the voluntary payment of Shek Alim from women, slaves, and minors being accepted, but not from the heathens or Samaritans. Burnt offerings not accepted from persons affected with venereal diseases or from women after confinement. Sin and vow offerings, however, were accepted from the Samaritans. The vow offerings were also accepted from heathens. The general rule concerning this. Mishnah F deals with, the premium one had to pay in addition to the half shekel. Who was obliged to do so? The different opinions of the sages and our Meir. How much one had to pay if given one selah and taking a shekel in exchange. P. 14. Mishnah G treats of, the law concerning one who pays for a poor man, for a neighbor, and for a countryman. Law concerning brothers and partners paying together, also, law regarding cattle tithe. How much was the premium? Chapter 2. Mishnah A. One may put together the Shek Alim and exchange them for a gold coin called darkin. Concerning the chests which were given to the collectors in the country and at Jerusalem. What is the law if money were stolen or lost by the messengers of a city, when a portion of the Shek Alim was already expended, what is the law if not expended? Mishnah B. Concerning the law when one gives his shekels to another to pay his head taxes for him, if he pays his shekels from the money of the second tithes or from the money of the fruit of the sabbatical year. Concerning how he shall replace it and use it for the same purpose. Mishnah C. The law concerning one who gathered single coins little by little and said, with this money I shall pay my shekels. The different opinions of the schools of Hillel and Shammai in this matter. Concerning the same case when one gathers money for sin offerings. What shall be done with the eventual remains of such money? Mishnah D. Concerning the explanation of R. Simeon of the teachings of the school of Hillel. The discussion of the former with R. Jehuda. The claims of the latter that the coins of the Shek Alim were also changed in times and places. The rejoinder of R. Simeon to this. Mishnah E. The law concerning the remainder of money intended for Shek Alim when considered to be ordinary. Regarding the remainder of the 10th part of an ephah, burnt offerings, and guilt offerings, what shall be done with it? A rule concerning this matter. Also, regulations concerning the remainder of Passover sacrifices, Nazirite offerings, the remainder of monies for the poor in general and individuals, of money for prisoners, for burial of the dead, and Meir and R. Nathan's opinions regarding this matter. Chapter 3. Mishnah A. Regarding the appointed periods of the year when the money was drawn from the treasury. The different opinions, concerning this matter, of R. Akiba B. Asay, R. Eliezer, and R. Simeon. The same time appointed for cattle tithes. Mishnah B. Concerning the ceremony of drawing the money at all periods of the year. The law regarding measures of the boxes in which the coins of the shekalim were filled, and the numbers of the chests in which the money was drawn from the boxes for the expenses of the temple. Which box must be opened first, and which last? What garments the person drawing the money must wear? How a man must stand unblemished before his fellow man and before his God. Mishnah C. Concerning the custom of the house of Rabban Gamaliel, when the members of the house had paid their shekalim. The law regarding p. 15. One who drew money did not commence until he had said to the bystanders, I will now draw, and they answered, Draw, 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 3 times. Mishnah D. Concerning the covering of the boxes after drawing the money. For which countries the drawings were performed in the first period, the second, and the third. Chapter 4. Mishnah A. What was done with the money drawn? Concerning the watchmen that were sent out to guard the aftergrowth of the sabbatical year, of which the omer and 2 loaves were taken for sacrifice. The opinion of R. Jose in this matter, and what the rabbis answered. Mishnah B. Concerning the red heifer, the goat that was to be sent away, the strip of scarlet, the bridge for the cow, the bridge for the goat, the canal, the city wall, the towers, and other necessities of the city, all were paid for out of the shekalim money. What Abbasal said. Mishnah C. What was done with the balance of the money left over in the treasury? The discussion of R. Ishmael and R. Akiba in this matter. Some of the many things which are enumerated in the Palestinian Talmud and which were done with this money. Among them was the hiring of teachers for priests to teach them the laws of the sacrifices. Mishnah D. What was done with the remainder of the monies of the chest? The different opinions of R. Ishmael, R. Akiba, and R. Hananah, the assistant chief of the priests, concerning profit, if it might be raised from the remaining money or not, and of what money the gold plates for the decorations of the Holy of Holies were made. Also, concerning the benefit of the altar. Mishnah E. What was done with the remainder of the incense? The sanctification of the incense on hand and transferred to that money, and then redeemed with the money of the new revenue. Mishnah F. Concerning the law when one devoted his entire possessions in honor of the Lord, what should be done with them? The discussions of R. Akiba and Ben Asay regarding this matter. Mishnah G. Concerning the law when one devoted his possessions, and among them were cattle, male and female, fit for the altar. The discussions of this matter between R. Eliezer and R. Jehoshua. R. Akiba is inclined to the opinion of R. Eliezer, which seems to him to be more proper, but adds that he had heard that both opinions were right according to circumstances. Mishnah H. If one devote his possessions, and among them are things fit for the altar, such as wines, oils, and birds, what should be done with them? R. Eliezer decreed it, and no one opposed him. Mishnah I. Contractors, for the delivery of all things for the altar and the improvements of the temple, were appointed every month, but if the p. 16 prices changed during the 30 days, the sanctuary must not suffer any injury. Such was the agreement made between them. The illustration of this. Chapter V. Mishnah A. Concerning some names of the offices and the heads of them in the sanctuary during the entire period when the second temple was in existence. What were the officers' duties, and how they officiated? Mishnah B. Concerning the order of the head officers, namely, the king, the high priest, his assistant, 2 catholicosses, and 7 chamberlains, not less than 2 officers being put in charge of public moneys. Mishnah C. Regarding the seals that were in the sanctuary, serving for the beverages and meat offerings which must be brought, according to the Bible, with every sacrifice. Concerning the inscription on the seals and their usage. Ben Azai added one seal for the poor sinner. The names of the officers, of the seal keeper and the officer who sells the above offerings. Mishnah D. The date must be put on every seal. The law regarding surplus money being found in the treasury of the seal keeper, to whom it belongs, and if a deficit, who must supply it? Mishnah E. The law concerning one who lost his seal, what must be done? Mishnah F. Concerning the two chambers in the sanctuary, of which one was called Chamber of Silence and the other Chamber of Utensils. What was done there, during what time they were investigated, and what was done with the presented utensils which were useless for the temple. Chapter 6. Mishnah A. Concerning the 13 covered chests and 13 tables which were in the sanctuary. How many prostrations took place in the sanctuary? How are Gamaliel and Hananiah, assistant chief of the high priest, added one in the place where the ark was hidden. Mishnah B. Relates how a blemished priest who was engaged in selecting and peeling wood had noticed the place where the ark was hidden, but before he had time to tell it to the others he expired. Mishnah C. Concerning the directions where the prostrations were made. How many gates were in the temple, their names, and why they were so named, also, different opinions of the sages concerning this. There were 2 gates which were nameless. Mishnah D. Of what material the 13 tables were made, where they stood, for what purpose they were used. Concerning the golden table in the temple itself, upon which the showbreads were constantly lying. Mishnah E. Concerning the inscriptions on the 13 covered chests in the sanctuary, and what was done with them. The different opinions of Jehudah and the sages as to using certain money put in some chests. P16. Mishnah F. Concerning the amount of articles to be furnished in payment of a vow one made, who did not explain how much he intended to give, for instance, wood, incense, gold coins, etc. A rule that was made concerning this. The hides of all sacrifices belong to the priest. Chapter 7. Mishnah A. If money was found in between the differently marked chests, to which chest the money belonged. Concerning this the rule was, one must be guided by the proximity, even in the case of the less important, etc. Mishnah B. Concerning money found in Jerusalem, in the court of the temple, in the times of the festivals and in the ordinary times. Mishnah C. Concerning meat found in the court of the temple, in the city, and any place where Israelites resided and where Gentiles and Israelites together resided. Mishnah D. Concerning cattle found between Jerusalem and Migdal Eder, and in the vicinity of the city in all directions, what the law prescribes. The different opinions of some sages. Mishnah E. Relates how, in former days, the finder of such cattle was pledged to bring drink offerings, and how afterwards the high court decreed to furnish them from the public monies. Mishnahs F and G. R. Simeon named 7 decrees which were promulgated by the high court, and the above decree was one of them. Jehudah, however, does not agree on some points with him. Jose has also something to say about this. Chapter 8. Mishnah A. Concerning streets in which people must walk during the time of the festival in Jerusalem, for the sake of cleanness. The different opinions, in this matter, of Meir and the sages. Mishnah B. Regarding utensils found on the way towards the plunge baths, if they are clean or not, and the different opinions of Meir and Jose. Mishnah C. Regarding the butcher knife, if it was found in the street on the 4th of Nisan, and what is the case if the 14th falls on a Sabbath. Mishnah D. Concerning where the curtain of the sanctuary must be submerged if it become defiled. The first time it was submerged it was spread out for the people to admire the beauty of the work. Mishnah E. What Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel had to tell in the name of Simeon, the son of the assistant high priest. How the curtain was made, the great amount of the cost and how many hundred priests were required to submerge it. P18. Mishnah F. If meat of the Holy of Holies became defiled, where it must be burned. The different opinions of the schools of Shammai and Hillel on this point. Mishnah G. The different opinions of R. Eliezer and R. Akiba concerning anything that had become defiled through a principal uncleanness. Mishnah H. The joints of the daily sacrifices, where they were laid down, the sacrifices of the new moon, where they were placed, the payment of shekalim, if it was obligatory after the destruction of the temple. The same law regarding cattle tithes of grain, and deliverance of the firstlings. The law if one sanctified shekalim or firstlings after the destruction of the temple. Footnotes 13:1 See Introduction to Synopsis in Tract Sabbath, Volume I, PXXIX. This tract has no Gemara. The synopsis contains the Mishnahs, with their commentaries. Next, Chapter I. Index previous next. P1. Tract Shekalim. Under this heading the payment of a head tax is treated of, which amounted to 1/2 of a shekel and which had to be paid by every Israelite upon the completion of his 20th year. In the times of the existence of the temple, the proceeds of this tax were applied for communal sacrifices and for the needs of the capital. The manner of collection, investment, and application of this money forms the subject of this treatise. It contains, in addition, many other historical regulations, most of which, however, only held good during the existence of the Second Temple. Chapter I. Mishnah, on the first day of the month of Adar, warnings are heralded concerning shekalim 1 and kilaim 2. On the 15th day of that month the Megillah Esther 3 is read in the fortified cities, and the same day the improvement of country roads, 4 marketplaces, and legal plunge baths is proceeded with. Public affairs are again taken up 5, at the same time, graves are marked with lime, 6 and messengers are sent out on account of possible kilaim. 7. P3. R. Jehuda says, at one time the messengers used to pull out the kilaim and throw them at the feet of the owners. The number of the transgressors, however, being constantly on the increase, the kilaim were pulled out and thrown into the roads. Finally, it was determined that the entire fields of such lawbreakers were to be confiscated. B1. On the 15th of this month the money changers outside of Jerusalem seated themselves at their tables. C1 In the city of Jerusalem, however, they did not do this until the 25th of the month. C2 As soon as the money changers seated themselves also in the city, the taking of pledges from P4. The tardy ones commenced. C3 But from whom were pledges taken? From Levites, Israelites, proselytes, and freedmen, but not from women, slaves, and minors. If a father, however, commenced to give a pledge for a minor, he was not allowed to stop. From priests no pledges were taken, for the sake of peace. C4. Said R. Jehuda, Ben Bukri proclaimed the following ordinance in Yofan: any priest paying his shekel commits no wrong. R. Yohanan ben Zakkai, however, rejoined, not so. Any priest not paying his shekel, commits a sin. D1 But the priests used to interpret the following passage to their advantage. It is written, and every meat offering of a priest shall be wholly burnt, it shall not be eaten. Were we obliged to contribute, how could we eat our D2 omer? P5. And the 2 loaves and the showbread? Although it was ordained that no pledges were to be taken from women, slaves, and minors, if they offered to contribute, their money was accepted. From heathens and Samaritans it was not accepted. Nor were burnt offerings, for men or women afflicted with venereal disease and for women who had recently been confined, accepted, nor sin and guilt offerings. E1 Vowed and voluntary offerings, however, were accepted. E2 The following is the rule: everything which was vowed as an offering and all voluntary offerings were accepted. Anything not vowed for offering or given voluntarily was not accepted from them. So it is explicitly declared in Ezra, for it is written, it is not for you and us to build a house unto our God. The following are obliged to pay a premium: F1, Levites, Israelites, proselytes, and freed men, but not women, slaves, and minors. If one pay for a priest, woman, slave, or a minor, he is exempt. If he pay for himself and another, however, he must pay a premium for one. Our Meir says, 2 premiums. One who pays a selah and receives in return a half shekel must pay 2 premiums. F2. If one pay for a poor man, for a neighbor, or for a countryman, he is exempt from a premium. If he only advances them the money, he is not exempt. Brothers who have their business in common, or partners, when they become obliged to pay a premium, are exempt from cattle tithe. G1 As long, however, as they must pay cattle tithe, they are exempt from a premium. How much does the premium amount to? According to our Meir, to 1 silver miah, but the sages say, to 1/2 of a miah. Footnotes 101. Chapter I. Mishnah A. Warnings were heralded from Jerusalem concerning Shek-Alim on and after the 1st of Adar, in order to prepare for the 1st of Nisan, before which day the final settlement of Shek-Alim had to be made. This was inferred by the Palestinian Talmud from the following passage, and it came to pass in the 1st month in the 2nd year, on the 1st of the month, that the tabernacle was reared up. This was commented upon by a Boraitha, which stated, that on the day on which the tabernacle was reared up, the entire sum of the Shek-Alim collected was ready for disbursement. 1-2 warnings were also heralded concerning Kilayim, because that month was the time when plowing and sowing commenced in Palestine. 2-3 The Megillah was read on the 15th day of this month only in such cities as were fortified since the time of Joshua the son of Nun, but in such as were fortified after his day, and in the open cities, it was read on the 14th of the month. No mention is made in the Mishnah concerning the reading on the 14th, because, the majority of the cities being open, or fortified since the time of Joshua ben Nun, it was generally known, and there was no fear of it being forgotten. In the few fortified cities, however, it was necessary to remind the inhabitants that the day on which they were to read the Megillah was the 15th. The Palestinian Talmud states, that we are taught by this Mishnah that all commandments which are to be fulfilled on a leap year in the 2nd Adar should not be fulfilled in the 1st Adar, but we cannot see how that can be inferred from this Mishnah, although some commentators have tried to explain it. 2-4 The rainy season ended by the 1st of Adar, and in consequence of the heavy rains the country roads and marketplaces were in bad condition. In the month of Nisan, travel towards Jerusalem was very heavy, hence the warning to improve the roads, etc., was heralded. The public plunge baths were also injured by the rains and had to be repaired, for the sake of the public, to whom the law prescribes the taking of a legal bath on or before the holidays. 2-5 The Palestinian Talmud states, that at that time the courts of law would meet in session for the trial of civil suits, criminal cases, and crimes involving the punishment of stripes, for the redemption of such as had devoted all their possessions in honor of the Lord, and such as had given the estimated value of their person, etc., also for the performance of the rite of the bitter water, and for the performance of the rite of breaking the calf's neck, and for the rite of the red heifer, and for the ceremony of piercing a serf's ear. For all this, and any other matters that came up before them, the courts of law assembled in that month. 2-6 Such graves as had been injured during the rainy season, and were not marked, had to be restored and marked, in order that a man be saved the annoyance of becoming unclean by stepping on a grave. The Palestinian Talmud infers this from the passage, "Unclean, unclean, shall he call out," and interprets it to signify that the uncleanness itself should call out unclean and keep men away from its vicinity. For this reason it was heralded, that the graves were to be marked in order to be a warning to passers-by that such places were unclean. 2-7 On account of the severity of the law concerning Kilayim and the frequency with which that law was infracted, it was deemed insufficient merely to herald the prohibition, and messengers were sent out to see the law enforced. 3b1 Mishnah Br Yehuda's dictum does not intend to dispute the foregoing, but merely supplements it with the statement that the messengers sent out were for the purpose of punishing the infractors of the law of Kilayim. The Palestinian Talmud adduces the right of the Beth Din to confiscate property from the passage, and that whosoever should not come within 3 days, etc., all his substance should be devoted. Whence it may be seen, that a Beth Din has such power. 3c1 Mishnah C. It was the custom for money changers in those days to carry their tables with them, and hence they were called the men of the tables. The Mishnah relates, that on the 15th of the month the money changers were ordered to go out into the rural districts with their tables, in order to provide the people with the necessary half shekels, for the tax had to be paid in half shekels only. 3c2 On the 25th, when it was high time for payment and the people commenced flocking into the city of Jerusalem, the money changers returned and sat in the court of the temple. 4c3 The taking of pledges commenced immediately upon the departure of the money changers from the rural districts, because, if a man had not paid his half shekel while the money changers were still within his reach, it was obvious that he either would not or could not pay it, and in consequence a pledge was taken. 4c4 According to law, the priests were also in duty bound to pay the half shekels, the collection of which was mainly intended for the purchase of communal sacrifices, and the priests were naturally included in the community. They, however, found a defect in the law, and held themselves exempt. In consequence of their being in authority during the existence of the Second Temple, they were not forced to pay or give pledges, for the sake of harmony. 4d1 Mishnah D. The difference of opinion between Ben Bukri and Aryuan Ben Zakkai is, as can be plainly seen, that Ben Bukri holds, that according to law the priests are not in duty bound to pay the half shekel, but if they do it, they may nevertheless partake of their omer, 2 loaves, and show bread, while Aryuan Ben Zakkai says, that they are in duty bound to pay the half shekel. 4d2 The priests claim, that if they were to pay the half shekel with which the omer, etc., is bought, they would naturally have a share in it, and they would eat their share, which, as a priest's offering, must not be eaten by anyone. This is, however, an unjust claim, for the majority is considered, and the priests were by far in the minority. As the priests, however, were in charge of the affairs of state, they interpreted the law to suit themselves, and for the sake of peace they were not disturbed. 5e1 Mishnah E. This clause of the Mishnah refers, according to the Palestinian Talmud and Maimonides, to Samaritans only and not to heathens, while the sin and guilt offerings were accepted from Samaritans but not from heathens, because the latter had not the same laws as the Israelites as regards sin offerings. The Samaritans, however, claiming to be Israelites, were allowed to bring their sin and guilt offerings. The reason, however, that burnt offerings were not accepted from the Samaritans was because, in the first place, an offering for a person afflicted with venereal disease had to be brought in the form of a sheep, but if the person could not afford a sheep, birds answered the purpose. The Samaritans, however, were not considered trustworthy, and it was feared that they might bring a wrong offering. 5e2 These were accepted from heathens also, because such offerings were for forgiveness of sins in general, and in that respect all men are equal. 5f1 Mishnah F. The shekel mentioned in the Bible is equivalent to the selo mentioned in the Mishnah, and is worth 2 shekels of the Mishnah. The half shekel of the Bible was worth the weight of 192 grains of barley in silver, and, for fear that the shekel of the Mishnah of that time was perhaps a trifle less than the above weight, a small coin was prescribed to be paid in addition to the above shekel, and which was named from the Greek kalabas, he who gave the half shekel voluntarily, and not because he was obliged to pay it, was exempt from paying the above kalabas. Those of the priests who, regardless of the P6 claim that they were not obliged to pay the half shekel, paid it nevertheless, were exempt from the above premium for the sake of peace. 6f2 1 in addition to the half shekel and 1 for the exchange. 6g1 Mishnah G. Cattle tithe must be paid by a man only from such young as his own cattle calve, but not from the calves which he purchases elsewhere. If 2 brothers inherit cattle or calves from their father, they must pay cattle tithe, because the cattle are regarded as still their father's. If they have divided their inheritance, even though they shared alike, they are both exempt from payment, because it is regarded as if one brother had bought the cattle from the other. Now, it is obvious that when the two brothers are still partners and liable for cattle tithe they are regarded as one, and by paying 1 selah for both are exempt from premiums, because the money is still considered as their father's. As soon, however, as they are exempt from cattle tithe, they have nothing more in common, hence must pay a half shekel each, and thus must also pay the premium. Next, Chapter 2. Index previous next. P7. Chapter 2. Mishnah, one may put together the shekalim and exchange them for darkins a one, in order to be able to carry them more readily. Just as the money chests were on the order of horns in the city of Jerusalem, so were they also in the country. A 2 If the inhabitants of a town sent their shekalim by messengers, and the money was stolen from them or was lost by accident, if the treasurers had already drawn their share, the messengers of the city must swear to the fact before the treasurers. If the share had not yet been drawn, they must swear to the facts before the inhabitants of the town, and the latter must make the amount good. A 3 If the money was recovered or returned by the P8 thieves, both amounts are considered as shekalim, and nothing is credited to next year's account. If one give his shekel to another to pay for him, and the man appropriates it to pay his own tax, he commits embezzlement if the share had already been drawn. The same is the case with one who pays his shekel with sanctified money, after his share had been drawn and an animal was sacrificed for it. B1 If he took the money from the second tithes or from the sabbatical year fruit, he must eat the full value of same in the city of Jerusalem. B2 If one gather together single coins and say, these shall serve for my shekalim, the eventual remainder is, according to the school of Shammai, a voluntary gift, according to the school of Hillel, it is not sanctified. If the man say, however, out of these I shall pay my shekalim, the eventual remainder is, according to both schools, not sanctified. If he say, these shall serve me for a sin offering, the eventual remainder is, according to both schools, a voluntary offering. If he say, out of these will I bring a sin offering, the eventual remainder is, according to both schools, not sanctified. C1. P9. R. Simeon says, what difference is there here between the shekalim and the sin offerings? Shekalim have their fixed value, but sin offerings have not. D1 R. Jehuda says, even shekalim have no fixed value, for when Israel returned from captivity, darkins were paid, later selahs were paid, again, tabas were current, and finally people would only pay with dinars. D2 rejoined R. Simeon, nevertheless, the shekalim were all of like value at one and the same time, while as for sin offerings, one brings 1 selah's worth, another 2, and a third 3 selahs worth. D3. The remainder of monies intended for shekalim is not. P10. Sanctified. E1 The remainder of monies intended for the offering of the 10th part of an ephah, for burnt offerings of men or women afflicted with venereal disease and of women that had been recently confined, and for sin and guilt offerings, are considered voluntary offerings. Following is the rule, the remainder of everything designated for sin and guilt offerings is considered as a voluntary offering. E2 The remainder of whole offerings is applied to whole offerings, E3 of food offerings to food offerings, of peace offerings to peace offerings, that of the Passover offerings to peace offerings, and that of Nazirite offerings to Nazirite offerings. The remainder of such as is designated for a certain Nazirite is a voluntary offering. The remainder of monies for the poor in general, belongs to the poor, of money collected for a certain poor man belongs to that same poor man. The remainder of ransom monies for prisoners is applied to other prisoners, of monies collected for a certain prisoner belongs to that prisoner. The remainder of burial monies is applied to other dead, of money collected for a particular dead belongs to. P11. Tile legal heirs. R. Meir says, the remainder remains intact until Elijah comes again. E4 R. Nathan says, it should be applied to the building of a gravestone for the departed. Footnotes. 701. Chapter 2. Mishnah. The darkin was a Persian gold coin worth 2 selahs, or 4 half shekels. 7-2 The money chests were narrow on one side and broad at the bottom, and had a slot through which a darken on edge only could be passed, and were given to the messenger locked. 7-3 If a portion of the amount of shekalim collected had already been spent for sacrifices or for the improvement of the temple, all the Israelites who were bound to pay their shekalim had a share in such disbursement, and the amount sent by the town, although lost or stolen, was counted as if it had been included in the amount spent, because it was the express understanding that in every shekel spent for sacrifices, etc., all Israelites had a share, in order that they might have a share in the sacrifices. Therefore, the messengers of the city had simply to swear that they had taken the money, and it was considered received by the treasurers. If, however, no portion of the shekalim had yet been expended, the share of the inhabitants of the town, whose money had been stolen or lost, was not included in the amount on hand, and hence the representatives of the city were obliged to make it good. 8b1 Mishnah B. The same reason as stated in note 3 of the preceding Mishnah applies also to this clause, and, besides, everybody had a share in the sacrifice of the animal, even if the sacrifice were made on the strength of future receipts, for pledges were on hand ensuring the payment by the delinquents. 8b2 If the money was taken from the second tithes, the value of which had to be consumed in the city of Jerusalem, he must replace it by an equal amount and proclaim that this money is in exchange for the money taken from the second tithe, and then consume it accordingly. If the money was taken from the sabbatical year fruit, he must replace it and proclaim the same as above and make it public property, as is the law of sabbatical years. 8c1 Mishnah C. The meaning of this Mishnah is as follows: if a man gathered money little by little, with the express intention of paying his shekalim tax out of such money, and separated it from other monies, any remainder which he may have left over after such payment is, according to the school of Shammai, to be devoted for a voluntary offering, because it was separated, and according to the school of Hillel, it is ordinary money, that may be used at will, because it was gathered only for the purpose of paying the amount due, which was already paid. If a man, however, had a sum of P9 money, and declared that he would use this sum for the payment of his shekalim tax, the remainder which he may have after such payment is, even according to the school of Hillel, to be devoted for a voluntary offering. With money devoted for a voluntary offering, whole offerings only were to be bought. 9d1 Mishnah D. By his teaching in this Mishnah, our Simeon wishes to explain the reason of the decree of the school of Hillel concerning the remainder of money which had been gathered little by little for the purpose of paying the shekalim, or for the bringing of a sin offering, and says, because it is written, the rich shall not give more, and the poor shall not give less, than the half of a shekel. A man when gathering money for the payment of shekalim knows exactly how much he will need, hence, although he separated the amount gathered, the remainder is ordinary money, but if he gathered money for a sin offering, which has no fixed value, and for which he did not know exactly how much he would have to pay, his intention in separating the money was evidently to use the entire amount for such purpose, and hence the eventual remainder, which cannot be used for a sin offering, as it is already sacrificed, should be used for a voluntary offering. 9d2 Our Jehuda differs with our Simeon, and states, that the reason given by the latter for the decree of the school of Hillel cannot be correct, for even shekalim had not always a fixed value, and when a man commenced to gather money for the payment of his shekalim he also may not have known how much he would have to pay when the time came, because the value of the coin might be changed in the meantime. 9d3 Our Simeon answered our Jehuda very properly, even if the value of the coin was changed, the man knew well that he would pay a certain sum equal to that paid by all others, and the entire amount P10 that he had gathered would not be consumed. As for a sin offering, however, he never knew exactly just what amount he would need for its purchase, because it had no fixed value. Therefore, when he separated the money from other monies his intention was to use the entire amount. 10e1 Mishnah E. After explaining the opinions of both schools in the preceding Mishnah, and the halakha, as usual, prevailing according to the school of Hillel, this Mishnah states the final halakha anonymously, and then cites the subsequent ordinances, concerning which there is no difference of opinion. 10e2 The reason for this rule is, a sin or guilt offering must be brought for each sin separately. If money was designated for one sin offering, the remainder cannot be applied to another offering for the same sin, nor for another sin which one might commit in the future, hence the remainder must be a voluntary offering. 10e3 The remainder of whole offerings may be used for more whole offerings, because the quantity of whole offerings, which are voluntary, is not limited. The same applies to food and peace offerings. The remainder of Passover offerings, however, which cannot be used for the same purpose again, and should, however, be used for an eatable sacrifice, cannot be used for a voluntary offering, which is a whole offering, but for a peace offering, which is eatable. 11e4 The reason for our Meir's dictum is, he holds, that if money is collected for a certain dead man, the remainder belongs virtually to him, i.e., should be applied only for the use of the corpse, hence the heirs have no share in it. R. Nathan, however, says, that the setting up of a gravestone is for the use of the corpse, it being in his honor and not of any benefit to the heirs. Next, Chapter 3. Index Previous Next. p. 12. Chapter 3. Mishnah, at 3 periods of the year money is drawn from the treasury, viz., half a month before Passover, half a month before Pentecost, and half a month before the Feast of Booths. The same dates are also the terms for the obligation of cattle tithing, so says R. Akaba. Ben Azai says, the dates for the latter terms are the 29th of Adar, the 1st of Sivan, and the 29th of Abh. R. Eliezer and R. Simeon both say, the 1st of Nisan, the 1st of Sivan, and the 29th of Elul. But why do they say the 29th of Elul? Why not the 1st of Tishri? Because that is a feast day, and it is not allowed to tithe on a feast day, therefore they ordained it for the preceding day, the 29th of Elul. 1. The money drawn from the treasury was brought in 3 chests, each of 3 sahs capacity. On these chests was written, Aleph, Beth, Gimel. R. Ishmael says, they were marked in Greek, Alpha, Beta, Gamma. The one that drew the money was not allowed to enter with a turned-up garment, nor with shoes nor sandals, nor with tefillin, nor with an amulet, in order that, in the event of his becoming impoverished, it should not be said that he was thus punished on account of transgression against the treasury, or if he became rich, that he enriched himself by means of money drawn from the treasury. For a man must stand as unblemished before his fellow man as before his God, as it is written. p. 13. And ye be thus guiltless before the Lord and before Israel, and, so shalt thou find grace and good favor in the eyes of God and man. b1. The members of the family of Gamaliel used to enter, each one with his shekel between his fingers, and throw it before the one who drew the money from the treasury, and the latter immediately placed it into the chest. The one who came in to draw the money did not proceed before he had said to the bystanders, I will now proceed to draw, and they had answered, Draw, 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 3 times. c1. p. 14. After the man had completed the first drawing, he covered the balance with a cover, the same was done after the second drawing. After the third drawing the balance remained uncovered, for was done only in order not to draw by mistake again what had already been drawn from. The first drawing was performed in the name of the whole land of Israel, the second in the name of the cities near the boundaries, and the third in the name of the inhabitants of Babylon, Media, and all distant lands in general. Footnotes. 12:1. Chapter 3. Mishnah. The dates of the time for cattle tithing have nothing to do with the time for drawing the money, for as to that time, all agree upon the dates stated in the Mishnah, and the difference of opinion concerning the time of cattle tithing is explained in the Palestinian Talmud and in Tract Rosh Hashanah of the Babylonian Talmud. 13b1 Mishnah B. In this Mishnah the manner of drawing the money from the treasury is described, how it was accomplished, that the shekalim for which communal sacrifices were bought should be taken from the treasury in such a manner that all the contributors should have a share in them. The mode of procedure was as follows: about the middle of the month of Nisan, when the money from all Israel had been collected, the treasurers, amid great ceremony, would open the rooms where the boxes in which the money had been deposited by the collectors were situated, and bring out all the boxes contained in the rooms. These boxes were in turn opened, and their contents thrown into 3 cases, each of which had 9 sahs capacity, and were covered with a cover. The remainder, after filling the 3 cases, was called the remainder of the room. After the performance of this ceremony, one man was selected, while the others withdrew, and he was to transfer the money to be expended, from the cases into 3 small chests, each having 3 sahs capacity and marked with 3 letters, Aleph, Beth, Gimel, or Alpha, Beta, Gamma. 13c1 Mishnah C. After this ceremony, the man, being almost nude, for he had no garments on in which he could conceal a coin, no shoes, no sandals, no hat, no hose, in fact, nothing that would afford a hiding place for money, would take the chest marked Aleph and bring it up to the first case, and fill it up, after which he would cover the case. Then he would take the chest marked Beth, fill it from the second case, cover the case, and proceed in the same manner with the chest marked Gimel, from the third box, which contained 9 sahs capacity, but in the last instance he would leave the case uncovered, as a sign whence to commence filling the chests at the second drawing of money in the same order as before, using the third case first, then the second, and lastly the first. This was done in order that the money should be thoroughly intermingled. P14 and everybody have a share in the sacrifices bought with it. The first drawing took place on the 15th of Nisan, and sacrifices were purchased for the Passover. The next drawing was held 15 days before Pentecost, and Pentecost only lasting 1 day, not so many sacrifices were needed, and the money lasted until 15 days before the Feast of Booths, when the last lot of money was withdrawn from the cases and placed in the chests. The expenditure of the money was also made in the order of chests, chest Aleph being emptied first, etc., and the intention was to place Jerusalem first, the surrounding territory next, and all the other places where Israelites dwelt last. Next, Chapter 4. Index previous next. P15. Chapter 4. Mishnah. What was done with this money drawn? The daily sacrifices, the additional sacrifices, and the drink offerings belonging to them were bought therewith, also the omers a 1, the 2 loaves, the showbreads, and communal sacrifices in general. The watchmen who had to guard the aftergrowth on the sabbatical year were paid out of this money. R. Jose says, one who so desired could undertake the guarding without pay. A2 The sages answered him, Thou wilt admit thyself, that the sacrifices must be brought only from communal property. A3. P16. The red heifer, the goat that was to be sent away, the strip of scarlet, were paid for out of this money. The bridge for the cow, the bridge for the goat that was to be sent away, and the scarlet strip tied between the latter's horns, the canal, the city wall, the towers, and other necessities of the city, are paid for out of the remainder of the treasury money. B1 Abbasal says, the costs of the building of the bridge for the red heifer were defrayed by the high priests themselves. What was done with the balance left over in the treasury? Wines, oils, and fine meal were bought with it to the profit of the sanctuary. C1 So said R. Ishmael. R. Akaba, however, says, sanctified monies or contributions for the poor are not dealt with for profit. What was done with the remainder of the money? It is used for gold plate for the decoration of the Holy of Holies. R. Ishmael says, the mentioned fruit was for the benefit of the altar, and the remainder of the money drawn was for service utensils. R. Akaba says, the remainder of the money drawn was for the benefit of the altar, and that of the drink offerings was for service utensils. R. Hanana, the assistant chief of priests, says, the remainder of the drink offerings, P17, was for the benefit of the altar, and that of the money drawn was for service utensils. The 2 latter would not admit of the alleged gain from fruit. D1. What was done with the remainder of the incense? E1 At first the remuneration of the preparers of the incense was set aside from the treasury, the sanctification of the incense on hand was then transferred to that money, and the former was then given to the preparers in lieu of compensation. E2, it is then bought back from them with the money of the new revenue. Providing the new revenue was on hand in time, it was bought back with such money, otherwise, the old revenue was used for that purpose. If one devote his entire possessions in honor of the Lord, and among them are things which are fit for communal sacrifices, the preparers of the incense should be paid therewith. So teaches our Akiba. Ben Azai answered him, F1, such is not the right mode of procedure. The compensation P18 of the preparers must first be separated from such possessions, then the sanctification of those possessions transferred to money, then give the separated things to the preparers for compensation, and, finally, buy them back from them with money of the new revenue. If one devote his possessions, and there are among them cattle fit for the altar, male or female, the male, according to our Eliezer, shall be sold for whole offerings and the female for peace offerings to such as are in need of them, and the proceeds of such sale, together with the other possessions, shall be devoted to the treasury for the maintenance of the temple. Our Jehoshua says, the male are sacrificed as whole offerings, the female are sold to such as are in need of peace offerings, and the proceeds used for the sacrifice of whole offerings. The balance of the possessions is devoted to the maintenance of the temple. G1 said our Akiba, the opinion of our Eliezer seems to me to be more proper than that of our Jehoshua, for our Eliezer has an even procedure, whereas our Jehoshua divides it. G2 our Papias says, I have heard that it is done according to both teachers, viz., according to our Eliezer if the owner who devotes his possessions explicitly mentions his cattle, and according to our Jehoshua if he silently includes his cattle in his possessions. G3 P19 If one devote his possessions, and there are among them things fit for the altar, such as wines, oils, and birds, says our Eliezer, the latter things should be sold to such as need offerings of these kinds, and the proceeds used for the sacrificing of whole offerings, the balance of the possessions goes toward the maintenance of the temple. H1 Every 30 days the prices paid by the treasury are determined. If one contract to furnish flour at the rate of 4 sa, and the price is raised to 3, he must nevertheless furnish the same at 4 sa. I1 If he contract at the rate of 3 and the price fall to 4, he must in that case furnish 4, for the sanctuary always has that prerogative. If the flour become wormy, it is the loss of the contractor, and if the wine become sour it is also his loss, and he does not receive the money for his wares until the purchased wares have been favorably accepted as sacrifices at the altar. I2 Footnotes 1501 Chapter 4 Mishnah A. The omers and the 2 loaves, which had to be made of Palestinian grain and of the new crop only, were bought out of the shekalim during the 6 ordinary years, but in the sabbatical year, where neither sowing nor reaping was done, where were they obtained? Men were sent out to discover where grain was growing as an aftergrowth, that had not been sown, and then watchmen were placed there to see that no one disturbed the crop, for it being public property, the possessor of the soil where the grain grew could not prevent its being taken. The men who discovered the grain and the watchmen were paid for their services out of the shekalim, and such payment was regarded as the price of the grain, so that the grain again became communal property. 15:2 R. Jose, in making this statement, holds, that one may present the community with a thing intended for a voluntary offering, and thus the man who guards the aftergrowth gratuitously, thereby acquiring a right to it, may donate it to the community for a communal sacrifice. 15:3 The sages mean to say that the omer, the 2 loaves, the showbreads, and the communal sacrifices must be taken from articles that were communal property from the beginning, while other sacrifices may be offered from things donated by a man who does so with a good will. 16b1 Mishnah B. The remainder of the shekalim, left over after the 3 cases had been filled, which was called remainder of the room, was stored in a high place, access to which was very difficult, no ladder being permitted to be used. Out of this money all the accessories for the sacrifices, as enumerated in the Mishnah, were procured. The details of these accessories are explained in tracts Para and Yuma. 16c1 Mishnah C. It is known that all those who brought sacrifices were obliged to purchase wine, oil, and fine meal for meal offerings, and all this was purchased in the court of the temple. In the Palestinian Talmud many things are enumerated, for which purposes the balance of the money was used, for instance, the hiring of teachers to instruct the priests in the art of slaughtering, in the holocaust pertaining to such matters, etc., also for the payment of those who investigated blemishes in the sacrifices, and a great many other things to be found in that chapter. 17d1 Mishnah D. In the preceding Mishnah, R. Ishmael declares, that the balance of the money in the treasury is used to purchase wines, oils, and fine meal, to be resold to those bringing sacrifices, and in this Mishnah he relates what is done with the profits accruing from such sales. R. Akiba, however, who would not permit of selling the things mentioned for profit, declares that the money for the altar is taken directly from the balance left over in the treasury, and R. Hanana holds, that the balance of the money drawn is used for the service utensils. 17e1 Mishnah E. The remainder of the incense refers to the amount of incense left over at the end of the year. A quantity of incense was prepared for the whole year, and every priest would use a handful at a time, but, as handfuls are not all alike, no fixed amount could be prepared. Hence the remainder. 17e2 Compensation for labor must not be made with sacrificed articles, for the sanctification cannot be transferred to labor that had already been performed. It can be transferred, however, to actual money, and in consequence the subterfuge for the payment of the preparers of the incense was resorted to as stated in the Mishnah. 17f1 Mishnah F. R. Akiba and Ben Azai differ in this Mishnah as to whether sanctification can be transferred to labor or not. R. Akiba holds, that labor can be compensated with sanctified articles, but Ben Azai holds, that it cannot. According to Maimonides the halakha prevails according to Ben Azai, because in the previous Mishnah there is a concurrent opinion. 18g1 Mishnah G. The point of difference between R. Eliezer and R. Jehoshua is this: the former holds, that if a man devoted all his possessions, his intention was to devote them for the maintenance of the temple only, while the latter holds, that the intention was to devote the possessions according to their adaptability. Hence if, among the possessions, there were objects adapted for the altar, they should be devoted to the altar. If, however, these were female cattle, which could not be brought as a whole offering, nor, by reason of the absence of the owner, even as a peace offering, such cattle should be sold and the proceeds applied to the purchase of whole offerings. 18g2 R. Akiba holds with R. Eliezer, because, in his opinion, a man who devotes all his possessions does so with but a single intention, and this is what he terms an even procedure. 18g3 R. Papias said, that if the man devoted all his possessions to the honor of the Lord, R. Jehoshua would be correct, for his possessions can be used in honor of the Lord in various ways, but if he explicitly stated that he devoted his possessions for the maintenance of the temple, R. Eliezer's opinion is proper. 19h1 Mishnah H. The reason that R. Eliezer decrees that wines, oils, and birds should be sold, and whole offerings brought in their stead, is because the articles mentioned cannot be redeemed with money. 19i1 Mishnah I. Every month, bids were received from contractors for the furnishing of the necessaries for the temple and altar for 1 month. The lowest bidder received the contract, and it was distinctly understood that, even if prices were raised during the month, his prices were to remain as originally contracted for. 19i2 The Palestinian Talmud states, that the money due the contractors was paid them by the priests immediately upon the latter receiving the wares, for the priests were very careful, and never allowed flour to become wormy or wine to spoil. Next, Chapter V. Index Previous Next. p. 20. Chapter V. Mishnah. The following were the heads of offices: A1 in the sanctuary, Yohanan, son of Pinchas, keeper of the seals; A2, Ahia, of drink offerings; Matthiah, son of Samuel, of the casting of lots; A3, Pethahiah, of burnt offerings. A4 Pethahiah is Mordecai, But why do they call him Pethahia? Because he used to expound and interpret scriptures, and was master of 70 languages. Ben-Ahia was of the cures of priests suffering with abdominal diseases. A 5 Enihunia was master of the well. A 6 P21 Gabani was herald. A 7 Ben-Gabhar was turnkey of the gates. A 8 Ben-Babai was master of the temple guard. A 9 Ben-Arza was master of the kettledrums. Higro, son of Levi, was of the singing. The family of Garmo the making of the showbreads. A 10 the family of Aptanos the preparing of the incense. A 11 Eleazar the making of the curtains. A 12 Pinchas superintended the vestments. A 13 P22 No less than 3 treasurers and 7 chamberlains must be appointed, B1 and no less than 2 officers were put in charge of public moneys. Exceptions were made in the cases of Ben-Ahia, superintendent of the cures of the sick, and Eleazar, superintendent of the preparation of curtains, because they were unanimously elected by the community. There were 4 seals in the sanctuary, inscribed with the words Igel, Sacher, Gdi, and Hut. Ben-Azai says, that there were 5, and the inscriptions were in Aramaic, meaning, calf, ram, kid, poor sinner, and rich sinner. The one inscribed with calf was used for drink offerings brought with offerings of the herds, large or small, male or female. The one inscribed with kid was used for drink offerings brought with offerings of the flocks, large or small, male or female, with the exception of rams. The one inscribed with ram served for drink offerings brought only with rams. The seal inscribed with sinner served for drink offerings brought with the 3 cattle offerings of those afflicted with sores. C1 P23 One who desired to bring drink offerings, for instance, went to Yohanan, who was keeper of the seals, paid his money, and received a seal. He then went to Ahia, who had charge of the drink offerings, gave him the seal, and received the drink offering. In the evening the 2 officers came together, when Ahia turned over the seal and received instead the money. If there was too much money, it belonged to the sanctuary. If too little, Yohanan had to supply the deficit, for the sanctuary had that prerogative. One who lost his seal had to wait until evening. If there was a surplus sufficient to cover the seal, he was given the drink offering for that amount, otherwise, he did not receive it. The date of the day was on the seal to prevent fraud. There were 2 chambers in the sanctuary. One was P24 called Chamber of the Silent, the other Chamber of Utensils. In the former, devout men secretly gave charitable gifts, and the poor of good family received secretly their sustenance. In the other chamber, every one who desired to offer a utensil voluntarily, laid it down. Every 30 days the treasurers opened the chamber, and every utensil found to be fit for the maintenance of the temple was preserved, while the others were sold and the proceeds went to the treasury for the maintenance of the temple. F1 Chapter V Mishnah A. The list of officers enumerated by the Mishnah were not all officers at the same time, but served at different periods, and the Mishnah merely names the most important and pious among them. 20-2 see Mishnah D, same chapter. 20-3 lots were cast for the determination of the turn of the priests for each particular service. The superintendent would keep a record of such as were eligible for duty, and then cast lots for the priest who was to serve. 20-4 Pethahia was superintendent-in-chief of all those who had charge of the burnt offerings. These burnt offerings were brought by women who had recently been confined, and there were so many of them that a record had to be kept, who came first, whose time was nearly expired, and how much was to be charged for the offerings. Besides this, it often happened that the birds became mixed and required great wisdom to separate them and recognize to whom every bird belonged, as the changing of the birds would make the offering invalid. 20-5 Such diseases among priests were of very frequent occurrence and inevitable, for they were dressed during services very lightly, being allowed to wear only 4 articles of apparel, viz., a linen shirt, linen pantaloons, a linen cap, and a girdle. Besides, they had to walk barefoot on the marble floor, and were constantly eating meat of the sacrifices, which had to be eaten during a specified time. Hence they needed many attendants, in order that, as soon as one priest took sick, a substitute was brought in his place and he was removed to the sick ward. Ben-Ahia was the superintendent-in-chief of these matters. 26 On account of the immense influx of people into Jerusalem 3 times a year, the wells for the supply of water, both on the roads and in the city, had to be looked after, and Anihunia had charge of this. 21-7 The commencement of all services had to be heralded, and many heralds were employed. Gabani was herald-in-chief, and his duty was mainly to call out in the morning, priests, to your duties. Levites, to your chants. Israelites, to your places. He had so powerful a voice that it could be heard 8 miles. 21-8 He had charge of the keys of the gates and of the men who stood at the gates. 21-9 The gates of the temple had to be guarded day and night, even in times of peace. To properly care for the guard and to punish all negligence in guarding the gates was the duty of Ben-Babai. 21-10 For showbreads, 12 loaves had to be made every week, and had to be made so that they would keep fresh the entire week. For further details, see Tract Talmud. The family of Garmo had charge of this work for generations. 21-11 The incense, which was used twice a day, had to be prepared with a special skill from many different spices, and in proper proportions. Further details are also to be found in Tract Talmud. The family Abdanos had charge of this branch for many generations. 21-12 The curtains, which were frequently changed, had to be inspected as to workmanship, cleanliness, etc., and this duty devolved upon Eleazar. 21-13 The vestments of the priests had to be carefully examined as to cleanliness, and had to be sent out to be laundered regularly. Many rooms in the temple were devoted to those vestments, and Pinchas had charge of them all. Much has been said as to the character of the men enumerated in the Mishnah, whether they were priests themselves, Levites, or ordinary Israelites. For particularized information regarding this subject, we would refer to Die Priester und der Kultus, by Dr. Adolf Buchler, Vienna, 1895. It is estimated that the priests in Jerusalem approached the enormous number of 20,000. Besides, there were numbers of Levites. 22b1 Mishnah B. The officers of the temple ranked as follows: the king, the high priest, the assistant high priest, 2 Catholicoses, 7 chamberlains, 3 treasurers, and, finally, many smaller officials, example inspectors, officers of the guard, etc. The duties of each officer are described in Talmud and Yuma. Catholicos is here used in the sense of patriarch or head, which term still retains a similar meaning in the ecclesiastical history of the Armenian Church, deriving its original meaning from the Greek kakolik v Greek kaolix - general or universal. In the latter sense it was adopted at a very early period by the Christian Church, in the exclusive sense of denoting the Church as the depository of universally received doctrine. In contrast with heretical sects, it is still improperly retained by the Roman Catholic Church. I am surprised to find no mention of the officers of this name and function under the appropriate title anywhere in the Encycl. Britain. 22c1 Mishnah C. With every sacrifice that was offered, wine and meal p23 were brought in accordance with the biblical commandment to that effect, and in quantities prescribed by the ordinances. As the drink and meal offerings were bought in the temple, the person bringing the sacrifice would receive a seal from the priest which he would exchange for the necessary quantity of wine and meal. The drink offerings with goats and sheep were the same, hence the seal inscribed kid served for both. One who brought a ram, however, which required a larger quantity of wine and meal, would receive a separate seal, inscribed ram. As for offerings of the herds, they were all equal, small or large, male or female, hence the seal inscribed calf sufficed for all. Those who were afflicted with sores, and had to bring 2 rams and 1 sheep, received a seal inscribed sin. The poor sinners, who had only to bring 1 sheep, 2 doves, and 1/10 of an ephah of meal and 1 lug of oil, without any wine, were, according to the opinion of the sages, not in need of a seal, because the seal inscribed kid, which they received when bringing the sheep, was sufficient for the other purpose. Ben Azai, however, says, that another seal was necessary, and that an extra seal marked poor sinner was given, which was intended as a sign that no wine was necessary. The tradition of Ben Azai, that the seals were inscribed in Aramaic characters, is also true, because, prior to the introduction of the Greek language, all the writing in the temple was done in Aramaic. 23e1 Mishnah e. Providing only the surplus amounted to exactly the amount paid for the seal. 24f1 Mishnah f. In the Palestinian Talmud in this chapter, many legends are related illustrating this Mishnah. Next, Chapter 6. Index previous next. p25. Chapter 6. Mishnah, there were 13 curved chests a 1 and 13 tables in the sanctuary, and 13 prostrations took place in the sanctuary. The family of Gamaliel and of Hananiah, chief of the priests, made 14 prostrations. This extra prostration was made towards the wood chamber, a 2 because, according to an ancestral tradition, the ark was hidden there. Once a priest B1 was engaged there, and he noticed that one of the paving stones on one place appeared different from the others. He went out to tell others of it, but he had not yet finished speaking, when he gave up the ghost. Thereby it was known to a certainty that the Ark of the Covenant B2 was hidden there. In what direction were the prostrations made? 4 towards the north, 4 towards the south, 3 towards the east. p26. And 2 towards the occident, i.e., towards the 13 gates. c1 The southern gates were near a corner of the western. These were, the upper gate, the fire gate, the firstling gate, and the water gate. Why is it called water gate? Because a glass of water was carried through it for the sprinkling of the altar on the Feast of Booths. Eliezer son of Jacob says, at that gate the waters commence to flow rapidly downwards, until they again flow out under the threshold of the temple. Opposite there were the northern gates, near the other corner of the western. These were, the door of Jechaniah, the gate of sacrifice, the women's gate, and the music gate. And why is the first one called the gate of Jechaniah? Because Jechaniah went through it, when he went into exile. In the east was the gate Nicanor, which also had 2 small doors, c2 one to the right and the other to the left. Lastly, there were 2 in the west, which were nameless. 13 tables were in the sanctuary, 8 marble ones in the slaughterhouse, on which the entrails were washed. 2 to the west of the altar sheep, 1 marble and 1 silver. On the marble one the sacrificial pieces were placed, and on the silver table the utensils were placed. 2 in the corridor on the inside of the temple entrance, a marble table and a golden one. On the marble one the showbreads were placed at the time they were brought in, and on the golden one when they were taken out, because the principle is, that the veneration of the p27 sacred must be heightened and not lessened. d1 Lastly, there was 1 golden table in the temple itself, upon which the showbreads were constantly lying. 13 curved chests were in the sanctuary. E1 on them was written, Old Shekalim, New Shekalim, burnt offerings, doves for whole offerings, wood, incense, gold for the cover of the Holy of Holies. 6 were for donations in general. E2 The term New Shekalim is used for those paid annually. Old Shekalim were those which were paid by men who had failed to pay them in the year when they were due, and paid them in the following year. In those marked burnt offerings, the money for turtle doves was deposited. In those marked doves, money for young doves was deposited, but they were all whole offerings. So says Jehuda. The sages say, in the former, money for both sin offerings and whole offerings was placed, and in the latter only for whole offerings. E3. p28. If one vow, I will furnish wood for the altar, he must not furnish less than 2 cords. If one vow incense, he must not furnish less than a handful. If one vow gold coin, he must not furnish less than a dinar. F16 were for voluntary offerings. What was done with these? Whole offerings were bought for these, the meat of which was sacrificed to God, but the hides belonged to the priests. F2 The following explanation was made by Jehoiada the high priest, of the expression, it is a trespass offering, B hath, in trespassing, trespassed against the Lord. The rule is, with everything coming in under the name of sin or guilt offering, whole offerings are bought, the meat of which is offered up to God and the hides of which belong to the priests, hence the two expressions, a guilt offering for God and a guilt offering for the priests, as it is written, the money for trespass offerings and the money for sin offerings was not brought into the house of the Lord, it belonged to the priests. Footnotes 25:1. Chapter 6. Mishnah A. The 13 chests were used as explained in Mishnah E, and they were shaped like horns, so that a hand could not be inserted from the top. This Mishnah places the number of everything at 13. R. Ishmael composed the 13 rules with which the law is expounded. 25:2 The location of the wood chamber can be determined in Tract Midoth. 25b1 Mishnah B. The priest was a man of blemish, and could not take part in the sacrifices, but was allowed to select and peel the wood used at the altar. 25b2 The ark was hidden during the existence of the first temple in order to save it from the Babylonians, after all hope had been abandoned, and its hiding place was underground. The priests who subsequently took charge probably noticed some sign made by the former generation when the ark was hidden, and this particular priest died as a consequence of his attempt to reveal the secret. 26c1 Mishnah C. That there were 13 gates in the temple is vouched for by Abba Hosea ben Yohanan, but the sages declare, that there were only 7 gates and that the 13 prostrations were made in the direction of the 12 breaches made by the Greeks in the walls of the temple at the time of the Maccabees, and towards the altar, the 12 breaches had been repaired, and each prostration was a mark of gratitude for the good fortune. From the fact, however, that the Mishnah cites 9 of the gates by their names and describes their location, it seems that Abba Hosea ben Yohanan was correct, and had his knowledge of the matter from tradition. 26c2 Concerning the gate Nicanor, it is said that the 2 doors were made in the gate proper, because the gates were very heavy and it required a number of priests and Levites to open them. Hence, in order to facilitate entrance and egress, the 2 doors were added. 27d1 Mishnah D. Because the showbreads were lying on a golden table in the temple, they were not to be placed on marble tables when taken out. 27e1 Mishnah E. When a man paid his half shekel in Jerusalem, he would go to the temple and throw his half shekel into the chest marked New Shekalim. Into the chest marked Old Shekalim, such as had not given pledges for the payment of the Shekalim, and came voluntarily to pay same, would throw their half shekel. One who wished to donate money for specific purposes, example for burnt offerings, etc., would deposit the money in the respectively marked chests. 27e2 Only one of these chests was for donations in general. The other 5 were marked as follows: 1. For the remainder of a sin offering, i.e., money left over from a sum originally intended for the purchase of a sin offering, was thrown into this chest and was used only for sign offerings. The 2nd, for the remainder of guilt offerings. The 3rd, for the remainder of burnt offerings of women who had been confined and of persons suffering from venereal diseases. The 4th, for the remainder of Nazirite offerings, and the 5th, for the remainder of offerings of those afflicted with sores. If anyone had money left over from such offerings, he deposited it in the respectively marked cases. The contents of the chest marked for donations in general were used for the maintenance of the temple. 27e3 Jehuda means to say, that a man who throws money into the chest marked for burnt offerings intends that his offerings p28 should be for the altar only, and not for the benefit of those who eat sacrifices, while the sages differ with him, as stated in the Mishnah. 28f1 Mishnah F. In the preceding Mishnah the remainder of offerings is treated of, and it made no difference how little the remainder was, it could be thrown into the chest. In this Mishnah, the case of a man who vows to bring an offering is spoken of, and a minimum value is placed. 28 F2 Incidentally, we are told that the meat of the sacrifices belonged to the divinity, while the hides belonged to the priests, and what immense sums were realized from the sale of such hides may be gleaned from the mentioned Priester und Cultus, by Buckler. Next, Chapter 7. Index Previous Next. p. 29. Chapter 7. Mishnah, if money is found between the chest marked shekalim and that marked voluntary offerings, it belongs to the chest marked shekalim if it lies nearer to the same, and to the one marked voluntary offerings if it be nearer that. So also does it belong to the voluntary offerings if it be found midway between the two chests. Money found lying between the chests marked wood and incense belongs, if it be nearer the former, to the former, if nearer the latter to the latter, and also to the latter if found midway between the two. Money found lying between the chest marked burnt offerings and the one marked doves for holy offerings belongs to the former if it be nearer the former, and if nearer the latter to the latter, and also to the latter if midway between the two. Money found between ordinary monies and the monies of the second tithes belongs, if nearer the former to the former, if nearer the latter to the latter, and also to the latter if found midway between the two. The rule is, one must be guided by the proximity, even in the case of the less important, but in the event of equidistance, by the greater importance. Money found on the place of the cattle dealers is regarded as second tithe. B1 Money found on the Temple Mount, p. 30, is ordinary. B2 Other money found in Jerusalem generally, during the festivals, is regarded as second tithe, at other times of the year as ordinary. B3 Meat found in the outer court is considered whole offering if in complete joints, if cut in pieces it is sin offering. C1 Meat found in the city is considered peace offering. C2 All such meat must be laid aside for putrefaction, and then be burned in the crematory. Meat found anywhere else in the land is prohibited as carrion, if found in whole joints, if found cut in pieces, it may be eaten, and during the festivals, when a great deal of meat is on hand, even whole joints may be eaten. C3 Cattle found all the way from Jerusalem to Migdal Eder, and in the same vicinity in all directions, are considered, if male, as whole offerings, and if female as peace offerings. R. Jehuda, p. 31, says, if they are fit for Passover offerings they may be used for such purpose, providing Passover is not more than 30 days off. D1. In former days, the finder of such cattle was pledged until he brought the drink offerings belonging to such sacrifices, every finder, however, letting such cattle stand and going on his way, the High Court decreed, that the costs of the drink offerings belonging thereto be defrayed out of the public money. R. Simeon says, 7 decrees were promulgated by that court, and the latter was one of them. Further, if a non-Israelite send whole offerings with the necessary drink offerings from over the sea, they are offered up, but if sent without the necessary drink offerings, the costs of the latter are defrayed from public money. If, again, a proselyte died and left offerings, the drink offerings, if also left by him, are offered up with the others, if not left, the costs of same are defrayed out of public money. It was also a decree of the court, that in the event of a high priest dying, the necessary meat offering should be paid for out of the public treasury. R. Jehuda, however, declared, that this should be done at the expense of the heirs. In both cases 1/10 of an ephah should be offered. Further, that the priests may make use of the salt and the wood, that the priests do not commit a breach of trust when misusing the ashes of the red heifer. G1, lastly, that the public treasury reimburse. p. 32. For paid burnt offerings that had become unfit. G2 R. Jose, however, says, he who contracts for the furnishing of the burnt offerings must reimburse for the spoiled. Footnotes 2901. Chapter 7. Mishnah. There are different degrees of sanctification attached to the several kinds of offerings, some greater and some lesser. In order not to appropriate money belonging to an offering of a greater degree of sanctification to one of a lesser degree, it was decided that proximity of the stray coins should govern the disposition of such money. Where, however, the money was equidistant, it was appropriated to the offerings of a greater degree of sanctification, and the degree may be determined from the Mishnah itself. 29b1 Mishnah B. Because it was rare for priests to visit the cattle market, but the Israelites who at any time came to buy cattle for P30 sacrifices generally bought the same with the money exchanged for their second tithes. 30b2 Money found on the Temple Mount was presumably dropped there by priests. It never occurred that a priest should carry money belonging to the treasury about with him, for even if he drew some money for the purpose of purchasing necessaries, he immediately turned it over to the vendor. Hence, any money which a priest may have lost was his own, and ordinary. 30b3 During the festivals, when all the Israelites congregated in Jerusalem, they brought money only to expend for their second tithes, hence money found in any place is considered as second tithes. 30c1 Mishnah C. Because whole offerings were sacrificed in complete joints, but sin offerings, which were eaten by the priests, were usually cut in pieces. Neither must be eaten, because it might be that the latter had been left over from the preceding day and should be burned, but the distinction is made simply in case one had eaten of the meat that was cut up. If he had eaten of the complete joint, he was certainly guilty, but if he had eaten of the cut meat, it could not be said positively that he was guilty. 30c2 This must also not be eaten, because it may have lain more than 2 days and a night, but if it is eaten, no one is guilty. 30c3 Incidentally, the rule is laid down as to meat found anywhere in Palestine. If the meat is found in whole joints, it is presumed to be carrion left for dogs, and must not be eaten. During the festivals, when meat is plentiful, it is presumed to be slaughtered meat, and may be eaten. 31d1 Mishnah Dr Jehuda states, that if the animal found was a yearling and a male, it is considered a Passover offering, but may be sacrificed only as a peace offering, because a Passover offering must be intended for a stipulated number of persons. The sages, however, say, that on account of the number of whole offerings which were brought at the time, the animal found must not be eaten, for fear lest it be intended for a whole offering and a grave offense be committed. Hence it should be sacrificed as a whole offering only. 31g1 Mishnah G. It was not allowed to appropriate any part of a sacrifice designated for some special use for any other purpose. If this was done, however, it was considered a trespass, and a trespass offering had to be sacrificed as expiation for the sin. The ashes of the red heifer did not come under the above ruling previously, but on account of the frequent misuse of those ashes a decree was promulgated placing them under the same ruling as other parts of sacrifices, which were not to be misappropriated. Subsequently, this Mishnah teaches that, there being no further necessity for the precautionary measure, the decree was reversed and the ashes restored to their former insignificance. This was included among the 7 decrees. 32g2 A special decree had to be promulgated to cover this case. Had this not been done, contractors would have refused to furnish birds for offerings, because there were very many birds used, and it was burdensome to properly care for them. Still, our Jose does not agree to this, claiming that the contractor might use it for other purposes and thus save the sanctuary the loss. According to Maimonides, the halakha prevails according to our Jose. Next, Chapter 8. Index Previous. P33. Chapter 8. Mishnah, all spittle a one to be found in Jerusalem is considered clean, except such as is found at the upper market. Such is the teaching of our Meir. The sages say, in the middle of the street it is at ordinary times unclean, and at the sides of the streets, clean. During the festivals, spittle found in the middle of the street is clean, at the sides it is unclean, because such as are unclean on account of their minority usually walk at the sides of the street. All utensils found on the way towards the plunge bath, in Jerusalem, are unclean, those found on the way from the plunge bath are clean, for they were not carried down to the plunge bath the same way that these were carried up from the plunge bath. So teaches our Meir. Our Jose says, all are clean, with the exception of such baskets, spades, and pickaxes as are used for the bones of the dead. B1. P34. If a butchering knife be found on the 14th day of Nisan, a Passover offering may be slaughtered with it forthwith. If it be found on the 13th, it must be again submerged. C1. A severing knife must be submerged both if found on the 13th or 14th. If the 14th, however, fall on a Sabbath, it may be used for slaughtering forthwith, so also if it be found on the 15th, if it be found together with a butchering knife, it is treated just like the latter. If a curtain in the sanctuary become defiled through some minor uncleanness, D1. It is submerged on the inside of the outer court, and may be put back in its place. If it become defiled through a principal uncleanness, it must be submerged on the outside and then stretched on the rampart, because sunset must be awaited. At the time it is submerged for the first time, it should be spread out on the roof of the gallery, in order that the people may see the beauty of the work. R. Simeon, son of Gamaliel, says in the name of R. Simeon, son of the assistant high priest, that the curtain was 1. P35. Span thick, woven on 72 warp cords, each cord twisted out of 20 threads. It was 40 ells long and 20 ells wide, and made of 82 myriads. E1. 2 such curtains were made yearly. 300 priests were required to submerge it. If meat of the Holy of Holies F1 became defiled, be it through a minor or a principal uncleanness, in the corridor or on the outside, according to the school of Shammai it must all be burnt in the court, except such as had been defiled by a principal uncleanness on the outside. According to the school of Hillel, everything is burnt on the outside except such as had been defiled by a minor uncleanness on the inside. R. Eliezer says, anything that has become defiled through a principal uncleanness, on the outside or on the inside, is burnt on the outside. Anything that has become defiled through a minor uncleanness, either on the inside or the outside, must be burnt on the inside. R. Akiba says, in the place where a thing became defiled, there must it also be burnt. The joints of the daily sacrifice were laid down underneath the half of the altar stairs on the westerly side, those of the additional offerings on the easterly side. The sacrifices of the new moon were placed above the railing on the altar. H1. The payment of shekalim was only obligatory during the time that the temple stood. The tithes from grain, cattle, and the deliverance of the firstlings were enforced during the existence of the temple and even after the temple. H2. If P36. 1. Sanctify shekalim or firstlings, they are considered sanctified. R. Simeon says, if one say, firstlings shall be holy, they are not sanctified. Appendix to Chapter 6, Mishnah A. From the teaching of this Mishnah, we may conclude that the number system of Pythagoras was known and prevailed in the times of the sages of the Mishnah, and accordingly the number 13 was deemed inauspicious even in the earliest days. Therefore many religious ceremonies were established with the express view of convincing the people of the absurdity of their belief. It also seems probable that the sages themselves entertained the superstition, and that they adopted the number 13 in the religious ceremonies as a cure for the mischief believed to have been produced by the inauspicious number. Footnotes. 33:1. Chapter 8. Mishnah A. Concerning this spittle, see Leviticus 15:8. It being impossible that, of all the people congregated in Jerusalem at the times of the festivals, there should not be some who had running issues and whose spittle was unclean, regulations were made where such men were to walk and where not. These regulations are cited by the Mishnah. R. Meir said, that the upper market was the place designated for them, but the sages differ with him, and say, that the regulation was for the healthy men to walk in the middle of the street and the unclean at the sides during the festivals, but the whole year, the order was reversed. It is therefore self-evident, that, wherever the unclean walk, one is liable to contract uncleanness. 33b1 Mishnah B. This Mishnah is explained by Maimonides and translated by Yost in a different manner than we have rendered it, namely, all utensils found wrong side up on the way to the plunge bath are unclean, and those found right side up are clean. This P34 explanation is very complicated, and not in accordance with the literal text and other sources of explanation. Hence we simply translated the literal text and deem it correct. As for the last 3 articles, they are always unclean, on account of being used for bones of the dead, hence, in our opinion, they were never submerged. 34c1 Mishnah C. A butchering knife, being in constant use, is always considered clean, and hence there is no necessity of submerging it. If, however, it be found on the 13th, when there is still 1 day's time, it should be submerged for the sake of precaution. A severing knife, however, is considered the same as any other vessel, and is treated accordingly. 34d1 Mishnah D. For the explanation of the term minor uncleanness, as used in this Mishnah, it is necessary to state the different degrees of uncleanness, which are as follows. A corpse is called the grandparent of uncleanness. One who touches a corpse becomes a father of uncleanness, anything touching the latter is, in turn, a child of uncleanness, anything touched by this latter is a second of uncleanness, and so forth, a third and a fourth. In this Mishnah a minor uncleanness refers to a first of uncleanness, and a principal uncleanness to a father of uncleanness. 35e1 Mishnah E. The Palestinian Talmud asserts, that the amount of the cost of and the number of priests required to submerge the curtain is somewhat exaggerated, but, according to Dr. Buckler's Priester und Kultus, the number of priests is not an exaggeration, and as for the cost, if the smallest existing coin be used for calculation, not even the sum will be exaggerated. 35f1 Mishnah F. For instance, the meat of the sacrifice mentioned in Leviticus 7. 6. 35h1 Mishnah H. This will be explained in Tract Midoth. 35h2 Because the Levites received their sustenance from this source, and having inherited no land from their ancestors, they were P36 supported even after the destruction of the temple by the same means. The details will be found in Tracts Bekaroth, Mosroth, etc. Index next. P3. Tract Rosh Hashanah. Contents. Tract Rosh Hashanah. Introduction to this tract, 19xxii. Synopsis of subjects of this tract, xxiixxvii. Chapter I. Of the 4 New Year's days as kept during the period of the Second Temple, 1-36. Chapter 2. The observers of the new moon before the high court in the city of Jerusalem, 37-44. Chapter 3. Observing the moon by the high court itself, the blowing of the cornet on the New Year's and Jubilee days, 45-52. Chapter 4. When New Year's Day fell on Sabbath, the order of benediction and prayers on the same, 53-66. Next, Introduction to Tract Rosh Hashanah. Index previous next. P19. Introduction to Tract Rosh Hashanah. Notwithstanding the fact that in the history of every nation, especially such as has ever attained to an established form of government, the calendar is a matter of great importance, the scriptures do not in any manner treat of the Jewish calendar. There cannot even be found a fixed time whence the commencement of the year should be reckoned, although there is this passage in Exodus, "This month shall be unto you the chief of months, the first shall it be unto you of the months of the year." Doubtless this may be assumed to point to the month of Nisan, as not only the most important month, but also as the beginning of the year. In another passage, however, we find it written, "and the feast of Ingathering, at the conclusion of the year." This would be a palpable contradiction to the previous passage, were it not for the fact that the words Betzat Hashanah in the quoted passage can be, with perfect accuracy, translated during the year. While such a translation would clear away all doubt as to Nisan being the beginning of the year, it could under no circumstances be applied to the Feast of Tabernacles, which is neither at the conclusion of the year nor during the year, if the beginning of the year be Tishri. Hence the passage should be translated, "and the feast of the Ingathering, which had been completed at the conclusion of the year, i.e., in the months preceding the month of Tishri." In the face of these contradictory terms, we must revert to historical facts which would support one or the other of the above assertions, and we find, that not only the Egyptian rulers, but also the Jewish kings since the time of Solomon, counted the beginning of the year of their accession from the month of Nisan, while other Eastern potentates, such as the Armenian and Chaldean kings, counted the commencement of their year of accession from Tishri. It is not certain whether the Israelites, after their conquest of Canaan, computed their calendar in conformity with that of the country whence they came or with that of the country they had conquered, but it is plain that in the Mishnaic period, or after the erection of the Second Temple, they counted the beginning of the year from Tishri. It may be, however, that their kings, following the example of their predecessors, commenced counting the year of their accession from Nisan, and in all civil contracts and state documents, according to the existing custom, used dates to agree with Nisan as the first month of the year. On the other hand, the priestly tithes, during the days of the erection of the Second Temple, were payable in Elul, which was considered the expiring season of the year, in order to prevent the confusion which might arise from mixing one year's tithes with those of the other. The priestly tithing of fruits was, however, delayed until Shevat, the time when the fruits had already matured on the trees, in order that the various tithes should not be confused and to prevent the priests and Levites from unduly interfering with the affairs of the people. The prehistoric Mishnah, which always formed the law, in conformity with the existing custom, and not vice versa, one found 4 different New Year's days in 4 different months, and, with the object in view of making the custom uniform in all Jewish communities, taught its adherents to observe 4 distinct New Year's days, at the beginning of the 4 respective months in which certain duties were accomplished. Thus the text of the opening Mishnah of this tract, prior to its revision by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, read as follows: there are 4 different New Year's days, viz., the first day of Nisan, the first of Elul, the first of Tishri, and the first of Shebat. The different purposes for which these days were established as New Year's days were well known at that time, and it was therefore deemed unnecessary to specify them. At the time of the new edition of the Mishnah, by Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi, when the temple was out of existence, and consequently tithes were no more biblically obligatory, the latter referring to the first day of Nisan and the first day of Elul as New Year's days, added, by way of commentary, the words, 4 kings and cattle tithe. He also cited the opinions of R. Eliezer and R. Simeon, that the New Year's Day for cattle tithe should not be celebrated separately, but on the general New Year's Day, viz., on the first day of Tishri, as under the then existing circumstances there was no necessity to guard against the confusion of tithes accruing from one year to the other. From this it may be concluded that R. Yehuda Hanassi, in citing the above opinions, alluded to them as being in conformity with his own opinion. To that end he also cites the opinions of the schools of Shammai and Hillel respectively. From the statement in the Mishnah to the effect that there are 4 periods in each year on which the world is judged, it appears that in the Mishnaic period the New Year's Day was considered a day of repentance, and since the principal features of repentance are devotion to God and prayers for forgiveness of sin, Rabbi states, in the Mishnah, that devotion is the only requirement during the days of penitence, i.e., the days between New Year's Day and the Day of Atonement. The legend relating that on the New Year's Day books were opened was yet unknown in Rabbi's time. The story told by R. Kruspide in the name of R. Yohanan, that on New Year's Day books are opened, etc., is taken from the Boraitha, which teaches, 3 books are opened on the Day of Judgment. This Boraitha, however, does not refer to the New Year's Day, but to the day of final resurrection, as explained by Rashi, and that R. Kruspide quotes his story in the name of R. Yohanan proves nothing, for in many instances where teachers were desirous of adding weight to their opinions, they would quote some great teacher as their authority. R. Yohanan himself permitted this method. After Rabbi Yehuda Hanassi had completed the proper Mishnaic arrangement regarding the number of New Year's days, making the principal one the day of memorial, After treating upon the laws governing the sounding of the cornet in an exceedingly brief manner, he dwells upon the custom in vogue at the temple of covering the mouth of the cornet or horn with gold, and declares the duty of sounding the cornet properly discharged if a person passing by the house of worship can hear it. He arranges the prayers accompanying the ceremony in a few words, and then dilates at great length upon the Mishnayot treating of the lunar movements by which alone the Jews were guided in the arrangement of their calendar, upon the manner of receiving the testimony of witnesses, concerning the lunar movements, and upon the phases of the moon as used by Rabban Gamaliel. He then elaborates upon the tradition handed down to him from his ancestors, and also upon the statutes ordained by Ar Yohanan ben Zakkai, enacting that the sages of each generation are the sole arbiters of all regulations and ordinances, and may themselves promulgate decrees even though the basis for such be not found in the Mosaic Code. He also confirms the right of the chief Beth Din, but not of a lower Beth Din, of each respective period, alone to arrange the order of the holidays, on account of the already apparent discontent of the masses, who were bent upon taking the management of these subjects into their own hands. Thus he dilates upon this feature with the minutest exactness and supports his assertions with the decision of his grandfather Rabban Gamaliel, as well as with the decisions of Rabbi Dosa ben Harkinas and Rabbi Jehoshua, to the effect that each generation has only to look for guidance to the Beth Din existing in its own time, and that the opinion rendered by such a Beth Din is as binding and decisive as that of Moses, even though it appear to be erroneous. Such are the contents of this tract, certainly most important from an historical and archaeological point of view. Proceed, then, and study. Footnotes. XX1 facts corroborating this statement will be found in our periodical Baki, Volume 2, p20 et sec. Next, synopsis of subjects of Tract Rosh Hashanah. Index previous next. PXXIII. Synopsis of subjects of Tract Rosh Hashanah. 1. Chapter I. Mishnah I. The first Mishnah ordains New Year's days, viz., 4 kings, for the cattle tithe, 4 ordinary years, and for the planting of trees. A king who ascends the throne on the 29th of Adar must be considered to have reigned 1 year as soon as the 1st of Nisan comes. The exodus from Egypt is reckoned from Nisan. When Aaron died, Sihon was still living. He heard that Aaron was dead and that the clouds of glory had departed. The rule about Nisan only concerned the kings of Israel, but for the kings of other nations, they reckoned from Tishri. Cyrus was a most upright king, and the Hebrews reckoned his years as they did those of the kings of Israel. One is guilty of procrastination. Charity, tithes, the gleanings of the field, that which is forgotten to be gathered in the field, the produce of corners of the field. One is culpable if he does not give forthwith that which he has vowed for charity. In the case of charity it must be given immediately, for the poor are always to be found. The Feast of Weeks falls on the 5th, 6th, or 7th of Sivan. How the law against delay affects a woman. In which month is grain in the early stage of ripening? Only in the month of Nisan. It is also the new year for leap year and for giving the half shekels. Congregational sacrifices brought on the 1st of Nisan should be purchased with the shekels raised for the new year. He who lets a house to another for a year must count as 12 months from day to day, but if the lessee says for this year, even if the transaction takes place on the 1st of Adar, as soon as the 1st of Nisan arrives the year has expired. The 1st of Tishri is the new year for divine judgment. At the beginning of tile year it is determined what shall be at the end of the year. The Supreme Court in heaven does not enter into judgment until the Beth Pxxiv. Din on earth proclaims the new moon. Israel enters for judgment first. If a king and a congregation have a lawsuit, the king enters first. From New Year's Day until the Day of Atonement, slaves used not to return to their homes, neither did they serve their masters, but they ate and drank and rejoiced, with the crown of freedom on their heads. Our Eliezer says, that the world was created in Tishri. Our Joshua says, that the world was created in Nisan. Says our Joshua, God grants the righteous the fulfillment of the years of their life to the very month and day. Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were visited on New Year's Day. Joseph was released from prison on New Year's Day. On New Year's Day the bondage of our fathers in Egypt ceased. The Jewish sages fix the time of the flood according to our Eliezer, and the solstices according to our Joshua, but the sages of other nations fix the time of the flood also as our Joshua does. Whoso vows to derive no benefit from his neighbor for a year must reckon 12 months, from day to day, but if he said for this year, if he made the vow even on the 29th of Elul, as soon as the 1st of Tishri comes that year is complete. The new year for giving tithes is for a tree from the time the fruits form, for grain and olives, when they are 1/3 ripe, and for herbs, when they are gathered. Our Akabo picked the fruit of a citron tree on the 1st of Shevat and gave 2 tithes of them, 1 to 20. Mishnah 2. At 4 periods in each year the world is judged. All are judged on New Year's Day and the sentence is fixed on the Day of Atonement. Our Nathan holds man is judged at all times. God said, "Offer before me the first sheaf of produce on Passover, so that the standing grain may be blessed unto you. Recite before me on New Year's Day the Makioth, that you proclaim me king, the Zikronoth, that your remembrance may come before me, for good, and how? By the sounding of the cornet." 3 circumstances cause a man to remember his sins. 4 things avert the evil decree passed on man, viz., charity, prayer, change of name, and improvement. Some add to these 4 a 5th change of location. 3 books are opened on New Year's Day, 1 for the entirely wicked, 1 for the wholly good, and 1 for the average class of people. The school of Hillel says, "The most compassionate inclines to the side of mercy." Who are those who inspire their fellow men with dread of them? A leader of a community who causes the people to fear him overmuch, without furthering thereby a high purpose. The legend how our Joshua fell sick and our Papa went to visit him. The Holy One, blessed be he, wrapped himself, as does one who recites the prayers for a congregation, and pointing out to Moses the regular order of prayer, said to him, "Whenever Israel sins, let him pray to me after this order, and I shall pardon him." Prayer is helpful for man before or after the decree has been pronounced. The legend of a certain family in Jerusalem whose members died at 18 years of age. They came and informed our Yohanan ben Zakkai. The Creator sees all their hearts and understands all their works, 20 to 28. Mishnah 3. Messengers were sent out in the following 6 months, in Nisan, Abib, Elul, Tishri, Kislev, and in Adar. The legend of the king. Pxxv. Issued a decree forbidding the study of the Torah among the Israelites, or to circumcise their sons, and compelling them to desecrate their Sabbath. Judah b. Shammua and his friends cried aloud, "O heavens! Are we not all brethren? Are we not all the children of one father?" Etc. Samuel said, "I can arrange the calendar for the whole captivity." Rabha used to fast 2 days for the Day of Atonement. Once it happened that he was right, 29 to 34. Mishnahs 4 to 7. For the sake of the 2 months Nisan and Tishri, witnesses may profane the Sabbath. Formerly they profaned the Sabbath for all, but since the destruction of the temple they instituted that might profane the Sabbath only on account of Nisan and Tishri. It once happened that more than 40 pair were on the highway on the Sabbath. Shagbar, the superintendent of Gader, detained them, and Gamaliel sent and dismissed him. It once happened, that Tobias the physician, his son, and his freed slave saw the new moon in Jerusalem. The explanation of the passage Exodus 12. 1. By our Simeon and the rabbis. Who are incompetent witnesses, gamblers with dice, etc., 34 to 36. Chapter 2. Mishnahs I to 4. If the Beth Din did not know, another was sent with him to testify in his behalf. It once happened that our Nihare went to Ashat on the Sabbath to testify of one witness. The legend how the Boethusians appointed false witnesses. Formerly bonfires were lighted, but when the Cuthians practiced their deceit, it was ordained that messengers should be sent out. There are 4 kinds of cedars. The whole country looked like a blazing fire. Each Israelite took a torch in his hand and ascended to the roof of his house. Great feasts were made for in order to induce them to come frequently. How were the witnesses examined? The sun never faces the concave of the crescent or the concave of a rainbow. We have seen the reflection in the water, or through a metal mirror, or in the clouds. Their testimony is not to be accepted. The chief of the Beth Din says, "It is consecrated," and all the people repeated after him, "It is consecrated, it is consecrated." Polemo teaches, when the new moon appeared at its proper time, they used not to consecrate it, 37-42. Mishnahs v and 6. Gamaliel had on a tablet, and on the wall of his upper room, illustrations of the various phases of the moon. Is this permitted? Yeah, he had them made to teach by means of them. It happened once, that 2 witnesses came and said, "We saw the moon in the eastern part in the morning and in the western part in the evening." Yohanan b. Nuri declared them to be false witnesses. 2 other witnesses came and said, "We saw the moon on its proper day, but could not see it on the next evening." Gamaliel received them, but Dosa b. Harkinas said, "They are false witnesses." Joshua approved his opinion. Upon this, Pxxvi. Gamaliel ordered the former to appear before him on the Day of Atonement, according to his computation, with his staff and with money. What Joshua did, and what Akiba and Dosa b. Harkinas said about it? What Arhiah said when he saw the old moon yet on the morning of the 29th day. Rabbi said to Arhiah, "Go to Enteb and consecrate the month, and send back to me as a password, David the king of Israel still lives." The consecration of the moon cannot take place at a period less than 29.5 days, 2/3, and 0.0052 of an hour. Even if the commonest of the common is appointed leader by a community, he must be considered as the noblest of the nobility. A judge is to be held, in his days, equal in authority with the greatest of his antecedents. Gamaliel said to Joshua, "Happy is the generation in which the leaders listen to their followers, and through this the followers consider it so much the more their duty." 42-44. Chapter 3. Mishnah I. If the Beth Din and all Israel saw, but there was no time to proclaim, "It is consecrated," before it has become dark, the month is intercalary. When 3 who formed a Beth Din saw it, 2 should stand up as witnesses and substitute 2 of their learned friends with the remaining 1. No greater authority than Moses, our master, yet God said to him that Aaron should act with him. No witness of a crime may act as judge, but in civil cases he may. 45-46. Mishnahs 2-4. Concerning what kind of cornets may be used on New Year's and Jubilee days. Some words in the scripture which the rabbis could not explain, until they heard the people speak among themselves. The cornet used on the New Year was a straight horn of a wild goat, the mouthpiece covered with gold. The Jubilee and the New Year's Day were alike in respect to the sounding and the benedictions, but Jehuda's opinion was different. Jehuda holds that on New Year's Day the more bent in spirit a man is, and on the Day of Atonement the more upright he is, the better, but Levi holds the contrary. On the fast days 2 crooked ram's horns were used, their mouthpieces being covered with silver. According to whom do we nowadays pray, "This day celebrates the beginning of thy work, a memorial of the first day"? It is unlawful to use a cornet that has been split and afterwards joined together. If one should happen to pass by a synagogue, or live close by it and should hear the cornet, he will have complied with the requirements of the law. If one covered a cornet on the inside with gold, it might not be used. If one heard a part of the sounds of the cornet in the pit, and the rest at the pit's mouth, he has done his duty. If one blew the first sound, and prolonged the second as long as 2, it is only reckoned as 1. If one who listened paid the proper attention, but he that Pxxvii blew the cornet did not, or vice versa, they have not done their duty until both blower and listener pay proper attention. If special attention in fulfilling a commandment or doing a transgression is necessary or not. As long as Israel looked to heaven for aid, and directed their hearts devoutly to their Father in heaven, they prevailed, but when they ceased to do so, they failed. All are obliged to hear the sounding of the cornet, priests, Levites, and Israelites, proselytes, freed slaves, a monstrosity, a hermaphrodite, and one who is half slave and half free. One may not say the benediction over bread for guests unless he eats with them, but he may for the members of the family, to initiate them into their religious duties. 46-52. Chapter 4. Mishnahs 1-4. Regarding if the new year fall on Sabbath. Where the shofar should be blown after the temple was destroyed. What was the difference between Jamnia and Jerusalem? Once it happened that New Year's Day fell on the Sabbath, and all the cities gathered together. Said Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai to the Bnei Betharah, let us sound. First, said they, let us discuss. Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai ordained that the palm branch should everywhere be taken 7 days, in commemoration of the temple. Since the destruction of the temple, Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai ordained that it should be prohibited the whole of the day of waving. Once the witnesses were delayed in coming, and they disturbed the song of the Levites. They then ordained that evidence should only be received until the afternoon service. Concerning what songs the Levites had to sing every day from the Psalms. What did the Levites sing when the additional sacrifices were being offered on the Sabbath? What did they sing at the Sabbath afternoon service? According to tradition, a corresponding number of times was the Sanhedrin exiled. The witnesses need only go to the meeting place. Priests may not ascend the platform in sandals, to bless the people, and this is one of the 9 ordinances instituted by Ar Yohanan b. Zakkai, 53-57. Mishnah V regarding the order of the benedictions on New Year's Day at the morning prayer, additional prayers, and at what time the cornet must be blown, etc. What passages from the scriptures are selected for additional prayers on New Year's Day? To what do the 10 scriptural passages used for the Makioth correspond? How many passages must be recited from Pentateuch, prophets, and hagiographa? We must not mention the remembrance of the individual, even if the passage speaks of pleasant things. What are the passages which must be said in the benediction of Makioth, Zikronoth, and the Shopfroth? R. Elazar B. R. Jose says, the Vatican used to conclude with a passage from the Pentateuch. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is our Lord, may be used in the Makioth. The second of those who act as ministers of the congregation on the feast of New Year shall cause another to sound the cornet on days when the Hallel is read. Pxxvii. We are permitted to occupy ourselves with teaching until they learn, even on the Sabbath. The order, and how many times it must be blown, also, the different sounds and the names of them. How all this is deduced from the Bible, and the difference of opinions between the sages. Generally the soundings of the cornet do not interfere with each other, nor do the benedictions, but on New Year's Day and the Day of Atonement they do. R. Papa B. Samuel rose to recite his prayers. Said he to his attendant, when I nod to you, sound for me. Rabha said to him, that this may only be done in the congregation. A man should always first prepare himself for prayer, and then pray. R. Jehuda prayed only once in 30 days, 57-66. Footnotes. XXIII 1 Introduction to Synopsis of Tract Sabbath, Volume I, PXXIX. Next, Chapter I. Index Previous Next. P1. New Year. Chapter I. The ordinances about the New Years of the Jewish calendar, the messengers that were sent out from Jerusalem and at which period of the year the world is divinely judged. Mishnah I. There are 4 New Year days, viz., the first of Nisan is New Year for kings and for festivals, 1 the first of Elul is New Year for the cattle tithe, 2 but according to our Eliezer and our Simeon, it is on the first of Tishri. The first of Tishri is New Year's Day, 4 ordinary years, and for Sabbatic years 3 and Jubilees, and also for the planting of trees 4 and for herbs. 5 On the first day of Shevat is the new year for trees, 6 according to the school of Shammai, but the school of Hillel says it is on the 15th of the same month. 7. Gemara, 4 Kings. Why is it necessary to appoint such a day? Said Arhista, on account of documents. So that in the case of mortgages, one may know which is the first and which is the second by means of P2. The year of the king's reign mentioned in the documents. The rabbis taught, a king who ascends the throne on the 29th of Adar must be considered to have reigned 1 year as soon as the 1st of Nisan comes, but if he ascends the throne on the 1st of Nisan he is not considered to have reigned 1 year until the 1st of Nisan of the following year. From this we infer, that only Nisan is the commencement of years for kings, that even a fraction of a year is considered a year, and that if a king ascends the throne on the 1st of Nisan, he is not considered to have reigned 1 year until the next 1st of Nisan, although he may have been elected in Adar. The Boraitha teaches this lest one say that the year should be reckoned from the day of election, and therefore the king would begin his second year. The rabbis taught, if a king die in Adar, and his successor ascend the throne in Adar, the year of the king or the year of the new king. If a king die in Nisan, and his successor ascend the throne in Nisan, the same is the case. But if a king die in Adar, and his successor does not ascend the throne until Nisan, then the year ending with Adar should be referred to as the year of the dead king, and from Nisan it should be referred to as that of his successor. 1. Is this not self-evident? The case here mentioned refers to an instance where the new king was a son of the deceased, and, while ascending the throne in Nisan, had been elected in the month of Adar, and being the king's son, it might be assumed that he was king immediately after his election, and thus the following 1st of Nisan would inaugurate the second year of his reign. He comes to teach us that such is not the case. R. Yohanan says, whence do we deduce that we reckon the commencement of years of kings, only from Nisan? Because it is written, and it came to pass in the 480th year after the going forth of the children of Israel out of the land of Egypt, in the 4th year of the month Ziv, which is the second month of the reign of Solomon over Israel. Thus the scriptures establish an analogy between the reign of Solomon and the exodus from Egypt. As the exodus from Egypt is reckoned from Nisan. P3. So also is the reign of Solomon reckoned from Nisan. But how do we know that the exodus even should be reckoned from Nisan? Perhaps we should reckon it from Tishri. This would be improper, for it is written, and Aaron, the priest, went up into Mount Hor at the commandment of the Lord, and died there, in the 40th year after the children of Israel were come out of the land of Egypt, on the 1st day of the 5th month. And it is written, and it came to pass in the 40th year, in the 11th month, on the 1st day of the month, Moses spake, etc. Since he mentions the 5th month, which is certainly ABH, and he speaks of the 40th year, it is clear that Tishri is not the beginning of years. This argument would be correct as far as the former case is concerned, for the text specifically mentions the Exodus, but in the latter case, how can we tell that means from the Exodus? Perhaps it means from the raising of the tabernacle in the wilderness. From the fact that our Papa stated further on, that the 20th year is mentioned twice for the sake of a comparison by analogy, we must assume that the analogy of expression the 40th year signifies also, 1 as in the former case it means 40 years from the time of the Exodus, so also in the latter case. But whence do we know that the incident that took place in ABH happened before which is related as happening in Shevat? Perhaps the Shevat incident happened first. It is not reasonable to suppose this, for it is written, after he had slain Sihon the king of the Amorites, and when Aaron died Sihon was still living. Thus it is written, and the Canaanite, the king of Arad, heard. What did he hear? He heard that Aaron was dead, and that the clouds of glory had departed. 2. How can we make any such comparison? In the one place it speaks of the Canaanite. P4. And in the other of Sihon. We have learned in a Baraitha that Sihon, Arad, and the Canaanite are identical. This opinion of our Yohanan is quite correct, for we find that a Baraitha quotes all the verses that he quotes here, and arrives at the same conclusion. R. Histah says, the rule of the Mishnah that the year of the kings begins with Nisan refers to the kings of Israel only, but for the kings of other nations it commences from Tishri. As it is said, the words of Nehemiah, the son of Hakaliah. And it came to pass in the month of Kislev, in the 20th year, etc. And it is written, and it came to pass in the month Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, etc. Since Hanani stood before Nehemiah in Kislev, and the Bible speaks of it as the 20th year, and since Nehemiah stood before the king in Nisan, and the text calls it also the 20th year, it is clear that the new year is not Nisan. This would be correct as far as the latter quotation is concerned, for it specifically mentions Artaxerxes, but in the former verse how do we know that it refers to Artaxerxes? Perhaps it refers to another event altogether. Says our Papa, since in the first passage we read the 20th year and in the second we read the 20th year, we may deduce by analogy that as in the one case Artaxerxes is meant, so is he meant also in the other. But how do we know that the event, recorded as having occurred in Kislev, and not the Nisan incident, happened first? This we know from a Baraitha, where it reads, the same words which Hanani said to Nehemiah in Kislev, the latter repeated to the king in Nisan, as it is said. The words of Nehemiah, son of Hakaliah. And it came to pass in the month of Kislev, in the 20th year, as I was in Shushan the capital, that Hanani, one of my brethren came, and certain men of Judah. And the gates thereof are burned with fire. And it also said, and it came to pass in the month of Nisan, in the 20th year of Artaxerxes the king, that wine was before him. So it pleased the king to send me, and I set him a time. R. Joseph raised an objection. It is written, in the 24th day of the 6th month, in the 2nd year of Darius. And it is also written, in the 2nd year, in the 7th month, in the 21st. P5. Day of the month. 1. If the rule is that Tishri is the beginning of years for non-Jewish kings, should not the text read in the 3rd year of Darius instead of the 2nd year? Our Abahu answered, Cyrus was a most upright king, and the Hebrews reckoned his years as they did those of the kings of Israel. R. Joseph opposed this. First, if that were so, there are texts that would contradict each other, for it is written, and this house was finished on the 3rd day of the month Adar, which was in the 6th year of the reign of Darius the king. And we have learned in a Baraitha, at the same time in the following year Ezra and the children of the captivity went up from Babylon, and the Bible says about this, and he came to Jerusalem in the 5th month in the 7th year of the king. But if the rule is should not the text say the 8th year? Secondly, how can these texts be compared? In the one place it speaks of Cyrus, and in the other of Darius. We have learned in a Baraitha that Darius, Cyrus, and Artaxerxes are all one and the same person. And for festivals, do then the festivals commence on the 1st of Nisan? Do they not begin on the 15th of that month? Histah answered, the month that contains that festival which is called the New Year for festivals. What difference does it make? It makes a difference to one who has made a vow, because through this festival he becomes culpable of breaking the law, thou shalt not slack to pay. 2. And this is according to the opinion of our Simeon, who says, that the 3 festivals must have passed by in their regular order, with Passover as the first. Thus was also the dictum of our Simeon ben Jacques, who stated that the law against procrastination, p6, may be violated at times only when 5 festivals had passed by in their regular order, at other times when 4, and again when 3 festivals had passed, i.e., if the vow was made before the feast of Pentecost he becomes guilty of procrastination only when Pentecost, Tabernacles, Passover, and again Pentecost and Tabernacles had passed by. If the vow was made before Tabernacles then he becomes guilty. The rabbis taught, as soon as 3 festivals have passed by and the following duties have not been fulfilled, one is guilty of procrastination, and these are, the vow of one who says, I will give the worth of myself, or, I will give what I am estimated to be worth, or the vow concerning objects, the use of which one has forsworn, or which one has consecrated, or sin offerings, guilt offerings, burnt offerings, peace offerings, charity, tithes, the firstlings, the paschal offerings, the gleanings of the field, that which is forgotten to be gathered in the field, the produce of the corner of the field. 1 R. Simeon says, the festivals must pass by in their regular order, with Passover as the first. And R. Meir says, as soon as even one festival has elapsed and the vow has not been kept, the law is infringed. R. Eliezer ben Jacob says, as soon as 2 festivals have elapsed the law is infringed, but R. Eliezer ben Simeon says, only the passing of the Feast of Tabernacles causes the infringement of the law. What is the reason of the first Tana? Since in the text has been speaking of the 3 festivals, why does it repeat, on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, on the Feast of Weeks, and on the Feast of Tabernacles? This signifies that when Tabernacles, Passover, Pentecost, and again Tabernacles had passed, but if the vow was made before Passover, then the man becomes guilty if he allows the 3 festivals to pass by in their regular order. Infer from this that the festivals must pass in the order just mentioned before one is guilty of procrastination. R. Simeon says, it was not necessary to repeat on the Feast of Tabernacles, because the text was speaking of that festival. Why, then, does it repeat it? To teach us that Tabernacles shall be the last of the 3 festivals. R. Meir. p. 7. Arrives at his opinion because it is mentioned of each festival, thou shalt come there, and ye shall bring there, were treating of that feast. Why, then, was it mentioned? To indicate that that particular feast is the one that causes the infringement of the law. What do R. Meir and R. Eliezer ben Jacob deduce from the superfluous passage on the Feast of Unleavened Bread, on the Feast of Weeks, and on the Feast of Tabernacles? They use this verse, according to R. Eliezer, who says in the name of R. Ashiya, who said, whence do we know that the law of compensation 1 applies to the Feast of Weeks? For this very reason the Bible repeats the 3 festivals, and he institutes a comparison between Pentecost and Passover, and as the law of compensation applies to Passover for 7 days, so also does it apply to Pentecost for 7 days. Why, then, do the scriptures find it necessary to repeat the words, in the Feast of Tabernacles? To compare it with the Feast of Passover, as during Passover it was obligatory to stay overnight, so was it also necessary during the Feast of Tabernacles. But how do we know that it was obligatory during the Feast of Unleavened Bread? It is written, thou shalt turn in the morning, and go unto thy tents. Whence do we deduce this? The rabbis taught, it is written, when thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not delay to pay it. Perhaps these words only apply to a vow. How do we know that they may also be applied to a voluntary offering? In the passage just quoted we read vow, and in another place we find but if the sacrifice of his offering be a vow or a voluntary offering. p. 8. As in the latter instance the voluntary offering is included, so is also the former, unto the Lord thy God, i.e., offerings expressed by I will give the value of myself, etc., and other objects mentioned above, thou shalt not slack to pay it, i.e., the object promised must be given and not anything in exchange for it, 1 for he will surely require it, i.e., the sin, guilt, burnt, and peace offerings, the Lord thy God. These words refer to offerings of charity, tithes, and firstlings. Of this refers to the gleanings, that which is forgotten in the field and the produce of the corner of the field, and it would be sin in thee, i.e., in thee and not in thy sacrifice. The rabbis taught, it is written, what is gone out of thy lips, this refers to the positive commandments, thou shalt keep, refers to the negative commandments, and perform, is a warning to the Beth Din, according as thou hast vowed, refers to vows, to the Lord thy God, refers to sin, guilt, burnt, and peace offerings, voluntarily, means just what it is, which thou hast spoken, refers to the sanctified objects devoted to the temple for repairs, etc., with thy mouth, refers to charity. Says Rabha, one is culpable if he does not give forthwith that which he has vowed for charity. Why so? Because there are always poor people. Is this not self-evident? One might suppose that, since the law prohibiting delay is found in connection with the duty of giving charity and also of bringing the various voluntary offerings, it would apply to both, and it would not be infringed until the 3 festivals had elapsed. He comes to teach us, in the latter case the infringement of the law depends on the festivals, but in the case of charity it must be given immediately, for the poor are always to be found. And Rabha said again, as soon as 3 festivals have passed, he daily transgresses the law against delay. An objection was raised. As soon as a year, containing 3 festivals or not, has passed, be it a firstling or any of the holy offerings, transgresses daily the law against delay. It is quite possible that the 3 festivals may elapse and yet a year may not go by, but how can it happen that a year may pass and the 3 festivals should not occur? It may happen according to those who say in their regular order, but according to those who do not say in their regular order, how can such a case occur? This would be correct according to Rabbi, and it occurs in a leap year, when one consecrates anything after the feast of Passover, for when the end of the 2nd Adar has arrived, a year has elapsed, yet the 3 festivals have not passed by in their regular order. But how can such a case occur according to the rabbis? It can happen as our Shemaiah teaches, Pentecost falls on the 5th, 6th, or 7th of Sivan. How is this possible? In a year when the months of Nisan and Iyar have 30 days each, Pentecost falls on the 5th of Sivan, when they each have 29 days, Pentecost falls on the 7th of Sivan, but when the one has 29 days and the other has 30 days, Pentecost falls on the 6th of Sivan. R. Zerah asked, how does the law against delay affect an heir? Shall we argue that the law says, when thou shalt vow, but the heir has not vowed, or shall we infer from the passage, and thither shalt thou come? And ye shall bring, that the heir is also in duty bound to bring with him? Come and hear. Arhaya taught, it is written in this connection, of thee, and this excludes the heir. But did we not say above that these words refer to the gleanings, etc.? The text uses the word me'imic, which we can explain to mean both the successor and the gleanings, etc. R. Zerah also asked, how does the law against delay affect a woman? Shall I say that since she is not obligated to appear the law does not apply to her? Or perhaps it is her duty to go there because she is included in the law to rejoice? Certainly, answered Abai, she is bound by this law because it is her duty to rejoice. P10. The schoolman asked, from when do we count the beginning of the year for a firstling? Answered Abai, from the moment it is born, but our Ahabi. Jacob said, from the moment it is acceptable as an offering. They do not differ, for the former rabbi refers to an unblemished animal and the latter to one with a blemish. May, then, a blemished animal be eaten? Yes, if we are sure it was born after the full period of gestation. The rabbis taught, the 1st of Nisan is the new year for months, for leap years, for giving the half shekels, and, some say, also for the rental of houses. Whence do we know for months? From the passage where it is written, this month shall be unto you the beginning of months, it shall be the 1st month of the year to you. It is also written, observe the month of Aviv. In which month is grain in the early stage of ripening? I can say only Nisan, and the law calls it the 1st. Could I not say Adar? Nay, for the grain must be ripening during the major portion of the month. Is it then written that the grain must be ripening the major portion of the month? Therefore, says Rabbina, the sages do not find in the Pentateuch, but in the book of Esther, where it is clearly stated, in the 1st month, that is, the month Nisan. For leap years. Do we, then, count leap years from Nisan? Does not a Boraitha teach us that Adar only is the intercalary month? Answered Rn Ahman B. Itzhak, the words for leap years mean here the termination of leap years, one, and Artana speaks of the beginning of the leap year and not the end. For giving the half shekels. Whence do we deduce this? Said R. Yoshia, in Num XXVIII. 14. This is the burnt offering of the new moon throughout the months of the year. The scriptures say proclaim it a new month, and also bring a sacrifice from the new products. We make a comparison between the words year used in this passage and in EX 12. 2. P11. It shall be the first month of the year to you, and deduce that they both refer to Nisan. R. Jehuda says in the name of Samuel, it is required that the congregational sacrifices one brought on the first of Nisan should be purchased with the shekels collected for the new year, but if the sacrifice was bought with the funds obtained from the former year's funds, it is acceptable, yet the law was but imperfectly complied with. We have also learned the same in a Boraitha with the addition that, if an individual offers from his own property, they are acceptable, but he must first present them to the congregation. Is this not self-evident? Nay, it may be feared that one will not give them to the congregation with a free will, and this, he teaches us, is not worthy of consideration. And the reason that Artana does not mention that Nisan is a new year for the giving of shekels also, is because it is said above that if one has brought an offering he has done his duty, therefore he could not make Nisan absolutely binding as a new year for the sacrifices. It is said above, and some say also for the rental of houses. The rabbis taught, he who lets a house to another for a year, should count as 12 months from day to day, but if the lessee says for this year, even if the transaction takes place on the 1st of Adar, as soon as the 1st of Nisan arrives, the year has expired. Can you not say Tishri? Nay, it is generally understood that if a man rents a house in the autumn he rents it for the whole of the rainy season. And the Tana of the first part of the above Boraitha, and also our Tana both are of the opinion that in Nisan, too, bad weather sometimes prevails. On the 1st of Elul is the new year for the cattle tithes. According to whose opinion is this? Says R. Joseph, it is according to Rabbi's own opinion which he formed in accordance with the opinions of different Tannim. With regard to the festivals he holds with R. Simeon, and with regard to the cattle tithe he holds to the opinion of R. Meir. If that is so, are there not p12 5 beginnings of years instead of 4? Rabha answered that the Mishnah mentioned only the 4, which are not disputed by anyone. According to R. Meir there are 4, if that for the festivals be excluded, and according to R. Simeon there are 4, if that for the cattle tithes be excluded. Rn Ahman bar Itzhak, however, says, the Mishnah means that there are 4 in which there are many beginnings of years. According to R. Eliezer and R. Simeon it is on the 1st of Tishri. R. Yohanan says, both of them deduce their opinion by the same scriptural passage. It is written, the meadows are clothed with flocks, the valleys also are covered with corn, men shout for joy, they also sing. R. Meir thinks of these words, when are the meadows clothed with flocks? At the season when the valleys are covered with corn. And when are the valleys covered with corn? About Adar. The flocks conceive in Adar and produce their young in Abh, consequently the beginning of the year is Elul. R. Eliezer and R. Simeon, however, say, when are the meadows clothed with flocks? At the season when they shout and sing. When do the ears of corn send up a hymn of praise? In Nisan. Now, the sheep conceive in Nisan and produce in Elul, consequently the beginning of the year is Tishri. But Rabha says, all agree that only Adar is the time when the meadows are clothed with flocks, and the valleys are covered with corn. But they differ about this passage, thou shalt truly tithe, and we see that the text here speaks of 2 tithes, viz., of cattle and of grain. R. Meir thinks that the following comparison may be instituted between the two, just as the tithe of grain must be given in the month nearest to the time it is reaped, so that of cattle must be given in the month nearest to the one in which they are born. R. Eliezer and R. Simeon, however, are of the opinion that another comparison may be instituted between these tithes, viz., just as the beginning of the year for giving the tithe of grain is Tishri, so also is Tishri for that of cattle. The first of Tishri is the New Year's Day for ordinary years. For what purpose is this rule? Answers are Zera, to determine the equinoxes, and this agrees with the opinion of R. Eliezer, who says that the world was created. P. 13. In Tishri, but R. Nahman says for divine judgment, as it is written, from the beginning of the year till the end of the year, i.e., at the beginning of the year it is determined what shall be at the end of the year. But whence do we know that this means Tishri? It is written, blow on the new moon the cornet at the time when it is hidden, one on our solemn feast day. What feast is it on which the moon is hidden? We can only say Rosh Hashanah, and of this day it is written, for it is a statute unto Israel, a judgment for the God of Jacob. The rabbis taught, it is a statute unto Israel, whence we infer that the heavenly court of judgment does not enter into judgment until the Beth Din on earth proclaims the new moon. Another Boraitha states, it is written, it is a statute unto Israel. From this it appears that only for Israel. Whence do we know it is so also for other nations? Therefore it is written, it is the day of judgment of the God of Jacob. Why, then, is Israel mentioned? To inform us that Israel comes in for judgment first. This is in accordance with the saying of our Hisdah, if a king and a congregation have a lawsuit, the king enters first, as it is said, the cause of his servant and the cause of his people. Why so? Because it is not customary to let a king wait outside. For the computation of Sabbatic years. On what scriptural passage is this based? On Leviticus XXV. 4, which reads, but in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of rest unto the land, and he deduces by analogy from the word year in this passage and in the following, from the beginning of the year, which surely refers to Tishri. And Jubilees. Do, then, Jubilees begin on the 1st of Tishri? Do they not begin on the 10th, as it is written, on the day of atonement shall ye make the cornet sound throughout all your land? Our Mishnah is in accordance with our Ishmael the son of our Yohanan ben Berekah of the following Boraitha, it is written, ye shall sanctify the year, the 50th year. Why was it necessary to repeat the word year? Because in the same connection it, p. 14, is said, on the day of atonement shall ye make the cornet sound, and one might suppose that the Jubilee is sanctified only from the day of atonement. Therefore the word year is repeated to teach us that by the words ye shall sanctify the 50th year is meant, that from the very beginning of the year the Jubilee commences to be consecrated. From this our Ishmael the son of our Yohanan b. Berekah says, from New Year's Day until the Day of Atonement slaves were not wont to return to their homes, neither did they serve their masters, but they ate and drank and rejoiced with the crown of freedom on their heads. As soon as the Day of Atonement arrived the Beth Din ordered the cornet to be blown and the slaves returned to their own homes, and estates reverted to their owners. We have learned in another Boraitha, it is a jubilee. What is meant by? Since it is said, and ye shall sanctify the 50th year, one might think that, as at the beginning of the year the jubilee commences to be sanctified, the sanctification should be extended to the after the end of the year, and be not surprised at such a teaching, since it is customary to add from the non-sanctified to the sanctified. Hence the necessity of the words in the passage, a jubilee shall that 50th year be unto you, i.e., the 50th year shall be hallowed, and not the 51st, but the rabbis, whence do they derive the regulation that the 51st year is not sanctified? Because it is plainly written the 50th year and not the 51st. This excludes the opinion of R. Jehuda who holds that the Jubilee year is added at the beginning and end. 1. The rabbis taught Job hell high, even if the people have not relinquished, even if the cornet is not sounded, shall we also say even if slaves are not released? Hence the word high is used, so says R. Jehuda. R. Jose says, it is a jubilee, even if debts are not relinquished and slaves are not released, shall we also say even if the cornet is not sounded? Hence the word high is used. Since one passage includes and the other. p. 15. Passage exempts. Why should we say it is a jubilee even if they have not released slaves, but that it is not a jubilee if they failed to sound the cornet? Because it is possible that sometimes and yet there are no slaves to release, but a jubilee can never occur without the sounding of the cornet. Another explanation is, that is the duty of the Beth Din, while is the duty of the individual, and we cannot be sure that he will perform it. That he gives this additional explanation? That it is impossible that not one slave should be found somewhere to be released. Therefore that the blowing of the cornet is the duty of the Beth Din. R. Hayabi. Abba, however, said in the name of R. Yohanan, the foregoing are the words of R. Jehuda and R. Jose, but the masters hold that all three conditions may prevent the fulfillment, because they hold that the word high should be explained as to the subjects mentioned in the passage in which it occurs, and in the preceding and the following passages also. But is it not written, a jubilee, which certainly means to add something not mentioned previously? This additional word refers to the lands outside of Palestine, where the jubilee must also be enforced. If so, what then is the intent of the words throughout the land? That at the time when liberty is proclaimed throughout the land it should be proclaimed outside the land, but if it is not proclaimed in the land, it need not be proclaimed outside the land. And also for the planting of trees. Whence do we deduce this? From Leviticus 19:23, where it is written, 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised, and also, but in the 4th year. We compare the term year used here with that of Deuteronomy 11:12, from the beginning of the year, and deduce by analogy that they both mean Tishri. The rabbis taught, for one who plants, slips, or grafts in the 6th year, 30 days. p. 16. Before the New Year's Day, a year is considered to have passed, and he is permitted to use, during the Sabbatic year, but less than 30 days are not to be considered a year, and the fruits may not be used, but are prohibited until the 15th of Shevat, whether it be because they come under the category of uncircumcised or under the category of 4th year planting. Whence do we deduce this? R. Hayabar Abba said in the name of R. Yohanan or R. Jana, the verse says, and in the 4th year. And in the 5th year, i.e., it may happen that in the 4th year is prohibited because it is still uncircumcised, and in the 5th year because it is still the product of the 4th year. We have learned R. Eliezer says, in Tishri the world was created, the patriarchs Abraham and Jacob were born and died, Isaac was born on the Passover, on New Year's Day Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were visited with the blessing of children, Joseph was released from prison, and the bondage of our fathers in Egypt ceased, in Nisan our ancestors were redeemed from Egypt, and in Tishri we shall again be redeemed. R. Jehoshua says, in Nisan the world was created, and in the same month the patriarchs were born, and in Nisan they also died, Isaac was born on the Passover, on New Year's Day Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were visited, Joseph was released from prison, and the bondage of our fathers in Egypt ceased. In Nisan our ancestors were redeemed from Egypt, and in the same month we shall again be redeemed. We have learned in a Boraitha R. Eliezer says, whence do we know that the world was created in Tishri? From the scriptural verse, in which it is written, and God said, let the earth bring forth grass, the herb yielding seed, and the fruit tree, etc. In what month does the earth bring forth grass, and at the same time the trees are full of fruit? Let us say Tishri, and that time of the year was the autumn, the rain descended and the fruits flourished, as it is written, but there went up a mist from the earth, etc. R. Jehoshua says, whence do we know that the world was created in Nisan? From the scriptural verse, in which it is written, and the earth brought forth grass, and herb yielding seed, and the tree yielding fruit, etc. In which month is the earth covered with grass the trees bring forth fruit? Let us say Nisan, and at that time animals, domestic and wild, and birds mate, as it is said, the meadows are clothed with flocks, etc. Further says R. Eliezer, whence do we know that the patriarchs were born in Tishri? From the passage, And all the men of Israel assembled themselves unto King Solomon at the feast, in the month Ethanim, which is the 7th month, i.e., the month in which Ethanim, the strong ones of the earth, were born. How do we know that the expression Ethan means strength? It is written Ethan Moshaveka, strong is thy dwelling place, and it is also written, Hear ye, O mountains, the Lord's controversy, and ye strong foundations, etc. R. Jehoshua, however, says, Whence do we know that the patriarchs were born in Nisan? From I Kings 6. 1, where it says, In the 4th year, in the month Ziv, which is the 2nd month, etc., which means in that month in which the glorious ones of the earth were already born. Whether the patriarchs were born in Nisan or Tishri, the day of their death occurred in the same month as that in which they were born, as it is written, Moses said, I am 120 years old today. The word today implies just this day my days and years are complete, for the Holy One, blessed be He, grants the righteous the fulfillment of the years of their life to the very month and day, as it is said, the number of thy days will I make full. Isaac was born in Nisan. Whence do we know this? It is written, At the next festival I will return to thee, and Sarah will have a son. What festival was it when he said this? Shall I say it was Passover, and he referred to Pentecost? That cannot be, for what woman bears children after 50 days gestation? If I say it was Pentecost, and he referred to Tishri, a similar objection might be raised, for who bears children after 5 months gestation? If I say it was Tabernacles, and he referred to Passover, a similar objection may be made, for who bears children in the 6th month of gestation? This last objection could be answered according to the following Boraitha. We have learnt that that year was a leap year, and Marzutra says that although a child born after 9 months gestation is never born during the month, still a 7 months child can be born before the 7th month is complete, as it is said, and it came to pass, Liti Kuphat Ha-Yamam, the minimum of Tikuphat 1 is 2 and of Yamam is also 2. Whence do we know that Sarah, Rachel, and Hannah were visited on New Year's Day? Says R. Eleazar, by comparing the expression visit that occurs in one passage with the word visit that occurs in another passage, and also by treating the expression remember in the same way. It is written concerning Rachel, and God remembered Rachel, and of Hannah it is written, and God remembered her. He institutes an analogy between the word remember used in these passages and in connection with New Year's Day, which is called a Sabbath, a memorial of blowing of cornets. It is also written concerning Hannah, and the Lord visited Hannah, and of Sarah it is written, and the Lord visited Sarah, and by analogy all these events took place on the same day. Whence do we know that Joseph was released from prison on New Year's Day? From Psalmlxi, in verses 4, 5, it is written, Blow on the new moon the cornet at the appointed time on the day of our feast, for this is a statute for Israel. In verse 5 of the same psalm it is written, As a testimony in Joseph did he ordain it, when he went out over the land of Egypt. On New Year's Day the bondage of our fathers in Egypt ceased. It is written, I will bring you out from under the burdens of the Egyptians, and it is written in Psalms, Lxi. 6, I removed his shoulder from the burden. In Nisan they were redeemed, as previously proven. In Tishri we shall again be redeemed. This he deduces by analogy from the word cornet found in the following passages. In Psalmlxi 4, it is stated, Blow the cornet on the new moon, and in Isa XXVII 13, it is written, and on that day the great cornet shall be p19 blown. R. Jehoshua says, in Nisan they were redeemed, and in that month we shall be redeemed again. Whence do we know this? From EX 12:42, which says, it is a night of special observance, i.e., a night specially appointed since the earliest times for the final redemption of Israel. The rabbis taught, the Jewish sages calculate the time of the flood according to R. Eleazar, and the solstices according to R. Jehoshua, but the sages of other nations calculate the time of the flood also as R. Jehoshua does. and for herbs. To this a Boraitha adds tithes and vows. Let us see. What does he mean by herbs? The tithe of herbs. But are not these included with other tithes? Is a rabbinical institution, while the others are biblical? If so, should he not teach the biblical commandment first, because it was pleasing to him he, therefore, gives it precedence? And the Tana of our Mishnah teaches us the rabbinical institution, leaving us to infer that if that must be observed, so much the more must the biblical law be followed. The rabbis taught, if one gathers herbs on the eve of New Year's Day before sunset, and gathers others after sunset, he must not give the heave offering or the tithe from the one for the other, for it is prohibited to give the heave offering or tithe from the product of the past year for that of the present, of vice versa. If the second year from the last Sabbatic year was just ending and the third year was just beginning, then for the second year he must give the first and second tithes, 1. And for the third year he must give the first and the poor tithes. Whence do we deduce that? Our Jehoshua ben Levi says, in Deuteronomy XXVI 12, it is written, when thou hast made an end of the tithe of produce in the third year, which is the year of the tithing, i.e., the year in which only one tithe is to be given. What is to be understood? The first and poor tithes, and the second tithe shall be omitted. But perhaps it is not so, but that the first tithe shall be also omitted. This cannot be so, for we read, the tithe which I have given you from them, for your inheritance, etc. The scripture compares this tithe to an inheritance, and as an inheritance is the perpetual property of the heir, so also is the first tithe an uninterrupted gift for the Levite. And for vows. The rabbis taught, whoso vows to derive no benefit from his neighbor for a year, must reckon 12 months, from day to day, but if he said for this year, if he made the vow even on the 29th of Elul, as soon as the 1st of Tishri comes, that year is complete, for he vowed to afflict himself and that purpose has been fulfilled. But perhaps we should say Nisan? Nay, in the matter of vows we follow the common practice among men. We have learned, we reckon the year for giving the tithe, for carob as soon as it begins to grow, for grain and olives as soon as they are 1/3 ripe. What is meant by as soon as it begins to grow? When it blossoms. Whence do we know that we reckon the tithe on grain and olives when they are 1/3 ripe? Said Rac in the name of our Yohanan, and the same was said in the name of our Jose of Galilee, it is written, at the end of every 7 years, in the solemnity of the year of release, in the Feast of Tabernacles. What has the year of release to do with tabernacles? It is already the 8th year. It is only to tell us that all grain which was 1/3 ripe before New Year's Day must be regarded even in the 8th year as the product of the Sabbatic year. And for this we find support in the following Boraitha, our Jonathan B. Joseph says, it is written, and it shall bring forth fruit for 3 years. Do not read lish losh for 3, but in this case read lish lish for 1/3. But this p21 verse is required for its own particular purpose. There is another verse, and when ye sow in the 8th year, then shall ye eat of the old harvest, until the 9th year, until its harvest come in, shall ye eat of the old store. We have learned in a Mishnah, rice, millet, poppies, and lentils which have taken root before New Year's Day come under the category of tithes for the past year, and therefore one is permitted to use them during the Sabbatic year, but if they have not, one is forbidden to use them during the Sabbatic year, and they come under the category of tithes of the following year. Says Rab Ha, let us see. The rabbis say that the year begins as follows, for a tree from the time they blossom, for grain and olives when they are 1/3 ripe, and for herbs when they are gathered. Now under which head are the above classed? After consideration Rab Ha remarked, since these do not all ripen simultaneously, but are gathered little by little, the rabbis are right when they say they are tithable from the time they take root. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jose of Galilee says, it is written, when thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine. We infer that as corn and wine, now being gathered, grow by means of the past year's rains, and are tithed as last year's products, so every fruit that grows by the rain of last year is tithable as the last year's produce, but herbs do not come under this category, for they grow by means of the rains of the new year, and they are tithable in the coming year. Our Akiba, however, says that the words "when thou hast gathered in thy corn and thy wine" lead us to infer that as corn and grapes grow chiefly by means of rain, and are tithed as last year's products, so all things that grow chiefly by rain are tithed as belonging to the past year, but as herbs grow even by watering, they are tithed as the next year's products. In what case is this difference of opinion applicable? Said R. Aboa, in the cases of onions and Egyptian beans, for a Mishnah says, onions and Egyptian beans which have not been watered for 30 days before New Year's Day are tithed as last year's products, and are allowed to be used during the Sabbatic year, but if they have been watered, then they are prohibited during the Sabbatic year and are tithed as next year's products. On the 1st of Shevat is the new year for trees. Why? p. 22. So. Said R. Elazar, in the name of R. Ashiya, because at that date the greater part of the early rains have fallen, although the greater part of the Tikupha is yet to come. The rabbis taught, it once happened that our Akiba picked the fruit of a citron tree on the 1st of Shevat, and gave 2 tithes of them, one according to the school of Shammai and one in accordance with the school of Hillel. Says R. Jose B. Jehuda, nay, Akiba did not do this because of the school of Shammai or the school of Hillel, but because R. Gamaliel I and R. Elazar were accustomed to do so. Did he not follow the practice of Beth Shammai because it was the 1st of Shevat? Said R. Hananiah, and some say R. Hananiah, the case here cited was one of a citron tree, the fruit of which was formed before the 15th of last Shevat, and he should have given the tithe of it even before the present 1st of Shevat, but the case happened to be as cited. But Rabbinah said, put the foregoing together and read thee as follows, it did not happen on the 1st of Shevat, but on the 15th, and he did not follow the regulations of the school of Hillel or the school of Shammai, but the custom of R. Gamaliel and R. Elazar. Rabbi Bar Huna said, although R. Gamaliel holds that a citron tree is tithable from the time it is picked, as is the case with herbs, nevertheless the new year for tithing it is in Shevat. R. Yohanan asked R. Janna, when is the beginning of a year for citrons? And he said, Shevat. Dost thou mean, said he, the month Shevat as fixed by the lunar year or by the solar year? By the lunar year, he replied. Rabha asked R. Nahman, according to another version R. Yohanan asked R. Janna, how is it in leap years? And he said, Shevat, as in the majority of years. It was taught, R. Yohanan and Resh Lakish both say that a citron that has grown in the 6th year and is unpicked at the entrance of the Sabbatic year is always considered the product of the 6th year. When Rabban came he said, in the name of R. Yohanan, a citron that was as small as an olive in the 6th year, but grew to the size of a loaf of bread during the Sabbatic year, if one used it without separating the tithe he is culpable because of Tabhel. 2. p. 23. The rabbis taught, a tree whose fruits formed before the 15th of Shevat must be tithed as the product of the past year, but if they formed after that, they are tithed during the coming year. Said R. Nehemiah, this applies to a tree that looks as if it bore 2 crops, i.e., whose fruits do not ripen all at once, but at 2 times. But in the case of a tree that produces but 1 crop, as, for example, the palm, olive, or carob, although their fruits may have formed before the 15th of Shevat, they are tithed as the products of the coming year. R. Yohanan remarked that in the case of the carob people follow the opinion of R. Nehemiah. Resh Lakish objected to R. Yohanan, since white figs take 3 years to grow fully ripe, must not the 2nd year after the Sabbatic year be regarded as the Sabbatic year for them? R. Yohanan was silent. R. Abba the priest said to R. Jose the priest, I am surprised that R. Yohanan should have accepted this query of Resh Lakish without comment. Mishnah, at 4 periods in each year the world is judged, on Passover, in respect to the growth of grain, on Pentecost, in respect to the fruit of trees, on New Year's Day all human beings pass before him as sheep before a shepherd, as it is written, he who hath fashioned all their hearts understandeth all their works. 1 And on tabernacles judgment is given in regard to water. Gemara, what grain? Does it mean the grain now standing in the field? At what time, then, were all the accidents that have happened to it until that time destined? It does not mean standing grain, but that just sown. Shall we say that only one judgment is passed upon it? Have we learned in a Boraitha, if an accident or injury befall grain before Passover it was decreed on the last Passover, but if it happen after Passover, it was decreed on the immediately preceding Passover. If an accident or misfortune befall a man before the Day of Atonement, it was decreed on the previous Day of Atonement, but if it happened after the Day of Atonement it was decreed on the preceding Day of Atonement? Answered Rabha, learn from this that judgment is passed twice. Therefore said Abai, when a man sees that the p24 grain which ripens slowly is thriving, he should as soon as possible sow such grain as ripens quickly, in order that before the time of the next judgment it may already have begun to grow. With whose opinion does our Mishnah agree? Not with that of our Meir, nor with that of our Jehuda, nor with that of our Jose, nor with that of our Nathan, nor with the teaching of the following Boraitha. All are judged on New Year's Day, and the sentence is fixed on the Day of Atonement. So says our Meir. Our Jehuda says all are judged on New Year's Day, but the sentence of each is confirmed each at its special time: at Passover for grain, at Pentecost for the fruit of trees, at tabernacles for rain, and man is judged on New Year's Day, and his sentence is confirmed on the Day of Atonement. Our Jose says man is judged every day, as it is written, Thou rememberest him every morning, and our Nathan holds man is judged at all times, as it is written, Thou triest him every moment. And if you should say that the Mishnah agrees with the opinion of our Jehuda, and that by the expression judgment it means the confirmation of the decree, then there would be a difficulty about man. Said Rabha, the Tana of our Mishnah is in accordance with the school of our Ishmael of the following Boraitha: at 4 periods is the world judged, at Passover, in respect to grain, on Pentecost, in regard to the fruit of trees, on tabernacles, in respect to rain, and on New Year's Day man is judged, but the sentence passed upon him is confirmed on the Day of Atonement, and our Mishnah speaks of the opening of judgment only. R. Hista asked, why does not our Jose quote the same passage as our Nathan in support of his opinion? Because trying is not judging. But does not remembering also convey the same idea? Therefore said our Hista, our Jose bases his opinion on another passage, viz., that God may maintain the cause of his servant and the cause of his people Israel every day. Said our Joseph, according to whom do we pray nowadays for the sick and for faint every day? According to our Jose. We have learned in a Boraitha, our Jehuda taught in the name of our Akaba. Why does the Torah command a sheaf of the first fruits to be brought on the Passover? Because Passover is the period of judgment in respect to grain, and the Holy One, blessed be He, said, Offer before me the p25 first sheaf of produce on Passover, so that the standing grain may be blessed unto you. And why the 2 loaves on the Pentecost? Because that is the time when judgment is passed on the fruit of trees, and the Holy One, blessed be He, said, Bring before me 2 loaves on the Pentecost, so that I may bless the fruits of the tree. Why was the ceremony of the outpouring of water performed on the Feast of Tabernacles? Because He said, Perform the rite of the outpouring of waters, that the rains shall fall in due season. And He also said, Recite before me on New Year's Day the Makioth, Zikronoth, and Shopfroth, 1 the Makioth, that you proclaim me king, the Zikronoth, that your remembrance for good may come before me. And how? By the sounding of the cornet. R. Abau said, Why is the cornet made a ram's horn? The Holy One, blessed be He, said, Sound before me on a cornet made of a ram's horn, that I may remember, for your sake, the offering of Isaac, the son of Abraham, and I shall consider even you as worthy, as if ye had shown an equal readiness to sacrifice yourselves to me. R. Itzhak said, a man is judged only according to his deeds at the time of sentence, as it is written, God heard the voice of the lad, as he then was, and the same rabbi also remarked, 3 circumstances cause a man to remember his sins, viz., when he passes by an insecure wall, when he thinks deeply of the significance of his prayer, and when he invokes divine judgment on his neighbor, for our Abban says, whoso calls down divine judgment on his neighbor is punished first, as we find in the case of Sarah, who said to Abraham, I suffer wrong through thee, may the Lord judge between me and thee. And shortly after we read, and Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. R. Itzhak. p. 26. Preached, 4 things avert the evil decree passed on man, viz., charity, prayer, change of name, and improvement. Charity, as it is written, charity delivereth from death. Prayer, in accordance with, they cry unto the Lord when they are in distress, and he saveth them out of their afflictions. Change of name, as it is written, as for Sarai, thy wife, thou shalt not call her name Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be, and the text continues by saying, then will I bless her, and give thee a son also of her. Improvement, we deduce from Jonah, 3:10, and God saw their works that they had turned from their evil ways, and immediately adds, and God bethought himself of the evil he had said he would do unto them, and he did it not. Some add to these 4 a 5th, change of location, as it is written, and God said to Abraham, get thee out from thy land, I will make of thee a great nation. R. Kruspade said in the name of R. Yohanan, 3 books are opened on New Year's Day, 1 for the utterly wicked, 1 for the wholly good, and 1 for the average class of people. The wholly righteous are at once inscribed, and life is decreed for them, the entirely wicked are at once inscribed, and destruction destined for them, the average class are held in the balance from New Year's Day till the Day of Atonement, if they prove themselves worthy they are inscribed for life, if not they are inscribed for destruction. Said R. Abban, whence this teaching? From the passage, let them be blotted out of the book of the living, and they shall not be written down with the righteous. We have learned in a Boraitha, the school of Shammai said, there are 3 divisions of mankind at the resurrection, the wholly righteous, the utterly wicked, and the average class. The wholly righteous are at once inscribed, and life is decreed for them, the utterly wicked are at once inscribed, and destined for Gehenna, as we read, and many of them that sleep in the dust shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt. The 3rd class, the men between the former 2, descend to Gehenna, but they weep and come up again, in accordance with the passage, and I will bring the 3rd part through the fire, and I will refine them as silver is refined, and will try them as gold is tried, and he shall call on my name, and I will answer him. p. 27. Concerning this last class of men Hannah says, the Lord causeth to die and maketh alive, he bringeth down to the grave and bringeth up again. The school of Hillel says, the merciful one inclines to the side of mercy, and of this 3rd class of men David says, it is lovely to me that the Lord heareth my voice. In fact, David applies to them the psalm mentioned down to the words, thou hast delivered my soul from death.